Chapter 1. I have actually reborn in a villa in Haicheng. Shen Yun sat on the bed, his expression filled with confusion. He recalled the moment when he was captured by a malevolent cultivator and found himself screaming in agony alongside a group of others. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was lying in his own bed. That's right, the game. He quickly took out his phone to check the time. January 20th, 2050, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. The cloud-raising mobile game opens in just an hour. Shen Yun swiftly accessed the App Store and typed in 4 characters. Seeking Immortal's mobile game. After more than 50 years of spiritual energy resurgence, the arrival of this game offered hope to those without the aptitude for cultivation. Players merely needed to nurture characters within the game to have the chance of acquiring treasures from the cultivation realm that could return to reality. Indeed, the game world was a genuine realm of cultivation. Moreover, the special items within could enhance one's strength in reality. This was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure trove for a world where spiritual energy had only recently awakened and malevolent forces were beginning to surface. Crucially, prior to the game's launch, players could recharge in advance, rapidly enhancing their characters' abilities and thereby increasing the likelihood of obtaining feedback treasures. Regrettably, in his previous life, this app was exposed, and the recharge channel was closed the moment the game launched. But I still have a chance to invest. Shen Yun gazed eagerly at the download progress bar. With both parents deceased, he inherited a substantial fortune, and his company was in no condition to be dealt with. However, his personal stash amounted to a staggering 100 billion. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Gradually, his smile turned sinister. This time, the advantage lies with me. Zhou Qiao. Your days of prosperity are numbered. Zhou Qiao, the campus beauty of Jian University and his girlfriend, came from a well-off family but was exceptionally skilled at disguise, being with him solely to exploit his resources for the benefit of the Zhou family. Later, after the game began to reward players with cultivation abilities and various treasures, currency began to depreciate. Zhou Qiao initially intended to break up with him, but upon learning that his nurtured character had returned a muscle-cleansing pill, she stole the pill and vanished without a trace. The most malicious act was that Zhou Qiao, having enhanced her aptitude with the pill, joined a powerful player organization. To prevent him from seeking revenge, she sent people to sabotage his character's growth and even managed to trap his company in reality. Had it not been for his secretary's timely warning, he would have been captured. Although Shen Yun eventually left Haicheng, his nurtured character was killed by Zhou Qiao's associates. Even after switching to a new character, everything had to start anew, and by then, he was already far behind everyone else, ultimately meeting a tragic end within the Emperor's banner. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. This time, it will be my turn to impose strength upon you. Once the game finished downloading, he opened it to find an ancient-style landscape painting displayed on the interface. Warm prompt. The game opens at 9 a.m. Players may view the game background introduction or recharge in advance for mysterious rewards. Note: personal information will be strictly confidential by the platform. For large recharge amounts, players can opt for confidential recharges to prevent exposure in reality. The game introduction was similar to other online games, without any special mentions. However, once players recharged, the randomly bound character's aptitude would increase significantly. This was an invisible opportunity awaiting those with fate. I wonder what character I combined with 100 billion in recharges, Shen Yun thought as he clicked on the recharge channel and linked his bank card, entering the full amount. Ding! Are you sure you want to recharge 10 quintillion 263,572,752 yuan? Who would dare to think of starting with 100 billion? Shen Yun's heart raced slightly as he raised his hand to confirm. Confirm. Choose confidential recharge. Ding! Congratulations, player. Recharge successful. This account is verified, and only the player may use it. If the phone is lost, you can log into the game on a new device. Shen Yun took a deep breath while looking at the prompt. This is truly exciting. Based on the experiences of players who had recharged in his previous life, 100 billion would undoubtedly grant him a significant advantage in both the game and reality. Noticing there was still some time left, he dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a message from Zhou Qiao. Darling, are you awake? Let's go out for lunch. I've booked a Western restaurant. If you're busy in the afternoon, I can accompany you to the company. In the evening, they'll treat you well. The latest style of clothing. Oh look, Zhou Qiao indeed possessed beauty, and in the image, her innocent looks were complemented by provocative attire, capable of igniting a man's desire. However, now he found it utterly repulsive. As his secretary put it, Zhou Qiao was a mere replica of Lu Ruyan. He must have been cursed to have encountered her. Let's break up. I'm quite tired of this. Block. If you're not ashamed, go ahead and cause a scene at the company. It's not like I need to be there. After blocking her, Shen Yun informed the company group that he would be taking an extended leave. He had only worked for 2.5 months post-graduation, and there was an acting agent in the company, so his absence wouldn't pose any issues. Why, darling? What did I do wrong? Can I change? You have been blocked. You patitichman. Seeing the block notification, Zhou Qiao, undeterred, called him, but only the busy tone greeted her. Humph. After hanging up, her face darkened. What good is money? Future strength is paramount. 50 years ago, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity entered the era of cultivation. However, most people without talent continued to live ordinary lives. Although she lacked aptitude, many of her school admirers were cultivating. If it weren't for the need to develop her family business, and if Shen Yun weren't handsome, wealthy, and without parents, would she have to stoop so low? She had also heard from those admirers that in the future, cultivators would prevail, rendering money mere scrap paper in the eyes of the strong. Like most, Shen Yun lacked the talent for cultivation, destined to remain an ordinary person. Originally, Zhou Qiao planned to secure significant business deals for her family before breaking up, but now she had been cast aside by Shen Yun. Fuming with anger, she felt immensely frustrated. Shen Yun, one day, I will make you regret this decision. Ding! The Seeking Immortals mobile game has finished updating and is officially open. Unique major region, Xinjiang continent. Special game note, feedback settings. Within the villa, Shen Yun clicked to enter the game, his face full of anticipation. A miraculous scene unfolded. His phone emitted beams of light, projecting a 30-inch image. Just this feature alone would create a sensation online, and only after players obtained feedback items would the game explode in global popularity. At that time, billions across the globe would flock to it, and he had already seized the opportunity, having recharged 100 billion in cash. Realizing this, Shen Yun promptly opened the flashing ingot icon in the lower right corner of the game. The game shop's recharge entry is closed. Current player account balance, 10,263,572,200 yuan. Player currency cannot be traded and is for personal use only. How satisfying to see. Finally, I can rest easy. Shen Yun smiled as he closed the account interface. Ding! Welcome, player, to the cloud-raising game. Seeking Immortals mobile game. Please select the character you wish to nurture. Aptitude is random. The more you recharge, the better the character's aptitude. As soon as the prompt ended, a card depicting a character with its back turned appeared on the projection. Note, the affinity level between the character and player is initially 0. Players can enhance the character's affinity through daily item sign-ins and character intelligence reports. Player actions will determine the increase or decrease in character affinity. Note, if the nurtured character dies, players may draw another character, but the aptitude and cultivation of the new character will undoubtedly be lower than the previous one. Thus, players are advised to take good care of their first game character. Game prompt. Due to your current high recharge amount, hidden rewards activated. You can draw 2 additional character cards and select your preferred character. Welfare special offer. Guaranteed character aptitude. Monster level. Cultivation is random. Guaranteed to be a monster. Shen Yun was immensely thrilled. In his previous life, players who possessed extraordinary characters received incredibly rich feedback rewards, each becoming a formidable figure, let alone a monster-level character. The future is promising. Shen Yun, breathing rapidly, moistened his dry lips and clicked on the 3 card displayed in the projection. The 3 cards spun rapidly in the image. Then, under his eager gaze, they gradually came to a halt, revealing their fronts. The next moment, the characters on the cards erupted in dazzling brilliance, causing Shen Yun to widen his eyes and leap to his feet. Monster Yi Wu Dao, Supreme Monster Zhang Tai Sui, Emperor Presence Ling Qingxue. What the hell? Emperor Presence. This astonishing aptitude sent chills down Shen Yun's spine. Among the 3, he had only heard of Zhang Taijui's illustrious name, the holy son of the sacred land in the eastern region of Xinjiang continent. However, his achievements were rather mundane and unimpressive. He never expected this old fox to possess such formidable aptitude hidden away. As for the other 2, he had little impression of them. They likely had not yet risen to prominence or had early misfortunes. Without hesitation, Shen Yun raised his hand and tapped. Select character. Emperor Presence Ling Qingxue. Congratulations to the player for selecting the character. The majestic Emperor, Ling Qingxue. Upon selecting the character, the screen provided a close-up of Ling Qingxue, accompanied by a chibi version of herself. Imserk 3D. The scene then shifted to a mountainous region. As the camera traversed a cave shrouded in weeds, a woman clad in tattered garments, her face pale, slumped against the corner. A gaping wound marred her waist, concealed beneath medicinal powder, yet blood had already washed away the powder, flowing ceaselessly. Ling Qingxue had sustained severe injuries and would soon faint, taken by her enemies within approximately 20 minutes. Note, the current character had consumed a hemostatic powder, but due to encountering a malevolent vendor, the powder was adulterated and its effects sluggish. Damn it, the hemostatic powder hasn't taken effect yet. Could it be that I bought a counterfeit? Ling Qingxue, drenched in cold sweat, felt her chest rise and fall violently with rage. Humiliation, anxiety, and unwillingness manifested on her face, yet this state would only exacerbate her injuries, causing her mind to spin. Why must I endure such misery? I refuse to accept this. Ling Qingxue clenched her cracked lips, steeling herself to press a hand against her abdomen's wound, forcing herself to rise, desperate to escape this place. She had to rely on herself throughout her journey, such was her fate. But in her weakened state, how far could sheer willpower carry her? After a few faltering steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. I must find a way to escape. Ling Qingxue's fingers dug deep into the earth. Yet, the excruciating pain in her abdomen, coupled with the dizziness in her mind and the overwhelming weakness in her body, rendered her unable to rise. Gradually, she trembled as she crawled upon the ground, her body barely holding together. Damn it! Why? Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes filled with unshed tears, brimming with defiance. This time, her formidable willpower could not aid her. Ling Qingxue stubbornly resisted the urge to let tears fall, fearful that her enemies would witness her vulnerability. She longed for a passing cultivator to rescue her, yet such a notion felt too fantastical, merely self-deception. Your character is quite resilient today. Fortune seems to favor you. Shen Yun swiftly clicked on the icon that had appeared on the game interface. First Recharge Special. First Recharge Special. Recharge 6 Yuan to receive a Grade 5 Healing Pill, original price $38.88, which can restore the character's injuries, allowing unimpeded movement. Players who recharge in advance can purchase items with existing in-game currency. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Rewards being distributed. The first recharge icon transformed into a stream of light, landing before Ling Qingxue. As the glow dissipated, a milky white pill exuding a fragrant aroma materialized before her eyes. Ling Qingxue paused momentarily, her eyes darting warily around. Who goes there? Players can choose to respond to system communication. Jia. I am your ring's grandfather. At the end of the immortal path, who reigns supreme, all beginnings are rendered void. I am the impressively handsome. Do not panic, young friend, just place your mind in my hands, and think no more. Familiar yet lackluster responses, Shen Yun disregarded it all, focusing instead on the golden recharge prompt that had appeared. Limited time offer, civilian communication method. Recharge 3 Yuan, original price 50, to chat via text with Ling Qingxue. Current situation is urgent, not recommended. Limited time offer, minor luxury version. Recharge 50 Yuan, original price 248, to transmit voice 5 times. Limited time offer, wealthy version. Recharge 648 Yuan, original price 5,000 for permanent voice chat with the character you know what I mean. Charge him 648. I have had enough of this system's replies. Shen Yun hastily clicked to recharge while lounging on the sofa. In the past, lacking funds, he could only communicate with the character through the phrases provided by the system, experience steeped in frustration, best left unmentioned. Purchase successful. Players can initiate voice communication at any time. After the prompt, the previously disabled microphone on the game interface was unlocked. Ahem. Shen Yun cleared his throat, pressed the voice button, and spoke in a low tone. This esteemed one traverses this realm and finds you quite capable, harboring no ill intent. This transmission surged directly into Ling Qingxue's mind. Thank you, senior. She hesitated only briefly before promptly swallowing the pill. She recognized the 5 lines on the pill. It was the mark of a grade 5 pill. Moreover, she had no other options. Even if deceived, she could only accept her fate. At that moment, another recharge prompt appeared on Shen Yun's game interface. Information special. Spend 59 Yuan to purchase Ling Qingxue's personal information, permanently saved. With this level of microtransactions, even a dedicated player would be exhausted. Shen Yun chuckled as he purchased a copy. Once the recharge channel closed, the only means for players to acquire currency was through character feedback. The methods by which characters earn money were unpredictable sometimes. While meditating, A character might receive a mere zero point 0.1 points, or a battle could yield several points, or dimes earning methods were diverse. Accumulating dozens or hundreds of coins was akin to watching short videos for cash. It was possible, but not plentiful. Recharge successful. As the prompt concluded, a chibi version of Ling Qingxue popped up at the bottom of the game interface. The character was adorably crafted, yet at this moment, she was sobbing with bruises adorning her face. Casting a glance at Ling Qingxue, who was refining the pill, Shen Yun clicked on her personal information. Name: Ling Qingxue. Age: 20. Current realm: first layer of gathering rotation. Division of realms in the Xiantian continent. Spirit attraction, gathering rotation, pulse condensation, vast sea, soul forging, transcending mortality, law phase, heaven 1, Imperial extreme, half saint, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, Dao emperor. Special qualification: 9 heavens, sacred body, Dao I not activated. Personal status: vitality in disarray. Character synopsis: abandoned by her parents at a young age, she was raised by the village elder in Little Stone Village. As she grew older, she was taken as a servant disciple by the Tianhui sect, yet the 9 heavens sacred body, Dao Kai, possessed 8 more sources than an ordinary sacred body. Despite consuming vast resources, her cultivation made no progress, leading to her expulsion from the sect. His sacred body Dao Tai. Shen Yun was utterly astonished. Was this a fusion of sacred body and Dao body? He was familiar with both physiques, but had never heard of anyone combining them. A fusion physique is already extraordinary. To have 8 additional sacred body sources is truly outrageous. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun felt invigorated. No wonder she embodies the majestic emperor. The stronger the character, the greater his feedback rewards would be, naturally filling him with excitement. Regaining his composure, he continued to read the character synopsis. After being expelled from her sect, Ling Qingxue embarked on solitary cultivation and inadvertently consumed a 6th-tier, highly toxic spirit herb without perishing, instead enhancing her cultivation. Discovered by the passing cultivator Luo Hongxi, she was taken as a disciple. Subsequently, Luo Hongxi specifically fed her toxic spirit materials, subjecting her to daily torment from the poison. Yet, due to the tangible improvement in her cultivation, Ling Qingxue felt immense gratitude towards her. However, Luo Hongxi only intended to refine her into a toxic medicinal cauldron to nourish her own poisonous insects. Upon discovering Luo Hongxi's malevolent intentions, Ling Qingxue embarked on a life of flight. Recently, she was detected by members of the Iron Wolf gang, loyal to Luo Hongxi, and has found herself in this precarious situation. What a pitiable soul, Shen Yun mused, shaking his head. Such extraordinary talent, unheard of in his previous life, must have been met with heaven's envy, inevitably leading to her downfall. Otherwise, the significance of the word sacred body Dao would be enough to reverberate throughout the entire Xiantian continent. At that moment, a look of delight crossed Ling Qingxue's face. The wounds and injuries on her body had vanished. Apart from a slight weakness in her vitality, she found herself unimpeded in her movements. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am eternally grateful. Ling Qingxue quickly rose and bowed deeply to the void. To her astonishment, in her direst hour, someone had indeed come to her rescue. Ding. The affinity of the character Yuan with Ling Qingxue has increased to 35 points, maximum value 100 points. Is the life-saving grace not even enough to reach the passing line? With the microphone turned off, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. However, upon reviewing her life profile, it became clear, having been used as a medicinal cauldron by her revered master, she dared not easily trust others. Each character bound to the player possesses a distinct personality, and the means to enhance affection must be discerned individually. But fear not, for he possesses ample wealth, enough to dazzle Ling Qingxue's wary heart. I hope you can withstand my monetary onslaught. Shen Yun smiled faintly, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Perhaps the esteemed senior has departed, she mused, noticing the silence around her, and hastily approached the cave's entrance. Uncertain of the intentions of this unknown cultivator, she decided to prioritize her escape over all else. Yet, as she brushed aside the withered branches at the cave's mouth, a sudden glance at the sky revealed circling birds, and her expression shifted, truly relentless. I must leave this place at once. She dashed forth into the dense forest. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow sped towards her. You run quite well. Bang. The newcomer delivered a solid kick to Ling Qingxue's abdomen. Puff. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through numerous branches. Recovering so swiftly? The figure landed. It was a man with a scarred face. He squinted at the healing wound on Ling Qingxue's abdomen and sneered. It seems you have pilfered quite a few high-quality elixirs from Elder Lu. Cough, cough. Ling Qingxue, who had fallen to the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and surveyed her surroundings. But soon, the light in her eyes dimmed. There were at least 7 elite members of the Iron Wolf gang, all formidable cultivators at the pulse condensation stage. Moreover, the scarred man, Zhang Tao, was the vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang, a powerful figure from the vast sea of cultivators. Do not hope for an escape, this time. You shall find no refuge. Zhang Tao commanded with a wave of his hand. Capture her alive. Be cautious. Do not fall for her tricks. Meanwhile, a series of alerts appeared before Shen Yun's screen. It is time to utilize the power of wealth. Character in peril. Click to check in once daily for a chance to obtain useful items to aid the character in escaping. The check-in items are mostly worthless. Shen Yun dismissed them outright. Ding. Encountering danger recharge special. Spend 288 to acquire a 5th-tier low-grade magic artifact, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. It can enable the character to counterattack. Spend 648 for a 6th-tier mid-grade puppet self-detonation, sufficient to slay all present foes. Spend 998 for a 7th-tier mid-grade divine movement talisman, a life-saving artifact for low-level cultivators. Super bet special. Bet 3,500 to randomly receive a treasure of 8th tier or above. The maximum bet is 1 million, guaranteeing a top-tier sacred weapon home. The quality of magic artifacts ranges from 1 to 9 tiers: semi-sacred, sacred weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, and imperial weapons. What? A guaranteed top-tier sacred weapon. After swiftly purchasing the items, Shen Yun directly clicked on the super bet. This is indeed a guaranteed divine weapon. After the limited time recharge benefits conclude, he recalls that the minimum price for one piece would be in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, one would have to await the next round of limited time recharge benefits to purchase it at a lower price. Currently, only 1 million? Isn't this a gift? The sound of coins clinking filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, 1 million was gone. Yet, Shen Yun felt no remorse. Rather, she was filled with excitement. Ding! A successful wager of 1 million. The random draw commenced. In that moment, all the coins flooded the game screen, transforming into a card enveloped in ethereal mist. As the card turned over, Shen Yun instinctively shielded her eyes from the blinding radiance, squinting to see. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the supreme imperial weapon, the Yin-Yang Cauldron. What? Shen Yun stared incredulously at the projection. She had actually drawn the supreme imperial weapon? This is a treasure that can only be possessed by forces that have produced a great emperor. He struck it lucky on the very first day of the server launch? Moreover, the extreme Dao imperial weapon is a supreme treasure among imperial weapons. Such a formidable artifact, it would be a travesty not to maximize my favorability with it. Shen Yun swiftly locked onto the item for deployment. Ding! Item deployment in progress. I was so close to escaping. Ling Qingxue despaired as she watched the members of the Iron Wolf gang approach. If she were captured and brought before Lu Fangya, her fate would be sealed. However, a gentle whisper, like heavenly music, flowed into her mind. Do not panic. Buzz. A grand cauldron materialized out of thin air, directly shielding Ling Qingxue from above. Humph. Mere scrap metal. One of the fastest members of the Iron Wolf gang, with a cold snarl, raised his hand and struck. Furious dominance palm. Boom. With a single blow, the cauldron remained immovable. Yet, as if the strike had activated the cauldron, it suddenly emitted a dense purple mist. Upon seeing the shimmering divine patterns within the purple haze, Zhang Tao, not far away, seemed to recall something. His eyes widening in shock as he shouted, "Purple chi from the east? Divine patterns of an imperial weapon. What?" The 7 members of the Iron Wolf gang were terrified, their hearts pounding. An imperial weapon? Only those possessing imperial quality can manifest the phenomenon of purple chi. This is the consensus of the cultivators across the entire continent. Oh no. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The Yin-Yang Cauldron trembled violently, unleashing an unparalleled wave of oppressive force. Uft, uft, uft. Those swept by the ripples, including Zhang Tao and his companions, had no chance to flee and were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. What is happening? Ling Qingxue stared in astonishment at the colossal cauldron above her. At that moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. A senior possessing an imperial weapon had actually come to her rescue. Stunned, are we? Shen Yun observed her expression with satisfaction, calmly addressing the microphone projected before him. Having endured countless perils on your journey, this imperial weapon shall safeguard you. If you do not accept it now, and it is taken from you later, do not lament. Upon hearing these words, Ling Qingxue felt her mind whirl and her entire being bristled with a chill. Is this imperial weapon meant for her? She cannot fathom possessing such immense worth. Undoubtedly. It is the kind-hearted senior who has taken pity on her. As Ling Qingxue's lips trembled, her delicate nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and her eyes quickly misted over. At this moment, she felt an indescribable emotion welling up within her, as if it were about to burst forth. Was it the exhilaration of surviving calamity, or the thrill of acquiring an Imperial weapon? It seemed neither. It was the realization that, after enduring countless hardships, someone finally recognized her plight and was willing to protect her, granting her heart a sanctuary to rely upon. Ding. The character affection level for Ling Qingxue has risen to 100 points. Friendly reminder, the current character affection has reached its maximum value. As long as the player's actions are not outrageous, such as demanding her life for refining, the character's affection will not diminish. Additionally, the likelihood of obtaining feedback items has increased. How delightful! Shen Yun exclaimed with enthusiasm. All he had to do was wait for Ling Qingxue to receive her feedback treasure. Having wealth is bliss. It fills the character's affection level in an instant. Senior, what must I do? Ling Qingxue, wiping away her tears, gazed up at the great cauldron above her. Soon, the senior's warm voice resonated in her mind. Seize it, and you may alter its size at will, or even place it within your consciousness. The senior's voice was melodious and comforting. Though he remained unseen, she could already envision an ancient, ethereal sage, smiling with a beard. Ling Qingxue obediently nodded, reaching out to grasp one of the legs of the yin-yang cauldron. Indeed, the Imperial weapon transformed into a small cauldron the size of a fist, resting in her palm. Just as she was about to place the Imperial weapon into her consciousness and hastily flee, a yellow talisman materialized from the void. Use this to run swiftly. A 7th-tier swift movement talisman? Ling Qingxue gazed at the intricate patterns on it, feeling an inexplicable reluctance. Yet the Imperial weapon was far more precious. Grasping the talisman, she concentrated her thoughts and vanished from her spot. Fortune favored her, as she did not materialize near the jaws of a beast. Shen Yun observed as Ling Qingxue landed on a roadway, handing her the 2 magical treasures he had just purchased. Use these trinkets for now. You must rely on your own efforts to cultivate. He could hardly admit that he possessed only these few items. Otherwise, his lofty demeanor would be compromised. The recharge features of the Xuanxian mobile game were rather peculiar, activating only when the character faced danger, enlightenment, or opportunities, unlike other games with open recharge shops offering various items at will. Shen Yun could only wait for a recharge prompt before acquiring more items. Nevertheless, for players, the game posed a significant challenge in saving money. Personal accounts could not trade game currency, rendering the absence of a shop inconsequential. Thank you, Senior. Ling Qingxue expressed her gratitude, storing the treasures in her bag. She understood the senior's intention. External possessions are merely aids. True progress relies on one's own diligence. Moreover, the senior had bestowed upon her the Imperial weapon. One must learn to be content and find joy in simplicity. Ling Qingxue gazed toward the distant city, speaking as she walked. Senior, your generous gift of such a precious Imperial weapon is greatly appreciated. Should there be any opportunity to utilize it, please do not hesitate to ask. This is the Imperial weapon that cultivators yearn for. Only those invincible powers with a long-standing legacy can possess it. What merit does a mere novice cultivator like her have? As Shen Yun was steeping goji berries in her health tea, she pressed the voice button. I observe that your talents are remarkable and wish to take you as my trusted confidant. Are you willing? This strategy is commonly employed by players who utilize daily item sign-ins and character intelligence to cultivate an entity akin to the Ring Grandpa, thereby garnering the affection and recognition of characters. You wish to take me as your confidant? Ling Qingxue exclaimed with delight. To be favored by such a powerful being who casually bestows Imperial weapons upon others is indeed a tremendous fortune for her. Having a senior as subordinate is undoubtedly advantageous. Ling Qingxue's tone wavered slightly. However, I may be rather foolish. After 3 years of cultivation, I am still at the first level of gathering rotation. She was perplexed as to why, despite consuming so many resources, her progress remained sluggish. When Luo Hongxi had previously administered poison to enhance her cultivation, she had believed it was due to her unique physique. Yet, what filled her with despair was the realization that the other party was, in fact, a malevolent cultivator exploiting her. So, are you not afraid that I will take advantage of your physique? The heartfelt words left Ling Qingxue momentarily stunned. However, she soon lifted her gaze, squinting at the blazing sun in the sky, and softly murmured, My grandmother always said that there will be those who shine like the sun upon others. I believe you are such a person, Senior. Of course, were it not for the Imperial weapon, I would certainly harbor doubts. As she continued, a hint of embarrassment crept upon her as she lowered her head, saying, I apologize. Senior, you are quite candid. What harm is there in being vigilant? Shen Yun observed the girl in the projection with a smile. Now, allow me to reveal to you the nature of your physique, after which you may decide, regardless of whether Ling Qingxue chose to become his subordinate. The full value of their rapport rendered it inconsequential. The quest for a confidant was merely a pretext to draw closer to her. Once Shen Yun disclosed that she possessed 9 origins of the sacred body, and that she was the Tao body of the sacred physique. The astonishment on Ling Qingxue's face was palpable. As a cultivator, she was well aware of the significance of sacred and Tao bodies. Yet, she could scarcely believe that she harbored such extraordinary fortune. Simultaneously, she recognized the sincerity of this enigmatic senior, as he had no obligation to disclose such information, yet chose to do so openly, indicative of his magnanimity. With this thought in mind, Ling Qingxue bowed respectfully to the void. Qingxue is willing to serve you, senior. Having a full rapport is indeed convenient. Shen Yun mused inwardly. Given Ling Qingxue's experiences, it would not be easy to assuage her wariness. Fortunately, he possessed wealth. Otherwise, he would need to invest considerable time in nurturing their relationship. From now on, you may address me as young master. Rest assured, I shall assist you in attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. Shen Yun feigned a casual demeanor, speaking softly. Yet, this is not your final destination. The celestial realm is where you are meant to go. The celestial realm? Ling Qingxue swallowed hard, sensing that she had encountered an extraordinary being today. The very notion of someone effortlessly speaking of aiding her in attaining the Tao was remarkable. The most surprising aspect was that this was not an old cultivator, but seemingly a young master. This left Ling Qingxue utterly astounded. The gentleman's background must be extraordinarily formidable. The results are indeed remarkable. Shen Yun, noticing her astonishment, leisurely sipped his goji berry tea. However, your current cultivation level is rather inadequate. It would not be difficult for you to seek out a sacred power to reveal your innate constitution and join their ranks. The resources consumed by the 9 heavens sacred body Tao are immense, making it highly appropriate for you to join a sacred ground to acquire the necessary resources. After all, the prompts for recharging are exceedingly random, so finding a formidable force to nurture your growth would be the most sensible course of action. Moreover, Shen Yun recalled that on the 3rd day after the launch, a player had received a hidden reward for joining a sacred ground, a remarkably rare character binding card. Indeed, players are not limited to binding just one character. This card allows players to designate a character that is yet to be bound. Consequently, this card became a global sensation online. Eventually, it was reported that a foreign netizen, after boasting anonymously online, was tracked down by hackers, who then emptied several magazines into him. Clearly, Shen Yun was determined to acquire this card. I hope there's still time, Shen Yun mused, glancing at his phone. It was still before noon. Otherwise, Little Red Bean might be bound by someone else. In his previous life, he had not logged into the Seeking Immortals mobile game immediately. It was only after the company's staff caused a stir that he took notice of this mobile game, logging in around noon. Little Red Bean was, in fact, the first character he had bound back then. Luo Hongxi. The young woman is a disciple of the Luo family from Blackstone City, gradually rising to prominence with the assistance of Shen Yun. In the past, she helped him acquire a 4th-tier muscle-cleansing pill capable of restoring reality. Alas, it was stolen by that vile Zhou Qiaoqiao. Subsequently, Zhou Qiaoqiao used her connections to seal Shen Yun's company. Although he sought refuge in another location, Zhou Qiaoqiao was aware of his bond with Luo Hongxi and pursued her in the game, forcing Luo Hongxi into a life of hardship and evasion. Despite this, she never blamed Shen Yun. Instead, she often came to comfort him and lift his spirits. In her quest to amass wealth, Luo Hongxi dedicated her days to both cultivation and adventurous endeavors to earn spirit stones. Whenever she had enough, she would scour the black market and cultivator stalls, hoping to fortuitously acquire treasures that could restore reality for him. The perils she faced were innumerable. Though her strength improved as a result, it remained a daunting challenge for one person to withstand the onslaught of many. Shen Yun, unable to bear the thought of her being pursued and hunted, implored Zhou Qiaoqiao to spare Luo Hongxi. However, that woman was exceedingly malicious, completely disregarding his plea and ultimately slaying Luo Hongxi. Wretched woman, the moment I rise, I shall strike you down. The mere thought of her ignited a fire within Shen Yun. As for utilizing a character binding card to connect with a more qualified cultivator, Shen Yun deemed it unnecessary. With his vast fortune of game currency, he was fully capable of enhancing Luo Hongxi's potential himself. In her previous life, this young woman endured considerable hardships alongside herself. If, in this lifetime, she were to forget the sacrifices made by others, it would be utterly beastly. As she entered the sacred grounds, Ling Qingxue nodded slightly, recognizing that this would indeed afford her a wealth of cultivation resources. Compared to that old witch Luo Hongxi, the young master truly has my best interests at heart. The comparison was stark. While the malevolent cultivator only sought to exploit her unique constitution, the young master genuinely contemplated her well-being. Humph, she dares to compare herself to the young master? With her spirits lifted, Ling Qingxue strode purposefully towards the distant city, intent on gathering information before selecting a suitable sacred ground. In the past, she would never have dared entertain such ambitions, but ever since encountering the young master, it seemed her entire life was poised to take a turn for the better. Grandma, can you see me from above? My fortune has arrived. Ling Qingxue beamed at the sky, her steps growing ever lighter. In stark contrast to her jubilant demeanor, Shen Yun gazed at the game projection with a perplexed expression. Apparel promotion, civilian edition. One cannot appear too shabby when visiting the sacred grounds. Recharge 30 yuan for a beautiful long robe set, devoid of any defensive capabilities, due to the player's friendship level with the character exceeding 90 points. A hidden benefit is activated. No pixelation during outfit changes. 90 points? No wonder Luo Hongxi appeared so blurred during her outfit changes, Shen Yun mused. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a player achieving such a height. He and Luo Hongxi had merely reached 82 points. Seeing more recharge prompts, he continued to peruse. Apparel promotion, minor luxury edition. Recharge 648 are for a 5-tier defensive long robe. Apparel promotion, wealthy edition. Recharge 8,800 yuan for a value-packed gift set, including 7-tier clothing, boots, pants, and undergarments. Apparel promotion, exclusive for the super rich. Recharge 128,888 yuan to receive an exceptional gift set. Semi-holy long skirt, semi-holy belly wrap, semi-holy trousers, semi-holy undergarments, and semi-holy boots. Semi-holy artifacts typically offer modest defense, emphasizing exquisite aesthetics and extravagant luxury. The super rich edition seemed promising, Shen Yun thought. It would be wise for Ling Qingxue, heading to the sacred grounds, to avoid attracting undue attention in tattered clothing. He decided to purchase the 8,800 yuan set as a precaution. With wealth comes such delightful indulgence. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your purchase was successful. Would you like to allocate the items to your character? After transferring the semi-holy attire, Shen Yun pressed the voice key. Qingxue, you must change your attire for the sacred ground. I have placed the clothing in your storage pouch. Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue glanced at her disheveled appearance. Indeed, it was time for a change. Upon retrieving the boots from her storage pouch, her hands trembled. This semi-holy attire? The boots bore faint golden inscriptions, exuding an ethereal aura. Semi-holy artifacts were easily identifiable by their golden markings, and there were not just one, but 5 pieces in total. The young master truly is affluent. Ling Qingxue hastily gathered the garments, casting wary glances around her. Young master, perhaps I should purchase a set for myself. This is far too ostentatious. She preferred to operate discreetly, and the thought of being scrutinized in such attire made her uneasy. Ostentatious? Shen Yun chuckled lightly. With your talents, once you enter the sacred grounds, it will be difficult to avoid drawing attention. Regardless, the decision is yours. By the way, it would be best to join the sacred grounds within the hour. I have matters to attend to shortly. With over 2 hours until noon, it would be regrettable to miss Luo Hongxi being bound by another. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue dashed towards the city ahead, with the young master by her side. She felt an immense sense of security, alleviating her fears of venturing to the sacred ground alone. Upon entering the city, Ling Qingxue first acquired information on surrounding factions at the Tianji Tower, then settled into an inn, preparing to cleanse the blood from her attire. However, as she untied the ribbon at her waist, her heart inexplicably raced. Surely, the young master wouldn't be watching me? What am I thinking? What manner of person would he be to do such a thing? Besides, I am hardly a stunning beauty. Ling Qingxue chuckled at herself, stepping into the bathing tub to wash away the grime and blood. Moments later, her refreshed visage emerged from the water. Ling Qingxue was not the delicate type. Her brows bore a natural fortitude, harmonizing with her striking beauty to exude an air of elegance. Years of hardship had endowed her physique with a formidable strength, her abdominal definition quite prominent. As she washed her back, her muscular contours became subtly visible. Yet, just as Ling Qingxue rose, she bit her lip, her body freezing. No one knew her constitution was extraordinarily keen, occasionally allowing her to sense the scrutiny of cultivators. It was the reason she had evaded capture for so long. If the young master had previously overlooked her, now she distinctly felt the weight of his gaze upon her. He must be observing my unique constitution. I cannot allow my thoughts to wander. Ling Qingxue suppressed her embarrassment, continuing to wipe her body nonchalantly. What a natural physique. I feel utterly inferior compared to her. Shen Yun held an entirely appreciative stance. He had seen women before, but a cultivator of her caliber was a rare sight indeed, expanding his horizons. As Ling Qingxue fully stood, Shen Yun's eyes widened. What a splendid figure. Her perfect back, subtly defined waist, and an enviable posterior created a silhouette that could leave one breathless. Of course, her beauty was undeniable, yet what she lacked was the aura that came with high cultivation. Once her constitution was activated, she would undoubtedly astonish the world. After swiftly cleansing herself, Ling Qingxue dried off and retrieved a set of clean clothes from her storage pouch. After some contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced to the young master's advice and donned the silver-white, semi-holy ensemble. The sacred grounds were not an ordinary faction. Appearing too shabby might hinder her entry. Moreover, the young master had only allotted her an hour. Should she be delayed by any inattentive individuals along the way, it could prove troublesome. With the young master by my side, what do I have to fear? As Ling Qingxue descended the stairs clad in her flowing silver gown, every attendant, shopkeeper, and resident cultivator in the inn gaped in astonishment. The semi-holy quality of her attire was simply too eye-catching. Surely, she must be the daughter of some grand faction, a gathering rotation cultivator, yet adorned in such lavish garments. She undoubtedly hails from a prestigious background within the sacred grounds, though her cultivation is somewhat lacking. Indeed, the heavens are fair, at least my cultivation surpasses hers. Even core disciples of super factions would seldom dare flaunt semi-holy attire in public. Only those from the sacred grounds or ancient aristocratic families could afford such confidence. The shopkeeper, quick to respond, approached with a respectful bow. My lady, I previously failed to recognize your status. Ling Qingxue waved her hand to interrupt him. Speaking calmly, my flying vessel was destroyed. Assist me in acquiring a new one, for I must journey to the Yaoqi sacred grounds. The posture and demeanor she displayed were fit for the sacred realm of Yaoqi. The innkeeper, not daring to delay, bowed and escorted her out of the establishment. Miss, the sacred grounds are not far. Allow me to personally accompany you there. Thank you, Ling Qingxue replied with a slight nod, confidently boarding the flying vessel. Having navigated the world for some time, and with a young master as her support, she was adept at maintaining her composure. In less than an hour, the vessel arrived at the gates of Yaoqi. Gazing at the majestic aura of the sect before her, Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and stepped forward. Who goes there? The two female disciples guarding the entrance called out in unison. Glancing at her attire, they showed little interest, unlike the cultivators inside the inn. I am the junior Ling Qingxue, here to pay my respects. She clasped her hands in greeting. Pay your respects? The elder disciple scrutinized her before shaking her head. Your cultivation is too low. However, out of sincerity, Yaoqi will not deceive you. With that, she struck the nearby stone pillar of the sect with her palm. In an instant, radiant light illuminated the 1,000-meter-high white jade steps flanking the Yaoqi gate. Do you see the glowing staircase? The woman pointed with a faint smile. This is the trial ladder of Yaoqi. If you ascend halfway, you may enter the sacred grounds. It was evident that the opportunity was granted due to Ling Qingxue's striking half-saint attire. Such an eye-catching outfit typically indicated a strong background, intended to discourage her from attempting what seemed impossible. Clothes make the man. Thank goodness I listened to the young master. Ling Qingxue thought as she gazed at the luminous steps ahead. But young master, I fear I won't be able to ascend many steps. Should I reveal my true nature now? There was no response, for at that moment, Shen Yun was furrowing his brow as he perused the character information. Daily report. Ling Qingxue is preparing to enter the sacred grounds of Yaoqi. Due to her 9 heavens sacred body, she possesses 9 sources of sacred essence. An unprecedented phenomenon throughout history. After being scrutinized by the powerful of the sacred realm, she is finally allowed to enter. How long is after much scrutiny? Shen Yun pondered, feeling a headache coming on. He had no time to waste. If he exceeded the deadline, a flood of players would swarm the Xian mobile game. And who could guarantee that Luo Hongxi wouldn't be bound by someone else? Qishan, go ahead and give it a try. Shen Yun focused intently on the screen, watching Ling Qingxue approach the steps. I wonder if this will trigger a recharge prompt. The recharge prompt could appear passively when influenced by external factors. But such actions held little significance for players who lacked funds, as it might lead to perilous situations for their characters. As she neared the steps, Ling Qingxue stepped forward boldly. Boom. A powerful pressure enveloped her, forcing Ling Qingxue to bend at the waist as if a mountain were pressing down upon her. It's hopeless. She probably won't even make it past the first step, the two guarding disciples remarked, turning away as they noted her flushed face and the veins bulging on her forehead. The surrounding disciples of the sacred realm also averted their gaze, initially expecting her to possess some unique constitution, only to realize she was merely a pampered young girl. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ling Qingxue's strained waist was gradually rising, for behind her, her affluent young master was silently supporting her. Exclusive offer. Recharge 500, 000, originally 980, 000. Unlocking all the sacred essences within Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body, directly activating her constitution. What is 500, 000? Charge. The voice of excitement echoed, transforming into a chorus that enveloped the Yaoqi sacred grounds. No way. She truly ascended 1,000 steps. The innate sacred body? This was utterly astounding. This was the legendary supreme constitution. All the female disciples of Yaoqi gazed in exhilaration at the soaring Ling Qingxue, proclaiming in this lifetime, "This sister will surely attain enlightenment and ascend to imperial status. Ha! With this sister, we can finally revel." The crowd instinctively altered their address. Given Ling Qingxue's extraordinary talent, her low cultivation mattered little. They observed with delight as numerous ancestors approached, surrounding her with smiles. As an ancestress disciple, her status was elevated significantly. With her presence, as long as she did not falter, even if she could not achieve enlightenment, the prospect of becoming an emperor seemed promising. In this way, the entire Yaoqi was able to attain protection, and naturally, everyone was delighted. "Little girl, I have heard that your surname is Ling. I do not recall any particularly powerful Ling family in the eastern domain," remarked an elder with a warm smile, only to be pushed aside by a nearby crone, who exclaimed, "What more deliberation is needed? This disciple is mine." Surrounded by so many saints, Ling Qingxue, however, merely gazed upwards at the sky, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. "Young master, I have succeeded." In her eyes, the accolades from these individuals paled in comparison to the approval of the young master, which held far greater significance. Quite impressive," Shen Yun exclaimed sincerely. The strength of her constitution was one thing, but to exhibit such prowess on her first attempt showcased the remarkable willpower of Ling Qingxue. "Well then, the next moment is your moment of glory. I shall not intrude." "Are you leaving, young master?" Ling Qingxue's smile faltered slightly, her tone tinged with hesitation. "When will you come to see Qingxue?" The notion of glory truly did not seem paramount to her. She feared that this enigmatic figure, who provided her with profound security, might vanish without a trace. "Rest assured and focus on your cultivation. I shall appear when the time is right." With that, Shen Yun instructed, "By the way, Qingxue, if you come across any items in the sacred land that evoke a sense of familiarity or fondness, do attempt to collect them, regardless of their quality. They will be of use to me." After a busy half-day, he naturally could not forget such an important matter regarding feedback items. The term items of fondness referred to objects capable of reflecting reality. Once a character acquired them, they could be extracted by the player. Items of fondness? Ling Qingxue did not grasp the significance, yet she would not question the young master. "Rest assured, I will search diligently." "Very well, then. Has the young master departed?" Ling Qingxue realized that the gaze upon her had vanished. Collecting her thoughts, she turned to the surrounding saints of Yaoqi. She would first familiarize herself with this place before seeking vengeance against that old hag and the Iron Wolf gang. At 11:30, Shen Yun opened the character binding card in his account backpack and clicked to use it. Ding. Item use successful. The current player may enter the character's general information for easy retrieval. Note: a character bound by a player cannot be bound again by another. Shen Yun glanced at the form before him and entered a series of details. Name: Luo Hongxi. Family coordinates: Eastern Domain, Haishi City, Luo family. Confirm. Information searching. Ding. Target detected in Haishi City, Luo family. Please confirm if the target is bound. As the prompt appeared, the scene belonging to Ling Qingxue minimized to the upper right corner and was automatically muted. The main area of the game projected an image of a small courtyard in the Luo family. Amidst a gentle drizzle, a young girl clad in a green long dress tended to a patch of low-grade spirit herbs in the courtyard. The girl's skin was as delicate as snow, her features strikingly lovely, and her eyes sparkled with vitality, though her expression appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in thought. Unlike Ling Qingxue's well-proportioned figure, Luo Hongxi had a more voluptuous physique, often not seeing her toes when looking down. However, Shen Yun had long since grown accustomed to it. There was little that astonished him. The feeling of reuniting with an old acquaintance was indeed pleasant. Observing the familiar visage of the girl on the screen, Shen Yun raised his hand and pointed. Long time no see, little red bean. Confirming character binding. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have bound your second character, Luo Hongxi. Ding. You are the first player in the entire server to bind a second character, thus earning a permanent half-price card. Effect. For the second character, Luo Hongxi. Purchases and recharge prompts will be permanently half-priced. Oh, this is quite a benefit. Shen Yun was pleasantly surprised. This item would save him a substantial sum. Next, he opened the character information floating above Luo Hongxi's head. Observing her dazed expression, it was likely that her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, was coming to rescind their engagement. Character information refreshes daily with randomly generated content. If there were any dangers, players could allow their characters to evade them in advance. Daily report for Luo Hongxi. Today, an invitation from the Zhang family was received. Young Master Zhang Fenghua will come to discuss the matter of the engagement established in their youth. As the two have never met and possess no emotional foundation, Luo Hongxi feels somewhat confused about her future. However, unbeknownst to the Luo family, Zhang Fenghua, having joined the powerful sect, Wenyangong, was determined to disregard the ancestral agreement between their families and annul the engagement to prevent Luo Hongxi from hindering his promising future. Players relied on daily intelligence to shape their characters into personas such as Old Master or Strategic Deity, thereby devising strategies to enhance their character's favorability. As for daily check-ins, they mostly yielded low-grade spirit stones and pills. In times of real trouble, one still had to rely on recharge, which held little value for Shen Yun at present. While devising strategies was one matter, his desire for revenge had been ignited. Little Popper, long time no see. Since the engagement was rescinded, Zhang Fenghua, having witnessed Luo Hongxi's rise, sought to rekindle their relationship. However, by then, Luo Hongxi had already seen through this opportunist. Not only did this individual fail in his pursuits, but he also instigated the family to pressure the Luo family and later colluded with those bound characters of Shou Chaoqiao to attack the fleeing Luo Hongxi. Regrettably, Luo Hongxi never had the chance to exact revenge on him before her demise. At this moment, a prompt for a game recharge appeared. Special offer. For a mere 59 yuan, half-price card at 29, 5 yuan, one could acquire the personal information of Luo Hongxi, which would be preserved indefinitely. After Shen Yun made the purchase, Luo Hongxi's chibi avatar materialized beneath the projection, standing in line with Ling Qingxue. The avatar gazed vacantly at the heavens, exuding an endearingly silly charm. Shen Yun, anticipating a tempest of emotions, clicked to view the details. Name, Luo Hongxi affiliation, second-tier force. Blackstone City Luo family. Affiliation classification, third tier, second tier, first tier, top tier, super, sacred ancient aristocracy, age, 19 current realm, gathering rotation, third level cultivation inclination, alchemy. Swordsmanship cultivation aptitude, medium quality with spiritual root quality classification, common, inferior, medium, superior, excellent, perfect, innate, royal, divine, sacred, respectable. Imperial. Self-taught profession, alchemy apprentice personal status, lost in thought character synopsis, daughter of the Luo family patriarch. Her grandfather had a deep friendship with the elder of the Zhang family, which led to an arranged engagement. Her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, displayed extraordinary talent from a young age and joined the winning sect early on. This individual, proud and disdainful of marrying someone deemed weak, is about to call off the engagement. The Luo family welcomed the Zhang family, only to be met with a written divorce notice, leaving them humiliated. This matter could have been resolved privately, but Zhang Fenghua's actions were intended to impress a female disciple of substantial background within the winning sect, preventing any ill feelings that might hinder his upward trajectory. The Zhang family arrived with great force, accompanied by an official from the winning sect, leaving the Luo family members with ire they could not express. Only Luo Qinghe, the father, feared for his daughter's reputation and furiously questioned the winning sect official, who effortlessly subdued him with a glance. Subsequently, the Zhang family departed. Such a familiar plot. Shen Yun observed the dazed Luo Hongxi and resolved to reveal the unfolding drama. Pressing the microphone. Ding. Limited time offer. Civilian communication method. Recharge 3 yuan for a discounted price of 5 yuan. Truly, everywhere demands payment. Shen Yun scrolled down and purchased the 324 yuan luxury voice communication version. Stop daydreaming. The Zhang family will annul the engagement. You should seriously consider how to respond. The sudden voice resonated in Luo Hongxi's mind, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Annul the engagement? This revelation inexplicably filled her with joy. Yet she soon furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings. Who are you? How do you know this? Perhaps it is fate that binds us, the enigmatic figure replied. I have deduced that the Zhang family's intention to withdraw from the engagement with your family is not a mere private agreement, but rather common knowledge throughout the city. What? Luo Hongxi's eyes widened, fury igniting within her. The Zhang family intended to publicly annul their engagement with the Luo family? How could the Luo family maintain their dignity in Blackstone City under such circumstances? The betrothal was merely a verbal agreement from the previous generation. It could have been resolved discreetly without resorting to such public disgrace. However, upon further reflection, she began to question the validity of the mysterious figure's claims. Considering the long-standing ties between the Zhang and Luo families, if the Zhang family were to proceed with this course of action, the Luo family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and her own honor would be sullied, an act of blatant disrespect that would shatter their relationship. But her moment of contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a disciple from the Luo family, who rushed in with alarming news. It's bad, Sister Hongxi. Zhang Fenghua has come with an elder from the winning sect to annul the engagement. He actually brought someone from the winning sect? Even Luo Hongxi, with her innocent disposition, understood the implication. The Zhang family feared the Luo family's refusal and sought to apply pressure with the presence of a powerful figure from the winning sect. I have no interest in you, Zhang Fenghua. She seethed, striding purposefully toward the main hall. Yet, the voice of the mysterious figure echoed once more. I advise you to take the initiative, otherwise your father, in his protective fervor, may clash with the elder and suffer severe repercussions. If word spreads that the head of the Luo family acted arrogantly and provoked the winning sect, consider whether the Luo family could still hold its ground in this city. A chill ran down Luo Hongxi's spine. Her father was indeed fiercely protective, and the situation was perilously plausible. With this thought, she slowed her pace and murmured to herself, I beseech you, esteemed elder, to guide me on how to proceed. I shall be eternally grateful afterward. The enigmatic figure, possessing an astute ability for deduction, undoubtedly devised a more comprehensive plan than she could have imagined. Ding. Congratulations to the player for gaining the trust of the character Luo Hongxi. Affection level increased by 20 points. Indeed, merely mentioning her father's predicament garnered automatic belief. Shen Yun chuckled and shook his head. In his previous life, he could not afford to purchase character profiles and was unfamiliar with Luo Hongxi, struggling to earn even 20 points of affection. However, Reborn, he could effortlessly manipulate the situation, clearing his throat. Shen Yun lowered his voice to enhance his credibility. As the female party, you are also a victim of an unforeseen calamity. If you proactively write a letter of divorce to the Zhang family, the steward of the Weiniangong will likely refrain from making things difficult for a young girl like you. In the end, regardless of how the Zhang family chooses to disseminate the news, you can simply assert that you initiated the dissolution of the engagement, thereby preserving the dignity of the Luo family. Of course, the Zhang family, unless foolish, would not publicly trumpet this matter, as it would bring shame upon themselves. Wouldn't tea that resolve the issue? Indeed. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled with realization as she turned and rushed to the study, eager to voice her doubts. Senior, why did Zhang Fenghua act this way? Have we offended him? Shen Yun sipped his goji berry tea and explained, within the Weiniangong, a phoenix has taken a liking to him, yet you, a mere sparrow, are bound by an engagement, thereby obstructing his ascent. Could he disregard the friendship between our families for such a trivial matter? Luo Hongxi silently rejoiced at her fortunate escape from marrying such a superficial individual. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Upon reaching the study, she swiftly spread out a sheet of paper and began to write. In the grand hall of the Luo family, dissolution of engagement? The head of the Luo family, Luo Qingxue, glared icily at the elder from the Zhang family. Does your family truly disregard the bonds between our families? Though phrased as a question, he was acutely aware of the elder's stance. The presence of an elder rather than the head of the Zhang family indicated that the Luo family had fallen from grace in their relationship with the Zhang family. Uncle Luo, do not be angry. Zhang Fenghua, sipping tea, responded with a calm smile. My family will provide compensation for this matter, a 5th-grade low-grade nascent spirit pill, which may assist your family's strong ones in breaking through to the soul-forging realm. For a second-rate family with only a peak of the ocean realm among their strongest, a 5th-grade nascent spirit pill was indeed a noteworthy treasure. However, the expressions of the Luo family members darkened considerably, for this was not how accounts were settled. Yet, with the steward of the Weiniangong seated beside Zhang Fenghua, Who among the Luo family dared to voice their dissent? After placing the pill on the table, Zhang Fenghua ignored the glum expressions around him and retrieved a divorce letter from his bosom, placing it upon the table. Upon seeing the glaring characters declaring divorce letter, Luo Qing's fists clenched, ready to protest, only to find the Winiangong steward's eyes fixed upon him, an unintentional pressure and aura causing his heart to race. However, for the sake of his daughter's reputation and future happiness, he knew he must speak up. Suddenly, a vibrant voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Dissolution of engagement? That suits me perfectly. The crowd turned to see Luo Hongxi boldly entering the hall. It seems that Sister Hongxi understands that a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet. Zhang Fenghua smirked at the success of his scheme. Yet, Luo Hongxi paid him no heed. Instead, she first bowed to the steward of the Winiangong. Junior pays respects to the elder of the Winiangong. Although the elder was unsure of her intentions, the situation was set. And with a respectful gesture from the junior, he softened his expression and nodded slightly. Hongxi. Luo Qinghe, now anxious, furrowed his brow at his daughter. Speaking of dissolution so lightly could profoundly impact her life. However, under the scrutinizing gazes of those present, Luo Hongxi produced another divorce letter from her sleeve, placing it directly atop Zhang Fenghua's letter. Today, this young lady also presents you with a divorce letter. Our engagement is hereby annulled. Silence. The hall fell so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Who could have anticipated that Luo Hongxi would take such a bold step? Yet this undoubtedly brought a sigh of relief to the members of the Luo family, who wished to offer her a resounding thumbs up for her brilliance. If your Zhang family can dissolve the engagement, so too can my Luo family. Observing this, the steward of the Winiangong closed his eyes once more. Finding it better not to intervene in this matter, the maiden had previously offered him a courteous bow, adhering to the principle of courtesy before confrontation. Yet how could Zhang Fenghua allow Luo Hongxi to have her way? If word spread that he had been discarded by a woman, how could he ever show his face upon returning to the Windian sect? Should his beloved senior sister learn of this, all would be lost. Zhang Fenghua suppressed his shifting expressions, picked up the letter of severance from the table, and smiled. Little sister Hongxi truly enjoys jesting. This is but a blank sheet of paper. With those words, the paper fluttered down, its inked characters had been utterly erased. Zhang Fenghua, you go too far. Luo Hongxi could no longer restrain herself, glaring at him with furious indignation. She had intended to minimize the matter, perhaps exchanging letters of severance to preserve mutual dignity. Yet Zhang Fenghua was determined to humiliate the Luo family and her. Above all, knowing this man had exploited her family for his own gain only stoked her fury. My apologies for the disturbance. I take my leave. Having achieved his aim, Zhang Fenghua rose to depart. Young Master Zhang. Luo Qing's voice was icy. But before he could continue, an elder from the Wintian sect interjected, Patriarch Luo, let the younger generation settle their own affairs. This unreasonable demeanor infuriated Luo Qinghe. However, his daughter swiftly intervened, gently shaking her head. Let it be, father. The Luo family could not afford to offend the Winiangong. And with Zhang Fenghua currently in a position of power, his shamelessness posed a significant risk. Should matters escalate, it would only bring harm to the Luo family. But your reputation, what does that matter? I'm not married anyway. Luo Hongxi offered a reassuring smile to her father, yet her eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. As a woman, how could she not care about her own dignity? Yet, what could she do? Ding. Character humiliated. Initiating a face-slapping recharge discount. I have been waiting for this moment. Shen Yun was also agitated. He found Zhang Fenghua's pretentiousness unbearable. Face-slapping special offer. Today as humiliation shall be repaid tomorrow. Recharge 388. Half price. Character's spiritual root elevated to perfection. Cultivation speed dramatically increased. Instant face-slapping gift pack. Recharge 28888. Half price. Activate the character's exceptional sword cultivation talent. Sword heart clarity. Comprehension of swordsmanship rapidly enhances. After recharging, the character will unleash formidable sword intent, attracting the attention of the strongest nearby sword cultivator. And will take on disciples, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Fenghua, who would save face for the new year. Shen Yun promptly purchased the instant face-slapping gift pack and activated his microphone. That brat is genuinely irritating. I find him intolerable. Today, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Huh? Luo Hongxi was somewhat bewildered. What did the senior intend to do? Suddenly, boom. An astonishing sword intent erupted from within her. Luo Qinghe, closest in proximity, was left dumbfounded. His daughter merely enjoyed practicing swordplay and had never exhibited exceptional talent. What is this astonishing sword intent? Luo Hongxi was also bewildered. Only those with exceptionally strong talent among sword cultivators possess the ability to give birth to sword intent within them. This is an exceptional sword training opportunity. And at this moment, she realized that all the sword techniques she had learned previously had converged into perfection. Has my comprehension of swordsmanship improved so significantly? Luo Hongxi stared blankly into the void, her voice trembling slightly. Senior? What on earth happened? How did her innate talent for swordsmanship suddenly become so formidable? Sword intent? Ha ha ha. Excellent. The steward of the Winiangong was overjoyed and swiftly approached Luo Hongxi. As a steward of the sect, he often ventured out in search of disciples with outstanding potential. The woman before him, radiating sword intent, clearly possessed astonishing talent in sword cultivation. Bringing her back to Winiangong would be a monumental achievement. Could it be that she activated her sword intent due to her grievances? The most displeased individuals in the vicinity were undoubtedly from the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Fenghua, whose expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. It would be acceptable if Luo Hongxi's sword cultivation talent were ordinary. However, if her talent were extraordinary, he would regret it deeply. Damn it. The Luo family must have concealed this information. Otherwise, I would have had more options. Zhang Fenghua cast a cold glance at the Luo family members, hoping that Luo Hongxi's aptitude was not exceptional. Luo Hongxi, is it? The steward of Winiangong stroked his beard and chuckled. I am he Yuan. You may call me steward he. Would you be interested in joining Winiangong? He was aware of the recent unpleasantness between the Zhang and Luo families and continued. The matter of the divorce can be discussed privately between the two families. The Zhang family will not disclose anything. How does that sound? Senior, are you there? Luo Hongxi lowered her gaze in contemplation, yet her heart was anxiously calling out, Senior. I do not wish to join Winiangong. Could you assist me? I beg you, Senior. She had observed the steward's attitude and felt no goodwill towards him. However, as the Luo family was merely a small force, she dared not offend him and could only seek help from this mysterious senior. Ding. From the character Luo Hongxi. Admiration has increased, favorability 20. In just a brief moment, Luo Hongxi's favorability had risen to 70 points. This is the joy of spending money. Shen Yun lay back on the sofa and chuckled. Fear not, the sword intent you exude is sufficient for nearby sword cultivators to sense. Someone will come to take you as their disciple. After all, having spent 28,000, it was no discount at 56,000. It was only reasonable to attract a formidable sword cultivator. Sure enough, just as Shen Yun's words fell, a woman clad in a dark robe with flowing white hair appeared within the Luo family hall. This disciple, I shall take. Her cool voice resonated throughout the room with an undeniable authority. Who dares? Yuan exclaimed, suddenly turning around. Upon seeing the woman's frosty countenance, he did not dare to make any extraneous movements, immediately bowing deeply. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Lin Shang of the Tianyin Sword Sect. The mention of Elder Lin Xing from the Tianyin Sword Sect startled Luo Qinghe and the others, who quickly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to Elder Lin. The Tianyin Sword Sect, as an esteemed ancient force among the superpower factions, boasts a long-standing heritage. Particularly, its ranks are filled with sword cultivators, rendering their combat abilities extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, it is rare for superpowers to have saints presiding over them, as their foundation is not on par with that of Holy Lands or supreme ancient families. However, the Tianyin Sword Sect may very well possess a sword cultivator ancestor at the saint level. This illustrates just how formidable the foundation of this sect truly is. Elder Lin Xing of the Heavenly Sword Peak is one of the most formidable elders of the Tianyin Sword Sect, possessing the formidable cultivation of the Heavenly One Realm, with a status that is both exalted and unparalleled in strength. Naturally, those lower-ranked cultivators must pay their respects upon encountering him. Luo Hongxi, as a novice swordsman, had heard tales of Lin Xing's exploits. Upon seeing him in person, she resembled a starry-eyed fan meeting her idol, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Xing, noticing her enthusiasm, responded with a gentle smile. It was evident that this young girl, endowed with a clear sword heart, had already become a disciple of the Tianyin Sword Sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master? What? The crowd was taken aback, astonished at the prospect of directly becoming Lin Xing's disciple. Was Luo Hongxi's talent truly so extraordinary? Not far away, Zhang Fenghua, who was offering his respects, felt a pang of regret. It's all the Luo family's fault for concealing this matter. Otherwise, she would have been mine. He too was a disciple of a powerful faction, yet merely an ordinary one, not a direct disciple of an elder. Although the senior sister who admired him was indeed a disciple of an elder, her master could not possibly be compared to Lin Shang in terms of prestige. This left Zhang Fenghua regretting so profoundly that he wished he could slap himself twice. Had he not been so hasty, the brilliant young woman before him would not only have been his, but he could have also ascended to the esteemed ranks of the Tianyin sword sect through her connection. At this moment, Luo Hongxi was overwhelmed with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. I thought, ahem, it appears that with a master, I have forgotten my true self. Alas, so be it, so be it. These words startled Luo Hongxi, prompting her to plead, Senior, you jest. How could I ever forget your instructions? You are my benefactor. Rest assured, I shall promptly deal with Zhang Fenghua. Her extraordinary talent in swordsmanship was bestowed upon her by this enigmatic mentor, and her earlier excitement was merely a fleeting moment. She then pointed at the awkward Zhang Fenghua head and exclaimed, What are you staring at? Today, I am the one dismissing you. The members of the Luo family were utterly exasperated, wishing they could transform into Luo Hongxi herself and kneel before Senior Lin, offering fervent bows. Lin Sheng expressed mild surprise. Upon learning the circumstances from Luo Qinghe, he gestured for paper and pen, handing them to Luo Hongxi. Write whatever you wish. I shall ensure no one dares to interrupt. Ah, thank you, master. Luo Hongxi rejoiced, eagerly taking the materials and swiftly putting pen to paper. The call of master sounded so natural, filling Lin Sheng's heart with immense joy. It is no wonder she places such importance on Luo Hongxi. In the realm of sword cultivation, the highest tier of talent is the innate sword embryo. One is born into this world destined for the sword, with the sword serving its purpose. The second tier is characterized by a natural sword body and sword bones, excelling in both offensive capabilities and innate qualities. The third tier reveals a clarity of sword heart, marked by an astonishing comprehension of the sword path, although lacking the damage enhancement of the second tier. Its understanding is only slightly inferior to that of sword body and sword bones. The fourth tier consists of exceptionally gifted individuals among sword cultivators. Lin Sheng also possesses a clear sword heart, a rare quality indeed, and thus felt elated to accept a disciple of equal aptitude. Moments later, Luo Hongxi completed the divorce document and tossed it towards Zhang Fenghua, declaring, Take heed. It is I, Luo Hongxi, who has dismissed you. From this point forth, the Luo family and the Zhang family shall have no further entanglements. Since her counterpart had displayed such shamelessness, she chose to boldly confront the situation. Now that she had joined the Tianyin sword sect, she had ample confidence to utter these words. Zhang Fenghua's expression fluctuated between red and white. Returning to the sect would surely cause him to lose face. Yet, he dared not refuse, feigning bitterness as he grasped the flying divorce document, saying, Sister Hongxi, please do not be angry. Alas, I shall come to apologize in the future. No one knew the true reason behind his withdrawal, and such words left room for speculation. Upon returning, he would concoct a sincere excuse to visit, and surely the Luo family and Luo Hongxi's attitude would shift. By then, he would have plenty of ways to make this innocent girl fall in love with him. She is my fiancée. I cannot abandon her. How could Zhang Fenghua bear to give up a fiancée with such potential? Had he known it would come to this, he would have never considered the annulment. But now, lamenting was futile. He could only seek excuses to make amends in the future. There is no need for that. Please leave. Luo Hongxi dismissed him with indifference, turning her back. Elder Lin, Uncle Luo, I take my leave. Zhang Fenghua and his companions departed in disarray. The attendant from the Wenyangong did not linger either, bidding farewell before exiting. Red Shi, Lin Xing gently addressed her, if there is nothing else. Shall we return to the sect? Luo Qinghe, noticing his daughter's reluctance, smiled and said, Elder Lin, please do not take offense. Hongxi seldom ventures far, and may not fully comprehend how wonderful it is at the Tianyin sword sect. I am indeed aware, Luo Hongxi pouted in defiance, genuinely reluctant to part from her family. Lin Xing remained patient, waiting with a smile until she had said her goodbyes before taking her hand and leaping away. Eh? Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, looking at Luo Hongxi, Hongxi, with your perfect with spirit root, how is your cultivation so low? Could it be that your sword cultivation talent was awakened? Luo Hongxi stared at her in confusion. I don't know, perhaps it is. Elder, can you hear me? Luo Hongxi shouted with eager anticipation. Surely, it was the elder silently assisting her from behind. Such a formidable and mysterious power was unheard of by her, and she was greatly intrigued as to why the senior would extend assistance to her. Is this a journey to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Shen Yun had just stepped out to fetch takeout from a 5-star hotel. Having consumed only a slice of bread in the morning, and with the villa being occupied solely by him and his ex-girlfriend, he found himself quite hungry due to the absence of any cooking. Upon his return, He noticed the young girl had a favorable impression of 85 points and had already departed from the Luo family. Thank you, esteemed senior. Luo Hongxi expressed her gratitude, followed by a curious inquiry. What is the reason you mentioned we are fated to meet? Or is there something you require me to do? She understood, well, that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Fate is predestined and ineffably marvelous. Indeed, there are places where your assistance is needed. In the future, if you come across any favorable items, you can help me collect them. Shen Yun elaborated on the concept of items. Favorable items? Luo Hongxi nodded ever so slightly. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I will diligently seek them out. After all, the senior had mentioned that it would be acceptable if she could not acquire items of exceptional quality. Thus, I shall take my leave for now. Luo Hongxi was taken aback. When will you appear again? Had it not been for the senior's intervention, the Luo family would have undoubtedly faced disgrace today, and her reputation would have suffered as well. The abrupt departure of this individual, who had so profoundly impacted her fate, left her feeling a sense of longing. Unbeknownst to her, the senior had left a significant impression on her heart. Do visit when you can, and while you are cultivating. Do not forget to collect items for me. Observing Luo Hongxi's tightly pressed pink lips and her resolute expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was truly endearing in her early stages. She was not merely a pretty face. Luo Hongxi possessed a genuine innocence. However, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was quite perceptive, choosing not to dwell on troublesome thoughts. As she would put it, one can be happy for a day or sad for a day. Why not choose happiness? Nonetheless, after enduring numerous hardships in the later stages, her personality underwent a profound transformation, and the pursuit of happiness became far more complex. Time to eat. Exiting the game, Shen Yun indulged in his takeout while simultaneously browsing the internet for updates. At this moment, online discussions had erupted into a frenzy. As he opened a short video, he could already envision the upcoming trending topics, mirroring those from his past life, all centered around the mobile game Seeking Immortals. Moreover, it was gaining explosive popularity in every corner of the world. Indeed, the video homepage was filled with gaming highlights. Headline news pinned at the top proclaimed, a groundbreaking mobile game, Seeking Immortals, has emerged. In a reality where cultivation materials were scarce, a mobile game that could provide feedback for cultivation items was destined to become humanity's second home. Players had already begun to receive feedback items. Mystics speculated that the realistic game projection technology was undoubtedly developed by the Heavenly Tao to accelerate the rise of cultivators in the real world. Xintian News reported that prior to the game's launch, it could be found on mobile platforms worldwide. In the China region, players had already showcased their preemptive recharge of 10,000 online, presumably among the top 50 wealthy players globally. Leading enterprises from various countries jointly expressed their desire for the game developers to open recharge channels, offering to exchange game currency at a ratio of 1 to 500 or even higher. Love experts highlighted the rising single rates, predicting that cultivating electronic partners would become a future spiritual solace for many. From today onwards, the classification of cultivators in the Chinese region was redefined, eliminating the levels from martial artist to grandmaster, instead adopting the ranks from the game. Workers rejoiced as major conglomerates began recruiting players with exceptional character qualifications, announcing hotlines for registration. The content was overwhelmingly centered around the mobile game Seeking Immortals. Furthermore, videos shared by netizens showcased their respective game characters. Shen Yun casually scrolled through a video featuring a character entering a first-rate faction, garnering over 500,000 likes and comments. Enthusiastic netizen, a first-rate faction? I'm just a lowly scion of a third-rate family, starting off as a young master returning home, only to face humiliation. My initial recharge was 6 Yuan to awaken my character's spiritual root for cultivation, putting my family to shame. But the recharge channels are closed. It's infuriating. Online dating king. I never expected an electronic girlfriend to leave me restless. For her, I will transform into the ultimate devoted admirer, bringing all my sisters from the fish pond to aid her. I wish to be reborn. Who would have thought? I discovered this game last week. It was so popular that players were able to recharge before launch, and I thought it a trash game and blocked it. If given another chance, I would sell my house to recharge. On the island next door, Old Wang, some otaku spent 100,000. Rumor has it he married the daughter of a financial magnate, making headlines across society, almost deified. Are there any high-spending players? I want to flaunt. I am a little fairy. CBDD. Could the big shot add me as a friend? I'm a beauty, and my character is a beauty too. General Chow, only 5 points of favorability? Trash. I have 15. I heard that with 100 points, one can do as they please. Interested in learning? Message me, just to teach the beautiful lady. Thanks. Players' comments varied widely. And aside from complaints regarding the closure of recharge channels, they appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. However, after the game updates at midnight tomorrow, discontent would undoubtedly arise online. Shen Yun merely smiled faintly. For after the update, the beasts from the game would descend upon various mountain ranges, even encroaching upon human cities. Moreover, some shape-shifting beasts would infiltrate human settlements to hunt humans and grow stronger. Fortunately, the initial beasts that descended would not possess great strength, and the lines of hot weapons around the cities would serve as a formidable deterrent. As for within the cities, the authorities would dispatch powerful members of the Demon Subjugation Division to eradicate the beasts. The spiritual energy of Blue Star had revived for 50 years, giving rise to many exceptionally gifted individuals who were recruited by the state to form the Demon Subjugation Division. Initially, they were dedicated to combating various malevolent creatures that had absorbed spiritual energy to gain sentience, as well as those who fancied themselves skilled sorcerers. Later, as the beasts emerged into reality, their role in safeguarding cities became well known. However, the strength of the beast would gradually increase with time, and many would fall prey to them if their cultivation levels were insufficient, especially as Blue Star would expand due to the spiritual energy feedback from the game, leading to a chaotic scenario where cities would fend for themselves. Calm was on the verge of being shattered. Only formidable strength could ensure one's safety. Yet, the arrival of these beasts also presented an opportunity, as many of them were still in their juvenile stages. Capturing a well-endowed beast and forming a binding contract could yield a powerful and loyal ally once it matured. Contemplating this, Shen Yun's eyes narrowed in focus. He recalled that there was a nine-tailed fox near Mount Ame, with ancestral bloodlines suggesting the potential of a demon emperor. This is the list of extraordinary beasts from the Blue Star, compiled after the arrival of the Tianji Tower. The fox spirit, belonging to the celestial fox lineage of an ancient emperor, holds the esteemed position of number 1 on this list. Unfortunately, by that time, the celestial fox had already matured and had taken on a human form, making it nearly impossible to trace its whereabouts in human society. Shen Yun was convinced it was near Ame Mountain, as numerous tourists had reported sightings of the multi-tailed fox that day. Moreover, it possessed a remarkable ability to teleport, a talent that garnered widespread attention, later confirmed by the Tianji Tower as a unique skill of the celestial fox lineage, spatial flickering. Regrettably, I am merely an ordinary person, Shen Yun lamented, shaking his head. A teleporting fox, if it could be easily captured, would have long since found a master in my previous life. After dinner, Shen Yun ascended the stairs, lay on his bed, and opened the game. The interface immediately displayed 2 chibi characters, Luo Hongxi and Ling Qingxue. The former was exploring a chibi version of a sect, clearly assessing her surroundings after just entering the Tianyin Sword sect. The latter held a glowing book, occasionally frowning or appearing lost in thought, propped up on one hand. The game interface was divided into 2 halves, and clicking on either side would project the other's true image. To Shen Yun's delight, he noticed that Ling Qingxue's character had a red number 3 displayed on her storage bag. Good heavens, 3 feedback treasures. His face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the more formidable the character, the stronger the feedback. He had already reaped rewards on the very first day. In his previous life, it had taken Luo Hongxi over half a month to find him a marrow-cleansing elixir. Shen Yun quickly clicked on Ling Qingxue's character, and her cultivation abode materialized on the screen. She had donned a long dress befitting a disciple of the Yaoqi. The dress predominantly shimmered in platinum, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, complemented by the Yaoqi sect's emblem on her chest, which added a sense of gravitas compared to her previous extravagant half-saint attire. Simultaneously, Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body Dao fetus returned a familiar gaze upon her. "Young master, you've arrived?" she exclaimed, joy illuminating her face as she looked towards the void. It seems your treatment is quite favorable. You've begun studying the Emperor's scriptures so soon," Shen Yun remarked, his eyes twitching slightly at the sight of the scripture's cover in her hands. "It appears Yaoqi possesses a discerning eye. Should you face any grievances here, do not hesitate to inform me." The Yaoqi Emperor's scripture. Starting off at such a high level, it would be disingenuous not to feel envious. Yet even if you were to see it, non-feedback items in the game would be obscured. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue was his, and the stronger she became, the greater his benefits. "Your words are truly imposing, young master." Ling Qingxue gazed at the void with sparkling eyes. If Yaoqi lacked discernment, would the young master take action? Such a bold claim. Yet she firmly believed it. Moved, Ling Qingxue whispered softly, I owe my current fortune to you, young master. I am eternally grateful for your kindness. After saying this, she bent her knees, preparing to bow deeply. Ding. Player show off gift pack. Recharge 28. A strand of divine thought prevented Ling Qingxue's character from kneeling and made her unable to be detected by the ancestors of the sacred land, astonishing her with your prowess. Temporarily boosts lower-level players' cultivation. This display of grandeur is optional. Shen Yun smirked, raising his hand to point at the recharge button. Showing off was secondary. He aimed to embody the benevolent spirit and elevate his prestige. However, his hand soon froze in place. Ding. Luxurious show-off gift. Recharge 288. Players can reach into the projection to assist Ling Qingxue. Indeed, the key lies in experiencing the true touch of the fairy. Temporarily boosts the player's cultivation. Warm reminder, the luxurious show-off gift requires the player's favorability to be raised to over 95 points. A 95-point threshold for such an experience? Shen Yun was quite astonished. No wonder raising favorability was so challenging. It concealed the ability to bridge two realms with physical contact. Let's test its effect. He directly purchased the luxurious gift, eager to experience this novel encounter. Ding. Gift pack is being sent. Please reach into the projection. Observing Ling Qingxue about to kneel, Shen Yun tentatively extended his hand into the projection. A miraculous scene unfolded. The camera angle swiftly drew him closer to Ling Qingxue. His hand accurately grasped her arm, which was merely covered by a thin layer of white gauze. The touch was remarkably soft and warm. There was no need for such humility. You possess the aura of an emperor and cannot easily kneel, diminishing your fortune. Ling Qingxue, who listened to the young master, gently bit her pink lip and slowly rose, her face becoming increasingly flushed. This was because the young master's hand was precisely supporting a delicate area beneath her arm. With such an intimate zone being held, and the warmth radiating from his hand, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. After she stood, Shen Yun realized he was holding her in a rather compromising manner. I had mentioned that her physique exudes strength. Why is her arm so soft? Shen Yun became aware of the awkwardness and shifted his hand slightly forward. Now, this felt right. The tone muscle was filled with strength. This game truly is astonishing. He marveled at the feedback. The ability for individuals from two worlds to physically connect was nothing short of miraculous. Ling Qingxue, anxious that her embarrassment might be noticed by the young master, hastily produced 3 items. Young master, I have found 3 items that evoke good feelings. Do you think they are useful? In her hands, 3 items displayed the following prompts. Feedback item, mid-grade treasure, divine essence spirit spring, 500 milliliters. A treasure birthed by heaven and earth. Consuming it significantly enhances one's cultivation aptitude, benefiting physique, spiritual roots, comprehension, and divine soul. 8th grade heart guarding mirror. Automatically protects the master upon being attacked. Includes a counterattack effect. All damage below the law avatar realm is fully reflected. 6th grade heart nurturing flower. A principal ingredient of the 6th grade heart nurturing pill. Directly refining it calms the mind and sharpens focus. Haha, treasures abound. Shen Yun's face radiated joy. The wonders of heaven and earth are categorized into treasures, spirit treasures, supreme treasures, and miraculous spirits. The undying ancient herb is classified as a supreme treasure, while although the divine essence spirit spring's quality is lower, its effects are undoubtedly more potent than high-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. The heart-guarding mirror is also splendid, exactly the defensive item he urgently needs. It could be said that the first 2 items are the most exceptional treasures available. Ahem. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yun cleared his throat. These are indeed fine trinkets. I shall accept them. After speaking, he clicked on the collection buttons for the 3 items, watching as they floated out of the game screen and hovered above his phone. Shen Yun placed the 3 items on his bed. The divine essence spirit spring was contained within a white jade bottle, which, upon opening, released a refreshing mist that enveloped him. Inhaling the aroma, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, his mind cooling as if he had consumed mint. The heart-guarding mirror was palm-sized, strung together with silk. As for the heart-nurturing flower in the jade box, it held little allure for him at the moment. It is useful for the young master. Ling Qingxue smiled gently. I found these 3 items with good feelings at Yaoqi, but I have yet to visit the Sutra Repository and the Alchemy Hall. I shall go search for you shortly. With your capabilities, treasures are certainly not lacking, especially since you have even bestowed upon me Emperor weapons. She believed that it was this good feeling a miraculous aura that the young master truly required. The method of cultivation is profoundly intricate. Though she is curious, she refrains from probing further. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and her focus should solely be on assisting her master in gathering items. There is no need to rush if something cannot be found. Shen Yun understands that haste is futile. Even in her previous life, Luo Hongxi might spend 10 days or more scouring a bustling market without yielding anything substantial. The availability of useful items hinges entirely on luck and opportunity. Thus, acquiring 3 within such a short span is already a satisfying achievement. Then, to carry on with your cultivation, Shen Yun thought, eagerly anticipating the consumption of the divine essence spring. Very well, Ling Qingxue replied. Still wishing to inquire about her doubts regarding the Imperial scriptures, yet recognizing the urgency of her master's matters, she resolved to wait until next time. After concluding the voice call, Shen Yun stepped out of the room in search of a bottle of mineral water, thinking it prudent to dilute the essence slightly. It would be quite embarrassing if his mortal body could not withstand it and resulted in an explosive outcome. As a drop of the divine essence spring mingled with the water, the once transparent liquid transformed into a milky white hue. Shen Yun tilted his head back and took several sips, feeling a warmth coursing through his body without any adverse effects. For safety's sake, he decided to stop after consuming half of the essence, as he noticed dark stains appearing on his skin, reminiscent of the effects of the cleansing elixir. Allowing his body to acclimate, he planned to drink a bit daily, setting the remaining essence aside before heading to the shower. Though he could not yet perceive any enhancement in his aptitude, he certainly noted that his skin had become considerably smoother and more refined. His appearance had notably improved. As he dried his hair and gazed into the mirror, he realized he had grown remarkably handsome. Feeling confident enough to compete for the title of the world's most attractive man, after indulging in a moment of vanity, he donned the 8th-tier heart-guarding mirror around his neck. Just as he was about to place the remaining treasures into the safe, an idea struck him. Although he lacked strength, he possessed the heart-guarding mirror. Thus, he need not fear attacks from beasts while alchemy. The initial tier of beasts was not particularly formidable. At worst, they could not breach his defenses. Perhaps, when he ventured into the mountains, he could use the 6th-tier nourishing heart flower to attract that celestial fox. It was indeed a possibility. After careful consideration, Shen Yun deemed this plant feasible. That creature possessed the bloodline of an emperor. Once he secured it as an ally, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable asset. Both in the early and later stages, Alchemy Mountain was not far off, and with a high-speed train, he could arrive by the afternoon. Hastily, he booked a ticket and began packing his belongings. The game update was scheduled for midnight the following evening, so the earlier he arrived, the better prepared he would be. After donning his climbing attire, he filled his backpack with the nourishing heart flower, 2 bottles of diluted essence, 2 power banks, some provisions, and a trusty self-defense dagger. He figured he could address any missing items upon reaching Alchemy Mountain. Once everything was in order, Shen Yun descended to hail a ride to the train station. The parking lot was filled with vehicles, but he preferred the convenience of a ride over driving himself for such a long journey. As he entered the station, he noticed that the spacious waiting area was filled with passengers, all of whom were engrossed in their devices, heads tilted upward. Players could not see each other's game projections, and even their phones displayed only the title of the game. Furthermore, when conversing with characters, the system would automatically adjust to a mental transmission mode, ensuring high confidentiality. However, few could afford to engage in voice chats. Most relied on the system's automated responses. Finding an empty seat, Shen Yun settled in, waiting for the train. Nearby, an elderly gentleman excitedly pounded his thighs, exclaiming, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Well said. What a pity the recharge channel has closed. Otherwise, I would surely invest my retirement funds into your endeavors. The young man beside him responded with a hint of exasperation. Old man, are you not aware you have a heart condition? After playing for so long, it might be wise to take a break. Acquiring feedback items is not so easy. It would be better to practice the 5 animal play to strengthen your body. You know nothing. The elder adjusted his spectacles. Once your affinity rises, feedback items will follow. Besides, this game is the trend of the times. As long as you stand firm and persist, there will undoubtedly be bountiful rewards. It's a shame that you, being young, only understand martial arts, such a brutish mindset. With a suppressed smile, Shen Yun retrieved his phone and opened the game. He spotted the Q version of Luo Hongxi idly daydreaming in a plaza. He tapped on the screen, and it gradually became more lifelike. At that moment, she was sitting before a massive stone tablet inscribed with the character for sword. accompanied by over 10 disciples of the Tianyin sword sect, seemingly immersed in contemplation. Ding. Limited time discount on Heart Voice. Recharge 8 Yuan, now half price, for a limited time to hear the character's inner thoughts, thereby accelerating the enhancement of affinity. Is she not in deep contemplation? Observing Luo Hongxi's dazed expression, Shen Yun clicked to recharge, and a line of text appeared above her head. My master is truly something. He has me sitting here pondering. How utterly dull. I still need to find treasures for my seniors. I wonder when this will end. Given her scattered thoughts, it was evident she could not focus on her cultivation. Despite her apparent neglect of her aptitude, Shen Yun felt a twinge of concern for her. Just as he was about to remind her to concentrate on her practice, another recharge prompt appeared. Ding. Insight Recharge Special. Recharge 468, now half price, to enhance insight and comprehend a set of 9th-tier sword techniques left by predecessors on the tablet. Insight Explosion Special. Recharge 2688, now half price, for a temporary boost in insight, allowing comprehension of a unique technique from the Tianyin sword saint. Show these sword cultivators what it means to be a sword genius. Luxury Player Exclusive. Recharge 39,888, now half price, to forcefully enhance insight. Comprehend the Imperial level sword scripture hidden within the stone tablet, the Reincarnation Sword Canon. Recharge to receive a minor feedback on character insight. The Imperial scripture? Forget that. Shen Yun clicked to recharge, but then reconsidered. This might lower my prestige a bit. I need to add some flair. Did I not instruct you to cultivate diligently? Why are you in a daze? The voice that suddenly echoed in her mind caused Luo Hongxi, lost in thought, to shudder. Her face lighting up with surprise. Senior has arrived. However, sensing the reprimanding tone in his words regarding her wasted opportunity for cultivation, she lowered her head in slight embarrassment. I realized my mistake. She understood the significance of the sword tablet. A treasured legacy brought back by the ancestors of the Tianyin sword sect through great sacrifice. Only 15 disciples each year earned the privilege to comprehend its wisdom. But given how much the senior had assisted her, Luo Hongxi simply wished to help him find items that would enhance their affinity, not intentionally neglect her training. Are you feeling wronged? Shen Yun smiled. Is it because you wish to aid this young master in gathering items that you cannot calm your mind? Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxi's previously downcast expression brightened as if the clouds had parted. The senior recognized her intentions. Feeling a touch shy, she nodded. Yes. I wish to assist you as soon as possible. Very well, considering your pure heart, I shall grant you another fortuitous opportunity. A resonant vibration echoed from Luo Hongxi's consciousness. She was astonished to discover that the stone tablet, marred with numerous sword scars, seemed to be etched with pulsating sword-shaped symbols. Each symbol exuded a purple mist, accompanied by a fierce sword aura that rippled through the air, creating an almost surreal spectacle. Some of the more powerful sword symbols radiated an aura strong enough to extinguish the surrounding space, creating an extraordinary sight. Focus your mind and perceive. There is no need to rush regarding the items. The gentle voice of the elder resonated once more, yet the eyes of Luo Hongxi gradually filled with tears. Thank you, Senior. The elder not only bore no resentment towards her, but also bestowed upon her the profound insights of swordsmanship, nurturing her with the same care as her father. However, as a mere junior cultivator, how could she possibly deserve such a fortune? Even if the ancestral grave of the Luo family were to erupt in smoke, it was unlikely they could attract such a broad-minded, spring-like sage from the outside world. Yet, at this moment, the blessings bestowed upon her by the elder compelled Luo Hongxi to suppress her overwhelming gratitude and focus intently on the agile sword-shaped symbols dancing upon the stone tablet. Unbeknownst to her, as the sword tablet emanated a powerful sword intent, the disciples of the sword sect surrounding her fell into disarray. They opened their eyes in unison, astonished, gazing at the stone tablet ahead. What an astonishing sword intent. It even makes my sword heart tremble. Such a captivating sword intent. Surely the insights achieved must be of the sacred tier. Who could it be? As they scanned the surroundings, they discovered a young woman at the back of the crowd, clad in a flowing azure dress, radiating an aura identical to that of the stone tablet. At that moment, the girl's eyes were unfocused, as if she were lost in a trance, clearly in a state of enlightenment. Is it her? She isn't wearing the sect's disciple robes, nor does she bear any insignia of other factions. Who is she? Only at the gathering rotation realm. This comprehension is utterly extraordinary. Suddenly, a voice, ancient yet tinged with suppressed excitement, resonated in their ears. Calm your minds. If you can grasp the sword intent from the stone tablet, it shall be your fortune too. At the sound of this voice, the crowd's pupils contracted, and they turned abruptly to see an elderly man in plain garb standing silently before the stone tablet. Hiss. The sword saint ancestor has emerged from seclusion. The faces of the disciples were alight with exhilaration, simultaneously realizing that the young girl behind them had likely comprehended an extraordinary sword classic, as they caught glimpses of radiant light silently converging from all corners of the sect. Their conviction deepened. Even the elders from each peak have come. Perhaps I too might gain something. All disciples fixated on the potent sword intent emanating from the stone tablet, eager to glean insights from it. Ancestor, including the sect leader, all the powerful figures of the sect stood behind Luo Hongxi, bowing respectfully towards the elder sword saint. The sword saint, Zonghing, was a living relic of the heavenly transformation sword sect and the most formidable sword cultivator. Everyone, please take your seats and do not disturb her. Zonghing gazed at Luo Hongxi with a sense of awe. Her mere clarity of sword heart allows her to comprehend a sword classic that even I find astonishing. Indeed, the profundity of the sword path cannot be confined by human effort. The sword tablet continued to radiate a formidable sword intent, and no one knew what insights this young girl had attained, for even he felt unfamiliar with the aura emanating from the stone tablet. It is evident that this is not the sword classic possessed by the Tianyin sword sect, yet it is undoubtedly extraordinary. The sword selects its wielder, just as the wielder selects the sword. Lin Sheng, you have indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. The elder cast a glance at the elder Lin Sheng amidst the crowd, who was seated in meditation, attentively perceiving the fluctuations of energy emanating from the stone tablet. After bowing in respect, Lin Sheng, upon taking her seat, directed her gaze towards Luo Hongxi, filled with astonishment and curiosity. To be honest, she had been observing this new disciple in silence. However, it amused her to see that this girl, far from being immersed in enlightenment, seemed restless as if ants were crawling all over her. Yet, concerned about disturbing her senior brothers and sisters nearby, she merely squirmed to alleviate her discomfort. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the girl entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the sword classic. Moreover, it was a classic capable of stirring the sword saint ancestor. One can only say that the fortuitous encounter is beyond words. At this moment, within the forbidden grounds of the sword sect, silence reigned. Although there were hundreds seated, every individual held their breath to the utmost, fearful of disturbing the young girl in her path to enlightenment. As time passed, the sword intent emanating from the sword steel grew increasingly astonishing, subtly surpassing the expectations of the sword saint and the other formidable figures. Among the 10 sacred sword classics of the sword sect, none have ever exhibited such breathtaking sword intent. Zonghing's eyes were filled with a blend of astonishment and suspicion. Years ago, he had gleaned a top-tier sacred sword classic from the ancient sword steel. Years have passed, yet the feelings from that time remain vividly etched in his memory. However, compared to the aura emanating from the stone tablet before him, it pales in significance. Even a formidable being of the sacred realm like him felt a tremor of apprehension. Could it be the legendary sword scripture of the great sage? Lin Shen and the others gazed with excitement at the slight quiver of the young girl in front of them. A sword scripture of such caliber. If this girl were to possess such an opportunity, her future achievements would likely eclipse even those of the ancestor, who once roamed with unparalleled might. Suddenly, the sword sect experts, casting their eyes towards Luo Hongxi, widened their eyes in astonishment. They beheld her petite form radiating an intense purple aura. The phrase purple chi from the east echoed in their minds as all present turned their gaze towards the sword tablet in shock. Could it be? In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The sword tablet unleashed an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The rich purple energy surged forth from the tablet, transforming into an ancient and ethereal scripture. What is this? All present were taken aback, their scalps tingling as they stared at the mesmerizing sword scripture. When their eyes met those of the ancestor, the shock they shared was beyond words. The Emperor's sword scripture. As the ethereal scripture slowly revealed itself from the stone tablet, a breathtaking sword intent radiated from it, sweeping across the cosmos in an instant. A powerful gust of wind surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Tianyin sword sect. In that moment, every disciple felt the terrifying sword intent, their swords trembling in mournful resonance. A symphony of 1,000 swords. What a fearsome sword intent. This was the forbidden ground of the back mountain. Could it be that the ancestor had emerged from seclusion? Everyone looked up at the sect's forbidden area. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy soared into the sky for 30,000 miles. Within the purple haze, a majestic figure of a celestial being stood, wielding a sword and gazing upon the world. Just a single glance silenced all the mournful swords, as if they were paying homage to the sovereign of swords. At that moment, A powerful and impassioned roar reverberated throughout the Tianyin sword sect. The sword cultivator Zongheng has arrived. Bow before the reincarnation sword emperor. Gasped. That is, the reincarnation sword emperor. The eyes of the sword cultivators widened in shock, their hairs standing on end. Then, filled with excitement, their faces flushed crimson as they shouted in unison. The emperor. We pay our respects to the emperor. Some could hardly contain their overwhelming joy and wept tears of ecstasy. As sword cultivators, it is only natural to revere the sword emperor. Yet, if one were to ponder which sword emperor throughout history is most revered by sword cultivators, it would undoubtedly be the reincarnation sword emperor, unparalleled in the path of the sword. 300,000 years ago, at the tender age of 300, the reincarnation sword emperor ascended to the threshold of the emperor realm, overpowering numerous prodigies of his generation, and reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. After 5 centuries of secluded cultivation, he defied the heavens, successfully breaking the seal of the former emperor's path to ascension, and proclaimed his own emperor status. A century later, when the evil tribes from beyond the realm invaded, the reincarnation sword emperor led the powerful beings of the Xiantian continent to forge the ancient city of evil and rise in rebellion. The battle was extraordinarily brutal, with countless formidable beings from the continent suffering grievous losses. The emperor, having sacrificed his essence to vanquish an extraterrestrial sovereign, was left with profound injuries to his path. Fortunately, the malevolent forces from beyond the realm crumbled entirely, all being mercilessly exterminated. However, just as the war was poised to conclude and the survivors sought to recuperate, turmoil erupted in the Forbidden Zones. The supreme beings of various factions commenced a ruthless hunt for the blood of the fallen warriors on the battlefield. Yearning to absorb their imperial essence, they conspired to jointly slay the reincarnation sword emperor and divide his power, intending to perform a blood sacrifice to prolong their own lifespans. Ultimately, the sword emperor expended his entire imperial essence in a desperate final stand, annihilating 10 supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones. Yet, this confrontation drained his lifespan, leaving his imperial blood desiccated and his essence exhausted, leading to the obliteration of his very soul. In the end, his corporeal form merged with the cosmos, resulting in his demise, with no opportunity for rebirth or reincarnation. His life mirrored the essence of his renowned technique, the reincarnation sword, which defied the cycle of reincarnation. Nevertheless, the sword cultivators recognized that the reincarnation sword emperor harbored a glimmer of hope for survival. However, he chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the populace, ensuring that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones would pay a heavy price in blood. The unparalleled accolades for his swordsmanship have since been immortalized by posterity. Now, witnessing such an awe-inspiring figure of historical significance, how could the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect not be stirred? Yet, the spectral image of the emperor existed for merely a fleeting moment before dissipating along with the vast purple aura, leaving the assembled cultivators in stunned silence. In the secluded area of the sword sect's rear mountain, as the ethereal scriptures of the reincarnation sword canon flowed into Luo Hongxi's mind, she regained her composure. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself the center of attention, with a multitude of men, women, and children staring intently at her, prompting her to awkwardly rise and prepare to bow. I apologize for the intrusion. Haha, no worries, Zongheng remarked with a smile, gesturing lightly to reassure her. He was exceedingly thrilled that the sect had welcomed such an extraordinary talent. This is indeed the Imperial scripture, the most vital resource on the path to enlightenment. Perhaps our sword sect could also produce a figure of great imperial stature. Once Master Ling Qingxue elucidated the matter to Luo Hongxi, she realized the astonishing fortune she had received. The young girl immediately thought of her senior and was overwhelmed with gratitude. Senior, your kindness towards me is beyond my ability to repay. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have earned the gratitude of the character Luo Hongxi, and her affection level has risen to 100 points. The chance of obtaining feedback items from the character has increased. Indeed, it is the heartfelt connections that retain one's loyalty. At that moment, Shen Yun was already seated on the high-speed train, his face beaming with delight at the notification. It truly is exhilarating to possess wealth. Within just 2 character launches, both had reached their maximum affection. He pressed the microphone. Assisting this young master in acquiring items shall suffice as repayment. Understood. Rest assured. Senior. Suddenly Luo Hongxi raised her delicate brows. Isn't Senior an elder? She had always envisioned this Senior as a reclusive sage, not realizing he was a young gentleman. Certainly not, Shen Yun replied candidly, having previously introduced himself as such to Ling Qingxue. So senior is indeed a young man. Luo Hongxi bit her soft lip lightly. And a thought crossed her mind, her gaze momentarily shy as she lowered her head. The young master treats me so well. Could it be? She felt her humble background made the young gentleman's kindness seem extraordinary. Yet she could not help but feel there was some affinity. I wonder when I will see the young master again. What am I thinking? She quickly dismissed her thoughts, only to hear the Sword Saint ancestor's warm voice. Luo Hongxi, would you be willing to become the sword head disciple of our Tian sword sect? The position of sword head surpasses that of an elder and would greatly benefit your cultivation. What do you say? Sword head. Luo Hongxi shook her head repeatedly. With her limited cultivation, how could she dare to assume such a prominent role? Master, I am dull-witted and fear I may not be competent for the position of sword head. If you are dull, then we might as well end it here. Zongheng replied with a twitching smile, quickly adding, you have comprehended the Imperial level sword classic. If you were merely an ordinary disciple, it would only invite ridicule upon our sect. Fear not, simply treat it as you would with any regular disciple, beside them. Master Lin Sheng also communicated telepathically to persuade her. Do not worry, Hongxi, this will be beneficial for your cultivation path. In the future, should you require anything for your training, you may directly access the sect's treasury. Ordinary disciples, even those personally taught by elders, often need to venture out to seek cultivation resources, as sword head. You can simply request it, making things quite convenient. She too believed her disciple had the potential of an imperial figure. The advantages of being sword head should not be missed. I can freely take treasures? While she might not have cared for much else, this particular aspect thrilled Luo Hongxi. A smile blooming on her cheeks. Very well. I shall head to the treasury now. She was eager to find treasures for the young master. Ha ha ha. Her endearing demeanor elicited knowing smiles from those around her. Indeed, this girl was a cultivator from a small place, naturally curious about high-tier treasures. After confirming her position as sword head, everyone departed in their directions. The old sword saint and Lin Qingxue escorted Luo Hongxi to the sect's treasury. The entire treasury was divided into 9 levels, ranging from common quality to sacred grade. Luo Hongxi was dazzled by the array of treasures, yet her selection method resembled a casual shopping spree. She would glance at everything without pausing to linger. Zongheng and Lin Sheng did not inquire about her desires, allowing her to select the artifacts that caught her fancy. This treatment is indeed remarkable, Shen Yun mused, reflecting on how in her previous life Luo Hongxi had only joined a small sect, where she had to strive for her own cultivation resources. Now, she had access to the resources of a superpower, fully displaying the advantages of her rebirth. I wonder what feedback items I might obtain. Shen Yun awaited eagerly. Unfortunately, after perusing the first level, Luo Hongxi found not a single treasure. Just as she was about to ascend to the second level, she suddenly turned her gaze towards 3 sword sect disciples entering the treasury. One of them held a silver-colored small cone, which struck her with a strong sense of affinity. Is this a goodwill item? The 3 disciples greeted the old ancestor and Elder Lin before addressing her. We pay our respects to sword head. Approaching them, Luo Hongxi shyly pointed at the small cone. Sister, could you give me that artifact you were holding? I could trade it for something. No need for a trade. The female disciple smiled as she handed the cone to her. Sword head may take it. I have no use for this 3rd-tier mechanism cone and was just about to exchange it. Ah, it's only 3rd tier. After receiving it, Luo Hongxi confirmed that she felt a deep affinity for this artifact. Yet, she thought the quality was rather low. Considering the young master had either awakened her sword talent or helped her comprehend the Imperial sword classic, how could she repay him with such a trivial item? Luo Hongxi felt utterly inadequate, and the joy of finding a treasure dissipated. It's only 3rd tier. How could the young master possibly find it useful? She completely forgot Shen Yun's previous statement that any quality would suffice. Regrettably, Shen Yun had provided her with treasures of such high caliber that she mistakenly believed only items of superior quality could be deemed a proper repayment. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. Her head lowered. Tears began to well in her eyes. I am sorry, young master. I am useless, and I could only find this. Did I not say that low-tier items are also useful to me? Shen Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. The young lady mistook it for mere refuse, while to him, it was a treasure. Enough, you've become the sword's tip. Crying is rather undignified. Just place it in your storage pouch. I am aware, my lord. There is no need for consolation. Following his suggestion, Luo Hongxi stowed away the magical artifact, taking a deep breath, her expression returning to its usual composure as she lifted her gaze. The request from the young master appeared exceedingly peculiar to her. undoubtedly concealing secrets unknown to others. And she was determined not to let anyone perceive this. Meanwhile, Shen Yun examined the item's details. Usable item, third-grade medium-quality soul-breaking mechanism needle. When activated, it automatically releases a spirit needle infused with gathered spiritual energy, inflicting significant damage to the soul. Note: the soul-breaking mechanism needle can autonomously absorb natural spiritual energy for charging or be replenished with spirit stones. What a marvel! It could function as an infinite pistol. Shen Yun felt quite pleased with this artifact, capable of both offensive action and automatic ammunition replenishment. Thus, one need not passively endure the backlash of the heart-guarding mirror. Given the presence of numerous individuals around him, he refrained from hastily retrieving it, as it could be accessed at any moment from his character's inventory. A gentle reminder: the train to Ame, number 749, is now boarding. With that, Shen Yun shouldered his backpack and exited the restroom. Meanwhile, in the game, Luo Hongxi returned to the treasury, continuing her search on the second floor. However, upon disembarking at Ame, she still had not located the second feedback item. Shen Yun had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Acquiring 4 feedback items at the onset was already quite advantageous. First, I shall take a taxi to a hotel near Ame Mountain to settle in. He pondered silently as he joined the flow of people exiting the high-speed rail station. Then, I will procure a map of the scenic area to familiarize myself. Once the night deepens tomorrow, he plans to venture into the mountains and await the game update at midnight to commence his search for the nine-tailed fox. Early the following morning, Shen Yun departed from the hotel to scout Ame Mountain. To conserve his energy, he paused upon discovering a suitable path into the mountains, waiting for nightfall to descend. Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi were engrossed in their training. Seeing they were occupied, Shen Yun decided to browse the internet for news. Given the moderate elevation of the location, many tourists lingered nearby, engaging in conversation. I heard a disciple from the Ame sect has bound themselves to a practitioner of the sacred land, quite formidable indeed. They were directly recruited by the officials. I wonder if Ame is still accepting disciples. I plan to try my luck and find a powerful ally. Does that imply your character possesses exceptional qualities? Ame is not a sect that just anyone can join. Indeed, a disciple of the sacred land. If one can enhance their favorability, players could have their characters train alongside official members and soar to great heights. I wonder if we might encounter that elusive fox today. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, anything bizarre could transpire. Indeed, just the other day, a family in our town was entirely possessed by a monster. In the end, the monster perished, leaving only the skin of that family behind. Quite eerie indeed. The invisible fox. Shen Yun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this fox is not a descended beast but rather a native creature? He hastened towards the nearby man who had been speaking. Excuse me, sir. Could you elaborate on the invisible fox you mentioned? I find this topic exceedingly intriguing. The balding gentleman, upon noticing Shen Yun's striking appearance and exceptional demeanor, smiled and explained. I heard from a friend during my last visit here that he encountered a fox on the hillside that could suddenly vanish. He even recorded a video, though the footage is quite blurry. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and played the clip. Look, this is the white figure. It even seems to have 2 tails. Others doubted and claimed it was just a white pheasant or some other bird. If it weren't for my close relationship with that friend, I might not have believed it either. Shen Yun squinted at the indistinct image. Indeed, at first glance, it did not resemble a fox. Due to the lighting, surrounding branches, and the presence of multiple tails, it appeared more like a bird with exceptionally long tail feathers. However, it vanished upon entering the woods, as if it had instantaneously cloaked itself. Shen Yun pondered that this so-called invisibility was likely a result of the fox spirit's sudden appearance and disappearance. The entity captured in the video could very well be the fabled 9-tailed celestial fox. There's quite a crowd around, Shen Yun remarked after watching the video. Scanning the throng of people nearby, he resolved to ascend the mountain and find a secluded spot to enter the woods. The early appearance of the celestial fox indeed took him by surprise. However, this might work to his advantage if he waited until midnight for the beast to descend. Drawing out the heart-nourishing flower would surely attract numerous monsters. As it stood, this approach could minimize unnecessary troubles. After more than half an hour, Shen Yun found himself on a mountain path devoid of others and swiftly stepped onto a small forest trail. The path was overgrown with weeds and obstructed by branches. He needed to locate a discreet place to extract the heart-nourishing flower and attempt to lure the celestial fox. After some time, he discovered a suitable location and gently opened the jade box containing the spiritual herb. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. Animals that had attained a measure of intelligence undoubtedly possessed keen senses. He simply had to wait. Sitting on the ground, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a few sips from the spiritual spring, and instantly felt invigorated, his fatigue swept away. This substance was remarkably effective for replenishing energy. Should the fox also teleport? It would be quite embarrassing if it were to be stolen, he thought, quickly tucking the jade box into his embrace. He also retrieved the unique mechanism needle from the game and secured it to his waist, preparing for any potential confrontation. Having completed these preparations, he settled in to await the fox. As night deepened, the mountains fell into silence, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind. The cool, pale moonlight enveloped the tranquil mountains, adding an air of mystery. Around 8 o'clock, Shen Yun scanned the quiet forest. If it did not appear soon, he would have to wait until midnight. After spending the afternoon here, not a single monster had approached. Only a few mischievous monkeys had tossed stones at him, promptly learning their lesson from the rebounding effect of the protective heart mirror. Feeling an urge to relieve himself, Shen Yun returned to his previous spot. Having consumed more water than usual, he had created quite a pit beneath the trees. Suddenly, he shivered, nearly losing his footing, as he spotted a snow-white fox emanating a faint silvery glow, curiously observing him from a nearby tree. Its gaze was clear and devoid of malice, as if intrigued by the medicinal fragrance that surrounded him. What captured Shen Yun's attention was the fox's gently swaying tails, 2 of them. Finally, I've waited long enough, Shen Yun thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He shook himself to dispel his nerves. I adore your adorably foolish expression. He reached into his bosom, plucking a petal from the heart-nourishing flower and beckoning the fox. Come here, little one. This is for you. As the petal was torn, glistening juice oozed from the split, and the fragrance intensified. Coupled with the flower's exquisite quality, which naturally emitted a misty aura, it appeared utterly enchanting. This should surely mesmerize the little creature, Shen Yun noted as he observed the fox's tail wagging with increasing fervor, indicating its interest. Yet, at that very moment, he noticed a silent gray streak shooting toward the fox's back. Is someone attempting to capture it? Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. After waiting so long without encountering formidable beasts, it could only be other humans. Before he could utter a warning to enhance his standing, the white fox vanished in an instant. Damn it, he muttered. In a hushed tone, 2 figures rushed from the nearby thicket. Upon spotting Shen Yun beneath the tree, their expressions momentarily faltered. The leader, a bald man clad in tactical gear, squinted at Shen Yun's glowing chest and smiled faintly. So this fox has run so far because it caught the scent of the treasure you possess, little brother. Looks like we've crossed paths with a fellow hunter, remarked the woman beside him, her gaze filled with caution. They had been dispatched by their employer to capture the sentient white fox, and now this young man was enticing it with his fragrant treasure. Both parties clearly shared the same objective. The bald man, sharp-eyed, noticed Shen Yun's hand moving toward his waist, where he grasped a specially crafted gray pistol aimed at him. Don't move. Hand over the treasure you hold. Before he could finish, a sinister smile crept across his face as he pulled the trigger. I don't enjoy following the usual interrogation tactics. After all, they intended to seize the treasure anyway. Why waste time with pleasantries? With this unexpected maneuver, he had enjoyed considerable success in the past. Whoosh! A dark gray bullet shot from the barrel, completely silent, hurtling towards Shen Yun like lightning. However, to the bald man's astonishment, Shen Yun's face bore no trace of despair. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. Not good, he thought, just as a resonant hum echoed from Shen Yun's body. The protective heart mirror automatically shielded its master, rebounding the peculiar gray bullet back toward the bald man's fleeing figure. Thud! The bullet penetrated his skull, killing him instantly. Defense treasure? The woman beside him was struck with terror. A person possessing a defensive treasure who could also successfully lure the white fox? They had encountered a formidable opponent. Not daring to linger, she propelled herself forward with the agility of a cheetah. You think you can escape? Shen Yun would not allow her such an opportunity. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he pressed the button on the spirit-breaking mechanism needle. Swish! 2 spirit energy silver needles sliced through the air, swiftly striking the woman in the back. In that instant, she felt as though her brain's nerves had been violently severed, causing her to scream in agony. Ah! Her piercing cries echoed through the mountains. In mere moments, the woman, writhing in pain with blood streaming from her orifices, fell silent. Not adhering to conventional methods? Too bad my trump card is rather formidable. Shen Yun, maintaining a cold demeanor, administered another dose to the 2 corpses. After confirming their law should one be marked and approached, it would indeed be troublesome. Regrettably, having frightened away the white fox, he cast a wistful glance around, finding no trace of it. The vigilance of animals is exceptionally high, and especially so for such an intelligent mythical beast. Encountering danger would surely have engraved his presence in its memory. Even with the allure of the heart-nurturing flower, it likely would not dare to return. Yet, as Shen Yun turned to depart, a fleeting glimpse of white in his peripheral vision filled him with joy. Still here, there stood the snow-white fox. Cautiously observing him from behind the tree where it had previously urinated, its expression one of wariness, even sniffing the urine stains at the tree's base. Is it drawn by my, divine essence spring? Don't lick that. Seeing its inclination to taste, Shen Yun quickly retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water from his bag, donning a warm and inviting smile. Here, I have something for you. Drink this. As the white fox cautiously approached, Shen Yun silently praised himself for maintaining composure. It seems to recognize that I aided it against its pursuers. He poured a small capful of the spiritual spring onto the ground. Do you like this? I have plenty more. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. The intelligent fox, observing his actions as he placed the silvery cone into his backpack, finally drew near to lap at the cap. Once it had finished, Shen Yun seated himself and poured another cup. Take your time. I have more than enough. Today, consider it a treat. Others do not possess such treasures as I do. As he spoke, he placed a leaf from the heart-nurturing flower beside the cap. The fox, swift in its actions, leapt up to inspect him with its adorable wide eyes before lowering its head to nibble on the flower's leaf, occasionally sipping from the spring water, clearly relishing the feast. Under the relentless onslaught of culinary delights, the fox gradually lowered its guard. Though it initially resisted Shen Yun's gentle caresses along its back, it soon grew accustomed to the affection. Indeed, my treasure-hunting strategy was not in vain. With a smile gracing his lips, Shen Yun tenderly stroked the fox's sleek fur. In his past life, he had never captured a mythical beast, as at the onset of their arrival. He had merely been an ordinary person too timid to venture into the mountains. Even if available in the black market, wealth alone would not suffice. By the time he had gained some strength, the mythical beasts had also grown mightier. Who would dare to enter freely then? Though he had not captured a companion, he had perused numerous strategies online, wherein high-quality spiritual materials were most effective in alleviating a mythical beast's wariness. With the heart-nurturing flower of the 6th tier and the diluted divine essence spring in his grasp, he was certain he could win over this white fox. Indeed. As the fox finished its meal, Shen Yun gently cradled it in his arms, and the little creature merely squirmed slightly without protest. It is time to form a contract. He inhaled deeply. The process for signing the contract was simple. One merely needed to imprint their blood on their phone while reciting the incantation, and the contract formation array would activate automatically. Reaching into his pocket for a dagger, Shen Yun sliced his finger and pressed the bloody digit onto the phone screen. Initiate the mythical beast contract. Among them are numerous demon beast offspring with varying qualifications, which players can capture and contract. In addition to the descent of these mystical creatures, the game continuously provides spiritual energy, ameliorating the thin spiritual environment of Blue Star and enhancing the cultivation conditions for players. The updates bring mixed blessings to the players, yet in due time, all will discern that the so-called spiritual energy feedback, which purportedly strengthens the cultivation environment, is, in fact, accelerating the evolution of a brutal law of the jungle. The announcement bears little difference from previous iterations. As Shen Yun closed it, a recharge prompt materialized. Ding. Detected that the player possesses a contracted demon beast. Recharge 68 Yuan to obtain detailed information. Truly, it is a case of balancing reality and gaming. Shen Yun promptly clicked to recharge. 68 Yuan was a mere trifle. Upon completing the transaction, a chibi fox avatar appeared on the interface, drowsily nestled behind Luo Hongxi. Beside it, detailed information was displayed. Demon beast offspring, 9-tailed demon fox species, celestial fox clan gender, female current realm, late stage of 2nd tier. Gathering rotation 8-fold heaven, freely adjustable, innate abilities, spatial flicker, spiritual fox healing inherent capabilities, alteration of size and form note. As strength increases, the effects of innate abilities are enhanced. For instance, at its peak, spatial flicker could traverse the river of time in a single step, and spiritual fox healing could resurrect the dead. Characteristics: possesses innate abilities. A breakthrough in a major realm unlocks a new one. Status: refining internal energy. Demon Beast synopsis: awakened spiritual wisdom in Tianshan 3 years ago and has grown ever since. It is a succinct introduction. Yet the capabilities of the white fox are indeed formidable. The first two innate abilities are exceedingly practical, and it is reasonable to assume that those awakened later will not disappoint. With its late-stage second-tier strength, it qualifies as a powerful entity in the current environment. Starting with evasion and healing, no wonder no one could catch it early on. Just as Shen Yun closed the white fox's information, a notification popped up. Friendly reminder, the fox offspring will transform upon breaking through major realms. Players should prepare their attire accordingly. Urban Special, Chanel Ensemble for 2688. An exquisite fox immortal look that won't go unnoticed. Special offer, maid outfit for just 686, a sultry fox made to attend to your daily needs. Special offer, sexy ripped apparel. How crass. Do you think I'm foolish? Shen Yun's lips twitched. Even if he were affluent, purchasing such garments with in-game currency was out of the question. A few outfits could be easily acquired on the streets. He then glanced at the two chibi avatars, Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi, who were either cultivating or assisting him in finding items. Regrettably, both characters had empty inventories, devoid of any feedback items. Seeing that the characters had nothing to do, he set his phone down and rose to the bathroom to freshen up. When will I be able to begin my cultivation? Suddenly, Shen Yun's eyes widened. Damn it, I've been so dazed from recharging. He was, after all, a reborn individual. And he hadn't forgotten his previous life as cultivation techniques. The excitement from recharging billions had clouded his mind. And only now did he recall that he need not await the heart method's feedback to commence his cultivation. I remember the method of guiding spirit into the body and refining the 100 bones. Shen Yun hastily completed his grooming and sat cross-legged on his bed, activating the 4th-tier heart method, spirit transformation technique, from his memory. This is one of the items that Luo Hongxi from his previous life provided him, along with a manual on the 3rd tier, mid-grade Bingshan fist technique. Before long, Shen Yun felt the spiritual energy within him begin to circulate according to his guidance. It truly works. He promptly immersed himself, entering a state of cultivation. Is the master really cultivating? The white fox, nestled under the covers, peeked out to observe Shen Yun, though the spiritual energy within it was quite sparse. With its intelligence, it had discerned Shen Yun's intention to subdue it the previous night. Had it not been for that gray light aiming at it, which prompted a change in the man's expression that seemed to signal a warning, the white fox would have likely fled. Nevertheless, the crucial point remained. The gifts presented by its master were undeniably delectable. Time became inconsequential during cultivation. When Shen Yun finally opened his eyes, he discovered it was already afternoon. Moreover, he was not yet a true cultivator, and the spiritual energy within him was already scarce, compounded by the low density of spiritual energy in the surrounding world. Achieving a breakthrough to the spirit-attracting realm without the aid of spirit stones would prove exceedingly challenging. Can you help me find some? Shen Yun opened the game and sent a voice message to the two. Spirit stones would also be of use to me. You might want to try searching for them. Spirit stones are acceptable too? The two responded with surprise. The tiny trinkets were effortlessly disregarded by them. However, when the young master expressed his needs, the two naturally obliged with enthusiasm. It's time to head home. With that, Shen Yun closed the game and began to pack his belongings. The tranquility of home was far more comforting than this place of cultivation. He placed the white fox into his backpack, intending to take a taxi back, as he felt uneasy about shipping it via high-speed rail. Observing the little creature's pitiful expression, Shen Yun gently tapped its nose and reassured, I will take you home shortly. Just be good. The little one blinked its large eyes and obediently nestled within the bag. Yet soon, the phone's projection illuminated with a recharge notification, causing Shen Yun to abandon his initial plan. Ding. Special offer for Beast Space. Recharge $99.99 to activate the Beast Space on your phone, allowing your Beast Baby to reside there temporarily for 30 days. Permanent Beast Space special offer. Recharge $288,888. Enjoy a permanent Beast Space with no time limit for storing your beasts. Goodness, what a deal. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he raised his hand to click. Purchase permanent Beast Space. Whoosh. The phone flashed, instantly drawing the white fox into the Beast Space. The white fox, initially poised to erupt, found Shen Yun's projection materializing in the void. Stay put. This way we can reach home faster. Oh well. After calming the white fox, Shen Yun descended the stairs. Outside the hotel, a notice announcing the closure was already posted, and several staff members were urging guests to check out. Oh dear. I heard a beast broke out from the mountains last night. Thankfully, the MA sect's cultivators were there. Otherwise, it would have surely resulted in casualties. The surrounding commercial streets were completely shut down. And it wasn't just here, it was nationwide. How many would lose their jobs? My husband's timber factory has closed. Citing the need to focus on cultivation. Who knows, perhaps they will soon engage in beast-related businesses around the mountains. I don't quite understand this beast business. The crowd glanced at the talking noblewoman, sensing it might be a tremendous opportunity. Quick to react, Shen Yun offered a faint smile and hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail station. In due time, industries related to beasts would indeed emerge around the mountains, such as bounty hunters and recyclers. After all, beasts are treasure troves, particularly the immense abilities contained within their course. Whether for forging, talisman crafting, or formations, they would all be utilized. Moreover, the secrets of these professions could potentially be acquired by game characters, gradually forming a supply-demand chain. It can only be said that the old era is concluding, and people will swiftly adapt to the new age. The journey home was particularly congested, filled with individuals evacuating from nearby mountainous regions. Though beast babies are delightful, most lack the courage to confront beasts head-on. By the time Shen Yun arrived home, night had already fallen. There is nothing quite like the comfort of home. He lay back on the sofa, savoring the moment, and opened the game. The white fox, released, began to frolic joyfully, perhaps feeling immensely reassured and lively in a space filled with Shen Yun's scent. Shen Yun indulged its antics, considering that being confined to the beast space must have been rather dull. Oh, over 50 red dots in feedback? Upon seeing the total of 53 red dots across the two characters' inventories, he quickly clicked to investigate. It should be spirit stones. Indeed. They were all low to mid-grade spirit stones. Wow, 53 spirit stones received. Shen Yun's face lit up with joy. Initially, these items were inflated to exorbitant prices, with low-grade stones fetching tens of thousands. Even as their quantity increased later, they remained in high demand, never selling for less than 5,000 each. Besides these 53 spirit stones, the two characters had also accumulated one game coin in their wallets. Such excellent characters only earn one coin every few days. It's nearly impossible to save up any money. Shen Yun was secretly delighted. The harder it was for players to earn game coins, the greater his advantage. The officials had declared that the chance of obtaining game coins would never increase, and players could only recharge before the server launch. To manage to recharge was to seize an opportunity. Failing to do so was simply fate. Shen Yun did not rush to extract the spirit stones. As he lacked a spatial ring, he could wait until he had cultivated further to retrieve them. Clicking on Ling Qingxue's chibi avatar, the screen rippled, revealing her seated on a swing. Appearing lost in thought, she soon came back to her senses, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. Has the young master arrived? I can even sense your gaze. You possess a remarkably sensitive constitution, Shen Yun mused inwardly, pondering what she might be contemplating. Ling Qingxue gently swayed on the swing, whispering softly, I plan to kill Luo Hongxi tomorrow. In truth, Ling Qingxue yearned to personally eliminate Luo Hongxi. However, her cultivation progress was slow, and she was uncertain how long she would have to wait to exact her revenge. If Luo Hongxi discovered she had joined the sacred land and subsequently concealed herself, it would be problematic. For now, she could only seek assistance from powerful individuals within the sacred land. Coincidentally, Shen Yun also intended to handle personal matters the next day. He smiled faintly. Had he not received such timely feedback items, he would have needed to develop his character for a while longer. After all, he had just parted ways with Shou Qiao. If she were to die, he would undoubtedly draw suspicion, leading to various troublesome investigations that would impede his gameplay. However, with such practical feedback items in hand, coupled with the White Fox's spatial teleportation abilities, he could completely disregard worldly powers. Therefore, Zhou Qiao's life was also destined to be claimed. Could anyone dare to betray the young master? Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. In her mind, the young master was flawless. Could someone like him truly be betrayed? I am no delicacy, it's quite normal, Shen Yun rolled his eyes. The young master is still quite appealing. The other party must be exceedingly greedy. Ling Qingxue indignantly defended him, stating coldly, such a person deserves no pity. When the young master has dealt with him tomorrow, do remember to inform me, so we may celebrate together. At this, her gaze shifted. By the way, why did the other party betray the young master? I am quite curious. Ah, how amusing. After all this talk, it turned out to be mere gossip fodder. Best not to pry into adult matters, Shen Yun sighed inwardly. What was there to discuss about a green tea betrayer? It would only diminish his stature. I'm not small. Ling Qingxue puffed out her chest defiantly. With the young master's voice, he might only be 1 or 2 years older than me. The young master must be older than that. She was merely being coy. However, it wasn't long before she noticed the young master's gaze lingering on her chest. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Ling Qingxue subtly retreated, quietly murmuring, "To be fair, I do indeed appear younger than many other women." To mask her embarrassment, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "Young master, I have some uncertainties regarding my cultivation. Could you possibly clarify them for me?" Uncertainties in cultivation? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. With his aptitude, how could he elucidate the Imperial scriptures? Ding. Clarification discount. Recharge 228 for elder-level guidance to assist Ling Qingxue in resolving her cultivation dilemmas. Great Master Clarification. Recharge 648 to fully showcase the player's extraordinary prowess. A few words would reveal 5 kinds of Imperial scripture analyses, allowing her to discover the most suitable cultivation methods. Personal instruction from the young master. Recharge 8888 to temporarily enhance the player's cultivation. Using professional techniques, he could guide Ling Qingxue's internal spiritual energy to flow throughout her body, finding the most compatible route for her Imperial scripture practice. This is forcing me to show off. Shen Yun checked the details and directly recharged for the 8,000 special offer. Speaking nonchalantly, "Of course, feel free to express all your uncertainties." This calm demeanor filled Ling Qingxue with immense delight. This was a lesson personally imparted by the young master, and she was filled with anticipation. Upon swiftly returning to her cave dwelling, Ling Qingxue extracted the Imperial Sutra and articulated her confounding points of cultivation. However, Shen Yun found himself utterly bewildered, and the sutra displayed on the projection was obscured, rendering it a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, with his wealth, he possessed ample means. After Ling Qingxue concluded her explanation, he feigned understanding. "Indeed, the Yaoqi Imperial Sutra presents a certain level of difficulty for you. Thus, allow me, the young master, to personally guide you in channeling the spiritual essence, assisting you in discovering the most suitable operational path for the Imperial Sutra in relation to your sacred body's Tao. Please take careful note. This is also the reason for his special offer on tuition. Only that which is most suitable for oneself can truly unleash the power of the Yaoqi Emperor Sutra." With just a few words. Has the young master truly grasped the essence of the Yaoqi Emperor Sutra? Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. Could it be that the young master could carve out the most fitting path for her cultivation? One can only imagine how extraordinary his aptitude must be. The guidance from such an individual can be deemed a fortuitous opportunity, enabling her future path of cultivation to avoid unnecessary detours. "Thank you, young master, for your instruction." Ling Qingxue promptly bowed in gratitude and eagerly seated herself upon the bed. Soon after, she felt a tremor coursing through her body, as a large hand pressed against her abdomen. "I will assist you in channeling the spiritual energy. Remember the flow's trajectory." All right. The silk garment she wore could hardly contain the warmth radiating from that hand, especially as Shen Yun temporarily elevated his cultivation to aid her in the transfer of spiritual energy. The sensation of power was remarkably vivid. The young master's hand is so warm. Ling Qingxue was filled with gratitude and affection for the man who had rescued her from peril. Merely the slightest touch sent her heart racing. "Breathe. Stay composed. This is a time for cultivation. What am I thinking?" As the hand moved upward, she discovered that the pathways of spiritual energy coursing through her meridians were flowing with far greater fluidity and swiftness than during her previous attempts. There were no obstructions whatsoever. For a monk, this is of utmost significance. The swifter the circulation of spiritual energy, the more potent the martial arts become. Understanding this is one thing. Yet the mere thought of the young master approaching sends her heart racing. With her head bowed, she bites her lip and closes her eyes tightly. "My heart is beating so fast. I can't take it anymore." At this moment, Shen Yun finds himself in a rather precarious situation. Goodness, why does this feel akin to practicing Tai Chi? He realizes that the area of his palm is illuminated with points of spiritual energy that must be traced in circles. He had initially thought that merely channeling the spiritual energy would suffice, unaware that his hand must follow the guiding points as well. "Well, I have 100 points of goodwill. Besides, I am here for legitimate instruction." Observing the blush creeping onto Ling Qingxue's earlobes, he gently reassures her. "Qingxue, focus on your inner contemplation. There is no need to overthink." He is no novice. Encountering such circumstances is slightly unexpected, yet not overly exhilarating or anxiety-inducing. Ling Qingxue softly bites her rosy lip, murmuring, "Please proceed, young master. It will spare Qingxue the effort." Such an occurrence is certainly not a deliberate act by the young master. Otherwise, with the depth of his character, he could easily attract any number of exquisite women. Why would he seek to provoke a mere novice like her? Moments later, Ling Qingxue tensed her body, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her skirt until it became wrinkled. Her enchanting figure trembled, and her finely sculpted cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Heavens! The young master's technique is truly extraordinary. Breathing hurriedly, she attempted to calm herself. Stay composed. I must remember the young master's movements. Remain calm. Yet, a fiery sensation surged within her heart, threatening to dissolve her resolve. How could she possibly maintain her composure? Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly, Ling Qingxue shuddered violently, letting out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Shen Yun. This is rather exaggerated. And he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, given the changing times, it was somewhat understandable. Surprisingly, her affection level hasn't decreased, Shen Yun noted, realizing that the affection meter remained steadfast, which he found rather impressive. Back in the day, he had aimed to raise Luo Hongxi's affection to a perfect score of 100. Curious to see if the rumors were true, that one could manipulate the character as one pleased, with utter disregard for consequences. Now, observing the situation, it seemed the outcome was not much different. With her heart in turmoil, seeing Ling Qingxue unconscious, Shen Yun continued to channel his spiritual energy. Once this mechanism halts, the expenditure becomes futile. Regardless, once Ling Qingxue awakens, she will recall the operational traces. In truth, it was during Shen Yun's second wave of guiding spiritual energy that Ling Qingxue regained consciousness. However, she found herself too embarrassed to open her eyes. Moments earlier, she had believed she was soaring through the heavens and had suppressed her voice, forcing herself into unconsciousness. It was only after Shen Yun completed a full cycle that he withdrew his hand from the projection. It turns out that cultivators also utilize this without any steel rings. He chuckled softly while rubbing his hands together, remarking on its delicate craftsmanship, which possessed a unique charm. This could be considered a delightful benefit that significantly enhances goodwill. This is indeed one of the highlights of the Xuanxin mobile game, with the enticing concept of nurturing a boyfriend or girlfriend. As time grew late, Shen Yun opened Ling Qingxue's feedback bag and retrieved 10 inferior spirit stones, making his way upstairs to commence his cultivation. Finally, the young master has departed. Ling Qingxue, lying on the bed, dared to open her eyes, filled with shyness and embarrassment. The young master claims my heart is unstable. I truly am useless. The young master had been guiding her in channeling spiritual energy, while she merely indulged in fantasies of romantic scenes with him by her side. Ling Qingxue, how could you harbor such impure thoughts? This is a desecration of the young master. Such thoughts must not arise again. Once she regained her composure, Ling Qingxue felt a chill in her skirt and, overwhelmed with shame, swiftly retreated into the secret chamber of her cave dwelling. White Fox, do you require spirit stones? In the bedroom, as Shen Yun extracted the spirit stones from his pocket, the White Fox leaped into the room. So, this is what they call spirit stones. The White Fox remarked curiously, pawing at the stones beside it. However, these spirit stones were far inferior to the abundant spiritual energy found in the nourishing heart flowers it consumed. With a playful yelp, it flipped over and sprawled on the bed, scratching its belly to indicate that it was already full. The charm of this mystical intelligence is undeniably endearing. Shen Yun chuckled as he gently scratched its belly, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear that I am insufficient. Simply speak when you are in need. This is a precious offspring of a beast possessing the bloodline of an emperor. Once it rises, it shall undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. My master is truly wonderful." The White Fox narrowed its eyes and affectionately rubbed its cheek against his hand, noticing that its master was about to commence his cultivation. It also entered the beast-taming space within the phone to assimilate the energy within. With the presence of spirit stones, the advancement into the spirit-attracting realm would be significantly expedited. Shen Yun picked up 2 spirit stones and began to circulate the transformation technique for absorption. Only with an ample supply of spiritual energy could he successfully operate his mental cultivation technique. Once proficient, he would seek opportunities for a breakthrough. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had procured a second-tier replenishment pill for him, along with the absorption of 20 spirit stones, taking half a month to finally enter the spirit-attracting realm. Such efficiency can only be described as swifter than that of the average individual, especially considering he possesses a company capable of gathering spiritual stones. Merely a few days after the server launch, he has already entered a state of cultivation, marking a rapid beginning. Yet at this moment, his mobile phone emitted a projection, ding, detected that the player is currently cultivating, with expenditure of game currency exceeding 2 million. Activating VIP Level 1 privileges. Automatic acceleration of cultivation function. Automatic acceleration of cultivation. The player's cultivation realm and secret arts will enter in automatic acceleration mode. Privilege. When absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at high speed, there are no adverse effects. Note, the higher the VIP level, the faster the cultivation speed. For further details, you may click to view. Current cultivation technique detected as the fourth stage spirit transformation technique, automatic acceleration of cultivation in progress. What is happening? Shen Yun swiftly clicked on the VIP prompt in the upper left corner. VIP privilege details. The game currency spent by players will be accumulated, automatically granting VIP levels. Each level unlocks corresponding privileged abilities. Accumulating 2 million grants VIP level 1 privileges, while 5 million elevates to level 2. Due to the player activating VIP functions. All players' interfaces across the server have been updated to automatically display the VIP expenditure section. Goodness, there are actually VIP privileges. Shen Yun's face lit up with astonishment. It turns out that player top-ups come with VIP levels. However, in his previous life, no one possessed such wealth to recharge up to 2 million, at least. Before he did, the game interface had never displayed a VIP expenditure section. The effects of VIP level 1 are remarkably formidable, enabling automatic cultivation. Just imagine. While others must juggle between playing the game and cultivating, he can engage in cultivation every single moment. Moreover, this automatic cultivation comes with an acceleration effect. Haha. Truly worth every penny. Shen Yun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The accelerated cultivation would save him an immense amount of time, significantly enhancing his rise. Unfortunately, he must wait for the recharge prompt to appear before he can expend his game currency. This game offers only one method of currency consumption through recharge prompts, lacking any features such as a game shop. At that moment, Shen Yun noticed that the spiritual energy within the spirit stones in his hand was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, he trembled, gasping in astonishment. Hiss. Has the breakthrough occurred so swiftly? Boom. A surge of energy emanated from his body, causing his garments to flutter violently. Ding. Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the first layer of the spirit attraction realm. A gentle reminder, as players enhance their strength, the automatic acceleration effects of lower-tier VIP memberships diminish. Only by investing can you attain greater power. You dare to suggest I spend more? Shen Yun, filled with fervor, felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle this notification. Nevertheless, he resolved that he would purchase anything that proved even moderately useful, as long as it was functional. Like the previously acquired tierable lace, it would suffice, consider it a VIP subscription. Breaking through with just 2 spirit stones, he gazed at the unremarkable stones in his hand, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Not only was the breakthrough swift, but the consumption of spirit stones was also more economical than in his past life. The acceleration function would automatically absorb vast amounts of natural spiritual energy, requiring more energy only at the point of breakthrough. As long as he possessed enough spirit stones, his rate of advancement would undoubtedly be astounding. Even without spirit stones, for me, a breakthrough would merely be a matter of time. Damn. Here it comes again. Sensing the spiritual energy within him bubbling anew, Shen Yun swiftly extracted all spirit stones from both of his character bags. This VIP ability is truly extraordinary. I wonder how much cultivation I can achieve in a single night. After taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he meticulously felt the changes within his body. A few minutes later, the game notification illuminated before Shen Yun once more. Ding. Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the second layer of the spirit attraction realm. Ding. Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit attraction realm. Ding. Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the 7th layer of the spirit attraction realm. The following morning, as Shen Yun opened his eyes, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His eyes gleamed with an intense brilliance that was utterly captivating. Compared to yesterday, his vitality had undergone a qualitative leap. In just one night, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit attraction realm. Shen Yun clenched his powerful fists, his eyes brimming with joy. The sensation of being able to spend money to play a game is simply exhilarating. Out of the 53 spirit stones, all the low-grade ones were consumed, leaving him with 9 mid-grade spirit stones. Shen Yun placed the remaining spirit stones into his safe and took out the divine essence spring for dilution. This entity not only has the capacity to enhance one's cultivation aptitude, but also serves to satiate hunger, thus sparing him the necessity of meals. It is time to send you on your way, Shou Qiao Qiao. As Shen Yun drank from the spiritual spring, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. With his current prowess, he was more than capable of dealing with this woman. Allowing her to continue living could potentially lead to unforeseen complications. The white fox possesses the ability to swiftly close the distance to her, yet Shen Yun was uncertain when the fox would achieve its breakthrough. He opened the game to examine the white fox's attributes. With the fox's extraordinary speed, he could swiftly conclude the encounter, thereby evading any unwanted attention. However, The fox was on the verge of a breakthrough, and transforming in front of others in its naked form would indeed be awkward. Current realm of the nine-tailed fox, gathering rotation, ninth heaven. Status, refining internal energy. It had yet to reach the pinnacle of gathering rotation. With a mere thought, Shen Yun summoned the white fox into his space, where it appeared on the bed. The little creature yawned, then abruptly looked up at Shen Yun with a befuddled expression. Isn't the master merely immortal? How has he become so formidable? It had merely closed its eyes for a moment, and yet the master had undergone such a dramatic transformation. However, upon contemplating the exceptional quality of the spiritual spring and spiritual flowers, it found solace. When will you achieve your breakthrough? After an exchange with the fox, Shen Yun confirmed that the little one would not be breaking through today. The white fox's maximum distance for its teleportation ability was approximately 1 kilometer. And when it exerted itself, it could teleport over 10 times in quick succession. This ability is undeniably extraordinary in the present context. Upon learning that Shen Yun required its teleportation capability for rapid movement, the white fox shimmered with brilliance, transforming into a magnificent, large white fox. The larger this creature grows, the more magnificent it becomes, exuding an entirely different aura. When Shen Yun noticed it tilting its head, indicating for him to mount, he cautiously climbed atop, remarking, I am not light, you know. Surprisingly, sitting upon it proved quite comfortable. Once assured that riding posed no issues, Shen Yun retrieved his phone to showcase a photograph from his gallery. Let me show you her picture. This woman is my target today, so be sure not to mistake her. To eliminate any doubt, he also extracted the provocative attire of the woman from his wardrobe, allowing the white fox to sniff it. Achoo! The white fox sneezed, sending several pieces of fabric flying before it vanished, taking Shen Yun along with it. In the office of the Zhou family company, Shou Chaoqiao coldly spoke into her phone. Qin Shitong, I advise you to leave Shen Yun's company and join me instead. I am in need of a capable secretary. Sitting on the sofa, she continued, to be frank, the team recruiting players externally for your company belongs to me. Shen Yun has abandoned his company to indulge in gaming. Yet you persist in clinging to it. Why? With the launch of the Xuanxian mobile game, numerous companies have offered generous incentives. As long as employees possess commendable character qualifications or can assist the management with their roles, their salaries have soared several times over. However, Shen Yun's company has yet to provide any benefits, resulting in many employees envying the external offers and clamoring to resign. Meanwhile, the Zhou family has focused its efforts on game development, with Shou Chaoqiao openly recruiting outside Shen Yun's Tinglong company, successfully amassing dozens of individuals. Since they all joined voluntarily, she harbored no fears of Shen Yun retaliating. Miss Zhou, your wealthy breakup drama is of no concern to me, but must you create such chaos at Tinglong company? The voice on the other end was far from amiable. We are not merely playing games. This time, it's a genuine breakup. Shou Chaoqiao replied coldly. It's hard to persuade the damned. If you don't come, so be it. After hanging up, she turned to her older brother Zhou Hao, who was engrossed in a game from his chair, pleading, Brother, you hold the position of team leader at the Tianjiao Club. Could you not open a door for me to join as well? The Tianjiao Club is a players' organization that only permits entry to those whose characters reach the Tianjiu level or possess notable cultivation qualifications. Members, whether in reality or within the game, enjoy resource sharing. It is noteworthy that the founders hail from influential backgrounds in the capital, and due to the game's significance, its popularity rapidly spread online, with even Haiqing establishing a branch. Zhou Hao, owing to his character's exceptional qualifications, serves as a team leader in the Haiqing branch. This is one of the reasons she dared to challenge Shen Yun. Although her father has gained considerable influence over the years and has formed numerous alliances with cultivators, he does not fear Shen Yun, a fledgling in the society. However, even a dead camel is larger than a horse, and the foundation of the Tinglong group cannot be underestimated. Yet, with her brother's support, Shen Yun has become inconsequential in their eyes. The Zhou family today is no longer the timid entity that once relied on her to seduce Shen Yun to advance their interests. Zhou Hao gazed at her with tender affection, saying, If you make an extra effort, when my contribution points are allocated, I'll have the leader grant you a favor. Yay, you're the best, brother. Zhou Chaoqiao exclaimed joyfully as she stepped forward to massage his shoulders. But a familiar voice interrupted this warm moment. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time. The two abruptly lifted their heads, their pupils contracting in shock. They beheld Shen Yun, who had mysteriously appeared in the office. Beneath him lay a two-tailed white fox, its size akin to that of a fierce tiger, glaring at them with cold eyes. Is this the beast cub he captured? It's astonishingly large. Zhou Hao thought in astonishment. The beast cubs shared in the Tianjiao Club's group chat were, at most, half a meter long. No one in the entire club had ever acquired a mount. How could this kid possess such a creature? Zhou Hao's gaze was filled with jealousy as he beheld the striking white fox. No wonder he forsook the company to play games all day. Zhou Qiao finally understood. This fellow must have come across some fortuitous opportunity, otherwise. How could the company be in such disarray without him even bothering to check in? It is highly likely that the other party is on the verge of rising to prominence. With a flash of thought, Zhou Qiao's eyes turned red as she glared at Shen Yun, crying out in anguish, "Shen Yun, on what grounds do you dare to say we should part ways? Do you have any idea how deeply I love you? Do you comprehend the extent of my sorrow?" Her acting remains impressively on point. Shen Yun scoffed coldly as he raised the dilapidated soul-piercing mechanism. Zhou Qiao's performance was truly remarkable, and she had a penchant for role-playing. She would hire high-priced makeup artists to transform her into various celebrities, allowing the once familiar Shen Yun to experience a multitude of enchanting personas each night. This is precisely why he often engages in exercise and indulges in goji berry tea. However, beneath this woman's enchanting exterior lies a heart filled with malice. How could he know that my sister was merely acting? Zhou Hao caught a glimpse of the camera in the corner, emitting wisps of smoke, and realized that Shen Yun's intentions were far from benign. He spoke in a low, serious tone. "I advise you against acting impulsively. I am now a member of the Tianjiao Club. If you dare to harm us, your meager background will be utterly insufficient." The Tianjiao Club? Shen Yun's expression turned icy as he aimed the mechanism at him. "You might as well form your little underground group." In his previous life, Zhou Qiao had relied on the connections of this organization to suppress him. This time, he would meticulously settle the score. Whoosh! A beam of ethereal silver light shot forth from the soul-breaking mechanism, striking Zhou Hao's skull with the swiftness of lightning. Ah! The horrifying wail startled Zhou Qiao, causing her to tremble. "What happened, brother?" She hurriedly supported the collapsed Zhou Hao, only to discover that his eyes were bleeding, and he had succumbed on the spot. "Oh my God!" Zhou Qiao's hands, as if electrified, fell away, and she stumbled back, falling to the ground while screaming. Seeing Shen Yun approach with the white fox, raising the mechanism's cone in his hand, she was seized by terror, her heart racing, and her speech trembling. "Husband, I am your Qiao. Please don't kill me. I have always been obedient to father. I know I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life." Knowing one's fault, you only realize that death is imminent. Shen Yun remained impassive and directly pressed the button on the mechanism. Whoosh! Struck by the silver light, Zhou Qiao felt as though her brain would explode, and blood gushed from her 7 orifices as she screamed in agony. In mere moments, she shuddered violently and lay lifeless on the ground. Her blood-streaked eyes fixed intently on Shen Yun. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend. How could this man suddenly harbor such intense murderous intent? Finally, he had settled a long-standing grievance. Staring at the 2 lifeless bodies, Shen Yun felt an indescribable sense of euphoria. In his previous life, he had dreamed of killing this woman countless times. Now that vengeance was exacted, his entire being was suffused with satisfaction. Time to leave. Hearing movement at the door, he tightened his grip around the white fox's waist, and in an instant, both man and beast vanished from the office. Why were they screaming so horribly? The cleaning lady outside sensed something amiss and hurried to the general manager's door, pushing it open, only to stagger back in terror, her face drained of color. There, sprawled motionless on the floor, were the Zhou siblings, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. "Ah!" The woman shrieked, her voice piercing through the entire building. "Dead. Manager Zhou is dead." At a CAF outside the headquarters of Tinglong Group, a woman clad in black stockings and a body-hugging skirt burst through the entrance, scanning the room before striding purposefully towards Shen Yun, who sat leisurely sipping his coffee. "Boss, do you even care about your company anymore?" Qin Shitong was both frantic and furious. As the executive secretary, Shen Yun had granted her considerable authority, a testament to her competence. Yet now, with the advent of Seeking Immortals, the mobile game that marked the dawn of a new era, neither she nor her team dared to unilaterally decide the company's future. Even the board remained indecisive. And what of Shen Yun, the largest shareholder? At this critical juncture, he had chosen to wash his hands of responsibility, blocking all their calls. The day before, she had personally gone to his home, only to find him missing. And now, this prodigal heir expected her to accompany him shopping for clothes? Long time no see. Secretary Qin. Shen Yun smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the woman before him. Qin Shitong, a top graduate from Haicheng's prestigious university, exceptionally capable, who had served as his company's secretary for 2.5 years. In his past life, it was she who had received the warning and alerted him in advance that the company was under investigation. This allowed him to escape from Haicheng without being captured by Zhou Qiao's people. However, afterwards, Qin Shitong faced dire consequences as Zhou Qiao discovered her role in the debacle. Not only did she have her teeth shattered, but she also suffered a broken arm, resulting in a hospital stay. Ultimately, heeding Shen Yun's advice, she fled Haiqing to save her own life. "Boss, how can you still smile at a time like this?" Qin Shitong exclaimed, exasperated as she sank into a chair. "What is the situation between you and Zhou Qiao? A breakup shouldn't drag the company down like this. Many employees have resigned to join our gaming studio. Please don't tell me this is all an act to eliminate disloyalty." After listening to her grievances, Shen Yun realized that Zhou Qiao had indeed recruited talent without leveraging the Zhou family's name. Clearly, she feared that if the employees learned of her identity, they might suspect a ruse between the two of them. "This was a calculated attempt to undermine my family business." Shen Yun rose with a smile. "From now on, you shall serve as the acting president of the Tinglong Group. Your salary will be commensurate with market rates, and I shall grant you a share in the company. You and your team will manage everything. My sole responsibility will be to collect the profits. Now, let us go shopping for a few outfits." In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with balancing the demands of the company and the gaming industry, striving to accumulate resources for his own advancement. Now that he was financially secure, he had little time to oversee these matters. Offering such substantial benefits to Qin Shitong was also a gesture of gratitude for her assistance in his past life. Acting president? Qin Shitong was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Shen Yun nearly exiting the CAF, she hurried after him. "Boss, I'm afraid I might not be capable of this." Given the scale of Tinglong Group, an acting president's salary could easily reach $1 million annually, and with shares, it felt like a windfall. But as just a secretary, how could she possess such capability? "Do you understand why I appointed you as executive secretary? It's to empower you and nurture your potential." Shen Yun replied with mock seriousness. Qin Shitong, observing his earnest demeanor, realized he was not jesting. With a resigned expression, she remarked, "At first, I thought you were interested in me, but now it seems you genuinely wish to avoid managing the company. When there's work, I'll handle it. When there's none, I'll still handle it." This is the most frequent criticism she has encountered since ascending to power. It appears that her execution capabilities have indeed earned the trust of this hands-off manager. Understanding this, she resolves to work diligently without unnecessary conflict over finances. Shen Yun smiled gently and said, "Let us go. Drive me to the commercial street." In recent days, the White Fox has successfully transformed, and preparations for several fitting garments must be made for it. "I shall do my utmost." Qin Shitong, witnessing his resolute determination, ceased her further counsel, acknowledging that no one would willingly forsake wealth. In the Xiantian continent, Ling Qingxue stood upon a colossal flying vessel, gazing at the distant city. "Alas, I cannot personally deliver justice upon you, old witch," she lamented with a sense of helplessness. Despite her formidable constitution, the resources required for her cultivation were immense, rendering her progress slow. It was uncertain when she would have the opportunity to slay Luo Hongxi with her own hands. Should the latter receive word of her approach, it would undoubtedly become a lifelong regret. Beside her stood an elderly woman, leaning on a cane. "Qingxue, once this matter is resolved, you will be able to cultivate in peace," the old woman, named Su Yi, remarked. She was the ancestral protector of the Yaoqi sacred realm, assigned by the sacred land for her external journeys. The fact that a saint personally safeguarded her from the beginning underscored the significance placed upon her by Yaoqi. Sui was already aware of Ling Qingxue's circumstances. She had not been able to focus on her cultivation recently, and the old woman assumed her agitation stemmed from a desire for vengeance. However, Ling Qingxue shook her head, indicating that there were matters of greater importance to her, which might hinder her cultivation progress. With a bow of respect to the old woman, she expressed her hope for Sui and the sacred land's understanding. Everything she possessed was bestowed by her master, and seeking items to garner his favor was her foremost duty. As for her cultivation, it would progress in due course, for she had the support of a great foundation. Yet, this might lead to disappointment for Yaoqi. More pressing matters? Sui, noting her lack of elaboration, did not press further. Instead, she assisted Ling Qingxue to her feet, gently patting her hand. In truth, as cultivators, our pursuit of strength, longevity, or vengeance is ultimately a quest for clarity of thought. Fear not, Yaoqi shall not hold you accountable. Simply seek your true self. Thank you, elder. Ling Qingxue expressed her gratitude. I shall dedicate myself to my cultivation whenever possible. Haha, that suffices. Moments later, Sui whisked Ling Qingxue to a residence within the city. The small courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and herbs. At the center, a middle-aged woman clad in a black robe meticulously sorted herbs upon a table. Concealed within the bustling city, this was one of Luo Hongxi's several hideouts. Upon sensing the silent presence within the courtyard, Luo Hongxi's expression shifted, and she turned her gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor adorned in Yaoqi's attire, her surprise was palpable, swiftly giving way to profound shock and trepidation as she stammered, "Why, you have entered the Yaoqi sacred land?" She could scarcely fathom that the girl she once regarded as a mere medicinal vessel had achieved such fortune. "Luo Hongxi, it has been a long time," Ling Qingxue said as she approached, taking a seat opposite her and fiddling with the herbs on the table. "I have come to settle our past grievances." Though Ling Qingxue smiled, Luo Hongxi noticed the crimson veins and fury flickering in her eyes. The latter did not display the demeanor of a triumphant victor since joining the sacred land. Rather, she exuded an emotion laden with intensity. Luo Hongxi, seasoned in experience, discerned the root of her anger. Alas! She sighed heavily, gazing at the burgeoning figure before her, murmuring, "To kill many is to have a heart grown cold. To think. You have always regarded me as your mentor." It was evident that Ling Qingxue still harbored gratitude for her past refuge. Yet, Luo Hongxi, having taken countless lives, had long since overlooked such human sentiments, neglecting the gratitude this girl once felt towards her. As her impending doom approached, Luo Hongxi inexplicably felt a pang of regret. Had she treated Ling Qingxue with kindness from the outset, rather than viewing her as a mere tool, and guided her to a higher path, perhaps, in the future? Her role as a mentor would have brought her boundless glory. Yet, alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. "There's no need for you to intervene, elder," Luo Hongxi said, offering a slight bow to Sui. In that instant, her body stiffened, and dark blood began to trickle from her lips. Observing Luo Hongxi collapse, lifeless on the ground, Ling Qingxue inhaled deeply and turned to depart. "Let us go, elder." Although she appreciated Luo Hongxi's past kindness, the latter's numerous transgressions rendered her demise deserving of little lament. However, Elder Sui remained, her gaze fixed on Luo Hongxi's corpse. "Qingxue, should you encounter such sorrowful scenes in the future, do not let your guard down." With that, she raised her cane, sending a tremor through the earth. A powerful surge of spiritual energy surged toward Luo Hongxi's lifeless body. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly deceased Luo Hongxi cried out, "Qingxue, grant me one more chance to redeem myself." In a swift motion, the woman's form was torn apart by the spiritual energy, utterly perishing. Feigning death, Ling Qingxue felt a mix of shame and anger, her expression one of bewilderment as she looked to the elder. "I am sorry, Elder Sui." Sui waved her hand with a smile. "It is of no consequence. Your cultivation is still nascent, and you cannot perceive her soul's fluctuations. Do not dwell on it. In due time, as your cultivation improves, exercise caution." Ling Qingxue was a gem of unparalleled potential, and at this stage, she required proper guidance. Moreover, her distress stemmed from Luo Hongxi's disappointing actions. She was indeed a good girl. The elder was pleased with her progress. A gem, when polished slowly, would eventually radiate boundless brilliance, and during this period of trials and tribulations, the vast Yaoqi sacred land would safeguard her. "Elder, I understand," Ling Qingxue responded, her tone laden with self-reproach. Had the saint not been present today, the outcome remained uncertain. Suddenly, her eyes flickered with embarrassment. "Has my master arrived?" After her recent faux pas, she felt it was indeed awkward to face him again. Indeed, Shen Yun had just returned home and witnessed the previous scene in the game. Indeed, Luo Hongxi is cunning, continuing her charade even in death. Fortunately, there are powerful sages present. It is said that this woman, much like Shou Qiao, is a master of performance. Upon witnessing Ling Qingxue pick up a storage ring, Shen Yun's eyes immediately lit up. For within the ring, there lies a striking red character mark. This also signifies the presence of a feedback item. "Young master, I sensed it," Ling Qingxue exclaimed joyfully. Having traversed the entirety of the sacred site, even having perused the imperial treasures of Yaoqi, she could find no item of worth beyond those spirit stones. To her surprise, today brought forth a reward, significantly uplifting her previously disheartened spirits. "Excellent," Shen Yun remarked as he clicked on the red dot to examine the item details. Feedback item, 5th grade superior technique, blood refining claw. It possesses a fierce assault capability and carries an inherent cold attribute, capable of refining the formidable vitality of the opponent's constitution. When cultivated to profound depths, it can instantly refine the target. It turns out to be a sinister cultivation method. Shen Yun was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, it was a 5th grade superior technique, surpassing the quality of his mountain-crushing fist. After all, with the VIP's automatic acceleration for cultivation, he directly retrieved the ancient black tome. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared before him. "Ding! Congratulations, player. You have acquired the feedback item, 5th grade superior technique, blood refining claw. Would you like to activate the VIP level 1 automatic cultivation function? Initiating automatic acceleration for cultivation mode. Ding. 5th grade superior technique, blood refining claw is now undergoing automatic cultivation. Aha, how delightful it is to cultivate effortlessly. Shen Yun reclined comfortably on his bed. Young master, I intend to wander into the city to help you search for favorable items. Ling Qingxue felt fortunate today and planned to take advantage of her good luck. No worries. You haven't had the chance to cultivate peacefully these past few days. You can look for them whenever you have time, Shen Yun gently advised. Such feedback items are a matter of fate and cannot be forced. At present, he possessed sufficient items, and it would be a loss to squander Ling Qingxue's exceptional talents for the sake of chance. The tender words of concern warmed Ling Qingxue's heart. And with a gentle smile, she softly replied, "It is nothing, my lord. My constitution differs from that of ordinary individuals, requiring considerable time and resources to achieve any progress. There is no rush in cultivation. It would be wiser to assist you in seeking feedback items." Indeed, that poses a dilemma, Shen Yun mused, his brow furrowed. The 9 heavens sacred body is formidable, yet it inherently possesses 9 sources of sacred essence. To fully cultivate them demands a significant investment of resources and time. Ling Qingxue evidently recognized this, likely perceiving cultivation as a potential waste of time, and thus preferred to dedicate her efforts to finding items to aid him. The young lady's intentions are commendable, yet her demeanor suggests a certain resignation. It appears that residing in the sanctuary has rendered her carefree, preoccupied solely with my well-being. Shen Yun pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. I must devise a means to instigate a change. At this moment, a prompt for recharging appeared before Shen Yun. Limited time qualification special. Recharge 58, 888 to elevate the spiritual root of the character Ling Qingxue to the royal grade. Experience a significant increase in cultivation efficiency. Limited time cultivation special. Recharge 228, 888 to acquire a top-tier gathering spirit formation, enhancing Ling Qingxue's cultivation abode. With spiritual energy that is 35 times denser than the outside world. Limited time enhancement item special. Recharge 500. 000 to obtain a time-dilating spatial tower. 1 day in the outside world equals 5 days inside. For every additional 100, 000, the internal duration increases by 5 days. The maximum cap for additional charges is 1, 000, allowing for a total duration of 55 days. Note: Welfare Special. Upon reaching the maximum charge of 1, 000, the welfare is activated, granting an additional 5 days of cultivation time for the character. Cultivating for 2 months within the time-dilating spatial tower equates to 1 day in the outside world. A miraculous artifact to aid the character's ascension. What are you waiting for? Well, indeed, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. With eyes gleaming, Shen Yun raised his hand and tapped. I will purchase them all. It was merely over 1 million. Acquiring them was tantamount to profit. Ding. Successfully purchased royal grade spiritual root for 58, 888. The character Ling Qingxue directly inherits it. Ding. Successfully purchased a top-tier gathering spirit formation for 228, 888. The item has been placed into Ling Qingxue's storage ring. Ding. Successfully purchased a time-dilating spatial tower for 500, 000. The player adds 1, 000, receiving an additional 5 days of cultivation effects. Current item cultivation effect. Ling Qingxue's cultivation for 60 days inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. In just a short while, 1, 780. 000 flowed like water from Shen Yun's account. Yet, he felt it was worth every penny. This not only enhances Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, but considering the previous investment of over 2 million, the remaining 5 million for VIP level 2 is just about 1 million short. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what extraordinary abilities VIP level 2 possesses. Shen Yun gazed at the projection and pressed the voice button. In that case, I shall assist you in elevating your cultivation aptitude. Ah? A hum reverberated. Ling Qingxue trembled all over, radiant red light emanating from her being. Amidst the crimson glow, waves of pure spiritual energy radiated outward, prompting the elderly sage in simple attire to applaud. Ha! You have actually activated a royal-grade spiritual root. It seems Qingxue has achieved a breakthrough in her state of mind during this journey. The manifestation of a royal-grade spiritual root is characterized by a dazzling red light. And given that the girl was previously in deep sorrow, it is likely that she has shattered some kind of restraint and received a blessing in return. The emergence of a royal-grade spiritual root significantly enhances Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, a cause for great celebration. However, Ling Qingxue understood that all of this was bestowed upon her by the young master. Granny Su, I shall enter the flying boat and meditate for a while. She could hardly contain her excitement as she hurried back to the cabin of the flying vessel. Young master, it is only right for Qingxue to assist you in seeking artifacts. Why would you say such things? She had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to elevate a cultivator's spiritual root directly to the royal grade. Such a miraculous feat must surely have required an immense expenditure of energy on the part of the young master. The more she pondered this, the more concerned she became. Her delicate nose tinged with the bitterness of anxiety. Young master, what am I to do? Not to worry, Shen Yun replied nonchalantly. Aside from this, within your spatial ring lies a spirit-gathering array, with a concentration of spiritual energy 35 times that of the outside world. Additionally, there is a treasure that can accelerate your cultivation speed. Spending just 60 days inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. This way, you can cultivate and search for artifacts simultaneously. Once you return and familiarize yourself with the operations, it should not be difficult. Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. A spirit-gathering array with 35 times the energy? A cultivation space with a ratio of 1 to 60? What merit did she possess to earn such favor from the young master? Even if the 9 heavens sacred body and Tao embryo were outstanding, such benefits could surely cultivate the stature of an emperor in anyone else. Young master, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Otherwise, Qingxue will be in a state of unease. Ling Qingxue cast an anxious glance into the void. The generosity of the young master was overwhelming. She feared that this might merely be a dream, and upon awakening, it would all shatter. Why be afraid? Shen Yun found her reaction amusing. You are reluctant to cultivate, but are tasked with seeking artifacts for me. Why then do you tremble when I consider your well-being? Simply accept it. It is not something of great value. This sentence resembles a gentle spring breeze, caressing Ling Qingxue's heart. The young master cherishes her virtues, which is why he treats her with such kindness. This filled her heart with sweetness, and coupled with the benevolent gaze that lingered upon her from the void, her troubled spirit finally found solace, blossoming into a radiant smile. Thank you, my lord. That is more like it. I have previously advised you to let go of unpleasant past experiences. Your heart is far too timid. In the pursuit of cultivation, an unstable heart is a grave misstep. Upon hearing the phrase unstable heart, Ling Qingxue felt a shiver run through her cheeks beginning to flush with warmth. Those 4 words seemed to possess an immense kneading force, causing her heartbeat to accelerate wildly. At this moment, Shen Yun discovered that the spiritual energy within his body was once again surging violently, filling him with elation. Was he about to break through to the gathering world realm? He swiftly retrieved spirit stones and settled into a meditative posture, preparing himself. All right, Qingxue, I have matters to attend to, he said. Upon hearing Shen Yun's imminent departure, Ling Qingxue's voice carried a note of hopeful anticipation as she inquired, Young master, when might Qingxue see you again? Perhaps it was the longing of day and the dreams of night, but in her illusions, the young master's visage remained ever elusive, shrouded in mist. A deep-seated desire to behold his true countenance arose within her heart. Meet? Shen Yun arched a brow. Separated by 2 realms, how could they easily cross paths? Yet such words could not be spoken aloud. After a brief pause, he replied with composed detachment, This young master resides in a world of immense peril, surrounded by formidable demonic beasts and ceaseless dangers. For now, I cannot extricate myself. Even if players and characters expose the truth of the Blue Star world, it would not affect him in the slightest. With the sheer number of divine treasures he had bestowed, neither Ling Qingxue nor Luo Hongxi would ever suspect him of being from a lower dimensional world. His prestige would remain untarnished. Of course, no player would be foolish enough to reveal themselves as denizens of a lower realm. After all, these characters were cultivators, proud and lofty. Should they learn that their so-called mysterious elders were mere mortals, their arrogance would make it nigh impossible to foster goodwill. So the young master is in such a treacherous world, yet still thinks of me at every turn. How thoughtless I have been. Overcome with emotion, Ling Qingxue hastily bowed toward the void. Qingxue shall not disturb the young master further. Only when the weight of his gaze lifted did she rise and return to her seat upon the divan. Perhaps the young master requires the unique aura of those goodwill artifacts to aid his cultivation, to combat those demonic beasts and perils. In that case, I must redouble my efforts to seek out such artifacts. And I, too, must cultivate diligently. Perhaps one day, I may be of assistance to the young master. Determination gradually settled upon Ling Qingxue's delicate features. Young master, please wait for Qingxue. Gathering World First Heaven, capable of disregarding mundane firearms. Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes. In his previous life, he had struggled bitterly, merely a minor cultivator at the Meridian Opening Realm. Yet he was all too familiar with the Gathering World Realm. The cultivator at this level possesses a natural vortex of spiritual energy surrounding their body, rendering mundane weapons and concealed projectiles ineffective. Only powerful firearms and artillery can inflict harm. Nevertheless, he has the heart-guarding mirror for protection, enabling him to disregard even a nuclear explosion. Unfortunately, his supply of spiritual stones is dwindling. Shen Yun discarded the useless stones from his bed, leaving him with merely 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual energy contained within these stones is far more concentrated than the diluted essence found on Blue Star. Fortunately, even without spiritual stones, he can still achieve breakthroughs, though absorbing the ambient spiritual energy would require some time. Curious about what Luo Hongxi was doing, Shen Yun sipped from the spiritual spring and, upon opening the game, was astonished to discover a red in her chibi avatar's backpack. Today was indeed a lucky day. He clicked to inspect it. Feedback item, non-grade health pill, character, pill refined by Luo Hongxi, which replenishes expended vitality upon consumption and has a chance of causing gastrointestinal upset. Remarkably, she had already concocted a feedback pill at such an early stage. Shen Yun smiled. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had crafted feedback pills while on the run. Indeed, certain characters possess the ability to create feedback items themselves, a fact not hidden from online discourse. Skills such as weapon crafting, talisman making, formation arranging, and alchemy can yield feedback items. Not every character has this ability, but Luo Hongxi's aptitude in alchemy grants her this chance, a form of latent talent. However, the success rate is not particularly high. One might have to refine pills dozens or even hundreds of times to produce a single feedback pill. In his previous life, it was thanks to this young lady's pills that he had the opportunity to rise, though the outcome was less than satisfactory. Shen Yun closed the character backpack and clicked on Luo Hongxi's avatar. As the chibi image rippled outward, he saw her in a pill refinement chamber, drenched in sweat as she diligently worked on her elixirs. Beside her stood an elderly man clad in ornate robes, his demeanor haughty and already exhibiting signs of impatience. If even a first-grade pill takes this much effort, I would not wish to waste my time here were it not for the personal letter from the Sword Sect's Grandmaster, Jiang Ming, an 8th-grade pill king and one of the branch leaders of the pill hall in the eastern region, valued his time immensely. He had heard from the Sword Sect's Grandmaster, Li Mingdao, that this young girl claimed to have an aptitude for alchemy. However, the alchemy elders of the Sword Sect could not discern any such talent, which is why he was called in for oversight. If she truly possessed exceptional talent, he might consider taking her as a disciple. Yet, after observing her for a while, he found her to be entirely lacking in alchemical skill, merely a novice. How could such a young girl dare to make such boastful claims? Coupled with her clumsy refining techniques, he felt somewhat mocked given his status, rendering her unimpressive in his eyes. Jiang Ming, being proud by nature, spoke with undue harshness, which deeply affected Luo Hongxi, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. I clearly refined a pill that has a good affinity. Items of affinity are notoriously rare. Yet she managed to produce one. How could she not possess alchemical talent? However, the pill king's expertise was unquestionable, and she could not reveal the matter regarding the young master, as it was her little secret. Left with no means to counter his words, Luo Hongxi could only endure. Yet, Jiang Ming's cutting remarks evidently affected her mindset, causing her refining skills to falter. Moments later, a loud pop echoed as the pill furnace trembled, releasing a burnt smell. Jiang Ming stood up to leave. I must be blind. Let Lindao you escort you back. Farewell, senior. Luo Hongxi quickly rose and respectfully bowed to him. An 8th-grade pill king is a distinguished guest even among the Holy Lands, let alone within a superpower. She could not afford to display her grievances. Only after the stone door of the pill chamber closed did Luo Hongxi tremble, biting her lip to hold back tears, her eyes misty as she murmured, I clearly. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Apart from the time when Zhang Fenghua came to annul their engagement, she had never endured such humiliation. Do not cry, Hongxi. I know your alchemical talent is exceptional. You surpassed 10 of that old man. A familiar and warm voice of comfort reached her, yet it only intensified her tears. Nevertheless, she quickly wiped her eyes. Young master, I am fine. The road of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Prior to her departure, her father, Luo Qingxue, had advised her that external circumstances would indeed bring various grievances, and she must adjust her mindset promptly. By striving to improve herself, she could avoid further indignities. Moreover, the young master was right beside her. She must not allow him to perceive her as ineffectual. That old man actually made Hongxi cry. Rest assured. I will deal with him in due time. Luo Hongxi laughed, blowing a bubble with her nose. Young master, I truly am fine. By the way, I refined a pill with good affinity. As she spoke, she retrieved it, placing the pill in an exquisitely beautiful box, clearly a result of her careful preparation. Shen Yun, aware of this, had refrained from taking the pill earlier. It's just of lower quality. Luo Hongxi wanted to showcase it further, but felt embarrassed and hastily retracted. Once my alchemical skills improve, I shall certainly concoct higher-grade pills for you. Hiki. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Shen Yun smiled warmly. Hongxi is truly impressive. It's a promise then. I shall eagerly await. With the young master as praise. Luo Hongxi's gloomy mood dissipated, and she left the pill chamber brimming with energy. Hongxi remained the same Hongxi, forever presenting her joyful side to those around her. Meanwhile, a series of recharge notifications appeared in the projection, causing Shen Yun's smile to widen. Just in time. Alchemy Aptitude Special Offer. Recharge 648, discounted. Character, Luo Hongxi unlocks Soul Talent. 4th grade Soul Golden Lotus, enhancing her mastery over alchemy. Soul Talent. Shen Yun clicked to purchase immediately. For cultivators, strengthening both the physical body and the soul is equally crucial. The Soul Golden Lotus has a total of 12 grades, the greater the quantity, the more powerful the soul talent. Cultivating soul secret arts can yield significantly enhanced effects in both offense and defense compared to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, in areas such as alchemy, formation, and talisman crafting, cultivators with soul talents can achieve results with half the effort. Among powerful soul cultivators, some can exist without a physical body, living solely on their soul, truly formidable. Next, Shen Yun glanced at the following recharge notification. Alchemy Technique Special Offer. Recharge 8888, discounted. Acquire the 72nd technique of the top 100 alchemy techniques, Earth Flame Ascension Art. When refining pills, this technique gathers spiritual energy, increasing the quality of the pills. Limited time value offer. Recharge 499, 999, discounted. Obtain the Alchemist Talent. Unique Purple Gold Heavy Eyes. By employing the Heavy Eyes Purple Gold Essence, one can forcibly compensate for any deficiencies in the furnace, ensuring a 100 success rate in alchemy. Low-grade alchemists cannot refine Imperial pills, but with the Heavy Eyes, as long as the essence is sufficient, they can directly produce them. Note, besides alchemy, the Purple Gold Heavy Eyes can also heal hidden injuries on cultivators. Should they encounter an enemy attack, using the Heavy Eyes to examine the enemy's internal injuries can cause them to explode, providing a significant advantage in combat. The Purple Gold Heavy Eyes can even repair Imperial pills. Shen Yun's eyes twitched slightly. This substance is akin to an all-purpose adhesive, ensuring the absolute success of any elixir crafted. This extraordinary ability, when surveyed throughout the annals of alchemy, undoubtedly occupies a pinnacle of excellence. Its offensive prowess is remarkable, capable of igniting the latent afflictions within adversaries, making it a truly exquisite skill for subterfuge. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yun proceeded to make a purchase. He acquired the Earth Flame Ascension technique and the Golden Purple Heavy Eyes. Ding! Congratulations, player, your purchase was successful. And the ability is now being implanted into the character Luo Hongxi. An additional expenditure of 500,000 will elevate you to VIP level 2. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together in excitement. Upon exiting the alchemy chamber, Luo Hongxi felt her mind enriched with a remarkably sophisticated alchemical technique. Her vision became even more extraordinary, allowing her to perceive the internal conditions of numerous alchemists within the alchemical hall, most of whom harbored the toxins of medicinal herbs. There was even a mark indicating the potential for toxin detonation. How frightening! Upon learning of the Golden Purple Heavy Eyes capabilities, Luo Hongxi recoiled in shock. Young master, these heavy eyes are immensely precious. She was well aware of the significance of an alchemist's unique eyes. She lacked such innate talent and could easily deduce that it was a gift from the young master. Utilize resources to their fullest. These will aid you in your alchemical endeavors, and soon no one will dare to claim you lack talent. Thank you, young master. The cherished Luo Hongxi felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. I feel so happy. Ever since her encounter with the young master, her days have been filled with joy. The recent unpleasantness paled in comparison. Have you been crying, Hongxi? Ling Qingxue approached, noticing her slightly moist eyes, and gently reassured her. Do not take to heart the words of Jiang Danwang. His nature is one of arrogance. Although their realms were equal, the status of the Dan King rendered Ling Qingxue hesitant to speak more, especially since the alchemical hall was the domain of the other. She could only offer her comfort telepathically. It's all right, master. Let us go. Luo Hongxi smiled as she grasped her hand. She was indifferent to the title of Dan King. The tears she shed earlier were due to Jiang Ming's disparagement of her alchemical talent. Fearing she would be unable to concoct favorable elixirs to assist the young master in the future. Now, bolstered by the young master's support, she felt a surge of confidence. As they walked, Luo Hongxi glanced at herself through her unique eyes, relieved to find no hidden injuries. However, she noticed a concealed wound from years of sword training on her master Ling Qingxue's left waist. These heavy eyes are truly miraculous. They can even facilitate healing. Alas, my cultivation is too low to expend the essence of the heavy eyes extensively. I shall have to wait until later to heal master. Having composed herself, Luo Hongxi cheerfully swung Ling Qingxue's arm as they exited the hall. Hongxi's ability to adjust herself is indeed remarkable. Ling Qingxue observed her upbeat demeanor, smiling softly and feeling reassured. Upon arriving at the entrance of the alchemical hall, they encountered an elderly man clad in simple garments, his white hair contrasting with a look of astonishment as he scrutinized Luo Hongxi. Noting that he did not wear the attire of an alchemist and unable to discern his cultivation, Ling Qingxue speculated that he might be a reclusive master. She approached and bowed respectfully. Ling Qingxue of the Tianyin sword sect, I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Luo Hongxi followed suit, timidly retreating behind her master. Earlier, she had observed this elder from a distance, sensing the potent toxins of various herbs emanating from him. Along with numerous alchemical poisons, these toxins were even more concentrated than those of other alchemists, and they shimmered ominously with a dark light. Amidst the alchemists of the Dan Hall, this figure stood out remarkably. Luo Hongxi surmised that this elder must be a master of alchemy, perhaps even a pill king. However, the overwhelming toxins within him suggested that his days were numbered, evoking both curiosity and a sense of regret within her. Witnessing the imminent downfall of a pill king was certainly not a joyous affair for any alchemist. The Tianyin sword sect? There was no need for such concern. After the elder smiled and nodded at Ling Qingxue, he noted the expression in Luo Hongxi's eyes and spoke gently, Little girl, would you like to become my disciple and study the art of alchemy? Become a disciple? Ling Qingxue regarded the unfamiliar elder with curiosity. If he were a renowned alchemist from the eastern region, she would surely have crossed paths with him before. Moreover, the surrounding alchemists exhibited little reaction upon seeing the elder. Elder, I already have a master, Luo Hongxi replied, shaking her head. Despite having just recently taken Ling Qingxue as her disciple, her master showed great concern for her. And the atmosphere within the sword sect was quite harmonious. That is of no consequence, the elder replied nonchalantly. One can have masters in both the sword and the alchemy. It does not interfere. He had sensed the unique qualities of the girl-s, perceiving her as an exceptional alchemical talent, which ignited his desire to take her as a disciple. However, this motion rendered Ling Qingxue wary. Observing her caution, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard, haha. My eagerness to take a disciple has made me rather foolish. Do not be alarmed, I am Zhao Xinqing, an alchemist from central Huazhou. Upon hearing this declaration, Ling Qingxue's pupils constricted and a chill ran down her spine. The alchemists around, reacting instinctively, turned their heads in shock to gaze at the elder. Could it be? Was it said that he had retreated from the Dan Hall to live in seclusion? The Xiantian continent is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Region, Southern Frontier, Central Huangzhou, Northern Territory, and Western Realm. The key point was the elder's name. He was a contemporary pill sage. In the next moment, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the elder's form, and the overwhelming pressure of a sage enveloped the entire Dan Hall. Although there was no tangible harm, the sight of the golden patterns swirling around him sent shivers through everyone present. The golden patterns of a sage represented the unique law marks of the sage realm. The alchemists in attendance were not strangers to the world. What shocked them was the presence of dozens of dazzling pill shadows amidst those golden patterns. This also implies that the elderly man before us has once forged these sacred elixirs. His identity is beyond question. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept in, and a figure stood respectfully before the elder, visibly agitated as he bowed in deference. I am Jiang Ming, the master of the Eastern Domain branch. Here to pay my respects to the sage of alchemy, Zhao Xinqing. Boom! The once tranquil hall erupted into fervor, all alchemists expressing their overwhelming enthusiasm. We, the juniors, pay homage to the sage of alchemy Zhao. We pay our respects to the venerable elder Zhao. Zhao Xinqing, the sage of alchemy, is one of the 3 revered alchemists in the Dan Hall of the Xiantian continent. He is also the sole master capable of concocting the Grand Sage Elixir. It is important to note that those who can create sacred elixirs are regarded as sages of alchemy. However, Zhao Xinqing's mastery of the alchemical arts is nothing short of extraordinary, as he can refine the Grand Sage Elixir even at the saint level. Yet, the elder later withdrew from the Dan Hall, choosing a life of seclusion. Some say he suffered backlash from the heavenly Tao after creating the Grand Sage Elixir, while others suggest that powerful beings sought him out for alchemical assistance, fearing it might jeopardize their foundations and shorten their lifespans. The accounts vary, but there is no doubt that this elder is the most formidable alchemist across the entire Xiantian continent. For an alchemist to behold him is indeed a pilgrimage. And how could one not be exhilarated? Hongxi wishes to take Elder Zhao as my master, Lin Qingxue declared with fervent excitement, making a decision on behalf of his disciple. This is indeed the esteemed Dansheng. Should Luo Hongxi successfully become his disciple, the entire Tianyin sword sect would undoubtedly hold a grand celebration. If the ancestors were to learn of this, they would surely be overjoyed. The reason is simple. Luo Hongxi is a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, and should she apprentice under Zhao Dansheng, he would effectively become part of the sect as well. However, Lin Qingxue noticed that the young lady appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting him to make a decisive choice for his disciple. Hongxi, do not let your feelings about Jiang Dan Wang cloud your judgment regarding the esteemed individuals of the Dan Hall. Zhao Dansheng is a venerable elder of great virtue. Please behave and do not act stubbornly. Lin Qingxue, anxious that she might be discontented, earnestly advised, having two masters is not a problem. You do enjoy alchemy, do you not? Seize this opportunity. Luo Hongxi was indeed somewhat discontent, as she sensed that the elder's time was limited, and that becoming his disciple would inevitably lead to the sorrow of sending off a white-haired person with her own black hair. Master, do you think I should apprentice under him? She inquired, seeking his counsel. Shen Yun was observing Luo Hongxi's daily updates. The elderly man at the entrance was none other than Dansheng Zhao Xingqing, who had come to the Dan Hall to inquire about high-grade medicinal herbs from the eastern region. He fortuitously encountered Luo Hongxi, who possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy and extraordinary dual pupils, and sought to take her as his disciple to impart his knowledge. It seems he has recognized Hongxi's exceptional dual pupils. What a seasoned veteran. Shen Yun remarked, of course you should apprentice under him, with a distinguished master guiding you. Your alchemical skills will surely flourish. Very well then, Luo Hongxi finally responded, bowing respectfully to the elder. Disciple Luo Hongxi pays her respects to master. Haha. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Xingqing beamed with joy as he assisted Luo Hongxi to her feet, clearly pleased with his new disciple. This left Jiang Ming, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Apprentice. Her. No, if there were to be an apprentice, it should have been him. How could they have chosen a novice? The surrounding alchemists gazed at Luo Hongxi with expressions of envy. What a fortunate young lady. I recall her coming here to practice alchemy. Could it be that her exceptional talent has caught the eye of the esteemed Dansheng, a cultivator who is not from the Dan Hall, here to practice alchemy? The crowd suddenly realized, their expressions turning peculiar as they regarded the Dan Wang, Jiang Ming. In such circumstances, it is customary for individuals to come to the Dan Hall to verify their alchemical talents. However, it is evident that the alchemist responsible for this matter failed to recognize the extraordinary aptitude for alchemy possessed by the young girl. As the person in charge, Hall Master Jiang Ming bears an undeniable responsibility. At this moment, Jiang Ming has regained his composure, yet he stands before the Dan Sage, his face flushed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. For it was he who personally oversaw the evaluation of Luo Hongxi's alchemical abilities. Yet, he overlooked a talent so remarkable that it could captivate the Dan Sage into taking her as a disciple. The mere recollection of his previously haughty demeanor fills him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Zhao Xingqing has also pieced together the sequence of events. After surveying the vast expanse of the Dan Hall, he fixes his gaze upon Jiang Ming. Do you understand why I chose to withdraw from the Dan Hall? The weight of those words left Jiang Ming drenched in sweat, while the surrounding alchemists were equally astonished, holding their breath in anticipation. The departure of the grand alchemist Zhao Xingqing from the alchemy hall was undoubtedly a monumental loss, yet the reasons behind it remained shrouded in mystery to the world. Jiang Ming, unable to evade the conversation, could only bow deeply and respond, I am unaware, esteemed elder. When the alchemy hall was first established, it aimed to provide a platform for alchemists across the realm to engage in mutual exchange and coexistence on equal footing. Zhao Xingqing shook his head in response, lamenting the rising trend of comparison among contemporary alchemists who, buoyed by their status and abilities, had strayed from the true path of alchemy. How could one hope to forge the elixirs of their dreams under such circumstances? Had they forgotten the original aspiration that led them to become alchemists? After voicing his thoughts, the three had already departed from the alchemy hall, leaving a group of contemplative alchemists behind. Is it the case that the venerable grand alchemist withdrew due to disappointment in the current superficial environment of the alchemy hall? Some, like Jiang Ming, bowed their heads in shame, offering a respectful gesture to the departing figure of the Grand Alchemist. On board the flying vessel, Luo Hongxi glanced back at the alchemist watching the trio depart. Her curiosity piqued as she softly inquired, "Master Zhao, is the alchemy hall truly unsatisfactory? I had once envisioned rushing to get certified as an alchemist upon my arrival." The alchemy hall stood as a colossal force spanning the 5 great domains of Xiantian. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly mechanism tower, the refining pavilion, and the array city as one of the 4 titans of Xiantian. These 4 great powers boasted a rich heritage, although they lacked the imperial weapons that surpassed the ancient aristocratic families and sacred grounds. None dared to underestimate them. One could easily imagine the immense honor and benefits that came with being an alchemist of the alchemy hall. Yet, in the words of Grand Alchemist Zhao Xingqing, joining such a prestigious organization seemed less than favorable. Lin Qing, sitting beside her, gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Joining the alchemy hall undoubtedly has its advantages. Elder Zhao is merely issuing a warning. As the Grand Alchemist of the alchemy hall, Zhao Xingqing's ascent undoubtedly benefited from the hall's support. It was inconceivable that he would withdraw due to the so-called superficial environment, as long as the elder wished. A single word from him could alter the atmosphere of the alchemy hall. Moreover, the honor and various conveniences associated with becoming an alchemist, including societal interactions, are intrinsic to human nature and serve as powerful motivations for practitioners aspiring to this path. If one were to dismiss the hall entirely, it could not have remained steadfast for so long. Existence itself justifies reason. Thus, joining the alchemy hall is inherently beneficial. Zhao Xingqing, with hands clasped behind his back, smiled lightly. My reason for withdrawing from the alchemy hall is not due to a negative environment. At my level, I no longer concern myself with such trivialities. Then why? Esteemed elder? Luo Hongxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Even Shen Yun, observing from the screen, was intrigued by the elder's motives. Naturally, it is to concoct elixirs of quasi-imperial caliber. Zhao Xingqing mused softly. Yet, the alchemy hall feels like a shackle to me. Without tranquility of mind, the elixirs cannot be perfected. Fortunately, I have the support of the 2 main hall masters. Otherwise, how could I enjoy such leisure, wandering across mountains and rivers, and encountering a little one like you? Wow, Master Zhao is truly remarkable, Luo Hongxi exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. To craft quasi-imperial elixirs as a grand alchemist, the pursuit of reality is truly astonishing. Lin Qing was equally captivated by the elder's spirit, cupping his fists and softly uttering, "I wish you success, esteemed elder." Such an endeavor is no small feat. Zhao Xingqing chuckled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to the golden sword insignia on Luo Hongxi's collar, stroking his beard as he inquired, "Young friend Lin, I recall this to be the emblem of the sword sect's leader, is it not? Yet, Hongxi is merely at the gathering spiral realm. The Dongyu Tianin sword sect is relatively well known, and Zhao had some understanding of the sword sect's leadership. He was indeed curious whether Luo Hongxi's powerful had led to her designation as the leader. However, to inquire directly would suggest ulterior motives, and he worried about scaring off his newly accepted disciple. Lin Qing's response, however, left him astounded. "Esteemed elder, Hongxi has been appointed as the sword sect's leader due to her comprehension of the reincarnation sword canon inscribed upon the sword steel." "Goodness!" Zhao Xingqing exclaimed, nearly pulling out a few strands of his beard in shock, his eyes widening as he stared at the proudly raised chin of Luo Hongxi. The legacy of the reincarnation sword emperor. Indeed, Lin Qing straightened his posture, equally proud as his disciple. Such news could astonish even the alchemy sage. How could one not feel a sense of pride? Zhao Xingqing could only marvel at the fortuitousness of this disciple, never expecting her to possess such a remarkable destiny. "You, young master, are my greatest fortune." Luo Hongxi smiled with narrowed eyes, intending to express her gratitude once more, only to find that he had vanished. Upon noticing that Luo Hongxi had nothing further to attend to, Shen Yun exited the game. He decided to test his blood refinement claw. Making his way to the gym on the 2nd floor of the villa, he began to practice the blood refinement claw technique. With the aid of automatic cultivation, he was well acquainted with this technique, though he was still curious to see it in action. The practice of the blood refinement claw was exceedingly eerie, as the sound of air being torn apart echoed through the room like the wails of countless tormented souls. The 9-in whitebone claw? Shen Yun observed the 5 elongated nails sprouting from his fingers with a hint of annoyance. It was evident that he was no ordinary cultivator. He could already imagine the looks of others when he eventually displayed this technique. Nevertheless, the power of this secret manual was indeed formidable, far surpassing the 3rd-tier mountain-crushing fist technique. Suddenly, a piercing honk of a car horn erupted outside the villa, accompanied by a voice through a loudspeaker. "Town Enforcement Bureau. We are investigating." Shen Yun of Villa 24, please come out. We suspect your involvement in the deaths of Shou Chaoqiao and her brother. Kindly cooperate with our investigation. To have them arrive so swiftly surprised Shen Yun. He ambled over to the balcony and spotted a black sedan marked with the insignia of the Town Enforcement Bureau. 5 individuals clad in black emerged from the vehicle and entered the villa. The Town Enforcement Bureau was an organization that dealt with criminal cultivators, comprised of practitioners selected from the populace. However, their strength and resources paled in comparison to the formidable Demon Suppression Bureau, focusing instead on lower-level incidents. As Shen Yun leaped down from the balcony, the leader of the group, a strikingly beautiful woman, narrowed her eyes. I am Wang Li, the captain of the Town Enforcement Bureau. Shen Yun, the records indicate that you are merely immortal. How do you explain this? Just an opportunity one happened upon. Shen Yun shrugged. Should I boast about such matters? An opportunity? Wang Li sneered coldly. Given your demeanor, it seems you are unconcerned about Shou Chaoqiao's death. Could it be that she discovered your fortune and you silenced her? You are being rather presumptuous, Shen Yun frowned, fixing his gaze upon her. When I received news of her incident, I was out shopping with my company. As for my feelings, why would I sob over a woman who drained my company dry? Enough. Wang Li waved her hand dismissively. Any matters should be discussed at the bureau. They had already visited Tinglong Company prior, and thus knew Shen Yun had an alibi. The reason she intended to take him in was due to a request from Shou Chaoqiao's father, Zhou Hong. They had met at a commercial banquet, and over the years, she had received many benefits. This time, she was also well prepared. If they could bring in the primary suspect, Shen Yun, and extract a confession through secret drugs, they would surely gain something. Even without her, they could fabricate a confession, especially since Zhou Hong had the backing of the elite club. It could only be said that this young man had offended someone he ought not to have. Upon seeing her produce the spirit-binding handcuffs from her waist, Shen Yun's expression turned frosty. So, after all this talk, you're simply looking for a reason to detain me? The spirit-binding handcuffs were a creation of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Once placed upon a low-tier cultivator, their spiritual energy would dissipate, rendering them as powerless as a mortal. With the current situation, if you were to go to the Town Enforcement Bureau, there would be no good outcome. I know not what you speak of. Currently, you are the primary suspect, and you must accompany us. Wang Li noticed his reluctance to comply and waved her hand. The 4 individuals behind her raised their spirit-binding guns, aiming directly at Shen Yun. Shen Yun, you should be aware of the consequences of resisting the Town Enforcement Bureau. Please cooperate. You may contact your lawyer from the company. However, that must wait until after 24 hours. The 4 exchanged knowing smirks, having already secured Zhou Heng's assurance. If they could extract a confession from Shen Yun regarding Zhou Hao's murder, Zhou Hong would use the club's influence to target Tinglong Company. And for them, a substantial reward awaited. Are you planning to bypass the rules and resort to force? Shen Yun swept his gaze over the 4 glinting guns and the grim-faced Wang Li, murmuring softly, then you have indeed found the right person. In an instant, he vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, a series of white claw-like shadows glided through the moonlight like steel blades, slicing through the bodies of the armed individuals. Wang Li spun around in shock. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the night, blood splattering across Wang Li's face. Witnessing her 4 subordinates reduced to mangled corpses, she staggered backward in terror. Her expression filled with dread as she shouted at Shen Yun, "You dare to kill members of the Town Enforcement Bureau." Yet the young man before her showed no sign of concern, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached with deliberate steps. Wang Li, stumbling backward, tripped over the steps behind her, unable to maintain her balance despite her prowess at the 6th layer of the spirit-guiding realm. The man before her, towering in the moonlight with bloodied claws, resembled a demon fixated on her. With each step he took, an overwhelming pressure enveloped her, drowning her in an abyss of fear, rendering her legs weak and robbing her of the strength to rise. The prowess of the young man before her was formidable. Undoubtedly a practitioner of the 8th or 9th tier of the spirit evocation realm. Although she felt outmatched, the formidable individuals within the 2 departments had their ways to deal with Shen Yun. Furthermore, her own powerful background, coupled with the prestigious and influential genius club in the gaming world, would be sufficient to intimidate him. Once I navigate through this tribulation, you shall see. Wang Li gazed at Shen Yun with a submissive expression. Rest assured, I will keep my word. If you doubt me. As she spoke, she bashfully tore apart her black blazer, revealing an astonishing cleavage encased in a red, wire-free garment. You can film a video to retain evidence. Do as you please. But do not act impulsively. Wang Li was confident in her allure, prioritizing her survival over all else. However, before she could finish her thought, a sharp crack echoed. Shen Yun's 5 razor-sharp nails pierced directly into her skull, crushing her cranium in an instant. Wang Li stared at him in horror, her face contorted. Do not worry. Zhou Heng will soon come to keep you company. Shen Yun rose, scattering the crimson and white remnants from his hands. As for refining blood and enhancing his physique, he had no interest. Drinking from the divine essence spring was far more reliable. At that moment, a man's deep voice echoed from Wang Li's phone. Shen Yun? Oh, how composed he is. Shen Yun retrieved his phone. Noticing that the call had already lasted over a minute, he was well aware of Wang Li's subtle movements, initially suspecting they were a concealed weapon, only to realize she was merely making a call for assistance. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Imo Chunfeng, the head of the Town Repair Division. I recently conducted an investigation and can confirm that you were indeed not present at the time of Shou Chaoqiao's murder. Furthermore, Wang Li's earlier remarks were evidently directed at you, indicating that this matter does not involve you, and no one will trouble you further. However, the private work undertaken by Wang Li's team does not reflect the official stance. You are aware that in this era, chaos descends with alarming swiftness, and the members recruited by the Town Repair Division are rather diverse. I hope you can understand. I can understand, Shen Yun replied in a neutral tone. As long as I am not disturbed, I can understand. A company with indecisive individuals is one thing, but the vast Town Repair Division is another. Yet, this had nothing to do with him. He simply wished to be left alone. I will dispatch someone to warn Zhou Heng, as well as Yi Xingxin, the division leader behind him from the Tianjiao Club. You may have some knowledge of the Tianjiao Club. To be frank, our Town Repair Division wishes to avoid provoking such a power. How about we let this matter rest here? It seems you hold me in high regard, Shen Yun thought, his eyes glinting with sharp insight. There is no unwarranted favor in this world. Such overtures must harbor ulterior motives, although I was not present at the scene. Your rapid arrival prevented others from wielding the town spirit gun, suggesting you have reached a formidable level of cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Imo Chunfeng revealed the reasoning. I surmise you must have acquired remarkable feedback items within the game. It is illogical for such a large company to simply disregard such matters. This is not the decisive behavior one would expect from a recent graduate. Indeed, Shen Yun possessed wealth, yet he had devoted himself entirely to gaming since its launch, likely gaining benefits far more significant than mere money. As for the nature of these treasures, Imo Chunfeng was unaware. However, based on Shen Yun's displayed prowess, it was evident that he was extraordinary. Should he continue to cultivate diligently, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable talent. This is also the reason why he is willing to confront the Tianjiao Club in Haicheng. If you wish to investigate someone, it is indeed quite simple. Fortunately, the funds that Shen Yun has deposited do not traverse through data streams and have been kept confidential by the Xuanxian mobile game. Otherwise, he could find himself in a troublesome situation. As for Shen Yun, we will handle this matter and simultaneously demand that they provide you with a certain compensation. There is no need for that. It's unfortunate for that old fool to have provoked me. Shen Yun, if you were to kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping the Tianjiao Club in the face. Upon hearing this, Imo Chunfeng hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. Is the young man being impulsive? Once Zhou Heng is killed, even if Shen Yun did not slay Zhou Hao, the Tianjiao Club would not let the matter rest quietly. This is akin to jumping before the tiger's eyelids. At that moment, even he would be unable to dissuade Yi Xingxin. He instructed his assistant within the room, immediately notify Zhou Heng to keep his distance. Dispatch 2 teams to the Zhou family and Zhou Corporation if you encounter Shen Yun. Intercept him. I shall go to negotiate at the first opportunity. Understood. Once the assistant departed, a red-haired woman, who had been reclining on the sofa while grooming her nails, spoke up. Shen Yun shows no fear of the Tianjiao Club. He must indeed be the one responsible for the killings. Imo Chunfeng nodded. The Zhou family is indeed a treacherous lot. This matter will likely not end well. Having reviewed the Zhou family's history and considering Wang Li's words alongside Shen Yun's current actions, he deduced that Shen Yun had likely surmised the Zhou family's intent to swallow his company, prompting him to resort to murder. However, Shen Yun's audacity in disregarding the Tianjiao Club astonished him. Inform Yi Xingxin that I will protect Shen Yun. Zhou Heng brought this upon himself, and if he dies, so be it. The red-haired woman rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape of Haicheng, now that a third-tier vampire king has appeared in Haicheng. The Demon Suppression Division is in dire need of personnel. Should Yi Xingxin dare to act, let him know that the Tianjiao Club must vacate the entire city. The Demon Suppression Division, unlike the Demon Repair Division, operates as an independent entity. The chief, an esteemed celestial master, and the deputy chief, a venerable sage, represent the pinnacle of martial power in China, boasting an extremely formidable background. While the Tianjiao Club excels in the game, the rewards it offers are not easily obtained. Members of the club in reality require time to develop their strength. As the captain of the Haiqing Demon Suppression Division, she currently harbored no fear of Yu Xingchen. Yes, Captain Jiang. Imo Chifeng swiftly retrieved his phone to contact Yu Xingchen. At the Zhou Corporation, Shen Yun, riding the white fox, surveyed the room filled with astonished faces. Fixing his gaze upon Zhou Heng and Yu Xingchen, "It's good that you're both here. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one." After finishing off Wang Li, he had come to prevent the Demon Suppression Division from leaking information. Unexpectedly, his timing was impeccable. The two were convening a meeting. What a remarkable steed. It would be a splendid addition to the club. Yu Xingchen, concealing his envy as he gazed at the white fox, turned to Shen Yun. "I am Yu Xingchen, the branch manager of the Tianjiao Club. Mo Zheng has already informed me of your situations. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Please feel free to state any compensation you desire. I can even recommend you for membership in the Tianjiao Club." Yu Xingchen spoke in a calm tone, showing no signs of worry that Shen Yun might refuse. The Tianjiao Club is the organization that every player in China yearns to join. Once accepted, one's game character could receive immense assistance. Shen Yun was undoubtedly a talent, and any wise individual would not decline such a generous offer. Opposing the Tianjiao Club would only lead to self-destruction. As for Zhou Heng's children being deceased, the dead hold no value. Damn it, he turns on a dime. Zhou Heng felt the urge to curse. Yet, circumstances were beyond his control. He could only swallow his indignation and clasp his fists towards Shen Yun. "I am unaware of how those two children offended. Joining the Tianjiao Club is out of the question." Shen Yun interrupted him directly, a mysterious smile directed at Yu Xingchen. "I am quite inclined to personally dismantle this organization." "You are audacious." Yu Xingchen erupted in fury, springing to his feet. No one had dared to speak to a member of the Tianjiao Club in such a manner until now. Yet, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Shen Yun had already vanished from his position. "Let your lives serve as compensation." In an instant, a chilling white claw swept across Zhou Heng's neck, severing his head from his body. "Attack!" The cultivators within the room, witnessing Shen Yun reveal his true form, immediately drew their demon suppression guns to fire, while others wielded magical artifacts to launch assaults. All attacks transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards in this lifetime. "He shall dismantle this organization. Then let us perish together." Witnessing the pale silhouette charging toward him, Yu Xingchen's countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl as he detonated the earth-shattering thunderbolt in his grasp. As a core member of the Celestial Prodigy Club, he harbored no desire for death. Yet in this desperate strait, pleading would prove futile. If he must die, he would drag his adversary down with him. Foolishness. Amidst the whisper as soft as a specter's sigh, Shen Yun's claw flashed past his throat, while the snow-white fox beneath him vanished into the void. Boom. The thunderous explosion shook the wilderness. The devastating shockwave sent dust and debris erupting through the floor, shattering everything in its wake. Upon a distant high-rise, Shen Yun observed the myriad lights flickering to life across the city in response to the blast. He bent down to stroke the great head of his fox companion. "As expected, you are truly remarkable." "Of course I am." The fox narrowed its eyes, nuzzling its cheek against his in blissful contentment. "Ha! Let us depart." Not long after the pair vanished into the night, a fleet of black sedans screeched to a halt before the Zhou Corporation building. "Boss Missouri, we've arrived at Zhou Corp. But there's been a massive explosion." Yu Xingchen was also at Zhou Corp. "Find him." "I." The young man who ended the call trembled with dread. If Yu Xingchen perished as well, this matter will escalate beyond control. They knew Imo Chifeng belonged to the Demon Suppression Bureau, and with Captain Zhang's intervention, shielding Shen Yun would not be difficult. But this hinged on Zhou Heng's death, not Yu Xingchen's survival. Should a division head of the Celestial Prodigy Club fall, would the organization ever let this rest? The organization possesses an overwhelming prowess within the game, as the characters bound to the cloud nurturing are of exceptional caliber. Once they rise in the later stages, their energy will be extraordinarily formidable. Even in this developmental phase, influential figures are covertly supporting from the shadows. If trouble truly arises, it may be difficult for Captain Jiang to protect Shen Yun. Impulsiveness is a devil. The young man shook his head. "Let us thoroughly investigate. Examine the surveillance footage of the entire building." "Understood." The crowd swiftly surged into the building to commence their investigation. Not far from a utility pole, a cloaked figure observed the illuminated floors of the Zhou Corporation building, narrowing his pupils as he sensed the fluctuations of a third-tier magical artifact. Is this the foundation of the Tianjiao Club? It seems even the Demon Suppression Division may find it challenging to contend with. As a member of the beasts descending upon the Blue Star Mountain range, he possessed exceptional intelligence and had infiltrated human society, preying upon numerous low-tier cultivators, achieving a third-tier strength. Yet, tonight's sudden upheaval served as a stark warning. He had presumed the outskirts were rife with pitifully weak prey. Given that the spiritual energy of Blue Star had only recently revived, rendering it rather sparse, little did he anticipate that there would be formidable entities present. It seems I must bide my time and cautiously develop, he mused. Suddenly, a peculiar essence wafted into his nostrils, igniting a spark of interest in his eyes, the scent of a spiritual beast. He leapt gracefully, slicing through the night sky to the rooftop where the white fox had previously stood. The enticing aroma grew increasingly potent as he confirmed his location, and he crouched low, transforming his nose into that of a bat, greedily inhaling the fragrance from the ground. Hiss, HSS, how delightful. Truly exquisite. Spiritual beasts are of a higher tier than demon beasts, possessing innate bloodline inheritances. Should a demon beast consume and refine such a being, not only could it enhance its cultivation, but it might also cleanse its innate qualities and comprehend the bloodline's divine abilities. In the Xiantian continent, spiritual beasts are regarded as prodigies among the demon race. Yet here, devoid of the demon race's constraints, he could consume them without a soul being the wiser. It appeared that the spiritual beast was on the verge of a breakthrough, struggling to contain its internal aura, which had inadvertently leaked out. The bat demon surveyed its surroundings. Frowning, there was no trace of the beast in the air, indicating its remarkable speed. Even he could not guarantee the ability to vanish without leaving a trace. This clearly demonstrated the strength of the spiritual beast. Overcoming it would likely prove a daunting task. Could the explosion be linked to it? The bat demon raised an eyebrow, gazing at the smoke-emitting building ahead. Perhaps there are clues left behind by the surrounding surveillance. In a flash, he vanished into the night. Upon Shen Yun's return home, he found that the bodies and vehicles outside had been dealt with, presumably notified by Imo to the property management. As he stepped into the room, the spiritual energy within him surged to a boil. Ah, another breakthrough is imminent. The efficiency of this breakthrough is truly exhilarating. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved 2 medium-grade spirit stones from the safe. Once these stones were exhausted, he would need to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to achieve further breakthroughs, which would inevitably slow his progress. Reflecting on this, he opened the game and left a message for Qingxue, requesting her assistance in gathering resources. Since Hongxi's cultivation speed was not as rapid as hers, he decided to let the young girl focus on alchemy for the time being. The cost for player messages was quite reasonable. A mere 1 yuan sufficed to record a voice note. After experiencing the delight of rapid breakthroughs, he had no desire to revisit the sluggish, tortoise-like confinement of his past life. By the way, aside from the game providing spirit stones, there were also rumors in my previous life about the discovery of spirit stone mines on Blue Star, he mused, silently noting. I should take the opportunity to search for more information online. After decades of spiritual energy revival, various countries had formed spirit stone veins to some extent. However, before the advent of the immortal-seeking mobile game, this knowledge was not widely known. Shaking off his thoughts, Shen Yun addressed the white fox. I shall commence my breakthrough. You may entertain yourself. Oh, woo, the white fox chirped in a soft, childlike tone, then burrowed into the blankets, exposing only its delicate, pink nose. With the comforting scent of its master enveloping it, it closed its eyes and entered a meditative state. In the Xiantian continent, within the grand hall of the Yaoqi sacred land, the Yaoqi lord gazed at Ling Qingxue with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. In just 2 days, you have reached the 5th level of the vast sea? The surrounding elders, equally amazed, encircled her, exclaiming, even with the physique of a saintess, achieving such rapid advancement at this stage is unheard of. Her aura was steady, giving the impression that she had been cultivating for an extended period. Wasn't it said that the saint body was incredibly difficult to cultivate? Could it be that the enhancement of her Tao body had actually increased her cultivation efficiency? Yet, one detail remained unspoken among them. Despite Ling Qingxue's impressive breakthroughs, her consumption of spirit stones was nothing short of astronomical, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators at her level by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Truth be told, I have been cultivating for nearly half a year. Ling Qingxue murmured to herself. The time-suspending spatial tower was indeed miraculous. 1 day inside equated to 2 months outside. Although the saint body posed challenges for cultivation, her physique had been fully activated, coupled with the advantages of her Tao body and her royal-grade spiritual root. She found her cultivation to be as effortless as a fish in water. It is time to venture out and assist my master in gathering items, she said, bowing respectfully to the Lord. Though my realm is stable, I lack genuine combat experience and am eager to embark on an adventure to enhance my skills. Upon exiting her seclusion, she had also received a message from her master, indicating that she had free time to collect spirit stones and items. This marks the first message from the young master to her, likely a reminder regarding some pressing matters. It is evident that the aura of goodwill associated with these items is something the young master urgently requires. Now that she has emerged from her seclusion, it is time for her to venture forth in search of them. Very well, the Lord of the Yaoqi nodded, gently advising her, should you encounter danger while cultivating outside, do not hesitate to employ the life-preserving talisman bestowed by the sect, and do not regard it as wasteful. The guardian, clad in simple robes, will discreetly follow her, yet will not inform Ling Qingxue of their presence, unless she faces a life-threatening situation or an insurmountable challenge. The guardian will intervene only to prevent her from developing a sense of reliance. After all, one cannot nurture formidable champions within a greenhouse. Understood, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Ling Qingxue proceeded to the Yaoqi Elder's Peak to inquire if there were any suitable places for her to undertake trials. Once she identifies a fitting location, she plans to explore the nearby bustling city in hopes of discovering items that foster goodwill, such as the advantage of a grand sect. Even the most clandestine training grounds are documented, and soon enough, Ling Qingxue found a suitable site for cultivators of the Han High Realm, the Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. Upon descending the mountain, she encountered the radiant Yaoqi saintess, Yuan, approaching her with a smile. Junior sister Ling, are you heading out for trials? May I accompany you? Ling Qingxue did not decline the saintess's kindness and clasped her fists in respect. I would be grateful for senior sister's company. Yuan, beaming, took her hand. No need for formalities. Who knows, I might one day call you senior sister. Although Ling Qingxue was not a saintess of the Yaoqi, her standing was no less esteemed, and her exceptional aptitude and rapid progress were undeniable. Even if the other aspired to be the saintess, she would willingly concede. As long as it benefited the Yaoqi, a senior sister will always remain a senior sister. Ling Qingxue held no desire to vie for status within the Yaoqi. Her only concern was for the young master and her fervent cultivation in hopes of assisting him. Such a devoted spirit for cultivation. Yuan observed her earnest demeanor and ushered her on to a flying vessel. Where do you intend to practice? To the Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. But first, I wish to visit the nearby Jinxiu city. Ling Qingxue expressed her desire to explore the city's mercantile establishments for goodwill spirit stones and items. Very well. The flying vessel soared into the skies, departing from the Yaoqi. Finally, he had broken through to the second level of the gathering spiral. Shen Yun opened his eyes and glanced at the time on his phone. Merely 2 days had passed, a remarkable acceleration compared to his previous life. He reminisced about the days when he had to cautiously cultivate, afraid of adversaries seeking to disrupt him. Now, life felt significantly easier. Noticing the absence of the white fox on his bed, Shen Yun presumed the little creature had entered the beast mastery space. He picked up his phone to log into the Xuanxin mobile game, only to discover that the white fox was not present. Instead, the Q-version avatar displayed 3 prominent characters, transforming. Transforming? Into a human? He wondered what form it would take. Curiosity piqued, he called out towards the door, "White fox, come here." He heard a startled "ah" from outside, followed by a shimmering figure that appeared by his side. The newcomer was a graceful woman with white hair, her delicate features exuding a pure yet slightly alluring aura. The subtle tilt of her eyes added a touch of charm, blending 2 distinct styles of grace that suited her remarkably well. Pure and alluring? Or perhaps it was a quality of extreme innocence that stirred one's heart at first glance. This is undoubtedly the transformed white fox, as evidenced by the 2 furry ears atop her head, gently quivering. Shen Yun, having weathered numerous storms, was not one to be easily captivated by a mere glance at the transformed white fox. However, his heart raced to an extreme, for this young lady had audaciously donned the midnight attire of Shou Qiao from the wardrobe. The purple ensemble appeared to be new, likely untouched in the closet. Yet it was exceedingly provocative. The cold, crystalline skin paired with the soul-stirring purple attire created an overwhelming visual impact. And you've even matched it with stockings of the same hue? Your sense of aesthetics is truly remarkable. Even Shen Yun felt a flush of warmth in his breath, hastily exclaiming, "This cannot be. Do you see any fabric on me that is merely palm-sized?" The white fox shrank her neck, her ears drooping as if she had committed a misdeed, softly murmuring, "The last time my master had me smell the clothes, it was this style. I thought you would like it." Ahem. Shen Yun's face reddened. He had a considerable number of garments, but could only spare a few pieces that Shou Qiao used for her evening changes, never anticipating that the white fox would misconstrue his intentions. Nevertheless, the allure of the white fox in that attire was undeniably heightened. He longed to sing praises of the elegance of purple, yet this young lady appeared so innocent. Evidently unaware of the implications of her attire, Shen Yun quickly rummaged through the wardrobe and found a baggy sweatshirt, draping it over her. From now on, such clothing should only be shown to those whom you cherish. It must not be displayed to outsiders. But I adore my master, can't I show him? The white fox pouted, looking up at Shen Yun with a sense of grievance. Standing at 175 meters, she gazed up at Shen Yun, who was half a head taller, her stance exuding a touch of vulnerability. Do you understand what it means to cherish someone? Shen Yun chuckled in amusement. Come. Let me show you some videos and information online. Online? The white fox followed him to the bedside. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Shen Yun retrieving a tablet. With her remarkable intellect, she learned to navigate the internet in less than half an hour. Upon discovering the implications of her outfit, a subtle blush began to grace her innocent features, and she vanished from the room, tablet in hand. Ahem. The bags in the living room are filled with new clothes I bought for you. My heavens! The white fox, hiding in another room, pressed her back tightly against the wall, her face reddening to the point of near embarrassment. How utterly mortifying. My master wouldn't he think I intended to entice him by dressing this way, would he? After all, she was a fox spirit. Such a notion was not entirely unfounded. She lifted the oversized collar to take a look, and moments later, her delicate earlobes and neck flushed crimson. Oh no, oh no. How can this possibly suffice to cover me? As she spoke, her dainty, fair toes clung tightly to the floor. Not only was there nothing to conceal, but the very design that seemed to divide was, in essence, an exercise in futility. Now she truly had no face left to see her master. Finally, calm down. Shen Yun took a sip of the divine marrow spring to steady his nerves. Indeed, a fox spirit's allure was irresistible. Fortunately, it wasn't intentional. Otherwise, even the most disciplined warriors of the Chao camp might not withstand repeated encounters, let alone him. He recalled that once the white fox broke through a major realm, her racial abilities would automatically awaken. Shen Yun picked up his phone and tapped on the fox's chibi avatar to check her stats. Beast companion, nine-tailed fox gender, female bloodline quality, Emperor's bloodline celestial fox clan current realm, early meridian condensation, 3rd tier. Initial stage, racial abilities, spatial blink, spirit fox healing, void rend, innate ability of the celestial fox clan. By channeling primordial energy, it unleashes devastating spatial shredding upon enemies. Status, gradually mastering human form, higher realms prolonged duration in human shape. Void rend? That's a formidable skill. Shen Yun was delighted. The first two were survival techniques, but this added an unpredictable offensive method, significantly boosting the fox's lethality. Ding. Please name your transformed fox. Name her? Shen Yun raised a brow. Little fox, come here. Time to give you a name. It's all right, master. I'll love whatever you choose. The white fox murmured shyly from the doorway, ears perked in anticipation. She now wore an elegant white hanfu Shen Yun had bought for her, the attire fitting her perfectly. Wonder if she changed underneath. He quickly dismissed the intrusive thought and stroked his chin in contemplation. She is a white fox, so by suits her surname. With beauty like a painting come to life after a moment, he typed 3 characters. By Sienner. Ding. Congratulations on naming success. So lovely, master. By Sienner beamed, gliding to his side. Though traces of bashfulness lingered, joy radiated from her expression. She adored the name. Glad you like it. Shen Yun chuckled, patting the bed beside him. Browse online to learn about this world. I'll game for a bit. Understood, master. She nodded, then noticed him staring blankly at the air. What is master always doing like this? I'll look it up, feeling the distance between them. Bai Xian stole a glance at Shen Yun before inching closer, her delicate frame subtly seeking his warmth. Only then did she lean contentedly against the headboard, knees propping up her tablet as she surfed. Shen Yun observed Luo Hongxi's chibi avatar. The little girl stood arms crossed, one foot tapping smugly. And she has every right to be smug. With a 100 alchemy success rate, she just produced another pill, a 2nd-tier spirit-gathering pill. Once Hongxi's alchemy skills and efficiency improve, the feedback of pills will skyrocket. Shen Yun grinned inwardly. If I ever run low on spirit stones, I can just sell a couple on the black market. The future looks bright. Lacking a storage ring, he refrained from retrieving the pill. Next, he checked Ling Qingxue's chibi avatar. The girl was in a private chamber of the treasure pavilion, examining a storage ring. A glance at her stats revealed she'd already reached the 5th layer of the vast sea realm, astonishing him. TSK, the efficiency of spending money is unmatched. In just 2 days, her progress was staggering. Soon, her name would shake both realms. More importantly, as her cultivation soared. Ling Qingxue would access increasingly advanced resources, meaning even rarer treasures would eventually feed back to Shen Yun, the player. Treasure Pavilion, not a single one. Ling Qingxue's brows furrowed as she set the storage ring down, addressing the manager across from her. Manager Zhou, might I inspect your other spirit stones? Oh, Zhou's eyebrow arched. This woman had been personally escorted by the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool. Though her cultivation seemed lacking, her background was undoubtedly extraordinary. What struck him most was that just 2 days prior, another cultivator had made a similar request under the guise of selling artifacts. This prompted him to perceive a hint of an unusual scent. After pondering for a moment, Zhou curiously inquired, Ling Dao friend, a previous cultivator came forth with a similar request. May I ask what you were seeking? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue's heart trembled. Could it be that the intentions align with those of the young master? She had believed that only the young master would seek such an item, yet it appeared others were involved as well. However, the gaze cast upon her by the young master soon steadied her emotions. Remain composed. Shen Yun understood that such matters could not be concealed, especially from someone of Ling Qingxue's esteemed background, who was well-connected and privy to information, as evidenced by the current scenario. Nevertheless, he had already devised a response. And with the unwavering loyalty of his role, he simply needed to echo the most popular sentiment from his past life online. This young master hails from the same realm as they do. Yet their pursuits are of a lesser caliber. You may continue your search for the item without worry, even if the other party has examined the spirit stones. There is a chance you may discover something favorable. After a thorough explanation, Ling Qingxue finally understood. In essence, her young master held a position of great prestige, akin to surveying the world from the skies, capable of bestowing upon her imperial weapons and other extraordinary treasures, while others lacked such prowess. Furthermore, items of affection were often personal. If she sensed a connection to this item, it might not resonate with others. Thus, even if the other party had scrutinized the spirit stones here, she could persist in her quest. As for how to explain this to the shopkeeper, a mere intimidation would suffice. It was her esteemed ancestor who had sent her on this errand, and she herself was in the dark. Ling Qingxue offered a polite smile. Is it the intention of the Yaoqi saint? Zhou Wen's eyes twitched with curiosity, yet he dared not inquire further, rising to invite her, if that is the case. Please accompany me. Should Yaoqi have any business in the future, I hope you will consider my duo about pavilion. What a splendid opportunity! Ling Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rather than searching alone, why not enlist the aid of the sacred grounds? With the network of connections the sacred grounds possessed, a mere word would summon numerous trading guilds. At that juncture, she would only need to select the spirit stones and items of affection. Contemplating this, Ling Qingxue feigned contemplation and remarked, I shall return to consult with my ancestor. If a collaboration can be established, please remember to transport the spirit stones to Yaoqi for my perusal. The more, the better. She merely needs to inform them upon her return. The sacred land will undoubtedly be intrigued by her intention in selecting the spirit stones at that time. She can claim it is necessary for her cultivation. In the realm of immortality, everyone harbors secrets, and who would pry too deeply? Zhou's words were merely courteous. He did not anticipate such a substantial gain, and he could not help but feel elated, clasping his fist in salute. Ha ha, I appreciate your efforts, fellow cultivator. Although the treasure pavilion is considerable in scale, it has yet to earn the privilege of collaborating with a major force like the sacred land. The fact that this young lady could directly converse with the saint of Yaoqi truly astonished him. Her background is significantly more impressive than that of the previous cultivator who examined the spirit stones. Before long, Ling Qingxue arrived at the warehouse housing the spirit stones. Within the room, shelves held hundreds of spatial rings. She extended her consciousness into them, searching diligently, and ultimately discovered only 5 desirable spirit stones, 2 inferior grade, 3 mid-grade, a commendable harvest. She was quite content with her acquisition. Once Ling Qingxue exited the treasure pavilion, she whispered to herself, Young master, after I undergo training in the Qilin underground palace, I shall assist you in seeking items. No matter, while procuring items is important, cultivation and training are equally vital. A reasonable allocation of time will suffice, Shen Yun gently advised. The feedback regarding the items to be sought, which could augment his recharge records, must not be overlooked. I wonder if this trial will allow me to elevate my VIP status to level 2. He silently anticipated the capabilities that level 2 might confer. Noticing that the Qilin underground palace still required time to open, Shen Yun shifted his gaze to Bai Xian'er beside him. Her white hair was tucked behind her ear, and she was seriously focused on the tablet in her hand. Perhaps sensing Shen Yun's gaze, Baixianer felt her heart race and suppressed the warmth rising in her cheeks with her cultivation. The earlier scene had indeed been quite awkward. Unfortunately, the game is not accessible to her. Otherwise, she would not feel so bored. Shen Yun sighed. The game was solely for human players, as neither the descended beasts nor the future celestial cultivators could log into it. It's all right, Master. Baixianer gently shook her head. I must cultivate daily. I cannot play the game for long anyway. Moreover, accompanying you is not dull at all. Her voice was melodious and soft, complemented by her bashful demeanor as she lowered her head, resembling a sweet, obedient neighbor rather than a vixen. Indeed, Shen Yun smiled, ruffling her hair, knowing that not everyone possesses the innate ability to cultivate automatically as he does. Baixianer relished Shen Yun's touch, yet felt too shy to express her enjoyment openly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to Shen Yun and inquired, Master, I sent away a cultivator who approached during your breakthrough. Could they be someone you know? How did you send them away? Shen Yun's tone was peculiar. Baixianer understood his concern. He was worried about her having been exposed when she went out. This left her blushing. Without a master, I drove them away with sheer force. The visitors, a man and a woman, claimed to be from the Demon Suppression Division. They informed you to check the latest news regarding the Zhou Corporation upon your awakening, stating that someone was deliberately causing you trouble. Zhou Heng's company is troubling me? Shen Yun, puzzled, opened a search engine. He recalled that as soon as he entered the company, he had destroyed the cameras inside, employing the same technique used in eliminating the Zhou siblings. Even if the Demon Suppression Division was aware of his involvement in the death of Yi Xingchen, Baixianer's tone did not suggest that they were seeking conflict. As Shen Yun typed explosion at Zhou Corporation, Haiching, his brows knitted tightly. The search box immediately displayed a trending entry. Once he confirmed, the tablet interface was inundated with reports on the incident. Each piece of content featured a gray surveillance 6, so swiftly did they pinpoint his exact location, indicating that the puppeteer possesses considerable skill. Could it be the Tianjiao Club rather than the Demon Suppression Division? After perusing the news for a while, Shen Yun closed the article. Regardless of the faction, he harbored no fear. If the mastermind was so eager to expose him, they would inevitably reveal their true nature. Is everything all right, Master? Do not worry. It is a trifling matter. Shen Yun playfully tapped the delicate nose of Baixianer, only to witness her radiate a gentle white glow. Master, I wish to revert back. In a flash, her petite form swiftly diminished, her garments cascading onto the bed, revealing a beautiful little fox. Once my cultivation is heightened, I will be able to maintain this form for an extended duration. Shen Yun cradled the white fox in his arms, affectionately stroking its fur. Master's words suggest that you favor my transformed appearance, Baixianer said, blissfully narrowing her eyes, relieved that she no longer felt her appearance was unattractive. Meanwhile, within the game, Ling Qingxue had entered the Qilin Mountain Underground Palace alongside a multitude of cultivators. The Qilin Mountain Underground Palace, a relic of ancient times, was said to be a palace forged by a fire Qilin that resided there. However, entry into this underground palace was restricted to cultivators within the vast sea. Others would face assaults from the palace's prohibitions, which could even extinguish those of formidable strength, making it exceedingly perilous. The last opening occurred centuries ago, where it was rumored that someone had discovered the fire Qilin's inherent divine ability, Burning Sky Inferno. Regrettably, that event resulted in numerous fatalities, a truly tragic affair. At the entrance of the underground palace, thousands gazed at the bifurcated entrance, engaged in lively discussions. This is a divine flame capable of incinerating all creation. Even the heavens can be scorched. How could it be within our reach? Finding a few treasures would be a stroke of luck. Beware of the fire corpses within the palace. Many cultivators who previously ventured here were burned by the Burning Sky Inferno and became puppets of the palace. Their strength not to be underestimated. Ling Qingxue, ever attentive, flowed with the crowd into a passage of the underground palace. I hope to discover some favorable artifacts, she mused. Pressing deeper and encountering fire corpses, testing their strength and finding them truly weak. Thus, she initiated a path of overwhelming force. Her physique is truly formidable, Shen Yun observed, marveling at Ling Qingxue's effortless advance into the underground palace. Amongst the charred fire corpses, many wielded the strength of the vast sea. Yet they could not withstand a single exchange against her. The finger techniques she had learned from the jade pool flowed from her hands like lasers, each strike sending an adversary tumbling down. Moreover, she showed no signs of fatigue, appearing as if her internal energy was boundless. The Nine Heavens' sacred body indeed proved to be impressively powerful. As they ventured further, the various passages of the underground palace began to converge. Yet, the elite cultivators who could arrive here were few, with only a handful present. diligently clearing the path of the formidable fire corpses. Suddenly, a massive red flame erupted from the depths of the pitch-black underground palace. Wherever the flames traversed, the corpses and treasures of previous souls were reduced to ashes. The suffocating aura of destruction caused the cultivators present to change countenance and swiftly retreat. This is bad. It is the burning sky inferno of the fire Qilin. Alarmingly, the fire corpses remained unaffected by the flames. Instead, their strength surged, ignited by the fire, as they charged ferociously toward the cultivators. This place is no longer safe. The crowd dared not linger, yet in their peripheral vision, they caught sight of two figures transforming into fleeting shadows, dashing into the inferno ahead. They are disciples of the Jade Pool, and the prodigy Chu Feng from the flame-refining manor. They displayed no fear of the burning sky inferno. Witnessing the two disregard the flames and plunge into the depths of the underground palace left the onlookers astounded. Although the peak might not be present, its might remains terrifying. What formidable protective techniques! In the mere blink of an eye, the two traversed the lengthy flame corridor, arriving at a vast underground plaza. As Ling Qingxue touched down, she beheld the source of the flames, which had transformed into a fire Qilin embers. Truly the source of the fire Qilin's burning sky inferno. Chu Feng from the flame-refining manor, seeing the fire Qilin's phantom attempt to flee, hastily pursued. Should the fire Qilin still be alive, none would dare covet its treasures. However, this ember of the burning sky had long lost its potency due to the passage of time, allowing the two a moment of opportunity. He glanced at the unwavering Ling Qingxue nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. My friend, should you choose to withdraw today, when my companion achieves enlightenment, I shall speak favorably on behalf of the Jade Pool. Ling Qingxue's eyes narrowed, her tone turning icy. This treasure is mine by right. I advise you not to disturb me. The other party might indeed know of a prodigy likely to achieve enlightenment. Yet the elders of the Jade Pool had proclaimed that she too had the potential for enlightenment. Who was to fear whom? The ember emitted a favorable resonance, and its quality appeared commendable. She must acquire it for her master. Anyone who dared to impede her acquisition would become her adversary. How fortuitous. I require it as well. Chu Feng shrugged, recognizing that since she refused his counsel, it would be a contest of skill. The woman's speed is indeed remarkable. Yet her cultivation level only reaches the 5th tier of the vast sea realm. With his mastery at the pinnacle of the vast sea stage, it would merely take him a moment to counter her. Thus, there was no further discussion. In a swift motion, Ling Qingxue abandoned her pursuit of the flickering flame and charged directly towards Chu Feng. Given this, Chu Feng cast a glance at the fleeing source of the burning heaven flame, fixing his gaze on the approaching Ling Qingxue. His tone laced with hostility. I'll deal with you first. How audacious of her to confront him despite her inferior cultivation. Did she truly believe that the pride of his sect was merely for show? Yet, in an instant, Ling Qingxue unleashed her full speed, arriving before him and delivering a powerful punch. The speed erupted with a force akin to the compression of space, startling Chu Feng as his pupils constricted. Such terrifying velocity. He barely managed to summon a defensive shield with his divine consciousness, placing it before him, just as the opponent's pure white fist, accompanied by a howl that tore through the air, struck the shield with tremendous force. Naive, this is my 8th tier defensive barrier. Chu Feng anticipated the recoil would send him flying, preparing for a counterattack. However, in the next instant, a thunderous crash resonated from the shield, severing the connection between Chu Feng and the barrier, rendering his face pale with disbelief. How is this possible? Why is she so strong? Whoosh! The shield was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into Chu Feng like a cannonball. Puff! He spat blood, resembling a lifeless fish as he collided with a nearby wall and fell to the ground. At this moment, disbelief was etched across Chu Feng's face. As a fellow prodigy, he was utterly crushed by a single blow. It was sheer humiliation. Shen Yun savored a sip of the divine essence spring, reflecting on how miserable this girl had once been. Now revealing her remarkable prowess, it was akin to a father's pride in watching his child grow. Shen Yun's hand paused mid-drink as he noticed the man who had spat blood had a character for heaven embroidered on his sleeve. This is the insignia of the Celestial Pride Club. No wonder the tone was so arrogant. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, members of the Celestial Pride Club had bound many outstanding characters, some even possessing the potential to attain enlightenment. But in his eyes now, those people would merely serve as stepping stones for Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, since you've made your move, kill him directly. Young master, I was just thinking the same. Ling Qingxue unleashed a devastating fist imprint toward Chu Feng, whose face was twisted in despair. Having spent years in exile, she knew all too well that those with complicated backgrounds like his, once provoked, must be eliminated immediately, lest they bring endless trouble later. No. Chu Feng howled in desperation. I withdraw from the competition. Spare me, fellow cultivator. The prophet behind him had assured him there would be no danger today, so how had he stumbled into a life-or-death situation? Crack. The fist imprint did not falter for even a moment. Chu Feng's body was instantly obliterated, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Damn it. This female cultivator has also been bound by a player. In an office somewhere, a woman's shrill voice pierced the air. The other 6 in the room immediately turned to her. What's wrong, Xiaoanai? Why are you crying? Yeah, Xiaoanai, who upset you? We'll make it right. As members of the Celestial Pride Club, they were a united front, sharing resources and standing together through thick and thin. Moreover, Xiaoanai was exceptionally beautiful, and her character's innate talent ranked among the best in their group. Yet her next words plunged the room into silence. My character was killed. With that, she burst into tears. She had used the daily intelligence report on her character, which clearly stated there was no risk of death in the secret realm today. There was only one possible explanation. This Ling Qingxue, the cultivator from the Jade Pool sect, had also been bound by a player. Only under such circumstances would players be unable to deduce information about each other's characters. This situation has spawned numerous posts online, with many individuals encountering similar experiences. Mystics speculate that this is a unique protection from the heavens for the game character, preventing others from deducing information about different characters. However, should the two parties meet, the consequences remain uncertain. If the character perishes, wouldn't that render you incapacitated? The glances directed at Xiaoanai within the room have shifted, with some revealing an inexplicable lecherous grin. Unless Xiaoanai's newly bound character is of extraordinary caliber, the club does not accommodate idleness. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. In certain cities, there exists not a single member of a club. The vastness of the game Xiantian continent is overwhelming, teeming with inhabitants, with 100 billion players from Blue Star entering this realm. The number of bound characters is akin to mere droplets in the ocean, utterly insignificant, were it not for the heaven's special favor towards players. According to the words of Xiantian cultivators, perhaps only a handful of prodigious cultivators would emerge from among the 100 billion. A disciple of the Yuqi? The gathered individuals observed the screenshot of Xiaoanai, discreetly committing this character to memory. They resolved to deliberate at the upcoming club meeting whether to send game characters to confront this woman. In ordinary matters, decisions could be made internally. However, a character capable of vanquishing prodigious foes is not one they could provoke lightly. Not a single favorable item. Ling Qingxue remarked as she finished inspecting Chu Feng's storage ring and swiftly made her way toward the location where the flame of destruction lay concealed. Her physique is extraordinarily sensitive. How could such a blazing energy, akin to the sun, evade her scrutiny? This also served as the source of her confidence in confronting Chu Feng by daring to relinquish the burning heaven fire source. As expected, within 5 minutes, Ling Qingxue discovered the burning heaven fire source hiding upon a sacrificial altar deep within the underground palace. Her sudden arrival seemed to startle the fire source, causing its flames to flicker with trepidation. You cannot escape my perception. Ling Qingxue smiled as she stepped forward, only to furrow her brow instantly. She witnessed the burning heaven fire source flowing like quicksand into the altar below, merging into a translucent jade bone. The jade bone, towering at nearly half a person's height, exuded an ancient aura. Once the burning heaven fire source fully integrated into it, a resonating hum echoed. The ancient and vigorous presence immediately enveloped the entire underground palace. Due to the proximity, Ling Qingxue could even feel a terrifying pressure emanating from the jade bone. In an instant, she was blasted backward by this overwhelming force. Though the Yaqi's trial ladder bore no offensive nature, the pressure here felt as if a formidable being had descended, utterly insurmountable. So powerful. Upon landing, Ling Qingxue gazed in disbelief at the jade bone that had risen before her. She beheld a colossal fire qilin, ablaze and towering, manifesting as a mere illusion, with the jade bone serving as its thigh bone. The qilin's eyes were as deep and cold as an abyss, silently fixating on Ling Qingxue. Even without uttering a word, its imposing presence radiated an unmatched dominance. Could it truly be the qilin bone? Despite her suspicions, Ling Qingxue was still taken aback by this revelation. The qilin was one of the 7 imperial beasts of ancient times, capable of contending with emperors at maturity. Its power was indeed formidable. However, that was a tale from millions of years ago. Subsequently, the bloodlines of the 7 imperial beasts seemed cursed, maturing only to the quasi-emperor level. This fire qilin had perished before reaching maturity, as indicated by the purple-golden divine patterns emanating from its leg bone, which suggested it had only reached the great sage level. Ling Qingxue sensed that the illusory fire Qilin was unwilling to allow her to take the leg bone and the burning heaven fire source. Senior. She clasped her hands in a salute. I must take this burning heaven fire source. The fire Qilin's gaze sharpened. Boom. In an instant. The surrounding void ignited with intense burning heaven flames, far surpassing the flames encountered in the previous passage. The underground palace transformed into a sea of fire within moments. More alarming was the sound of the void cracking, as if it could not endure the searing flames. Yet, Ling Qingxue remained undaunted. Her resolute face reflecting unwavering determination. I have declared that I must take it today, regardless of the cost. Thunderous roars echoed within her body like a landslide. The surging blood within her made her garments flutter, and an ethereal, formless figure, seated amidst the cosmos, materialized behind her. She fully activated her 9 heavens sacred body. Bathed in radiant holy light, she became an otherworldly presence, stepping boldly into the inferno of burning heaven flames. Sizzle. Thick smoke billowed from her ethereal form. Though she appeared unscathed, her connection with the illusion meant that even a single touch with the flames caused her to break into a cold sweat. You, the old fellow, actually had another trick up his sleeve. This is the divine power of the fire Qilin, and now it's just gone. He felt an excruciating pang of regret. An adult fire Qilin could rival an emperor in battle. This blazing heaven inferno was absolutely formidable. If it disappeared, he'd probably lose sleep over it. Fortunately, the recharge prompt flashing on the game interface lifted his spirits. Ding. Limited time special offer. Recharge 28. 888 to temporarily seal a corner of the Emperor's array beneath the Qilin's feet. Note: the fire Qilin's will is resolute. Sealing the array may damage the blazing heaven fire source. Combine with other recharge offers for a combo to secure the treasure. Combo move 1. Recharge an additional 52. 888 to edit the identity of character Ling Qingxue. Elder Qilin, I am the chosen one you've been waiting for. Special offer: the supreme invincible tyrant fist. Even the fire Qilin can't withstand this blow. Recharge 288. 888 to temporarily grant character Ling Qingxue the power of words become law. If I say this treasure is mine, then it is mine. Clearly. Only the supreme invincible tyrant fist guaranteed a 100 chance of obtaining the artifact, a blatant marketing ploy. Such a money-grabbing scheme. Good thing I'm loaded. Tap, tap, tap. Shen Yun swiftly selected all 3 recharge options without hesitation. The first 2 were just to boost his spending and VIP level. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he declared, no need to panic. A mere corner of the Emperor's array? Sealed with but a thought. Sealed with a thought. Ling Qingxue shuddered, every hair on her body standing on end. To halt the Emperor's array's teleportation, her young master was truly terrifying. The next moment, a colossal seal character abruptly materialized over the teleportation array beneath the altar, freezing even the roiling flames around the fire Qilin in place. How was a corner of the Emperor's array sealed? The Qilin stared in shock at the young woman before it. The Emperor's array is nothing. My young master possesses even greater power. Ling Qingxue brimmed with confidence, her face alight with pride. For within her mind lay another gift from her young master, a mark of divine law. Words become law, with but a single utterance. She could directly claim the fire Qilin's divine power, the source of blazing heaven. Without hesitation, Ling Qingxue fixed her gaze upon the Qilin and declared, Elder, this junior claims the source of blazing heaven, and thus, it is mine. The moment the words left her lips, whoosh. A dazzling radiance of divine law erupted from the Qilin's massive bones, followed by a streak of fiery light that obediently landed upon Ling Qingxue's outstretched palm. Now, the flame in her hand bore none of its world-incinerating terror. Instead, it hovered docilely in the air, as gentle as a sprout. Got it. Ling Qingxue gazed at the source of blazing heaven in her hand, her face alight with joy. The young master is truly this formidable. With just a casual remark, he had severed the connection between the fire Qilin and its divine flame. Such power was beyond comprehension. An ability this astounding, the young master must be a living immortal. Ling Qingxue felt the weight of expectation pressing upon her. Even if she reached the Emperor realm, she'd likely remain far behind him. But she had faith after all. Her young master had always stood steadfastly behind her. Is this fate? The fire Qilin stared blankly as its blazing heaven source drifted away, now severed from its lifelong companion. Its voice was thick with melancholy. Such extraordinary prowess extinguished all lingering obsessions within him, freeing him from the torment of awaiting the destined individual. Very well. Perhaps you possess the ability to seek out the celestial demon emperor. The ethereal silhouette of the fire Qilin gradually dissipated upon the altar. Meanwhile, the translucent leg bone of the Qilin lay quietly upon the altar. Young master, please take a look. What do you think of the quality of this fiery artifact? Ling Qingxue eagerly gazed into the void, cradling the flame in her hands. The feedback from the artifact. Source of the burning heavens. A divine object born from one of the 7 imperial beasts, the fire Qilin. Description. A transcendent divine object capable of incinerating all things in existence. At its pinnacle, its fiery essence could even alter the countenance of an emperor. Note. The essence has significantly diminished. Nurturing it within a living being may restore its vitality. Special effect. Exceptional efficacy against malevolent entities. Method of manipulation. Through intent. A rather remarkable trinket. It is gratifying to know that it pleases the young master. Ling Qingxue beamed with satisfaction, finally acquiring a treasure that earned the young master's commendation. Though Shen Yun maintained an air of calm, he could hardly suppress the joy swelling within him. This is indeed a treasure that could cause even the emperor to pale. Were it not for the desire to showcase his extraordinary prowess before Ling Qingxue, he would have burst into laughter. Extracting the feedback item, source of the burning heaven. Moments later, the game projection shimmered with ripples, revealing the flames in Ling Qingxue's hand slowly rising before Shen Yun's eyes. This trial has proven to be immensely fruitful. With a mere thought, the source of the burning heaven entered his being. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun observed the projection of the dungeon walls, which were riddled with cracks, and cautioned Qingxue. Be careful and make your way out quickly. Understood. Ling Qingxue surveyed her surroundings before summoning the Kirin leg bone from the altar. The Kirin leg bone was colossal. She could barely grasp the slenderest end with one hand, while the larger end was larger than her head. Nonetheless, it was a formidable artifact, likely to serve her well in combat. Noticing remnants of the Imperial array on the altar, she decided to take that as well. Perhaps I can glean some insights from it when I return. In the past, she had collected all sorts of resources for her own use. Although this altar appeared useless, she could not bear to see it destroyed. Confirming there was nothing else to collect, Ling Qingxue swiftly departed, racing towards the entrance of the dungeon. As a throng of cultivators surged forth from the dungeon, the Kirin Mountain erupted with a deafening roar. This signifies that the long-existing secret realm of Qilin Mountain has now become a part of history. Why hasn't Shufeng emerged yet? The cultivators of Lianyan Mountain Manor, witnessing the collapse of the Qilin Mountain range, were in a state of frantic agitation. Those who had come out reported that he had encountered the blazing flames of the Yaoqi cultivators, leaving them uncertain of his fate. Look, it is a Yaoqi cultivator. The crowd turned their attention to the exit of the underground palace, where a woman clad in Yaoqi's platinum attire shot forth. However, she appeared disheveled and in a state of distress. Young friend, an elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor swiftly approached, his tone laden with urgency. Do you know the whereabouts of Shufeng, who pursued the blazing sun? Ling Qingxue, still trembling from her recent ordeal, clasped her fists and replied, Respected elder. That fellow cultivator was consumed by the flames. I was fortunate to have escaped. Surviving in the outside world requires a certain degree of skill, or she would not have lasted this long. Even joining Yaoqi was a cautious yet wise decision. Consumed by flames? The elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor felt darkness cloud his vision, and the disciples accompanying him paled in shock, though they had anticipated such a possibility. The confirmation of the outcome was too much to bear. Shufeng was one of the 2 most distinguished disciples of Lianyan Mountain Manor, having recently forged connections with numerous prominent forces within the sect. To witness such potential extinguished so abruptly was unbearable. Another genius has fallen, the cultivators murmured, shaking their heads. No matter how exceptional one may be, the world of cultivation is merciless. Shen Yun observed the inexplicable expression on the elder's face, secretly hoping. I hope that old man takes action, allowing me to indulge in spending once more. This time, he invested over 370,000 and was merely a little over 100,000 away from ascending to VIP level 2. Unfortunately, the elder of the Lianyan Mountain Manor dared not take action, as the woman before him was a disciple of the Yaoqi. Alas, perhaps this was a calamity destined for Shufeng. The elder sighed, bidding farewell to his disciples as they departed. It was not until Ling Qingxue boarded the flying vessel and drifted away that a disciple of the Lianyan Mountain Manor transmitted a message. Elder, are we just letting her go like this? What else can we do? Do you dare to act against a Yaoqi disciple in broad daylight? The elder's tone grew increasingly frigid. If it were an unknown minor cultivator, he would have no reservations, but this was a disciple of a holy land. Should he act foolishly in public, the Lianyan Mountain Manor could not withstand the wrath of Yaoqi. This girl possesses an exceptionally rich aura. Perhaps she has obtained the burning heaven source. The elder's eyes gleamed with intensity. Return and inquire how the manor lord wishes to proceed. Understood. Uninteresting, Shen Yun muttered, deciding instead to indulge in his burning heaven source. Currently, Ling Qingxue faced no immediate danger, even if he logged off. He would receive game prompts should his character encounter peril. Upon exiting the game, Shen Yun raised his right index finger, and a flicker of crimson flame ignited at its tip. The flame danced with the wind, its vibrant red radiating a divine brilliance. The subdued burning heaven flame was remarkably gentle, devoid of any violent heat. In the past, I would never have dared to even dream of possessing such a treasure. Shen Yun chuckled, waving his finger as the flame twinkled dazzlingly. Oh woo. The slumbering Baixianer in his arms seemed startled, her snowy fur bristling as she darted behind his neck, eyeing the flame. What a perilous aura. Is this a feedback item obtained from the game by my master? Familiar with the immortal seeking game, she instantly associated Shen Yun's sudden display of such dangerous fire with game feedback. Well, I needn't worry, it poses no threat to me. With a thought, Shen Yun directed the burning heaven source to transform into a streak of light that penetrated his body. Only then did Baixianer dare to slide down, her expression fraught with worry as she gazed at him. Is it really safe, master? It emanates such a destructive aura, as if it could incinerate anything. Of course. Shen Yun laughed, cradling her in his arms and playfully waving his index finger before her. Look. Baixianer leaned in, her delicate nose sniffing cautiously, confirming there were indeed no injuries. Haha. Observing her concerned demeanor, Shen Yun affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers. Today had been exceptionally fruitful, and with the little fox being so considerate, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although Baixianer blushed slightly, she sensed Shen Yun's happiness and squinted her eyes, filled with delight. Ah, I should feed you something. Shen Yun suddenly remembered his role as a caretaker and rose to approach the vault. Baixianer had attained a breakthrough, meaning she likely lacked energy. It's all right, master. I can venture into the mountains to find spirit materials to consume. That's far too dangerous. Shen Yun opened the vault, retrieving a 6th-tier heart-nourishing flower and divine essence spring. You saw the password just now. In the future, if you wish to eat, do so yourself. This is the undiluted divine essence spring, rich in spiritual energy, so be cautious when consuming it. With the loyalty of his contracted spirit beast maxed out, he was completely unconcerned about betrayal. Seeing that the essence spring was limited, Baixianer shook her head. Save the essence spring for you, master. I'll just have this flower. You need to grow stronger too. This must be a feedback item, and acquiring it must be quite difficult. Not to worry. Diluting a drop is equivalent to an entire bottle. We have enough for both of us in the early stages. Shen Yun took out a jade vial and diluted a portion for Baixianer. Although the items were precious, he was confident he could procure even better treasures in the future. Furthermore, the divine essence spring was meant to lay a foundation. Its effectiveness would gradually diminish over time, so consuming it all wouldn't matter. Once Shen Yun handed her the diluted spring water, Baixianer joyfully swayed her 3 foxtails. Thank you, master. Don't mention it. Shen Yun, noticing her beautiful tails, curiously reached out to touch the newly grown one. By the way, did this tail emerge during your breakthrough? Master, please don't. Baixianer exclaimed, abruptly abandoning the water bottle and darting into the beast's space. Observing the darkened patch on the luxurious carpet, Shen Yun awkwardly picked up the bottle from the floor, tightening the cap with a cough. Ahem, in the future, pour it out yourself if you wish to drink. What a surprise. So this is the Achilles heel of the 9-tailed fox. Huddled within the space, Baixianer dared not lift her head, covering her face with her little paws and wrapping herself with 3 tails, only daring to respond weakly. Woo-woo, this is a disaster. I've embarrassed myself again. She had been so defenseless with her master, never expecting such an incident. The previous embarrassment over her attire had vanished, but now she felt even more mortified. How would she ever face anyone again? After Shen Yun tidied up, he took out his phone to check for messages. The member from the Demon Suppression Bureau who had come to find him should be Changfeng, who would have no trouble acquiring his number. Due to the phone being set to silent, he had numerous missed calls and texts. Upon browsing through a few, Shen Yun's finger paused. Mr. Shen, this is Changfeng. We have currently identified the suspicious individual who uploaded your video online. It appears to be the 3rd-tier blood-sucking demon king that has recently appeared in Haicheng. A household camera across from the Zhou Corporation was dismantled, and we detected residual demonic energy left behind. We have stationed personnel near your villa. It wouldn't dare approach. The blood-sucking demon king? A glint of intensity flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. In his past life, this blood-sucking bat demon was notoriously infamous in Haicheng. Many cultivators had been drained to husks by it, and even the Demon Suppression Bureau had failed to capture it multiple times, leading to the demise of numerous strong practitioners as its strength grew rapidly and immensely. To think this creature could detect Baixianer's presence that day. Moreover, exposing him online was clearly an attempt to gather information about him. However, with the Demon Suppression Bureau stationed near his home, This bat demon likely lacked strength during its developmental phase, which is why it refrained from attacking out of caution. It's time to have them withdraw. The second game update is approaching. Shen Yun glanced at the time, 6:47 p.m. At 7 p.m., the entire world will go mad due to the game update. He mused, gazing pensively at the night outside. The reason was simple. The main content of this update was related to feedback items. Players, upon slaying those demonic beasts that had preyed upon humans in reality, could obtain feedback cards equivalent to the level of the beasts. These feedback cards could be exchanged for items of the same quality directly from the characters. It was evident that this update expanded the avenues for players to acquire cultivation items, thereby enhancing their capabilities and survival skills. However, hunting demonic beasts that had preyed upon humans was no easy feat. Take the bat demon in Haiching, for instance. It possessed intelligence and considerable strength. Players would need to assess their own capabilities before attempting to hunt it. Yet, for Shen Yun, it posed no challenge whatsoever. If the bat demon dared to come, the freshly acquired burning heaven flame would send it soaring. Not to mention, he had by Sienner in the 8th tier mid-grade reflective heart shield at his disposal. It would be the perfect opportunity to earn a card, just as Shen Yun contemplated sending a message to Imo Chenfeng to have his people withdraw. He raised an eyebrow. If he messaged now, just before the game update, it might arouse suspicion regarding his foresight abilities. Better to wait a bit longer. Caution is never a fault. There were still a few minutes left. Soon, the clock struck 7. Gazing at the game projection, Shen Yun noticed a timely update notification. Server announcement. The game will undergo an update lasting 2.5 hours. All players are requested to log off within 10 minutes. Update summary. This update will further enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the real world, along with the introduction of feedback cards and other features. Feedback card in the real world. Feedback cards will automatically generate from the bodies of demon beasts that have slain humans. Players who defeat these creatures will receive feedback cards corresponding to the same level as the demon beasts. These cards can be exchanged for equivalent quality items directly from the game character's inventory. Methods such as deliberately breeding demon beasts to hunt humans for item cards will be rendered ineffective by the game's detection. Demon beast baby related. In 2 days, the release of demon beast babies will cease. Only those with stronger bloodlines can be easily contracted during the initial first tier. Players must act swiftly to capture them. Friendly reminder, among them are super babies destined for sanctification, as well as ultra-rare babies with Imperial bloodlines. The update content is likely similar to that of his previous life. And while Shen Yun couldn't recall every detail verbatim, he grasped the essence. The highlight, without a doubt, is the item feedback cards. Particularly noteworthy is the mention of synthesis. To synthesize a second-tier card from a first-tier card, one requires 2 inferior first-tier cards, 2 medium-grade cards, and 1 superior card to create a single inferior second-tier card. To enhance the quality of the synthesized card, the quantity remains the same. One merely needs to increase the quality of medium and superior cards. This was the very mechanism in place before his demise in the last life. As for subsequent changes, he remained unaware. Evidently, this is a boon for the players of Blue Star from the Xianxian mobile game. Otherwise, in the Xiantian continent, such low-quality 5-tier artifacts would scarcely be exchanged for even 4th-tier items. With the announcement of this update, those who consider themselves capable would undoubtedly find it hard to sleep from excitement. Even those lacking in strength would be contemplating forming teams for farming. Shen Yun smiled faintly. The advantages of feedback cards are undeniably clear. Furthermore, this update has unveiled the quality of demon beast babies. Who would he desire bloodline babies destined for sanctification and Imperial ascension? Capturing even one would provide immense assistance to players, as these demon beast babies are noted to possess their own innate talents and abilities. This is akin to having an assistant with a promising future. It is precisely this update that has brought forth an array of merchants and bounty hunters surrounding the Great Mountains. Naturally, all these individuals venture to places where the monstrous beasts remain dormant, ensuring relative safety. No one dares to venture into the frenzied mountain ranges inhabited by these beasts. After disabling the update notifications, Shen Yun sent a message to Imo Chenfeng. Withdraw the members of the Demon Suppression Division lurking near my villa. I can handle the blood-sucking Demon King myself. No sooner had he sent the message than Imo Qingfeng's call came through. However, upon answering, Shen Yun was met with a woman's voice. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Zhang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haiching. I am quite astonished by your confidence in dealing with a 3rd-tier demon. What do you think? Would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Division? Once you join, even the Celestial Club would think twice before making a move against you. I appreciate the offer. But I have grown accustomed to my freedom and have no interest in such matters, Shen Yun replied without hesitation. He had no ties to the Demon Suppression Division and was not intimidated by the Celestial Club's potential machinations. There was no need for him to bind himself within such constraints. Unwilling to give up, Jiangyu proceeded to outline a series of benefits and advantages. Mr. Shen, please reconsider. There are numerous perks and conveniences to joining the Demon Suppression Division, regardless of the influence of the powerful. Withdraw them. That will be all. Shen Yun said curtly, promptly ending the call. With a fortune of billions in gaming currency at his disposal, the so-called benefits of the Demon Suppression Division held little allure for him. He had no desire to labor as a subordinate for such trifles. At this moment, Shen Yun sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. The efficiency of this advancement was astonishing. With a smile, Shen Yun launched the game and retrieved 5 spirit stones from Ling Qingxue's pouch to expedite his progression. At a roadside barbecue stall, a young man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed about the remarkable game update. They've introduced item feedback cards. You can acquire them simply by defeating monsters. This adds an entirely new opportunity to obtain feedback items. His companion interjected with a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, they can't be purchased. One must earn them through combat. Thankfully, the items returned through feedback cards were available for purchase, which was a relief for those who lacked the prowess to hunt the beasts themselves. However, upgrading the feedback cards relied solely on the players, as the cards themselves were not tradable. Fortunately, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, I discovered my cultivation talent. The martial arts manual distributed by the community proved to be quite effective. After finishing our meal, shall we gather some friends and venture into the mountains? Sure. The enthusiasm of my companions was palpable. By the way, the monsters in the city are managed by the Demon Suppression Bureau, so we must seek out the mountains instead. The chances of encountering a man-eating beast are slim, but if we come across a monster cub, capturing it for sale could yield great profits. Haha. We can discuss our plans thoroughly upon our return. Though the mountain beasts do not possess feedback cards, they carry monster cores. Feeding these to cubs accelerates their growth. And various materials are in high demand, being sought after by the Demon Suppression Bureau, Buddhist and Taoist sects, and financial conglomerates for the purpose of crafting magical artifacts. The entire barbecue stall, along with the bustling streets filled with shoppers and those procuring supplies due to the game's downtime, echoed discussions about the recent game update, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Relying on character feedback items depended solely on luck, so the introduction of an additional feedback mechanism was indeed a boon for the entire community. Meanwhile, a bat demon, seated at the stall and savoring skewers, scoffed quietly. He cast a glance towards the distant villa area and whispered to the man beside him. Clad in a tracksuit, the king of zombies, all the personnel from the Demon Suppression Bureau have retreated. Do you think that kid is underestimating us? From the revelations shared by the surrounding humans regarding the game update, it was evident that the one who had made a pact with the White Fox had driven away the Bureau's agents, likely plotting to farm his cards. Regrettably, you may have overstepped. This demon has found a formidable ally. The bat demon's eyes glinted with malice. The man beside him, the zombie king, a 4th-tier powerhouse, was summoned to counter the White Fox. Unlike the bat demon, the zombie king was a native evil entity of Blue Star, awakened post-spiritual resurgence, possessing inscrutable and formidable abilities. The bat demon felt that even upon reaching the 4th tier, triumphing over this ally would be a daunting challenge. This malevolent entity boasts an extraordinarily ancient lineage, far surpassing that of an ordinary beast of his bloodline. Their encounter was precipitated by the fact that the video of the bat demon caught the attention of the zombie king, who resided in a distant city. Initially, the zombie king had dispatched a pair of bald subordinates to Amei in search of the White Fox, only to discover that the individuals had vanished. Fortunately, he had recently learned from his subordinates that traces of the White Fox had been detected in Haicheng, prompting his hasty arrival. You are mistaken, it is not us, the man stated, elegantly folding a napkin before wiping his mouth, his tone nonchalant, but rather the fact that you are beneath our notice. The bat demon, ridiculed, dared not retort, forcing a sheepish smile. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. With the humans having departed, we shall proceed to deal with him directly. The man cast aside the napkin and rose to his feet. He was not intimidated by the numbers of the Demon Suppression Division. A swarm of insignificant insects posed no threat to him. His concern lay in the potential repercussions of excessive killing, which could draw the attention of formidable beings in China. In this era of the resurgence of myriad demons, he merely needed to cultivate discreetly, avoiding unnecessary exposure while seeking a steady path to victory. As for that human lad, He was merely a fool who believed himself invincible after binding with the white fox. A mere maniac, he could be dispatched in an instant. The two ascended into a shadowy alley, drawing closer to the villa where the white fox resided. Unbeknownst to them, as they traversed certain areas, strands of silvery fox fur mysteriously vanished. Within the Beastmaster's realm, the white fox abruptly opened her eyes, such a potent aura of malevolence. She swiftly emerged to regard Shen Yun, who was seated in meditation. Master, the information I left in the form of fox fur has yielded a response. Two powerful entities are approaching, one of whom emanates an exceptionally sinister energy, evoking a sense of unease within me. They are likely at the 4th tier. 4th tier? It seems the vampire bat demon has found an ally. Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes, his expression icy. A malevolent presence? Perfect. It's an opportune moment to test my celestial flame of annihilation. The innate powers of the fire Qilin are adept at countering all forms of malevolence. Should this unknown 4th-order malevolent entity dare to approach, let it find no return. The villa area is brightly illuminated, yet the streets remain devoid of life. The incident where Shen Yun eliminated members of the town exorcism division has already spread among the villa owners, with some eager individuals having secretly captured the moment. Although the agents of the exorcism division have since deleted the footage, the uproar it caused was considerable. Many residents hastily vacated the premises, fearful of being targeted by such a formidable individual. Beneath the streetlights, two figures slowly approached the entrance of the villa, gazing upward at Shen Yun, who stood upon the 2nd floor, accompanied by a 3-tailed white fox of half his height. You have not fled. This surprises me, the zombie king remarked. As he raised his hand, strands of white fur ignited spontaneously within his grasp. Hand over that white fox to me. You are unworthy of being its master. When did he discover this? The bat demon's pupils constricted. He had not detected any residual white fox fur along the path. Even Siener was taken aback by the revelation, realizing that the adversary's ability to discern her methods indicated a profound background. Enough of your prattle, Shen Yun retorted, his fingers curling slightly, causing 10 sharp claws to sprout at their tips. Since they were all enemies, it was best to eliminate them swiftly. At that moment, Siener vanished from beneath him. However, to Shen Yun's astonishment, rather than charging at their foes, Siener trembled slightly and retreated cautiously in front of the 1st-floor entrance. Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings, only to notice that a layer of gray mist had inexplicably enveloped the area. Master, be cautious. This malevolent domain can sense my position when I teleport. Siener's tone was grave, although she had intended to leap into the fray. The instincts of a beast warned her that all her movements had been detected by the obsidian-eyed zombie king ahead. Any reckless assault could lead to severe repercussions. The enemy had evidently conducted a thorough study of her, and their prepared stance, combined with formidable strength, left her quite anxious. Remain calm. I possess numerous strategies, Shen Yun assured her, squeezing her waist to signal in advance. Yet, he soon noticed that the bat demon beside the zombie king had transformed into a shadow. Launching an attack. Keek. Without the advantage of speed, let us see where you can hide. The fate of the white fox seems bleak, for the zombie king is exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, this human lad is a practitioner of the gathering spin realm, rendering his efforts not entirely futile. Suddenly, he perceives a tremor in the surrounding void, while the white fox's eyes gleam with an unusual light. This is not good. The bat demon's heart races with alarm as he frantically flaps his wings in an attempt to escape this ominous space. Yet, he is still too late. A scream erupts as one of the bat demon's wings and a thigh eerily dissolve into a mist of blood within the void. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have been utterly obliterated by the relentless grasp of the void. Zombie King, save me. The bat demon, now sprawled on the ground, crawls frantically toward the villa. Panic etched across his face. Was it not said that this fox possessed only a blink skill? How could it wield such formidable power? However, a single utterance from the zombie king ignites an inferno of rage within him. Damn it. You dare treat me as cannon fodder. If my estimations are correct, this is your third divine ability, Void Strangulation. The zombie king approaches with measured steps, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Indeed, you are one of the 7 ancient Imperial beasts, the celestial demon fox clan. For the sake of this fox, he had meticulously cultivated the domain of corpse mist to counter its rapid blinking. Now, upon recalling the ancient texts that detail one of the celestial demon fox's inherent abilities, Void Strangulation, he is utterly convinced. This is the cursed ancient Imperial beast, the celestial demon fox clan. As the white fox bared its teeth and glared fiercely, the zombie king spoke in a calm tone. Do not struggle in vain. I am fully aware of your every move. The realm of corpse fog held a maze-like effect, and with him at the helm, No matter how swift the white fox was, it would ultimately exhaust its energy and fall prey to him. However, before he could finish speaking, the zombie king's pupils constricted. He beheld the human boy, whom he had previously dismissed, ignited by blazing crimson flames. Crackling sounds filled the air. As the flames made contact with the mist within the corpse fog realm, the entire void of corpse mist dissipated in an instant. In that moment, the zombie king completely lost his perception of the white fox's trajectory. How is this possible? His expression changed dramatically as he saw the white fox vanish from its original spot, retreating at lightning speed. With the corpse fog realm shattered, there was nothing he could do to impede the white fox's escape. Furthermore, a foreboding sensation surged within him. This human boy's flames have even instilled a sense of dread in me. In his eyes, it was utterly inconceivable that a lowly creature could attain such divine fire. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril surged from behind, causing the undead king to shudder and bellow in anger. Corpse descend, golden body. Boom. A blinding golden radiance erupted from his being. This was a mystical ability of the undead clan, which, once activated, significantly enhanced one's defensive prowess. This lad's flames are truly extraordinary. Fortunately, the opponent's cultivation is weak, likely unable to control such divine fire for long. As long as he endures this critical moment, he can safely escape and devise another plan. But to the zombie king's despair, Shen Yun's hand, ablaze with sky-scorching flames, pierced through his skull like slicing tofu. The zombie king trembled violently, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. A proud member of the indestructible golden zombie clan, he had actually been instantly annihilated by a mere cultivator. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Thinking of running? Shen Yun watched as blood gushed from the zombie king's mouth and nose, his fingers tightening slightly. Come on, show me another act of arrogance. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the sky-scorching flames engulfed the zombie king entirely. His so-called golden body cracked audibly under the searing heat. An aura of absolute annihilation overwhelmed his entire being. Only when his golden body shattered did the zombie king seem to realize something, staring at Shen Yun in disbelief. You're human. How can you possess the? Before he could finish, thick smoke billowed from his throat. His body collapsed like charred coal, crumbling into ashes upon impact. That's it. Shen Yun smirked, noticing 2 cards floating amidst the ashes. He bent down to pick them up. Calling yourself the Zombie King, such a grand title. Thought you'd have something impressive. Huh, not bad after all. Among the 2 cards, one was a mid-tier 4th-grade water element demon core. The other was labeled as a standard mid-tier 4th-grade feedback card, but rather a special ability card, Golden Corpse Descent. This is one of the updates in this game. Upon vanquishing demons, players will not only receive item feedback cards and demon beast crystals, but also have a chance to acquire the abilities of the monsters. The skill of the Corpse Descendant Golden Body, a supernatural ability of the zombie clan, boasts astonishing physical defense. When cultivated to the pinnacle of perfection, it grants the user an invincible golden body state, rendering enemies incapable of inflicting any harm. Physical defense? It seems I have the advantage here, Shen Yun mused. The Undead King possesses a method to restrain the teleportation talent of the White Fairy, a legacy that is indeed remarkable. Being vanquished by his blazing inferno can only be described as an unfortunate yet precise counter. Meanwhile, Shen Yun's mobile phone illuminated with a notification. Upon clicking to learn the Corpse Descend Golden Body, he turned his gaze toward the Bat Demon. Please, Great One, spare my life. The Bat Demon, clutching its bleeding thigh, pleaded profusely, drenched in sweat. As long as you do not kill me, I shall become your servant. I am willing to forge a soul contract. I will gladly undertake any menial or arduous tasks. The Bat Demon was utterly terrified. This human had effortlessly dispatched a 4th-tier undead king. Regret washed over him as he lamented his greed for the spiritual fox. How much better it would have been to bide his time and develop cautiously. Shen Yun, disinterested in further dialogue, flicked his fingers at the kneeling Bat Demon and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Did it dare to cause trouble and expect leniency? Such naivety. No. Boom. The inferno ignited instantly, swiftly reducing the Bat Demon to ashes, along with the pool of blood on the ground, which was incinerated clean. Moments later, 2 cards emerged from the ashes, which Shen Yun summoned with a wave of his hand. One was a 3rd-tier low-grade feedback card. Low-grade cards correspond to early-stage demonic beasts, mid-grade to mid-stage, and high-grade to late-stage. This item can only be exchanged for a 3rd-tier inferior item, which holds little significance for Shen Yun at present. It may be best to save it for future synthesis. The other item is a 3rd-tier inferior blood-type demon core. This is an energy crystal core inherently possessed by the demon beasts. By simply activating the card, one can acquire the demon core. The applications of the demon core are extensive, as it is essential for various crafts such as weapon refinement, talisman creation, and formation setups. Moreover, within the ruthless law of survival in the forest, it serves as one of the energy sources for the growth of demon beasts. Utilizing it to nourish the young demon beasts can accelerate their development. Observing the feedback card, Shen Yun murmured to himself, the emergence of this item will undoubtedly prompt nations to launch an app for marking monsters. Following the game update, the populace will become fervently engaged in hunting demon beasts and capturing their young. Additionally, China will unveil a monster app that documents the occurrences of malevolent spirits and demon beasts in various cities, allowing any capable individuals to undertake demon-slaying missions. For him, this is undoubtedly an exceptional intelligence hub. Slaying demons can yield skill cards. The feedback card enhances one's capabilities. And the crystal core card can be used to swiftly elevate by Shen Yun, thus achieving a dual benefit. Furthermore, the feedback card can be synthesized. According to the game prompts, stacking it sufficiently could potentially reach the Imperial grade. However, it remains uncertain when one might attain such Imperial treasures. Leaving Shen Yun to continue her breakthroughs, he said, later, you will absorb these 2 demon beast crystal cores. Thank you, Master. Shen Yun affectionately rubbed her large head against his hand. By the way, Master, your flames were incredibly powerful. When they ignited, I thought I might be roasted alive. Earlier, she had harbored some concerns, but to her surprise, the undead king was no match. A single encounter left it charred. Noticing that her fur was completely unscathed, Shen Yun reached out to stroke her. Indeed, from now on, you can charge headlong. Rest assured. This fire resonates with my will and will not reduce you to a bald little fox. Bald? Does that mean I'd be completely naked? Ing. Shen Yun let out a small cry and promptly slipped into the beast-taming space. Wait, you are far too easily embarrassed. Shen Yun exclaimed in disbelief. This was no seductress, but rather an embodiment of innocence. At the demon administration in Haiqing Town, in the office, Imochen phone, after hanging up the phone, regarded the 5 individuals within the room with a peculiar expression. According to reports from our informant in the Villa district, the battle concluded quite swiftly. Gray mist rose. Golden light shimmered, and then flames dispersed the mist, after which Shen Yun closed the door. The entire combat process was estimated to last no more than 3 minutes. Is that so outrageous? Exclaimed a burly man with a buzzcut, wide-eyed in disbelief, a 3rd-tier vampire demon king and a seemingly formidable demon creature. All resolved in 3 minutes. If it were our entire team, we would have had to exert ourselves to the utmost. Yet Shen Yun managed it single-handedly with just 1 fox. The efficiency is utterly outrageous, akin to cheating. It appears we have underestimated him. Particularly that fox with the flash ability. Captain Jiang Yu remarked softly, he can disregard the Tianjiao Club. It is evident that he possesses considerable confidence. We shall not concern ourselves with this matter any longer. Instead, let us focus on the feedback cards. For they will aid us in acquiring cultivation resources and swiftly enhance our abilities. Yes, Captain. The following day at noon, Shen Yun gradually awakened from his breakthrough. To others, this efficiency might seem rapid, yet I feel it remains somewhat sluggish. I hope that reaching VIP level 2 will yield greater improvements, compared to my previous consecutive breakthroughs. Achieving a single level in half a day is indeed slow. If outsiders were to learn of my sentiments, they would undoubtedly exclaim, let me try. I would gladly settle for 1 breakthrough a day. The expenditure still lacks over 100,000. Let me check if those 2 have any areas requiring top-ups. Shen Yun opened the game and first glanced at yesterday's updates. Confirming there was nothing particularly noteworthy, he closed the update notification, his eyes widening in astonishment. There. In the chibi version of Ling Qingxue were an astonishing 262 red-marked items. He hastily clicked to discover they were all spirit stones. What on earth? So many. At that moment, Ling Qingxue had just concluded listening to the collaboration discussions between the Lord and the managers of various factions. Upon noticing Shen Yun's gaze, her expression brightened. Young master, Qingxue has gathered over 1,000 spirit stones for you. This is what she meticulously selected from the vast stores of spiritual stones owned by various influential factions. Indeed, having a strong backing makes for a comfortable journey. Well done. You've worked hard, Shen Yun said, his smile almost crooked with delight. He attempted to maintain a calm demeanor and gently advised. This should suffice for me for a while. Don't neglect your own cultivation. Make good use of the time compression space tower. With an ample supply of spiritual stones, he wouldn't have to worry about slow absorption during his breakthroughs. He could achieve them in the blink of an eye. Ling Qingxue's tone was lighthearted. Thank you for your concern, young master. I am well aware. In addition to the spiritual stones, various factions will also be sending an array of magical artifacts, manuals, and other resources, and I will help you select them one by one. After returning from Qilin Mountain to Yak, she had spent the entire night cultivating within the time compression space tower, and her cultivation had already reached the 8th heaven of the vast sea realm, breaking through from the 5th to the 8th heaven in a single night. What would happen if she continued at this pace? Several ancestors of Yak were alarmed and came to oversee her progress. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Qingxue claimed this was her extraordinary fortune, spinning a tale about her need to choose various resources, prioritizing spiritual stones. The ancestors of Yak believed her words and promptly decided to have all partners transport spiritual stones to her. After a morning of selection, she had picked out over 1,000 spiritual stones. I have replenished the 1,000 spiritual stones so that outsiders do not think I have acquired numerous precious items. Since learning in the treasure pavilion that others were also seeking such special items, she sensed this matter was far from simple. Although the young master was a celestial being sitting high above the clouds, he was not exempt from the prying eyes of the unscrupulous. She felt it prudent to collect items discreetly. Yes, caution breeds no mistakes. You have done excellently, Shen Yun praised. What could be more delightful than waking up to find over 1,000 spiritual stones in one's possession? Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue felt a tinge of shyness. These were merely trifles to her. By the way, young master, aside from the spiritual stones, items of goodwill are exceedingly rare. Among the resources delivered this morning, I found 2 second-tier magical artifacts, Ling Qingxue lamented. Compared to the vast spiritual stone reserves of various factions, these items, such as pills, manuals, and magical artifacts, were indeed scarce. Firstly, it required luck, as she had found 3 goodwill items in the sacred treasury of Yak. Secondly, the quantity was a significant disparity, as the items sold by various factions were not as abundant as spiritual stones. A single magical artifact could be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of spiritual stones. The difference in numbers was staggering. That's all right, we can search slowly, Shen Yun reassured her, feeling that acquiring these spiritual stones was already a great harvest. Do not let this matter create impatience or pressure for yourself. I have high expectations of you. Ling Qingxue's current aptitude and progress in cultivation were indeed remarkable. There was still ample time, and the items could be sought gradually. It would not bode well if this issue affected her mindset. Each word of concern filled Ling Qingxue with delight. She relished the warm feeling of the young master's care. His expectations for her made her feel that as long as she diligently cultivated, perhaps one day she would truly be able to meet him. I can only imagine that upon our meeting, the young master will be the kind of person who could make the sun and moon pale. And I would be able to sit beside him, constantly listening to his teachings on cultivation, Ling Qingxue mused, her eyes shimmering. What is wrong with me? Lately, I find myself daydreaming about the young master. She quickly halted her thoughts of the enchanting scenes of the young master personally aiding her in her cultivation. Lowering her head in bashful contemplation, rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, I have great confidence in you, Shen Yun responded with a gentle smile. This girl was far more mature than Luo Hongxi, making her a source of comfort. After a leisurely chat, Shen Yun shifted his attention to Luo Hongxi. There she was, seated in the alchemy room of the Tianyan sword sect, engrossed in studying an ancient text on needle techniques while a cauldron of pills simmered before her. The room was cluttered with various herbs, jade boxes, and scattered pill vials, creating quite a disordered scene, perhaps too absorbed in her alchemical pursuits. She had failed to wipe the smudges from her face, appearing somewhat haggard. Noticing her pallor, Shen Yun frowned and checked her personal status, character, Luo Hongxi status, exhausted. Significant consumption of her primordial purple gold pupils, accumulating a small amount of pill toxins within. This foolish girl, she does not know how to take care of herself. Shen Yun felt both pity and helplessness as he pressed the voice button. Hongxi, how long has it been since you last rested? I have no time to rest. Luo Hongxi instinctively blurted out, her hand pausing over the pages of the book, her face lighting up as she looked towards the sky. Young master, you've returned? Are you all right? Since the young master had left her a message, there had been no further communication. Like Ling Qingxue, she was acutely aware that Shen Yun was navigating a perilous great world. In recent days, Shen Yun had been preoccupied, leading her to believe that something significant had transpired. Now, upon hearing the voice of her master, her heart found solace. What could possibly trouble me? By the way, shouldn't you take a break? Rest assured, my lord. Luo Hongxi replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. I aspire to concoct high-grade elixirs to assist you. Recently, she had immersed herself in the art of alchemy, practicing the techniques imparted by her mentor, Zhao Xinqing. Upon realizing her potential to create potent elixirs, she yearned to become a master alchemist, eager to offer her aid to her lord. Nevertheless, let us set alchemy aside for the moment. You ought to recuperate for a few days, Shen Yun advised. I have merely been occupied with other matters, yet I have kept a watchful eye on you, particularly regarding the second-tier gathering spirit elixir you have been crafting. Do not fret for my sake. Those mere magical beasts are of no consequence. Ah, so my lord has been observing me all along, Luo Hongxi remarked. Her fatigue dissipating upon hearing those words. She lifted her chin defiantly, exclaiming, My lord, I am aware. When I grow weary, I will meditate to restore my energy. Meditate? Shen Yun furrowed his brow. Do not presume I am unaware. The consumption of your purple gold heavy pupil's essence is considerable, and there is also the accumulation of elixir toxicity. If this continues, your health will inevitably suffer, and then both your alchemy and your precious eyes will be at risk. The serious tone caused Luo Hongxi to shrink back in trepidation, and she murmured softly, Understood, my lord. I shall rest after this batch of elixirs is complete. She recognized her lord's genuine concern for her well-being. Yet, her pursuit of alchemy was for his benefit, after all, although she felt capable of enduring. She found it difficult to contradict his words. Feeling reprimanded, her spirits sank considerably, and she rested her chin on her hands, gazing despondently at the alchemy furnace. What a sentimental young lady, Shen Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head, clearly aware that she was feeling particularly sensitive in that moment. At that moment, a recharge notification illuminated the game interface. Ding. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 328. Original price 888. Acquire a special antidote to alleviate the poison afflicting the character Luo Hongxi, preventing further bodily harm from the accumulation of toxins. You have arrived at the perfect time. Shen Yun promptly clicked to purchase. Due to Luo Hongxi's inherent discount, he only spent 164 yuan. Even the smallest benefit holds value, and the elixir would indeed prove useful. Next, he turned his attention to another pop-up notification. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 648. Original price 2288. Purchase a miraculous revitalizing pill that, once ingested, invigorates the character to their peak condition. Super Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 468888. Original price 1668888. Receive a permanent divine needle technique. The source of all existence lies within my needle. Upon application, it swiftly replenishes the vanishing essence of the character Luo Hongxi's dual pupils, effortlessly dispelling your toxins. This is an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. Failing to seize it may lead to lifelong regret. Note, this set of needle techniques is a permanent player item, complete with application indicators for depth and intensity, eliminating the need for complex training. It can also be utilized by other characters and is not a feedback item. Well, I am finally about to upgrade my VIP level. Shen Yun rejoiced and hastily clicked to recharge. Ding. The player spent 324 yuan to acquire a miraculous revitalizing pill. He also spent 234,444 yuan to obtain the divine needle. Items have been placed in the account's inventory. After the 234444 was deposited, the VIP level indicator in the upper left corner of Shen Yun's game interface pulsated and transformed into VIP level 2. Friendly reminder, congratulations, player. Your total game currency expenditure has reached 5 million, elevating your VIP level to 2, unlocking new capabilities. VIP level 2 basic ability, enhanced automatic training acceleration effect. Boom. In an instant, Shen Yun felt a surge of vitality coursing through him like a mighty ocean crashing against the shore, unleashing thunderous roars that resonated like a tempest. In this moment, his sinews, bones, and flesh experienced a remarkable enhancement. The surging power ignited an overwhelming sensation deep within him, even if confronted by 100,000 bulls. He could effortlessly reduce them to a mist of blood with a mere wave of his hand. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. A 20-fold increase in personal combat prowess. He recalled that in his previous life, certain players who experienced physical feedback, boosting their strength by 2 or 3 times, managed to astonish the entire internet. Even in the realm of Xiantian, a physique that could enhance one's strength by 2 or 3 times was a rare treasure. Yet now, a VIP 2 recharge record bestowed upon him a staggering 20-fold increase in strength. When it came to the augmentation of combat capability, this far surpassed many unique physiques. A broad smile graced Shen Yun's face. As for comparing himself to Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body, even if her sacred physique granted a 10-fold increase in power, she possessed 9 sources of sacred bodies. That amounted to a staggering 9-fold strength. Should she ascend to the throne, her power would likely obliterate all throughout history. Ah! But that girl is simply extraordinary. There is no need for rivalry among comrades. Shen Yun shook his head. It would be wiser to measure himself against other players. With this thought, he felt significantly more at ease. After all, among the players, he had invested the most and would subsequently unlock even more VIP features. Recalling his thoughts, Shen Yun turned to the sullen Luo Hongxi in the game. I truly have no way to deal with you. Very well. I shall personally administer the needle to alleviate your poison and simultaneously replenish your eye of the heavy pupil essence. His words, tinged with affection, caused Luo Hongxi's lips to curl upwards in uncontainable joy, dispelling any trace of her earlier discontent. It's nothing, my lord. I can simply rest afterwards, she murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. The method of replenishing the eye of the heavy pupil essence would undoubtedly require much of his focus. She did not wish to trouble him over such a trivial matter. Be obedient. Lie down on the stone bed beside you. Very well then, she acquiesced, not wishing to defy him. After extinguishing the alchemical furnace, Luo Hongxi rose and lay down on the stone bed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed into the void. My lord, what happens next? Just lie there. Shen Yun activated the source replenishing needle from his inventory, and red dots of light began to illuminate Luo Hongxi's body in a mesmerizing pattern. A warm reminder appeared. When players use the source replenishing needle, their hands can enter the game projection to assist in administering the needle, with prompts for acupoints and pressure, so rest assured to proceed. As Shen Yun reached his hand into the projection, his own hands vanished halfway into the void, while the image displayed his hands beside Luo Hongxi. Experiencing this feature again is still quite wondrous. With a thought, his hands moved to her side. Are these your hands, my lord? Luo Hongxi gazed in astonishment at the elegant, fair hands. The nails were impeccably trimmed, fingers long and delicate, yet they bore a hint of strength. With subtly visible veins on the back of his hands. Do not be alarmed. What beautiful hands! Perhaps it was her first time seeing his hands. Or perhaps her affection for him had reached its zenith. Luo Hongxi found them exceptionally lovely, as the hands, so the man. I can only imagine you must be extraordinarily handsome. Luo Hongxi, you may remove your garments. Ah, her eyes widened in shock, the impact of his words leaving her momentarily dazed. A rosy hue gradually crept across her exquisite face. Shen Yun, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he followed the prompt to insert the needle into the red mark glowing on her waist. A large red cross popped up on the game interface. Needle insertion error. Obstruction preventing administration. However, having spoken the words, he couldn't possibly back down without ruining his character's integrity. Fortunately, seeing Luo Hongxi's flushed face, radiating shyness, he seized the opportunity to retreat gracefully. If you find this inappropriate, we need not proceed with the needle. However, you must take great care to rest and refrain from reckless alchemy for the next few days. But then, Luo Hongxi's next words made Shen Yun's hand tremble slightly. It's fine, my lord. Please proceed. Her trust in him was unwavering, though the suddenness of the situation left her feeling slightly bashful. Her murmured words were barely audible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito, without the text translation. He might have missed them entirely. After her words, she tightly closed her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, her garments vanished into the spatial ring. Her skin, as pale as freshly fallen snow, flushed with a faint pink due to her nervousness. Adorning her was a vibrant red koi-themed belly wrap, which appeared quite festive, though the embroidered koi at its center seemed to be slightly recessed. This talent is indeed astonishing. Shen Yun is aware that this koi-patterned pouch was sewn for her by her late mother, who wished for her to be as fortunate as the koi. Though my luck was poor in my past life, in this one, the goddess of fortune has favored us. Luo Hongxi noticed that Shen Yun remained silent for a long time and thought he might be concerned about her feelings. She gently bit her rosy lip and whispered, My lord, I regard you as family. It is of no consequence. In her heart, he shone like a radiant light illuminating her world. This is yet another instance of aiding her in restoring the origin of her dual pupils, truly nothing untoward. Luo Hongxi couldn't fathom why the young master treated her with such kindness. The tokens of affection she had gathered paled in comparison to even a fraction of his generosity. Even if it meant serving as his humble maid, she would do so willingly. What did such trivialities matter? Relax, it will be over soon. Shen Yun murmured as he picked up a silver needle, focusing on the crimson point where the Dan poison had gathered at her waist. By applying the needle to the acupoint where the poison resided, the silver would absorb and dissolve the toxins. To ensure precision, he pressed one hand against her skin while consulting the needle's guidance with the other, rotating and adjusting with the practiced ease of a seasoned physician. The Dan poison within Luo Hongxi was sparse, swiftly eradicated under his meticulous care. However, The needle technique to replenish the origin of her dual pupils was far more intricate, marked points densely scattered across her entire body. After all, it is a relic, mustn't he damage it? Shen Yun folded the auspicious koi carefully and placed it beside her ear. Observing her labored breaths and the sheen of sweat upon her brow, he took a sip of divine marrow spring to quench his own thirst. Thank the heavens I've courted before. Had he not, he might have needed to fetch tissues before proceeding with the origin-restoring needles. Hongxi, if your mind is unsettled, recite the alchemy techniques in your thoughts. Luo Hongxi obediently immersed herself in the alchemy methods left behind by the alchemy sage, and indeed, her breathing steadied. Yet the next moment, she stiffened, breath-hitching. Don't panic. It's the young master's hand, not some stranger's. Comparing Shou Qiao to Hongxi is like weighing the heavens against the earth. As the marked points were obscured, Shen Yun had no choice but to lift with one hand while wielding the needle with the other. Bah, no comparison at all. Why think of that wretch now? Disgusting. A glance at Luo Hongxi revealed her biting her lips, delicate brows furrowed in tension, yet she did not resist. Shen Yun couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of maxed-out favorability. In their past life, they had relied on each other for survival at most, sharing whispered conversations through the night to stave off loneliness. Any further, and she would shy away. Now, he could act with near impunity. Focus on the treatment. Shen Yun reined in his wandering thoughts, meticulously applying each needle as the prompts indicated the rapid restoration of her violet gold dual pupil's origin. Finally, it's over. Withdrawing his hands from the screen, Shen Yun wiped the sweat from his brow. Even with his tempered mind, the sheer density of the origin-restoring needle's points had set his blood aflame. Some areas were a true test of willpower. Noticing the girl had pressed the auspicious koi against her cheek, as if resigned to her fate, Shen Yun cleared his throat and rose to head for a cold shower. That's enough for today, Hongxi. If you continue neglecting your health, this young master will return. Young master is so cruel, threatening me like this. Flustered, Luo Hongxi trembled slightly. Once she confirmed the alchemy chamber had fallen silent, she cautiously lifted the auspicious koi, peering around with misty eyes. He really left. A long exhale escaped her as she fanned herself furiously, as if to dispel the lingering heat. After hastily donning her robes, she patted her flushed cheeks, heart brimming with bashfulness. Mother said the koi is only to be unveiled by one's husband on their wedding night. Does that mean the young master is my, how mortifying? But the young master had merely been treating her. To conflate this with sacred vows was absurd, wishful thinking. Utterly unrealistic. As for alchemy, forgive me, young master, but I must refine higher-grade pills as soon as possible. Luo Hongxi paid no heed to his threats. Aiding him swiftly was her priority. After all, he could always restore her later. Besides, he wasn't an outsider. After all this, what reservations could remain? Pushing open the heavy stone door, she found Lin Qingxue meditating alone in the grand hall. This peak, known as the Pill Peak, was specifically crafted by the Heavenly Sword sect for the Pill Saint, Zhao Xinqing, and she has but one disciple. Oh, you. If you do not come out soon, I shall be compelled to force my way in, Lin Qingxue remarked with a resigned expression as he approached. The Pill Saint had departed from the Sword sect to seek herbs and refined pills, imparting her unique alchemical techniques to Luo Hongxi before her departure. However, she had cautioned her that, while her fervor for alchemy was commendable, it was essential to balance work with rest. Master, I am perfectly fine, Luo Hongxi replied with a smile as she stepped forward. Oh? Lin Qingxue noticed that the girl radiated an extraordinary vitality. What elixir have you consumed to be in such splendid condition? How could it not be good? At that moment, I was so lightheaded I soared into the sky, thinking I had encountered my great-grandmother and mother. Luo Hongxi thought to herself, I must not let Master discover any hints of my secret. Suppressing her embarrassment, she grasped his hand and deftly shifted the conversation. Master, I wish to practice swordplay. Will you teach me? The words echoed like a celestial melody, stirring Lin Qingxue's excitement. Excellent. Come, Master shall take you to practice swordsmanship. Heaven's mercy, after much effort, she had finally taken on a prodigy in the sword arts, only to have a Dan sage appear out of the blue to accept a disciple. Such fortuitous circumstances left her with little to say, yet, witnessing her disciple's ardent dedication to alchemy, her heart ached. Since Luo Hongxi comprehended the reincarnation sword canon, she had not practiced swordplay for even a single day. Now that she took the initiative to propose practice, Lin Qingxue was overjoyed. Without further ado, she seized her and swiftly moved to the sect square. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, numerous disciples wielded their swords in earnest practice. Remarkably, their techniques were all derived from the reincarnation sword canon. Clearly, Luo Hongxi had submitted the sword canon to the sect, and those capable of cultivating such an imperial art were the sect's elite core members. It's quite amusing. Lin Qingxue chuckled, observing the scene of disciples practicing. The one who comprehended it first has yet to practice, yet these individuals are diligently at work. Embarrassed, Luo Hongxi clutched her arm, her tone defiant. Master, that's not true. Haha, indeed it is. Lin Qingxue laughed, playfully pinching her cheek. The reincarnation sword canon is your own comprehension. In truth, I have little to teach you. You may observe their practice and compare it with your insights. I shall provide supplementary guidance as needed. A disciple of Luo Hongxi's caliber was destined to carve her own path in the sword arts. Her role was remarkably simple, to use her own experiences as a reference, while refraining from excessive interference in her development. This girl possessed an extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship, unmatched by anyone in the entire sect. Let me see, Luo Hongxi nodded, stepping forward to attentively observe her peer's training. To be honest, she had merely the talent of a clear sword heart, lacking any exceptional comprehension. Her understanding of the reincarnation sword canon was largely thanks to the young master's assistance, but fortunately, she had memorized the canon. Should she attempt to practice other sword canons, she might not measure up to some of the sect's stronger disciples. Amidst the engrossed practitioners, upon seeing Luo Hongxi descend the mountain after several days, each one sheathed their swords and greeted her with smiles and clasped fists. Sword Master. Sword Master. At last, we see you come down to practice. The crowd maintained a semblance of decorum, yet when a fleeting shadow approached, pretense was cast aside. The Sword Master still exuded her remarkable presence. I am Peng Wu. After a flattering introduction, the newcomer respectfully requested, please, Sword Master, critique my sword techniques. Should there be any shortcomings, I humbly ask for your guidance. Luo Hongxi had some insights into the reincarnation sword canon, and just as she nodded, a throng of disciples surged forth. Pang Shidi, step aside. Sword Master, look at me. I feel I am on the brink of grasping the true essence. Make way. I am Chen Haoyan, the sect's 5th senior brother. Do you not understand the hierarchy? A bold voice declared, only to be swiftly kicked out of the crowd. How dare you strike a senior brother? Where are the law enforcement hall disciples? Chen Haoyan howled for a while, only to realize the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall was shamelessly worming his way into the crowd. Sword Master, please. Help me examine my techniques. My talent in swordsmanship is recognized even by the ancestors. The typically stern chief of the law enforcement hall revealed an unexpectedly sycophantic demeanor at that moment. Excellent, excellent. This is utterly shameful. Chen Haoyan approached and seized a disciple, inquiring, was it you who kicked me just now? No, senior brother. I had no idea. As long as you say no. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haoyan pressed forward, grabbing another peer. It must have been you, young lad, who kicked me. It seemed he had misjudged his junior brother. Chen Haoyan released him and stepped forward with determination. I will push. I will push again. Outside the throng, Lin Qingxue cast a glance at the distant ancestors and sect leaders peeking in, secretly amused. They are all waiting for Hongxi to elucidate the reincarnation sword canon. The powerful members of the sword sect had all learned the reincarnation sword canon, yet individual insights varied greatly. Everyone had long been eagerly anticipating hearing how Luo Hongxi, the one who comprehended the sword canon, would interpret it. How fortunate it is for our Tianyan sword sect to have her as a disciple. Lin Qingxue gazed tenderly upon the blushing girl amidst the crowd. The sect would not meddle in the personal insights of its members. However, Luo Hongxi was discerning, understanding the immense allure the reincarnation sword canon held for the sect's sword practitioners, which is why she voluntarily submitted it. Moreover, this girl had brought the esteemed Dan Sage back to the sect. She truly was a fortuitous star. Finally, having regained her composure, Shen Yun emerged from the bath, stretching languidly. I presume Hongxi has realized her folly. Next time, she shall not exhaust her dual pupil essence so recklessly. This young lady is truly remarkable. Were he to have another encounter, he might very well seek solace in the pleasures of a tavern, listening to music to alleviate his troubles. At this moment, Shen Yun sensed a sudden and vigorous fluctuation of spiritual energy within him, causing him to rejoice. A breakthrough is imminent. I wonder what the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 will be like. He hastily opened the game, retrieved a pile of spiritual stones from Ling Qingxue's backpack, and placed them on the bed, entering a state of cultivation breakthrough. In the Beast Master space, by Sienner, who was digesting a demon core, noticed this and quietly flew out to recline beside him. Master's yang energy was so intense just now, she thought, catching a glimpse of Shen Yun's jubilant red undergarments, and quickly covered her eyes with her little paws, feeling bashful. What if it harms his body? She had sensed Shen Yun's fluctuating vitality, surmising it was related to his interaction with the game character. However, she could understand. After all, he had personally slain that troublesome girlfriend, leaving him undoubtedly perturbed. But she believed he would recover in due time. Suddenly, the room stirred without wind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a fountain, flooding into Shen Yun's body. Master's breakthrough efficiency is truly remarkable. Sienna marveled as she observed Shen Yun's aura steadily ascending. Though they had known each other for only a few days, he had been breaking through daily, far surpassing her in efficiency. Then, unexpectedly, Sienna anticipated Shen Yun would awaken after his breakthrough, but the spiritual energy within him surged once more. After just breaking through to the 4th level of gathering rotation, Shen Yun's internal bottleneck seemed to be completely shattered, his realm soaring rapidly. 5th level of gathering rotation. 6th level. 8th level of gathering rotation. It hasn't stopped yet? Sienna gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is cultivation truly capable of such feats? This smooth and uninterrupted breakthrough astonished her greatly. Could it be that my master possesses the bearing of an emperor? Her eyes sparkled like stars. Recently, she had not wasted her time online. She had learned some of the most fashionable terms in the cultivation world. Hey, it seems my discernment is quite commendable. Sienna cheerfully scanned her surroundings, ready to safeguard her master. Time seemed to stand still during cultivation. When Shen Yun finally awakened from his breakthrough, it was already the following morning. He had reached the 2nd level of condensing veins. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a broad smile gracing his face, as one's cultivation level increased. The difficulty of breakthroughs escalated, particularly for someone like him with relatively low innate talent. However, VIP level 2 had alleviated this issue. He merely needed to cultivate automatically. And when the time for a breakthrough arrived, the abundance of spiritual energy sufficed. In just one night, he had advanced from the 3rd level of gathering rotation to the 2nd level of condensing veins, equivalent to a significant leap in realm. Such efficiency and breakthroughs would leave even those with superior talent astonished. However, he had consumed quite a few spiritual stones that night, using over 600 low-grade spiritual stones. Now that I've reached the condensing veins realm, the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 has begun to slow down. I must continue consuming to reach VIP level 3? Shen Yun gazed around, puzzled. Where have all the discarded spiritual stones gone? It was then he realized the room was devoid of the discarded stones. Master. They're all in my beast master space. Sienna swiftly darted into his embrace, her elongated fox eyes squinting with delight. Congratulations, master, on your significant power increase. Haha. You even know that phrase. Shen Yun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her fur. I didn't expect your space could store items. That's quite convenient. He stood up and retrieved treasures from the safe, as well as feedback items from Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi's bags, placing them into the beast master space. Leave some spiritual stones for me. You can eat the rest for now. When I acquire better items later, I'll improve your meals. After absorbing 2 high-quality demon beast crystal cores, the white fox's strength had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, and her growth potential remained quite strong. Master. You should use them. I can find spiritual materials to consume, Sienna insisted, shaking her head repeatedly, having witnessed her master's extraordinary potential. All she wished for was to see him succeed. How considerate. Embracing Sienna, Shen Yun leaned down to nuzzle her head with his cheek, but that's not acceptable. You must grow stronger too. I rely on you to help me soar. Huh? Sienna appeared bewildered, as this was precisely her own aspiration. Her adorable expression brought amusement to Shen Yun, who inhaled deeply near her. You can't waste your talent. I still want more. By the way, Sienna, you smell delightful. The scent emanating from Sienna was refreshingly pleasant, not overwhelming, and it was quite soothing. He often enjoyed petting her due to her remarkably soft fur. Not at all. Sienna blushed at her master's unabashed affection, yet felt a tinge of happiness. Then I shall strive diligently to protect my master. Haha, let's both work hard, Sienna. After some playful banter, Shen Yun opened the application store on his phone, typing in Monster app. I remember it should have been released by now. Sure enough, upon searching, the app appeared. After downloading, Shen Yun verified his identity and established his personal account. This software is accessible to all, as long as one hunts the mythical beasts. Any items dropped by the monsters are solely theirs. The platform will also upgrade individual accounts through a star rating system, unlocking additional privileges. The account levels range from 1 to 9 stars, with higher levels granting greater permissions and access to information regarding advanced creatures. This is an acknowledgement of the account holder's capabilities. However, in the event of life-threatening situations or injuries, the consequences are solely their own. Only by joining the official organization, the Demon Suppression Division, can one find assurance. After activating his account, Shen Yun locked his coordinates to the city and began searching for relevant information on demonic beasts. The results yielded only 2 entries. One demonic beast from Changshan had invaded nearby towns, estimated power level 1 to 2, claimed by someone, incomplete. Another demonic beast at Lishan's Wang was consuming humans, also estimated power level 1 to 2, claimed by someone, incomplete. The rewards for slaying these beasts were allocated on a first-come, first-served basis, favoring the strong. Nevertheless, such low-level beasts were beneath his interest. Submit the information on the demonic beast I eliminated yesterday for certification, Shen Yun contemplated. Sending the details of the zombie king and bat demon he had slain the previous night to the Haicheng customer service platform. In a factory on the outskirts of Haicheng, Jiang Yu, disguised as a worker, felt her phone vibrating incessantly in her pocket. If a call comes in during a mission, it must be urgent, she mused. Glancing around and noting the sparse crowd, maneuvering a forklift into a secluded corner, she answered the call. Speak. Boss. Shen Yun has created a personal account on the Monster app. Yesterday, in addition to slaying a 3rd-tier bat demon, he also defeated a 4th-tier zombie king. Gasped. Hearing this, Jiang Yu inhaled sharply. Are you certain it is the zombie king? The one that vanished in Hang City. The Hang City zombie king was only revealed to be a zombie after the exposure. It was an entity that had emerged following the awakening of spiritual energy, with a notoriously elusive presence. In the battle 6 months ago in Hang City, the entire team of the Demon Suppression Division was annihilated, and the Zombie King gained notoriety. At that time, the Zombie King was merely at Tier 3, comparable in strength to the team leader, with the assistance of 4 team members from the Demon Suppression Division. They were nevertheless defeated and the Zombie King escaped. Since then, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Now, receiving news of Shen Yun's victory over it, how could she not be astonished? Boss, it cannot be wrong. Shen Yun's description is exceedingly detailed, and he even photographed the 4th-tier mid-grade demon core. Although the core has been used, it cannot be fabricated. How powerful is he truly? Jiang Yu found it difficult to swallow. She recalled what Mo Chifeng had said. The battle had lasted no more than 3 minutes. To kill a 4th-tier mid-grade zombie king in 3 minutes. It was simply unfathomable. Perhaps Shen Yun's fox provided some extraordinary advantage, given its inherent ability to teleport. Yet, to conquer such a formidable demonic beast as a mount, Shen Yun must possess qualities beyond the ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu spoke softly. Grant him full permissions in my name, promoting him directly to the 4-star Demon Suppression King level. A 4-star Demon Suppression King must hunt at least 3 4th-tier demonic beasts. However, the team leaders of the Demon Suppression Divisions in each city have special recommendation authority. Upon verification, the platform will certify it. On the Monster app, ranks from 1 to 9 possess exclusive titles. 1-star Demon Suppression Apprentice, 2-star Demon Suppressor, 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, 4-star Demon Suppression King, followed by titles such as Sect, Lord, Monarch, Divine, and Emperor. As the captain of a city's Demon Suppression Division, Jiang Yu, holding the title of 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, wielded considerable authority to mobilize most departments in Haicheng. Yet, at the Demon Suppression King level, one could command the military forces of the entire city. A position of immense power. Regrettably, Shen Yun was unwilling to join the Demon Suppression Division, and non-official personnel were deprived of such privileges. However, since he reported the information, it was evident he did not wish to start from a low-tier task, so Jiang Yu decided to grant him an advantage. With such a powerful individual and fox joining, Haicheng would undoubtedly be much safer, a tremendous boon. Given that he can easily slay the Zombie King, it's no wonder he is reluctant to join the Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Yu realized. Shen Yun was, after all, a company owner, affluent and unrestrained. Combined with such formidable strength, it was hardly surprising he would not desire to be managed. They had speculated whether Shen Yun had spent money in the game, but upon searching online, they found that his hundreds of billions in cash had remained untouched. With no recharge records, having recently only ordered takeout online. Wealth aside, he had also gained opportunities in the game. What an enviable life. Jiang Yu mused as she maneuvered the forklift, secretly scanning the factory to see if she could locate the hidden monsters. 4-star Demon Suppression King? Shen Yun reflected on his updated personal profile. This would indeed facilitate my search for monsters. This is evidently a special privilege granted to him by Mo Chifeng and his associates, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, with such formidable strength, clearing the advanced beastly entities within the city would significantly reduce casualties among the members of the Demon Suppression Division. Shen Yun accessed the local database, searching for information on 3rd and 4th tier beasts, only to find no relevant entries. The most recent bat demon had already met its end at his hands. However, there was an abundance of information regarding second-tier beasts. Yet, a second-tier feedback card was far too rudimentary for him. Even if he were to combine 5 of them into a single third-tier feedback card, it would hold little significance for him at this juncture. Moreover, the energy from second-tier crystal cores was ill-suited for the current third tier by Shen. Hunting such creatures would be nothing short of a waste of time. He broadened his search to surrounding cities and finally made a promising discovery. In the nearest city, Gang City, an apparition known as the Skinning Demon had been reported. Estimated to possess 4th-tier strength. Its abilities included flesh-eating and skin disguise, allowing it to masquerade as a human. Remarkably intelligent. For detailed area information, please click here. Already under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division. Status incomplete. There was indeed motivation in hunting 4th-tier creatures. Shen Yun promptly selected the option. Let us go, Sien, to Gang City. Upon landing, the Sien in his arms transformed into a magnificent 3-tailed snow fox. Her grand tails brushing against the ceiling. It was said that with 9 tails, she could assume the form of an imperial beast, one that could eclipse the sky. Undeniably striking in appearance. Perhaps sensing Shen Yun's gaze, Sien shyly murmured, Master, feel free to touch. The last time was merely an accident. Clearing his throat. Shen Yun replied, Ahem, let us go. He mounted her, instructing, just run straight there. The celestial fox inherently possessed a speed advantage, and even without teleportation. Its ordinary sprinting was unparalleled among third-tier beasts. With a swift leap, Sien bounded from the windows. Her figure already racing out of the villa area and onto the bustling street. Given that the entire internet was aware of his white fox mount, Shen Yun saw no need to conceal it. The morning streets were bustling with pedestrians, all hurrying to work, gaming, or toiling away. When the enormous white fox leapt over the heads of the crowd, startled onlookers exclaimed, What just flew by? A white beast. Run. Yet, as the white silhouette landed and leapt again, the crowd finally discerned its true form. Its bright, captivating eyes seemed to reflect the galaxy, dazzlingly brilliant. Though it was a fox, its beauty transcended species. Even humans found her extraordinarily lovely. With a mere graceful leap, she demonstrated elegance and poise. A true embodiment of grace and charm. These are the remarks that arose after everyone beheld the true visage of the white fox. Well, is that the shimmering white fox mount from online? Realizing what they had witnessed, people dashed after the white fox, shouting, Great one, please stop. How did you acquire this mount? I humbly beseech you for tips. Kind sir, let us be friends. I heard about your heartbreak. I can offer companionship that will never wane. If there were those who failed to discern the white fox in the earlier, indistinct video, now, upon witnessing its true form, envy enveloped them all. With its dazzling appearance and a speed surpassing that of a sports car, riding it down the street guaranteed 100% gaze return. It was simply breathtakingly magnificent. Moreover, it is rumored that this fox possesses the ability to shimmer. Who wouldn't he yearn for such a captivating mount? Perhaps the tremendous commotion startled the white fox, for in an instant, it vanished from the sight of the crowd. This scene set the entire street ablaze with excitement. Is this the manifestation of a flash? How astonishing. Why is it only he who possesses it? I long for a steed of my own. Perhaps it is a reward for feedback? Alas, I must hurry to the mountains to capture a creature. Once raised, it too could serve as a mount. In the port city, within the sunlit mortuary, 3 more corpses have arrived today. The staff anxiously glanced at the registration information provided by the Demon Suppression Department member. Brotherly, this makes 20 bodies. Are you certain that you can collect the demonic energy of the skin-changing demon? If it becomes aware of our findings here, it may very well come to destroy the corpses. The painted skin demon has recently become exceedingly audacious, claiming numerous lives within a mere week. However, this demon lurks within the bodies of humans, its malevolent aura completely concealed, thus rendering it exceedingly challenging for the Demon Suppression Division to detect it with their magical artifacts. Consequently, the division devised a strategy. They would gather all the corpses together to extract the essence of the painted skin demon. Once a sufficient amount of demonic energy is collected, the difficulty of locating it will significantly diminish. If the painted skin demon were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly attempt to desecrate the corpse, causing considerable alarm among the staff. Fortunately, the mortuary is fortified with numerous lurking experts from the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, they would have long since abandoned their posts. Rest easy, old Zhang. Li Mingdao reassured him as he accepted the cigarette handed over. Patting him on the shoulder with a smile, within a week, the magical artifact will be able to detect the demonic aura of the painted skin demon. At that time, we will report to the provincial team and summon 2 4-star demon kings. Once the matter is resolved, A generous reward will be bestowed upon you. Ah, it is only right to serve the Demon Suppression Division. Old Zhang sighed with relief. A week is not too long. We can endure. However, once Li Mingda departed, no one noticed the urgency that flickered in old Zhang's eyes. 2 demon kings are coming within a week. But the mortuary is filled with experts from the Demon Suppression Division. I cannot desecrate the corpse. In truth, the painted skin demon had already seized old Zhang's daughter, compelling him to relay information daily. Yet, astonishingly, Zhang Min, old Zhang's daughter, had managed to devour the consciousness of the possessing painted skin demon. Not only did she retain her personal awareness, but she also inherited the demon's abilities and strength. The recent spate of murders stemmed from her exhilaration in experiencing this newfound power. Now, old Zhang must find an opportunity to destroy the corpse and flee the harbor city with his wife and daughter. Otherwise, should the Demon Suppression Division detect the demonic aura emanating from his daughter, they could come knocking at any moment, leading to dire consequences. Outside, Li Mingda extinguished his cigarette and entered the black SUV parked by the roadside, glancing at the young man in the back seat who was engrossed in his phone. Mr. Shen, we have begun disseminating information, claiming that we will collect the demonic aura of the painted skin demon within a week. Once the demon catches wind of this, it will undoubtedly devise every means to destroy the corpse. We merely need to wait. It was evident that the so-called collection of demonic aura was nothing but a fade. The Demon Suppression Division of Harbor City possessed a gossip compass that could only effectively gather the aura of mid-stage, third-tier demons. Capturing the essence of higher-tier beasts was exceedingly challenging. Their initial intention was to report to headquarters, summon 2 formidable demon kings, and then spread the false narrative of collecting demonic aura to lure the painted skin demon into their trap for resolution. Little did they anticipate that Shen Yun had arrived in Harbor City, preemptively laying the groundwork. After all, this man and fox before them had once slain a 4th-tier zombie king. Inside the vehicle, 3 other members of the Demon Suppression Division scrutinized the young and dashing 4-star demon king. Not to mention, the adorable white fox nestled in his arms. Flanking Shen Yun were 2 female team members, their eyes fixed upon the white fox, caught in a dilemma between wanting to pet it and feeling too shy to do so. Moments ago, they had attempted to entice by Sienna with various snacks, only to be met with her haughty refusal as she turned her head away. This reaction further endeared her to the 2 women, who felt an irresistible urge to embrace her and caress her gently. Yet, despite their status as elite members of the Demon Suppression Division, with some having even attained the rank of 3-star demon suppressor, they were compelled to adhere to decorum in the presence of a 4-star demon king. Even though Shen Yun was not an officially recognized demon king, his remarkable achievement in vanquishing a mid-stage 4th-tier zombie was sufficient to command their respect. Before Shen Yun could utter a word, the white fairy in his arms spoke first. The scent on your right hand bears a striking resemblance to the demonic aura emanating from the clothing of the corpse we encountered earlier. The sudden whisper startled the 4 individuals in the vehicle, rendering them momentarily speechless. What? She has already reached the 3rd tier. Under normal circumstances, a 3rd-tier intelligent beast would possess the ability to articulate human speech. Who could have anticipated that such an adorably delightful little white fox would be on par with their own level of cultivation? Just a few days had passed, and the little one had advanced so swiftly. It must possess an extraordinary lineage. By the way, her voice is absolutely enchanting. If she were to transform, she would undoubtedly emerge as a stunning beauty. Li Mingda and the others were genuinely curious about how she would develop, given the innate allure of her original form. However, for ordinary beasts, achieving a flawless transformation requires reaching at least the 7th tier, although those with superior talent can undergo earlier metamorphosis. As for those who devour humans, they can only tenuously maintain a human shape. The flustered by Sienna, slightly intimidated by the luminous gazes of the group, turned and nestled into Shen Yun's collar, peeking out cautiously with her little paws tugging at the fabric. By the way, Li Mingda was the first to regain his composure, lifting his right hand to address by Sienna. Are you suggesting that old Zhang is implicated? Just now, his hand only touched old Zhang's shoulder. When Shen Yun had arrived, he had inquired about the aura of the skin-changing demon, prompting the team to present the deceased's clothing for the white fox to scent. To their surprise, the little fox's nose proved to be even more effective than the 3rd-tier 8 trigrams compass from the demon-subduing division. It seemed they could rely on her instincts. Shen Yun held a firm confidence in by Sienna's discerning abilities. He turned to the others and declared, "Let us go to old Zhang's residence and keep watch. The truth will soon be revealed." For him, having a lead meant charging forward without hesitation. All right. Li Mingda and the others exchanged glances before driving directly to old Zhang's home. The synergy between the human and the fox was unquestionable. Resolving the matter of the skin-changing monster would bring them peace of mind. Meanwhile, Shen Yun continued to observe the projection on his phone. Today, various merchant guilds had arrived at the Yaoqi sacred land with magical artifacts, and Ling Qingxue was assisting him in locating favorable items. Since acquiring the time-dilating space tower, her cultivation had surged impressively. Another day had passed, and her prowess had already ascended to the first tier of the soul-refining realm. Having a cheat really makes a difference. Speaking of which, this young lady has undergone remarkable changes lately, Shen Yun noted, observing that as Ling Qingxue's strength grew, so did her poise and elegance. Her naturally striking features, combined with the burgeoning confidence emanating from within, radiated an undeniable charm. She radiated a captivating brilliance, possessing a unique charm. It seems that the young master has been gazing at my face for quite some time. A wave of bashfulness and vexation inexplicably surged within Ling Qingxue. Had I known I would be emerging from seclusion, I would have taken the time to adorn myself properly. These past few days had been consumed by her rigorous training, leaving her no opportunity to meticulously prepare her appearance. Today, the young master had scrutinized her visage for an extended period, yet she had not taken the time to beautify herself. Her hair fell untidily across her forehead, creating an impression of disarray. I must appear quite shabby. I shall have to tidy myself up upon my return from seclusion, Ling Qingxue thought, discreetly brushing a strand of hair aside as she grasped a storage ring and continued to delve into her spiritual awareness. These are the cultivation resources brought to the Yao Pool by various chambers of commerce, including magical artifacts, secret tomes, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and various materials. As long as she finds something appealing and accepts it, the Yao Pool will provide the funds for acquisition. However, in comparison to the vast quantities of spirit stones, she has currently only discovered 3 desirable items: the 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, dragon blood flower, the 8th-tier upper-grade celestial vine, and a 7th-tier forging material, starstone. The spiritual materials are commendable. They will be perfect for Sienner, Shen Yun reflected, feeling quite satisfied with her recent gains. Such spiritual materials are primarily utilized for alchemical purposes, as they are not suitable for direct consumption by humans. However, the situation is quite different for the ethereal beast by Sienner, who is nearing the completion of her consumption of the 6th-tier nourishing heart flower. Recently, this young lady has been reluctant to finish it. And in addition to her refusal to utilize spiritual stones, she is also hesitant to partake from the spiritual spring. Instead, she is gradually nibbling away at the roots of the nourishing heart flower for sustenance. Now, with these 2 precious materials, she will be able to sustain herself for a while. After inspecting a batch of storage rings, the rings will be taken by the relevant merchant guild's cultivators for examination. If any items are damaged, compensation will be made at their assessed value. Although the Yaoqi is vast, it does not engage in deceitful business practices. And these are all long-standing friends with whom Yaoqi has conducted trade for many years. At that moment, when a merchant cultivator placed a ring on the table, Ling Qingxue's heart leaped with joy as she picked it up. I've got it. She directly extracted a coveted item from the ring, revealing a long sword of a pale blue hue, shimmering with brilliance as it floated in the air. With a resonant hum, golden inscriptions, exclusive to the saint-tier quality, swirled around the sword's body, exuding a formidable pressure and a fierce sword intent, making it appear exceedingly dazzling. A saint-tier treasure, Shen Yun exclaimed in delight. In her previous life, possessing a top-tier treasure marked one as a superior being, envied by all, especially after the expansion of the land. Those who wielded saint-tier treasures were regarded as kings and monarchs, seen as invincible in their domains. To acquire one so soon after the game's launch was indeed a surprise, and it could serve as a powerful trump card. It seems Miss Ling has taken a keen interest in this sword. The merchant cultivator smiled and said, "This is one of the treasures from my precious treasure pavilion, a mid-grade saint-tier flying sword, named Jing Hong." Flying sword. Ling Qingxue's heart quivered. Even the accompanying elder from Yaoqi gazed at the flying sword Jinghong with astonishment. A flying sword is a cultivator's inherent treasure, nurtured within their very essence. This treasure distinguishes itself from ordinary magical artifacts in one remarkable aspect: it possesses the ability to evolve. Moreover, the flying sword shares an intrinsic connection with the cultivator's spiritual consciousness, rendering it far more effortless to wield and control. Should a novice cultivator attempt to wield a saint-tier artifact against an adversary, the insufficient spiritual energy within their body might very well be drained completely, leading to their demise. Yet, the saint-tier flying sword demands minimal expenditure, making the feat of slaying enemies beyond one's cultivation level as simple as turning one's hand. Such exceptional quality flying swords are rarely found, which is why it is considered a prized possession of the esteemed Zhenbao Pavilion, one of the 4 great merchants of the Eastern Domain. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. Ling Qingxue, holding the long sword, mused silently. Young master, this magical artifact possesses commendable quality. It should prove beneficial to you. Beneficial? It is nothing short of the finest among the finest. Shen Yun longed to claim it immediately and bind it with his blood. He was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a flying sword. This item can vary greatly in size, and it is said to be remarkably user-friendly. After a moment of emotional contemplation, he calmly conveyed, "It's acceptable." Indeed. It is the young master. Ling Qingxue mused inwardly. What is a treasure to us seems as insignificant as roadside weeds to him. After placing the flying sword into her spatial ring, she turned to the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion and declared, "I shall take this magical artifact. And you may discuss the price with the elder." "Ah, treasures are bestowed upon those fated." The shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion responded with a smile and a bow. "Our esteemed elder master has stated that any magical artifact admired by Miss Ling shall be directly gifted as a gesture of goodwill." "Oh?" Elder Yaoqi, standing nearby, wore an enigmatic smile. It seems the elder master is quite well informed. No wonder the quality of the treasures brought by the treasure pavilion is so exceptional. It appears they intend to extend a favor. Clearly, Ling Qingxue's success in breaking through the 1,000-level trial had inspired the elder master to cultivate a relationship with her. Not at all. The shopkeeper's smile grew even more radiant. They were old friends, and a few exchanged words conveyed their understanding. Elder Yaoqi accepted the gift from the treasure pavilion graciously. Ling Qingxue, unfazed by these exchanges, continued to inspect the storage rings presented by the merchants. "Mr. Shen, we have arrived." Indeed. Shen Yun lifted his gaze to Li Mingda, who, after alighting from the vehicle, handed him a microphone. "Let us conduct a preliminary search of the vicinity. Please wait here. If the old Zhang family has concealed any skin-changing demons, we must secure our escape route." "Perfect. Let us bind the flying sword first." Shen Yun nodded slightly, rolled up the car window, and gestured towards a gaming projection, retrieving feedback item. Holy grade mid-tier flying sword. Jinghong. Special effect. Ritual type growth artifact. Size adjustable after bloodletting, and can be nurtured within the body. With a flash, a 7-foot-long sword materialized before Shen Yun's eyes. "Wow, what a beautiful sword." Bai Xian'er leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. "It is difficult for a girl to resist such a stunning, luminous treasure. In the future, I shall procure a treasure for you as well." Shen Yun traced his finger along the long sword, allowing a drop of blood to fall on Jinghong, which quickly absorbed it. "Ding. Congratulations, player. You have bound the flying sword, Jinghong." With a mere thought, the sword shrank to the size of his fingertip. As he moved his gaze, Jinghong flickered like flowing light within the vehicle, responding to his control with remarkable ease. Indeed, it feels incredibly smooth to use. Shen Yun, lost in admiration, stored the flying sword in his mind's eye, only to feel a warm, soft sensation enveloping his fingertip. Looking down, he saw Bai Xian'er extending her delicate tongue, gently licking the wound on his finger. Her earnest demeanor was truly endearing. With a playful smile, Shen Yun gently flicked her tongue with his index finger, saying, "A little injury is nothing to worry about." To his surprise, Bai Xian'er reacted dramatically, quickly burrowing into his embrace and exclaiming, "Master, you mustn't think inappropriately. Stop it, stop it." "Ah?" Shen Yun was utterly bewildered. He was a serious individual. After all, how could he entertain such thoughts? However, it soon dawned on him with a jolt. "Damn. I forgot there were dozens of gigabytes of content downloaded by Zhou Qiao on the tablet." That woman had gone to great lengths for him, indulging in various role-playing scenarios, including those of maidens and shipgirls. Bai Xian'er's intense reaction undoubtedly stemmed from having seen the contents, leading her to believe he harbored peculiar preferences. Blast. I must delete all that content when I get back. Shen Yun awkwardly patted the little fox beneath his clothing, attempting to shift the topic. "Let us go, Xian'er. Let us see if old Zhang's family is hiding any monsters." As Bai Xian'er clung to Shen Yun, her gaze was met with the sight of his well-defined chest muscles. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as memories of the fox made scenes she had witnessed on the tablet resurfaced. The woman masquerading as a fox, alluringly sprawled beside her master, exhibited a docile demeanor reminiscent of a cat's gentle licks. This sight made her question whether she had somehow become a vixen herself. The true foxes were on television. After all, surely my master wouldn't expect me to serve him. Yet, our paths diverge, she thought, her lips tightly sealed, her eyes brimming with shyness. She was genuinely astounded by the audacity of the people in this world, indulging so freely without regard for racial distinctions. Unbeknownst to Shen Yun, who had just disembarked, she was lost in her thoughts. Pressing the microphone in his ear, he signaled to Li Mingda, Direct me to old Zhang's residence. I need to investigate for any monsters. Understood, Mr. Shen. This monster employs peculiar tactics. Do not allow it to get too close. Li Mingda replied, arranging for his teammate, Shaoli, to escort him. Following Li Mingda's directions, Shen Yun hastened towards old Zhang's home. Only a week left. In a dimly lit room, Zhang Min hung up the phone, her expression darkening. Mother, we must devise a plan to destroy those corpses. If my demonic aura is detected by the Demon Suppression Bureau, it will spell trouble. She had not anticipated the existence of such an agency in China, a department that had previously remained concealed from ordinary individuals. Had it not been for the emergence of the Immortal Quest mobile game, a mere mortal like Zhang Min would have remained blissfully ignorant. But the individuals within were formidable. Her mother, Yang Hui, paced anxiously within the confines of their home. Ordinary people cannot enter. It's dangerous for you to go. What shall we do? Initially, upon learning that their daughter had transformed into a monster, the couple had been taken aback. However, Zhang Min's rapid ascent had brought them significant benefits, such as Demon Beast crystal cards and Demon Beast offspring. Moreover, once she rose to prominence, she could control a cadre of high-aptitude players to serve their family. Allowing the couple to grow stronger through their feedback, an optimistic future awaited. After all, the world would belong to the strong. Those whom their daughter had slain were merely ineffectual weaklings, and their demise was inconsequential. Yet, upon hearing that the Demon Suppression Bureau had means to deal with their daughter, Yang Hui felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Min's thoughts raced. Why not a dad approach the demon suppression personnel near the morgue and extract one of their family details? Then I can directly kidnap one of their family members and coerce him into destroying the corpses. She resolved that her own presence at the morgue would be a last resort. It would be far more effective to have the Bureau handle the destruction of the bodies without risking her own safety. Since gaining her powers, Zhang Min had experienced a life unlike any she had known. Previously, she had been just another cog in the corporate machine, a faceless entity among the masses. Yet, after her transformation, she had captured the hearts of 2 male celebrities, and over a dozen handsome suitors were now bound to her underground harem, striving nightly to please and amuse her. In the past, such fantasies had been mere daydreams or the indulgence of novels. But now, they were her reality. She had no desire to take foolish risks and jeopardize her newfound existence. This plan is splendid, Yang Hui exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Let us proceed with it. Once old Zhang returns, we shall devise a comprehensive strategy. A dead ally is better than a living foe. This is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, where might makes right. And as long as their family remains unscathed, nothing else matters. Suddenly, a sharp ring of the doorbell startled the mother and daughter, causing them to fall silent. Is anyone there? We are official role registrars. Here to record your roles for statistical purposes. Role registrars? Zhang Min cautiously approached the door and peered out, questioning, why have we not received any notification? What credentials do you possess? Standing outside were a man and a woman, but upon seeing the handsome young man leading the duo, Zhang Min's heart raced and her breath quickened. She gazed in astonishment at the striking figure before her, thinking, how can there be such a handsome man? In that moment, she finally comprehended the profound sensation of encountering someone who could alter the course of her life forever. He must become my paramour. Zhang Min exclaimed with excitement, suppressing her exhilaration as she opened the door. Upon beholding the true visage of the man before her, she instinctively tightened her legs, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. The man stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with tousled hair framing a pair of strikingly defined eyebrows that lent him an air of sophistication. Most notably, his eyes shone with a captivating brightness and depth. Complemented by sharply chiseled features, he exuded an intriguing mystique that left an indelible impression at first glance. Tonight, I shall eliminate the men in the basement, Zhang Min resolved silently. One of such exquisite quality suffices. She intends to train him diligently until he is wholly enamored with her, should her numerous male companions be discovered. Revealing a life of utter debauchery, it would inevitably tarnish her reputation. Master, I can scent her presence. It must be her. Upon hearing the transmission, Shen Yun wasted no time. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a blazing flame directed at Zhang Min. Meanwhile, Zhang Min caught a glimpse of the unusual glow emanating from his hand. Acting with caution, she swiftly retreated just in time to evade the oncoming attack. Damn it. I've been exposed. Zhang Min shouted furiously, Mother, take action. The flame instilled a sense of dread within her, as if a mere touch would lead to instant demise. The origin of the fire was unknown and its ferocity undeniable. Even as a 4th-tier practitioner, she dared not confront it and instead leapt towards the window, yearning for escape. As for her mother, Yang Hui, she felt no certainty in rescuing her. Mortals inevitably face the cycles of life and death. She could bide her time until she could avenge her parents. However, before Shen Yun's arrival, a flying sword named Jing Hong lay in ambush just outside the window. Let us see how my little treasure performs. With a swift whoosh, the piercing sound of wind accompanied the sword as it sliced through the void, trailing a faint blue luminescence. Like a bolt of lightning, it penetrated Zhang Min's skull, releasing a foul, clotted blood. With wide, horrified eyes, she was hurled backwards, crashing to the ground, her body akin to a ruptured bag of rancid water, splattering a considerable amount of putrid blood. In the blink of an eye, her form shriveled to a mere layer of skin. "What?" exclaimed Yao Xiaoli, a member of the Demon Suppression Division at the entrance, her face a canvas of shock as she beheld the feedback card rising amidst the blood. Is this truly a kill? They were aware that Shen Yun and the White Fox had previously vanquished a fourth-tier zombie king. However, they never anticipated that he could effortlessly eliminate a skinning demon in a single encounter. Remarkably, he did so without the aid of the fox, single-handedly dispatching a fourth-tier evil. It is crucial to understand that those who achieve the rank of 4-star Demon Suppression King are formidable beings of the vast seas. While this realm can contend with fourth-tier demons, the foundational strength of humanity in the early stages of cultivation is woefully insufficient, rendering them incapable of overcoming fourth-tier evil in a one-on-one confrontation. This was also the reason they previously reported the need to find 2-town demon kings. Yet, the man before them effortlessly dispatched a fourth-tier skin-changing demon with a mere breath. This increasingly left Yao Xiaoli in disbelief. This power is utterly monstrous. It's as if he is using cheats. He has undoubtedly reached the level of a 5-star demon suppression sect. As an elite member of the Demon Suppression Division, Yao Xiaoli had witnessed the process of 3 demon kings hunting a fourth-tier evil creature. The back and forth was extraordinarily intense, yet that was 3 against 1. But here with Shen Yun, his casual demeanor made the act of crushing a monster seem as effortless as squashing an ant. Especially that flying sword, which struck down the skin-changing demon before she even had time to react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed within the room. It was only then that Yang Hui, wielding the spirit suppression gun, realized her daughter had perished. This underscored just how swiftly the preceding events had unfolded. Yet, despair washed over her as her bullets aimed at the sword-wielding man were thwarted by the spatial distortion released by the White Fox. Seeing Shen Yun unharmed, with an expression of indifference directed at her, Yang Hui was so frightened that she dropped her gun. Yes, I apologize. We were all coerced by the skin-changing demon. She collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. If only you had forced the demon out sooner, she wouldn't have died. My poor daughter. Yao Xiaoli shook her head, producing spirit-locking handcuffs and approaching. We did not wish for such an incident, but battles are fleeting. You must come with us to assist in our investigation. She had encountered families afflicted by demons before, most of whom were powerless to resist. Some were even oblivious to the fact that their loved ones had been possessed by demons, merely victims of fate, with the only path to survival being to grow stronger. Wiping her tears, Yang Hui felt a sense of relief upon realizing she was handcuffed. As long as I coordinate my testimony with old Zhang, we'll be fine. The couple speculated that they might face arrest one day. If that time came, selling their daughter might ensure their survival. No one wished for death. Moreover, given Zhang Min's ambiguous identity, he could call for their daughter when needed. But when he was of no use, she would be nothing but a demon. A soft murmur further eased Yang Hui's tension. Who said they were taking her away? Shen Yun waved his hand, summoning 2 cards from the ground, and turned to Yao Xiaoli. Ah? Yao Xiaoli thought she had erred in H this time. I acquired 2 cards. One is an initial feedback card of the 4th tier, and the other is a crystal core from an early-stage demon beast of the same tier. While their value is rather ordinary compared to skill cards, the minimal consumption of the flying sword, Jingong, comes as a delightful surprise. One must acknowledge that it is a sacred tier treasure. Moreover, with Shen Yun's innate 20-fold combat power enhancement and a reservoir of spiritual energy surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator, controlling the flying sword is hardly a challenge. If only I had a sword technique, Shen Yun mused with a hint of regret. Having a sword move would certainly add flair. However, such techniques can only be obtained once his character receives feedback. As he descended the stairs, Shen Yun encountered Li Mingda rushing towards him with a group. Mr. Shen, you are truly remarkable. They had learned about the battle situation from Yao Xiaoli and gazed at Shen Yun with admiration. The troublesome skin-changing demon had been effortlessly dispatched by him, leaving them astounded. As for the deceased Yang Hui, if Shen Yun had lacked the strength to withstand the bullets, he would have perished. Furthermore, that woman drew her gun with such speed that she hardly appeared to be coerced. She killed without hesitation. Strong individuals like Shen Yun possess their own philosophies of existence, and as novices, they should observe and learn. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Shen Yun announced, and the white fox in his arms gracefully descended and expanded in size. Truly impressive. Li Mingda retracted his envious gaze and looked at Shen Yun, who sat astride the fox. Mr. Shen, if we encounter trouble, may we request your assistance? Rest assured. We will compensate you with the demon beast crystal core. The world is evolving too swiftly. No one can guarantee that even more formidable demon beast 1T emerge next. Shen Yun certainly requires the demon beast crystal cores to nourish the white fox beneath him. Establishing rapport with such a powerful individual would be a fortuitous opportunity for their team. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Xiaoli, who had approached, chimed in with a playful smile. Great one. Would you take us under your wing? It seemed she had regained her composure from earlier and playfully winked at Shen Yun. My appearance fee is not insignificant, Shen Yun replied with a subtle smile, as his white fox, by Xian leaped out of the community S entrance, vanishing into the streets. Captain, did Mr. Shen just agree? Yao Xiaoli inquired, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps, provided the demon cores are sufficient. Or the demon beasts are of a high enough rank, Li Mingda shrugged. Let us go deal with old Zhang. Once this matter is resolved, we should seek out second and third-tier demon beasts to train against. Guarding such a formidable adversary is exhausting. It seems the captain has been inspired by Mr. Shen. The others exchanged knowing smiles as they began to tidy up the aftermath. On his way home, Shen Yun veered off the path and entered a forest to carve out a cave dwelling. There was no avoiding it. The man blessed with extraordinary powers was on the verge of another breakthrough. Among the remaining materials, the high-grade spirit stones should suffice for me to transcend into the Ha-Hai realm, Shen Yun thought within the cave. Opening his eyes and waving his hand to collect the rubble scattered around into his beast-controlling space. This time, he absorbed over 100 inferior spiritual stones, achieving the third level of meridian condensation. In his possession remained 273 middle-grade spiritual stones and 12 superior-grade spiritual stones. In the Xiantian continent, the exchange rate for spiritual stones is 1 to 100, meaning that a single superior-grade stone is equivalent to 10,000 inferior-grade stones, sufficient for his needs in the near term. Noticing that Bai Xian'er was absent from the beast control space, Shen Yun surmised that she might have ventured into the nearby mountains in search of spiritual materials. The young lady was quite considerate, having placed fox fur around the cave so she could instantly teleport over if anything happened. Give Qingxue's 2 spiritual herbs to Xian'er, it wouldn't be good if something went wrong. Shen Yun muttered to himself when suddenly, a notification popped up. Special offer for Beast Companion. Recharge 122 to obtain a small-range movement map of your Beast Companion. Master's Love Special. Recharge 648 to receive a Beast Companion gift pack, including a small-range movement map, long-distance text communication, and an affection brush, a toy to increase dependency and joy levels. Tycoon's exclusive. Recharge 12, 888 for a long-range movement map, voice transmission, a Tier 3 affection brush, Tier 3 Beast Companion nail clippers, and a Tier 3 chew toy, non-combat items, stored in your account backpack. The movement map feature is excellent. Shen Yun purchased the Tycoon's exclusive, and a mini-map with a pink paw-shaped voice button appeared in his beast-taming space on his phone. At that moment, the white fox was less than a kilometer away in the forest, marked with a treasure-hunting status. Shen Yun sent her a voice message. Xian'er, come back quickly. I have spiritual herbs for you. Soon, a message popped up on his screen. Coming, master. Whoosh. Bai Xian'er appeared inside the cave in a flash, leaping into Shen Yun's arms. Congratulations on breaking through again, master. Haha. Shen Yun ruffled her head affectionately before retrieving a mid-tier 4th-grade dragon blood flower and a high-tier 8th-grade heavenly spirit vine from his phone. Wow, such dense spiritual energy. The character master has bound must be extraordinary. Bai Xian'er's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially at the sight of the thick, spirit-rich vine. She was practically drooling. Seeing her reaction, Shen Yun generously placed them into the beast-taming space. No need to hold back. Stick with me, and you'll never lack benefits. Thank you, master. Hugs. Bai Xian'er wrapped her arms around Shen Yun's neck, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. Amused, Shen Yun teased, you're so lively now, but once you take human form, you'll turn back into that quiet girl again. Nonsense, Bai Xian'er protested, though the thought of transforming and throwing herself into her master's embrace made her too shy to speak further. Let's head home. Shen Yun noticed the darkening sky outside and stood up to leave. Tomorrow, I'll visit the company and shift the business focus toward monster cores and spiritual herbs. In his past life, his company had followed the same model as others, recruiting players to assist each other in the game. Now, he could pivot toward purchasing monster cores and spiritual herbs in the real world to accelerate Bai Xian's growth. Mounting Bai Xianer. Shen Yun checked the status of his two bound characters on his phone. Luo Hongxi's alchemy master, Zhao Xingqing, had already returned to the Tianyin sword sect and was teaching the young girl alchemy techniques. With her newly acquired violet gold heavy pupils, her alchemy skills had skyrocketed. She could now barely refine 4th-grade pills. Once her cultivation improved and strengthened the pupil's essence, 5th-grade pills would only be a matter of time. Soon, I'll have my own alchemy treasury, Shen Yun thought gleefully, seeing Luo Hongxi engrossed in her studies. He didn't disturb her and instead turned his attention to Ling Qingxue. Beside her chibi avatar stood another figure, Su Yuan, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect. The two were studying the damaged Emperor's array altar retrieved from the Kirin underground palace. Junior sister, this altar is too severely damaged, Su Yuan frowned, shaking her head. My constitution can't detect even a trace of array energy. It must be completely ruined. Her innate Dao body was highly sensitive to all laws and sources, which was why Ling Qingxue had sought her help in deciphering the altar's array. After all, Su Yuan had cultivated her Dao body far longer. But the fragment of the Emperor's array on the altar had lost its divine essence, leaving only a few broken runes. Even an array master would find it a headache. Ling Qingxue traced the cracked stone tablet with her fingers, her expression tinged with regret. This is indeed a corner of the Imperial formation. Once comprehended, the benefits are boundless. Unfortunately, if even Su Yuan expresses such sentiments, it becomes increasingly unlikely that she will gain any understanding. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Ling Qingxue's eyes. Has my esteemed master arrived? She softly implored, her voice laced with earnestness. Master, could you assist Qingxue in examining this altar? In her heart, her master was nothing short of omnipotent. Perhaps, by deciphering these intricate patterns, he could unravel the mysteries of the Emperor's formation. It was only in the presence of Shen Yun that she displayed such a delicate demeanor, for outside, even in the face of formidable saints, she remained unwaveringly composed. After all, with a master as extraordinary as he, what was so remarkable about the realm of saints? As Shen Yun pondered how to decline, a prompt for a recharge appeared, bringing a smile to his face. Very well, let me take a look. Limited time replication offer. Recharge 1,999 yuan to restore a fragment of the Emperor's formation, valid for 10 days. Formation restoration offer. Recharge 888 yuan to fully restore a segment of the Emperor's formation, enhancing the character of Ling Qingxue as she encounters the awakening of the Emperor's formation, aiding her comprehension. Superb offer. Recharge 888 yuan. Instantly implant a fragment of the Emperor's formation into Ling Qingxue's mind, showcasing the player's prestige. Your timing is impeccable. After purchasing the superb offer, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Focus your mind and deeply perceive the fragment of the Emperor's formation. I knew my master could accomplish anything. Ling Qingxue, without a hint of doubt, sat cross-legged amidst Su Yuan's astonished gaze. Moments later, she began to sense profound formation information flooding into her consciousness. My master is truly extraordinary. He has effortlessly comprehended the Emperor's formation at a glance. Ling Qingxue was astounded. The fragment of the Emperor's formation in her mind was elucidated with remarkable clarity, each detail meticulously laid bare, and she felt certain that with time, she could fully grasp its essence. It was evident that the young master had deliberately simplified his explanation to facilitate her comprehension. Such divine mastery. Her admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights. How considerate the young master is, so attentive to my needs. Ling Qingxue mused inwardly with quiet delight as she settled into deep contemplation. In but a fleeting moment, an aura of imperial essence began emanating from her being. At her glabella, faint yet mystical imperial patterns flickered intermittently, presenting an extraordinarily ethereal sight. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. Has she already begun to comprehend? Mere moments ago, the two of them had been pondering and studying together. Yet in this brief span, her junior sister had already attained enlightenment. This is utterly absurd. The imperial aura emanating from the cave soon stirred the sages in seclusion at the Yaoqi. Hiss. It's that girl causing a commotion again. Isn't that altar supposed to be useless? How could Ling girl comprehend it? Truly deserving of the title of the great emperor, it defies all common sense. It seems I cannot find peace during this period. Haha, if I am awakened every day, I would gladly welcome it. Ever since Ling Qingxue arrived at the sacred land, the smiles on their faces have never faded. As for her apprenticeship, everyone unanimously agreed that allowing Ling Qingxue to develop freely, with the guardian Sui ensuring her safety, was sufficient. Throughout history, every great emperor has followed their own path, Interference from others is indeed unbecoming. 1-on. Haven't you comprehended? The transmission from the Yao Qi's sovereign made Suwan's eyelids twitch. Master, I thought I was doing well. What does it mean that she has comprehended? It is merely a matter of desire. After a considerable time, when Ling Qingxue finally opened her eyes, Suwan stepped forward to inquire, Junior sister, have you gained anything? Upon seeing Ling Qingxue nod, Suwan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, slumping her shoulders and sighing, perhaps the Yao Qi's saintess should let you take over. I feel like my title is unearned. She was often referred to as a prodigy among the younger generation of the eastern region. Yet, the true prodigy stood before her. And she could finally empathize with how others felt when facing her. Comparisons among individuals are futile. Sister, you overrate me. I merely had the fortune of good luck and favorable circumstances, Ling Qingxue responded modestly with a smile. The responsibilities of the saintess should remain with you. She possessed no extraordinary insights. It was simply that her lord had been silently supporting her from behind. Otherwise, her fate at this moment would be uncertain. My lord. Thank you. Although she had expressed her gratitude numerous times, she could not help but voice it once more. It's merely a trifling matter. Focus on your cultivation. Shen Yun advised. The treasure-seeking venture of the Merchant Guild has reached a conclusion. Now you can concentrate on your training and experiences. Perhaps you might even discover favorable items during your travels. To reach VIP level 3, one must spend 5 million. Meaning an accumulated expenditure of 10 million is necessary for promotion. Considering the recent expenditure of 180,000 in previous records, he was still approximately 6 million away from attaining VIP level 3. This indeed constitutes a considerable sum. Well, Qingxue is all ears for the young master. Upon noticing the young master's gaze vanish, Ling Qingxue chuckled as she saw Suwan fixated on her. Senior sister, I truly have no desire to become the holy maiden. My heart is set on cultivation. I understand. Suwan leaned closer, her voice a whisper of entreaty. Then, I comprehend. Allow me to teach you. Ling Qingxue blinked, eliciting a radiant smile from Suwan. The two of them nestled their heads together, delving into a discussion about the Imperial formation. Exiting the game, Shen Yun gazed into the vast, shadowy night, murmuring to himself, tomorrow, the Inheritance Secret Realm is likely to commence. The Inheritance Secret Realm, as its name suggests, is a place brimming with opportunities for ancient legacies. After absorbing a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, these secret realms gradually open their gates to the world. The entities within are exceedingly ancient and shrouded in mystery, potentially linked to figures from ancient mythology, such as the progenitor of vampires, the sea god, and the god of war from foreign lands, as well as the 4 divine beasts and the ghostly generals from Chinese lore. These realms, often referred to as the resting places of deities, represent the highest echelons of divine inheritance. Obtaining their legacy would bestow immense advantages on one's future path of cultivation. Regrettably, the divine spirits in the Chinese realm may have slumbered for too long, leaving only faint traces of their spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to awaken them and gain access to their sacred techniques. Moreover, the treacherous nature of these secret realms has discouraged many from attempting to acquire their secrets. Shen Yun recalls that in his past life, the most renowned inheritance obtained in China was that of the divine beast Xuanwu and the figures of black and white impermanence. When such inheritances were claimed, celestial phenomena would manifest above the secret realm, creating a spectacle of grandeur. As for the authenticity of these legacies, that remains to be validated. Besides these 3, the rest of the inheritances were relatively minor. Consequently, China's legacies are comparatively weaker, prompting numerous foreigners, armed with formidable divine inheritances, to seek to plunder the resources of these secret realms. Particularly, the island nation's inheritor of the Yada no Kagami carries an arrogant demeanor, as if proclaiming himself the strongest in the world, which is irksome to consider. Unfortunately, the so-called Xuanwu inheritance lacks potency. Otherwise, if it were truly related to the legacy of the true martial emperor, there would be no room for others to intrude. Of course, it is also plausible that it bears no genuine connection to the true martial legacy, merely adopting a resonant name. For instance, the figures of black and white impermanence may only bear superficial resemblance. With my current foundation, I might just secure a divine inheritance, Shen Yun mused, pressing his lips together. Once the secret realm is activated, the divine secret realm will soon emerge. Reborn, he naturally remembers the legendary divine secret realms from his past life. Perhaps, with the might of his formidable flames, he could obtain some powerful sacred techniques. With this thought, Shen Yun felt a twinge of anticipation. I wonder if the Flower and Fruit Mountain secret realm holds the legacy of the great sage. This is one of the most renowned secret realms in China from the previous era. Yet, until his demise, no one had managed to activate the mysterious phenomena of Waguashan. However, he sensed that even if a legacy existed, it might not necessarily pertain to the Sun Wukong described in the texts. Early the next morning, Shen Yun drove to the company. As he entered the lobby during the peak hours of clocking in, the surrounding employees greeted him with cheerful salutes. President. Good morning, President. Previously, due to the lack of relevant gaming benefits, many employees had clamored for resignation, with some even joining the Zhou group directly. Now, those who had departed must be regretting their decision. Not only has the Zhou group collapsed, but the notorious monster app has become widely known. The foremost demon tamer in Haiqing is none other than this strikingly handsome and exceptionally powerful man, the 4-star demon tamer. His impressive track record is verifiable, having single-handedly vanquished 2 4th-tier demon beasts. Moreover, with Qin Shitong taking on the role of executive president and introducing a series of benefits, the remaining employees have been exhilarated for several days. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity filled with promise for the future. The CEO has grown remarkably powerful. It's no wonder he previously neglected the company. He must have encountered fortuitous circumstances within the game. The early stages of game development are of paramount importance. Were I in his position, I, too, would be reluctant to squander time at the company. With the CEO gracing the company with his presence, something significant must be afoot. Surely, a great scholar will defend my arguments, Shen Yun acknowledged with a slight nod to the crowd. Just as the elevator doors opened to reveal Qin Shitong and a cadre of executives hastening towards him. CEO, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in advance? The astonished Qin Shitong inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the young man who was even younger than herself. She sensed that the Tunglong group was poised for a remarkable ascent. I shall keep my remarks brief, Shen Yun declared as he led the way to the sofas in the lobby, instructing the gathered individuals. In the future, the company's primary focus will be on the cores of monstrous beasts and the materials of the heavens. All other unnecessary ventures will be decisively cut. Employees may form expedition teams to venture into the mountains to hunt these beasts and gather spiritual materials. The crowd understood, as everyone was aware that he possessed a white fox capable of teleportation. Boss, Qin Shitong hesitated. Leading expeditions into the mountains requires strong individuals, which means we need to recruit. However, it is somewhat late for us to enter the market. Those capable players have already been recruited by other companies. To hire them now may require a substantial investment of resources. In truth, she longed to suggest, if only you had recruited earlier, it would have been much simpler. Indeed, recruiting early would undoubtedly be easier. Yet, as a reborn individual, Shen Yun possessed information that allowed him to disregard such concerns. He replied with a calm smile, no matter. I received word this morning that numerous regions have opened their dungeons. All you need to do is announce to the public that those wishing to conquer these dungeons should join Tinglong Company. Upon the announcement of this news, there would be no shortage of individuals eager to join the Tinglong Company. All he needed to do was to take some of the strong ones under his wing, leveraging their high-end combat prowess for dungeon runs. Subsequently, these formidable individuals would be tasked with mentoring newcomers. In their spare time, he would have them assist in hunting for demon beast crystal cores and gathering spiritual materials. With the passage of time, the company's operations would naturally find their rhythm. Instances? Qin Shitong and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. They were now well acquainted with such gaming concepts. Armed with this enticing gimmick, attracting new members would become significantly easier. Aha! With the president's formidable strength, leading the team through dungeons would be a piece of cake. Once the news was released, it was certain that many would rush to join us. The atmosphere was jubilant, especially considering that the individual before them was the first demon suppressor of Haiqing, serving as a powerful advertisement in itself. All right, Shen Yun stood up and declared, as for the other related matters, you all can discuss and arrange them. I shall take my leave. He felt another breakthrough approaching, having achieved a breakthrough last night and yet another in the early hours. He could feel the sensation returning once more. What a blissful busyness. Take care, President. The group rose to their feet, and Qin Shitong accompanied him out of the company, whispering softly. President, someone from the Demon Suppression Division visited the company and mentioned that you had dealt with individuals from the Tianjiao Club. Is everything all right? Although Captain Jiang, you had already informed her that Shen Yun's strength had garnered recognition from the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, and that the Tianjiao Club would not impose any suppression, she was still cautious. If anyone in the company were to intentionally cause trouble, they could simply call her. Yet, aside from reality, the club's focus was on members excelling in the gaming realm. While her boss appeared formidable now, what would happen in the mid to late stages? Once they received feedback and grew stronger in reality, it was likely that even the Demon Suppression Division would struggle to contain them. Moreover, due to the abundance of gaming talent within this organization, it had drawn the attention of the state. How would her boss contend with that? This situation left Qingxue rather distressed. Do not worry. Simply attend to your own matters, Shen Yun replied calmly as he entered the vehicle. The dog that bites does not bark, and the Tianjiao Club remains eerily silent. He was well aware of their intentions. They were merely biding their time for the game feedback to strengthen. To expect the feedback to surpass him is nothing short of a jest. Particularly in the face of 100 billion game coins. These individuals have yet to grasp even the first level of VIP capabilities. In his previous life, Shen Yun was aware that certain Tianjiao cultivators had targeted Luo Hongxi, though the mastermind behind it remained unknown to him. He was only familiar with Zhou Hao and Yu Xingchen from Haiqing. For now, he merely needed to wait for Ling Qingxue to emerge from her seclusion, after which he would systematically eliminate those Tianjiao who had oppressed and hunted Luo Hongxi. Very well, Qingxue noted his calm demeanor, believing he must have some assurance. She softly advised, "Boss, please exercise caution and call Captain Jiang Yu if anything arises." "Let us go," Shen Yun waved his hand and drove away. Upon returning home, he entered a state of cultivation. Time seemed to stand still during his practice. By the time he broke through to the 5th level of meridian condensation, it was already afternoon. Checking the monster app, he found no information regarding 4th-tier monsters in the nearby cities. There were plenty of 3rd-tier monsters, but they had all been dealt with by the Demon Suppression Department. While this group might struggle with 4th-tier beasts, handling 3rd-tier ones was merely a matter of time. As for cities further afield, there were reports of suspected 4th-tier beasts, yet the distance was too great. A flight could reveal only 3rd-tier monsters, resulting in an embarrassing situation. How he wished for an airship, which could circumnavigate China in less than an hour. Shen Yun sighed. Airships were incredibly advantageous, capable of automatically absorbing spiritual energy. Yet in his previous life, only the influential possessed them. If he had one, his monster hunting efficiency would undoubtedly improve. He decided to wait for confirmed 4th-tier information before proceeding. Shen Yun closed the app, thinking, I must expedite the accumulation of VIP expenditures. Developing the VIP capabilities was of utmost importance. And he still required over 4 million to reach level 3. Opening the game, he noted that Ling Qingxue was in the midst of her cultivation, likely consolidating her recent acquisition of the Imperial formation. Luo Hongxi was not at the Tianyin sword sect, but rather at an inn with several fellow disciples. At that moment, her expression was far from pleasant as she argued with someone in her room. Zhang Lei, I have already informed you that my Luo family has severed ties with the Zhang family. Luo Hongxi glared at the youth before her. The Zhang family, devoid of shame, astonishingly treats the matter of the divorce letter as if it had never occurred. Sister-in-law. Zhang Lei chuckled awkwardly. My cousin has his reasons. Bang. Luo Hongxi's eyes reddened in an instant. She slammed the table and glared at the apologetic Zhang Lei. Who is your sister-in-law? If you keep saying that, do you believe I will seek justice from the Zhang family? Zhang Lei, realizing he had crossed a line, quickly apologized, slapping his own face. Oh dear. Look at this mouth of mine. But Sister Luo, my brother truly has his grievances. He rambled on about how his brother was coerced by the daughter of a powerful sect. It was a tale of tears and lamentation, bemoaning the unfairness of the world. Not long ago, the Zhang family was eager to annul the engagement with the Luo family. Yet now, Luo Hongxi had become a renowned figure in the Eastern domain. The sword master of the Tianyin sword sect, a disciple of the alchemy Saint Zhao Xingqing, with the alchemy hall hosting a grand alchemy competition. She was among the esteemed guests invited to witness it. To say she had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix would not be an exaggeration. Zhang Fenghua truly regretted his decision, wishing he could turn back time to marry Luo Hongxi without hesitation. The entire Zhang family lamented, beating their chests in despair. They had let slip a golden opportunity. How blind could they be? Zhang Lei happened to encounter disciples of the Tianyin sword sect staying nearby, prompting him to visit and persuade Luo Hongxi. Little did the Zhang family know that Luo Hongxi had already learned from Shen Yun about Zhang Fenghua's ambitions to affiliate with the noble daughters of the Wendian sect. Watching Zhang Lei put on a performance, she found him no more than a jester seeking attention. TSK, it seems the Zhang family remains hopeful, terrified that this true phoenix will fly away. The familiar voice echoing in her mind lifted Luo Hongxi's spirits considerably. The young master has arrived. Does he not resemble a clown? Let them regret their actions. I say, just give him a slap and send him flying. You are clearly bored. Shen Yun observed the sheepish expression that had appeared above Luo Hongxi's head, knowing well that the girl lacked the heart to be ruthless. After all, she had not yet experienced the hardships of her previous life, and her courage remained somewhat timid. Ding. Limited time offer. Recharge 324. Originally 648. Now half price to summon a phantom, sending Zhang Lei flying with a warning. Suddenly, a recharge notification piqued Shen Yun's interest. It seems I must bolster your courage. Limited time offer. Recharge 888. Now half price to gain the illusory slap, delivering a blow that would cause Zhang Lei to spit blood and fly backward. This was the fate of those who disturbed Luo Hongxi. Supreme offer. Recharge 88. 888. Now half price. The true form descends upon the Xiantian continent, temporary enhancement of cultivation. Immunity to any harm, exuding supreme pressure that could instill fear in Zhang Lei and shatter his resolve. Note: only with a favorability rating above 90 can the true form descent recharge option be activated. Wow, the true form can actually descend? Shen Yun was immediately intrigued. Extending his finger to tap. Ding. Congratulations, player. Purchase successful. Due to the player's current attire being quite lacking, recharge 324, originally 648. Now half price, to receive a set of exquisite brocade ropes. Recharge 888, now half price, to acquire a set of elegant long ropes. Recharge 18. 888, now half price, to obtain an ethereal long robe set with hair binding effects. For the affluent, enjoy the white-haired look and the flying immortal set, now only 68. 888, half price. Once donned, it would elevate the player's prestige. Friendly reminder, items purchased will be permanently stored in the player's personal account backpack. Goodness, a white-haired master. Such intricate schemes. Shen Yun couldn't help but admire this setup, as it was truly the work of a genius. It would be unbearable not to buy. He directly targeted the premium set. This is for my own wear, so naturally, I must procure the finest. Additionally, he casually acquired 2 more sets, merely to create a record of expenditure. Ding. Congratulations, player, your purchase was successful. You may now traverse the otherworldly realm of Xiantian continent, merely by reciting it in your mind. There is a tinge of excitement. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and first left a message for Bai Xian to prevent her from worrying should she not see him. Having completed these tasks, Shen Yun greeted Luo Hongxi. I have long found that Zhang family's arrogance distasteful, and now encountering their shamelessness, I feel an urge to take action. If only to relieve your grievances. Ah, what is there that merits your intervention? Luo Hongxi exclaimed, rising in surprise, for such a petty character would surely tarnish his hands. Yet, her anxious demeanor was interpreted differently by Zhang Lei. Upon recounting my cousin's hardships, she reacts so fervently? It seems this prospective sister-in-law still cares for him. Albeit resentful of the Zhang family's breach of contract. It was a simple matter. The family merely needed to express their sincerity and acknowledge their mistakes, and there would still be a chance. However, Zhang Lei suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, as a figure materialized silently within the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Hongxi felt her entire being bristle with an inexplicable chill. She could not tear her gaze away from the white-haired man before her. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a snow-white long robe, his waist-length hair tied at the end with a crimson ribbon. His ethereal demeanor and unparalleled beauty rendered everything around him utterly insignificant. A celestial being amidst the mundane world. This was the first time Luo Hongxi had encountered such words. And for a moment, she was utterly captivated. What a handsome young man. She had never seen a man so strikingly beautiful, almost ethereal in his allure. Yet, she recalled that the young man resided in a perilous world, making his appearance a rarity. Yet, he had come to her side merely due to a few words from Zhang Lei. In that moment, Luo Hongxi realized that the young master seemed to be angered on her behalf. Indeed, when Shen Yun spoke, her heart raced like a startled deer, thumping as if it might leap from her chest. Sister-in-law? Shen Yun gazed at Zhang Lei, whose eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt, and calmly uttered, "You dare covet what belongs to my people?" Boom. That seemingly light remark struck Zhang Lei's heart like a thunderclap, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Lei, inexplicably trembling, retreated a few steps, his expression filled with dread as he stared at the other man. He could not fathom why he felt such fear towards this individual, yet the oppressive aura he exuded was overwhelming, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. This feeling is perilous. Young master, Luo Hongxi murmured as she approached Shen Yun, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. The mere sight of him filled her with boundless excitement, and now, basking in his care, what could be more delightful than this moment? At that instant, she yearned to throw herself into his embrace, to hold tightly to the man who offered her immense security. Yet, Luo Hongxi refrained. In her heart, He was akin to the moon in the sky, a distant presence that felt like a blessing merely to behold. If her actions were to be deemed presumptuous and displeased him, it would be regrettable. Young master. Zhang Lei gazed at the two with astonishment. How could someone of Luo Hongxi's status deign to serve as a maid? It is as if Zhang Fenghua from his family is akin to an emperor, utterly preposterous. Observing Zhang Lei's bewildered expression, Shen Yun privately mused, the wheel of fate turned splendidly. In a previous life, you, Zhang Fenghua, relentlessly pursued Luo Hongxi, finding no escape in heaven or earth. Now, you shall experience the bittersweet sensation of having willingly relinquished your infinitely promising fiancée. Just the right opportunity to vex you. Zhang Fenghua, you little pauper. Shen Yun reached out, encircling Luo Hongxi's delicate waist, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Lei. Dare to touch my people again, and I shall strike. Luo Hongxi's body tensed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the nobleman before her. Oh my! Such directness and dominance from the gentleman. In the presence of outsiders, the means of asserting sovereignty seemed excessively domineering. She clutched tightly to the fabric of her companion's attire, her cheeks flushing with an observable rapidity. Transforming into the hue of a perfectly ripened apple, she relished this feeling of being treated with such forcefulness. What a turn of events! Zhang Lei's countenance turned ashen. For this signified the Zhang family's loss of a daughter-in-law who could elevate their lineage. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through the room, and an ethereal hand struck Zhang Lei's face. Get out. With a resounding crack, Zhang Lei spat blood, hurtling through the air as if he were a spinning top, crashing against the door and flying out. The tremendous noise startled the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect nearby. One by one, figures darted into the corridor, only to behold Zhang Lei, his face swollen and collapsed on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood and several lost teeth. Isn't this the friend of the junior sister? Quite the beating, isn't it? Chen Haotian and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the closed door. Yet, they heard Luo Hongxi exclaim, brothers and sisters, drive him away. I wish to see no one from the Zhang family. Chen Haotian clasped his fist and bowed. Is the sword master unwell? Do you require our assistance? The accompanying alchemist elder from the sword sect had been invited by the pill hall to inspect the alchemy competition's venue. Luo Hongxi, preoccupied with her cultivation, had stayed behind with them. If anything were to transpire, they could not bear the consequences. I am fine, brother Zhang. It is merely his provocations that vexed me. You handle this matter. I shall return to my cultivation. How dare he provoke our sword master? A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Luo Hongxi was a treasured jewel of the Tianyin sword sect, cherished as if she might shatter at any moment. How could someone so foolishly cause trouble? With the sword master cultivating, we shall take matters into our own hands. Shen Haotian turned, seizing Zhang Lei by the hair, his expression dark as he dragged him into a nearby room. You insignificant creature, deceiving us into believing you were a friend of the sword master. If you do not provide our sect with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave here alive. Fifth brother Chen Haotian was not known for his seriousness. However, when he chose to be earnest, the situation was undeniably grave. Zhang Lei, witnessing the swarm of sword cultivators entering the room with murderous intent, trembled and waved his hands in fear. Oh, I truly did nothing. If you had done anything, would you still be alive? Chen Haotian's tone grew icy as he brandished his sword against Zhang Lei's neck. I have no desire to waste words with you. Speak swiftly. Otherwise, our sect's formidable warriors shall personally pay your family a visit. Zhang Lei quaked with trepidation. He could afford to be brazen with the soft-hearted Luo Hongxi, but he did not possess the courage to provoke this assembly of fierce sword cultivators. Unable to conceal the truth, he divulged the details of the marriage alliance between their families. As for his cousin Zhang Fenghua's attempts to ingratiate himself with the noble women of the Wenyang sect, he could only embellish the account. Revealing the truth would certainly invite the Tianyin sword sect's ire upon their underhanded intentions. Moreover, the white-haired man, whose appearance was almost otherworldly, seemed formidable. He dared not speak further. Does the sword master have a betrothal? Shen Haotian and the others exchanged glances. Clearly, Elder Lin Xing had not communicated this matter to the disciples, and only a select few within the sword sect were aware. Since the engagement had been annulled yet they still dared to intrude, it was evident they sought to attach themselves to the sect. Shen Haotian assessed the situation with a discerning eye, raising his fist as large as a sandbag. We do not. It is not your place to decide, brother. You possess great insight. Shameless. Kick him a few times. The disciples howled as they subdued Zhang Lei, delivering a thorough beating. Within the room, the raucous commotion roused Luo Hongxi from her reverie, where she had been enveloped in her companion's gentleness. Upon awakening, she felt a sense of suffocation. Indeed, the young master was excessively domineering. She even felt as though her heart might be drawn away by him. Blushing profusely, Luo Hongxi leaned her head against Shen Yun's chest. Inhaling deeply, those senior brothers and sisters have caused you embarrassment. What does it matter? That fellow deserves a reprimand, Shen Yun replied with a smile, gently teasing her delicate nose. If Zhang Fenghua dares to lay a hand on you, he is courting his own demise. Next time you encounter them, do not grant them the courtesy of a pleasant demeanor. Luo Hongxi, unaware of the reasons from her past life, decided to let him remind her. To Luo Hongxi, these words were imbued with an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. She failed to perceive any hints. Instead, it felt akin to a confession that filled her heart with an exquisite bliss. Raising her gaze, she found herself captivated by Shen Yun's enchanting visage, a beauty that could render the heavens and earth envious, causing her to blush. The words that followed remained unuttered as she buried her face against Shen Yun's chest, whispering in her heart, young Master Hongxi will forever belong to you, and no one can take her away. She dared only to murmur this sentiment internally, believing herself too ordinary to be worthy of such a celestial being. The mere thought that she held a place in his heart, that he occasionally thought of her, and the words he had spoken to her today sufficed to bring her joy. With this thought, Luo Hongxi clung tightly to Shen Yun, her right hand grasping his wrist as if to meld her very essence into his heart. Words eluded her. Thus, she sought to convey her feelings through this silent embrace. Due to the thinness of the cultivator's robes and her exceptional talent, Shen Yun found himself slightly constrained, feeling a touch awkward. He shifted his waist and took a small step back, clearing his throat. Speak your mind. What do you have to say? I harbor no objections. Now it was Luo Hongxi's turn to feel embarrassed. She was clearly aware of the situation. In the midst of the conversation, she seized the opportunity to divert the topic. By the way, how long can you stay here? Ding. After the ordeal, one must leave quietly, concealing their merits and fame. The player will return to the real world in 10 seconds. After spending over 100,000, it ends so soon. What a scam. Shen Yun thought to himself, glancing at the girl before him with a gentle smile. I cannot linger for long. I must depart soon. Ah. The smile on Luo Hongxi's face froze. She had hoped that he could accompany her for a while. What am I thinking? The descent of the two realms must have drained him significantly. How could I be so greedy? She quickly suppressed her thoughts. Legend spoke of ascendants, yet she had never heard of one descending to the lower realm. The difficulty was evident. Though he was strong, his world was fraught with peril, and his foes must be terrifying beings. How could she expect him to disregard his own safety for her sake? With great care, Luo Hongxi advised, you must be cautious. If your descent here proves too taxing, do not attempt it again next time. They would have many opportunities to meet in the days to come. He is merely a small demon. There is no need to worry. Shen Yun smiled faintly and then vanished from sight. Master. Luo Hongxi instinctively stepped forward, gazing into the void. At that moment, she envisioned his figure, as if a celestial being was silently watching her from the heavens. Do not worry, I have returned. You must rest well, master. I am perfectly fine. Luo Hongxi beamed, her steps light as she sat on the bed, her long legs playfully kicking her skirt, exuding an air of joy. Master is truly handsome. Just the thought of Shen Yun's unparalleled visage made her heart race uncontrollably. What's more, he doesn't seem to be that heartless immortal. It is said that immortals are devoid of emotions. Yet, just moments ago, her master's reaction had been quite startling. So, it seems that he has feelings for me too. Luo Hongxi lowered her head, shyly biting her pink lips. Her cheeks flushed. It's a pity our time is so short. Otherwise, I would hate to see him toil so hard. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Luo Hongxi felt her heart racing. With misty eyes, she flipped over and dove into her blankets. In her heart, her master had already become synonymous with her husband. But such thoughts were not fitting for a girl. How could she lose her modesty? Within the villa, Bai lay on the sofa, watching her phone, when suddenly a flash of light appeared on the screen. Seeing Shen Yun materialize and swiftly settle into a meditative position, she twitched her delicate nose. Such abundant young energy. Upon closer inspection, she quickly covered her eyes. Well, it's clear that the character bound to my master is definitely a vixen. In such a brief span of time, she genuinely worried that her master might have been ensnared by the other party's charm. Is it possible for the master to traverse into the phone? This revelation astonished Bai, as no one online had ever disclosed such information. Nevertheless, it was evident that the character her master was bound to was no ordinary one. And possessing such feedback capabilities was entirely reasonable. What a wondrous journey. Once Shen Yun regained composure, he still found the preceding experience to be quite extraordinary. Achieving what he had long yearned for in his past life inevitably stirred a sense of nostalgia. Alas, now even the soul has been lured away. Bai feebly scratched the sofa cushion. As a fellow fox spirit, she felt herself vastly inferior, perhaps even to a mere human, which left her feeling quite disheartened. Noticing the commotion, Shen Yun waved his hand, and spiritual energy transported her and the phone into his palm. What troubles you, Sienna? You seem rather downcast. It's nothing, master. Just feeling a bit drowsy. Sienna exposed her belly, closing her eyes to indicate she had overeaten and needed to digest. Lying on the bed, Shen Yun cradled her on his abdomen, one hand stroking her silky belly to aid her digestion, while the other glanced at the game character. Luo Hongxi was sprawled on the bed perusing an alchemy manual, while Ling Qingxue was in a corner of the cave, evolving the Imperial formation. Seeing that both were preoccupied, Shen Yun exited the game and opened a short video application. It's already afternoon. The news about the secret realm should have been released online. Sure enough, the interface of the short video app was flooded with related trending topics. Top trending: 12 cave secret realm discovered in Zhang'an Watertown. Experts deciphered the age of the land within the caves, revealing it to be as much as 30,000 years old. The history of Chinese civilization may soon be rewritten. Official hot topic: numerous suspected underworld realms and Yama's temple discovered in Yuqing. The area is teeming with spirits, presenting a high danger level. Those who encounter it should exercise caution. Mystical interview feature: inheritance secret realm. This is the rough information derived from deciphering the inscriptions on the secret realm stele. The populace hopes to gain mysterious ancient inheritances within the secret realm. International news: a Hercules secret realm appears in southern Europe. Will the powers of ancient deities resurface in our world? Korean netizens fervently discuss. The inscriptions within the secret realm bear a striking resemblance to our own. This suggests the origin of the secret realm is from our country. We urge all nations to hand over the stele inscriptions for our research once they acquire the secret realm. Unauthorized research constitutes theft. Financial news: statistics indicate that the average global player earns approximately 30 cents worth of in-game currency daily, excluding special circumstances. VIP level 1 requires a spending of 2 million, meaning it will take 18,000 years for a player to accumulate enough funds to reach VIP level 1. Exclusive interview section: could the Xiantian continent be related to Blue Star? Are the deities of various nations merely former cultivators? Their stories transformed into legends by the humans of that era? Indeed, the secret realm has emerged at this pivotal moment. Shen Yun swiftly perused every piece of information related to the secret realm. Currently, the most prominent secret realm was undoubtedly the underworld secret realm that had surfaced in Yuqing. Moreover, the inheritance techniques of the black and white impermanents had originated from here. Since the secret realm has manifested, it is time to stake out at Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun was not covetous of the inheritance of the black and white impermanents, as it surely belonged to its destined individual. He was intent on Flower Fruit Mountain. If the great sage truly existed, he was curious to discover what sort of inheritance it would entail. Opening a transportation app, he noted that high-speed trains were largely suspended. Only a few areas had flights available, as the mountains were rife with demonic beasts, making survival in the air precarious. Furthermore, it was challenging for ordinary individuals to book tickets, but for Shen Yun, it posed little issue. He still possessed certain privileges as a 4-star demon-slaying king. Observing that there were domestic flights to Flower Fruit Mountain, he filled out the necessary information and successfully purchased a ticket in under a minute. I fear that the vicinity of Flower Fruit Mountain is now teeming with people, Shen Yun surmised to himself. No one was foolish with the ancient secret realm's emergence. Such a legendary area would undoubtedly attract many, especially with the great sage's immense popularity, leading both tourists and locals to swarm the place. However, obtaining the inheritance of the secret realm was not solely reliant on the crowd. After purchasing the ticket, Shen Yun began packing his belongings. He was uncertain when the secret realm at Flower Fruit Mountain would open, so he decided to camp out there first. After all, it was convenient for him to reside anywhere alone. Moments later, Shen Yun mounted Sienna and set off toward Haicheng Airport. She was actually serving as a maid. The Zhang family, with Zhang Fenghua glaring intensely at the bruised Zhang Lei before him. Indeed, Zhang Lei dared not meet his ravenous gaze. Murmuring, considering their condition at the time, it seems Luo Hongxi has long been enamored with that white-haired man. Boom. Upon hearing this, an enraged Zhang Fenghua smashed the table into splinters, the headband atop his head shattering from the force. That wretched girl, he growled through gritted teeth. No wonder she immediately agreed to the annulment when I sought it. She has latched onto a powerful ally. Had it not been for that white-haired man? Given Zhang Fenghua's prospects upon entering the Wintian sect, the modest Luo family would have eagerly anticipated their union, even if he had previously sought the annulment. He could have simply fabricated a plausible excuse afterward, and considering the ties between their families, the Luo family would likely have understood his position. However, now the Luo family completely disregarded the Zhang family's visit. It appeared that everything was orchestrated by that white-haired man behind the scenes, having already been betrothed to me. She still dallies with other men. Feeling as though he had donned the green hat of infidelity, Zhang Fenghua's eyes burned with fury. And you? To steal another's wife is truly shameless. This is truly the most despicable. In the past, he would engage in discussions with friends about the allure of another man's wife. At last, the tables have turned, and he finds himself in a predicament. The troubling matter is that he hadn't even touched his fiancée's hand before that silver-haired man whisked her away. Goodness, please don't act recklessly, Zhang Lei exclaimed. Noticing the murderous intent radiating from the young man as he glanced nervously at the composed patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Lai, he clasped his fist respectfully and said, Patriarch, the prowess of that silver-haired man is astonishing. It appears that the Tianyin sword sect is still unaware of their relationship. If we do not approach this matter with caution, he is certain to seek out the Zhang family. Currently, he was the only one privy to the connection between Luo Hongxi and that man. If the Zhang family were to make a spectacle of this, it would spell disaster for the clan. Ultimately, the fault lay with Zhang Fenghua and the family's upper echelons, who had been overly self-assured. Had they not called off the engagement, none of these troubles would have arisen. Otherwise, the Zhang family could have had a daughter-in-law with boundless prospects. Now, alas, his sister-in-law has become another's woman, and the family might very well face a crisis. Yet, as merely a disciple of the family, he dared not speak ill of the future patriarch and the higher-ups. This matter would surely be deliberated with great care by the family. Zhang Lai waved his hand. You have worked hard as well. You may retire to seek an elder for medicinal herbs to tend to your injuries. Yes, Zhang Lai replied, taking his leave. After Zhang Lai departed, Zhang Lai placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Fenghua's shoulder. Given the current state of affairs, it is clear that Luo Hongxi is out of reach. The strength of that silver-haired man remains unknown. Do not act impulsively. Let this matter rest for now. Rest assured, Father, I understand. Zhang Fenghua inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within him. One of the most perilous figures in the realm of cultivation is often one who possesses a head of white hair yet appears strikingly youthful, for he knows not how long the other has lived. He was not foolish enough to seek trouble directly. Perhaps this is for the best. It allows me to focus on conquering the path of cultivation alongside senior sister Lu Ruyan. As for the two of you, I shall surely avenge this grievance in the future. Having calmed his tumultuous emotions, Zhang Fenghua bowed respectfully to Zhang Lai. In that case, I shall return to the sect now. Indeed, it is commendable that you have reached this conclusion. Zhang Lai patted his shoulder. Go forth. Should you require assistance in your cultivation, the family will undoubtedly support you. Thank you, Father. I take my leave. Attention passengers, due to an overwhelming number of travelers heading to Huagua Mountain, and for safety considerations, starting tomorrow, only cultivators of the 5th layer of gathering chi will be permitted to board. Passengers below this realm will receive a full refund for their tickets. Goodness. Is there really such a high demand for flights to Huagua Mountain? At the airport entrance, a throng of individuals waiting in line for security checks buzzed with excitement. Haha, that's the legendary place where the Monkey King once resided. Perhaps there are hidden realms to discover, hence the high turnout. We are truly fortunate. We can still make the journey today. Otherwise, with my mere spirit-gathering realm, I would only be left to watch. I've cleared the 5th generation of Black Myth today. I even boarded the last flight. Surely, I am destined for greatness. Hey, you might just be right. The enthusiasm among the crowd was palpable, as each individual believed themselves to be the destined one upon the opening of the secret realm of Huagua Mountain. Hiss. Look. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. It's that flashing white fox. Is Boss Shen also going to Huagua Mountain? My heavens, that fox is stunningly beautiful. The lined-up individuals turned in unison to behold the majestic white fox bounding towards the airport entrance. As she stood before the crowd, all eyes were riveted upon her. With 3 elegant tails, immaculate fur, a naturally enchanting visage, and resplendent eyes, her graceful demeanor evoked envy and admiration in the hearts of onlookers. Each step she took captivated the attention of the people. Meanwhile, seated above, Shen Yun also commanded the focus of the crowd. While Shen Yun's fame did not rival that of the sensational white fox, he held a prominent reputation in Haicheng, the epitome of beauty, the dashing brother. This is a refined moniker bestowed upon him by local netizens in Haicheng. Indeed, he possesses an impressive charisma. Truly, he is the pinnacle of beauty in Haicheng, surpassing even the stars. Many remarked in admiration. In comparison, he resembles a destined individual. Alas, The great sage is indifferent to whether I possess a mount or my looks. Everyone is a destined person, and all have the opportunity to inherit. Does he also venture to Flower Fruit Mountain? His entrance undoubtedly aims to sway my resolve. How despicable. A petty move, for the great sage shall not impart his secrets to you. Mr. Shen, the airport staff, who had been waiting at the entrance, hurried forward with a smile. Allow me to escort you to the VIP passage. Thank you, Shen Yun replied with a slight nod, while Bai Sienna transformed into a little fox, resting on his shoulder. Throughout their journey, Shen Yun and Bai Sienna attracted considerable attention, inciting great commotion wherever they went. It was only when Shen Yun boarded the plane and settled into first class that tranquility finally descended, feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket. Shen Yun picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. Raising an eyebrow, he answered, "Hello? Greetings, Mr. Shen. I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haicheng. I have heard you intend to travel to Flower Fruit Mountain? Rest assured, the Tianjiao Club has received directives from higher authorities and will not suppress your company." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun understood her intention to quell the animosity between both parties. His tone remained nonchalant. The barking dog does not bite. Recently, they had refrained from reckless actions, likely biding their time to grow stronger in the game before striking. His foundation would soon enable him to become a formidable force, at which point the powerful would bow before him. Thus, the advantages of the Tianjiao Club would only manifest within the confines of their game rules. Mr. Shen, are you truly resolved to confront the Tianjiao Club? Frankly speaking, both of your existences hold significance and necessity. Any loss on either side would not bode well for China. Moreover, not all members of the club are malevolent. You need not trouble Captain Jiang with this. The plane is about to take off. Shen Yun abruptly ended the call. The grievances of his past life lingered, and he could not simply relinquish them due to platitudes. He would deal with those who had wronged him before contemplating anything else. Those so-called prodigies of yours shall serve as stepping stones for Qingxue, Shen Yun mused coldly as he launched the game. Ling Qingxue had just emerged from her secluded training and was eager to venture out and slay some prodigies, causing them some discomfort. Within the mobile game projection, Ling Qingxue stepped out of her cave, stretching lazily. I have mastered a corner of the Spatial Emperor array, and my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of soul forging. It is time to venture out for some experience. Recently, she had been in the time-shrinking space tower, familiarizing herself with the array while absorbing spirit stones to enhance her cultivation. However, her rapid ascension in rank necessitated consolidation. Otherwise, her foundation might become unstable. I should find a suitable place for training while also seeking out some favorable items for my lord, Ling Qingxue mused as she descended the mountain, her keen senses detecting a familiar gaze upon her. My lord, you have arrived. She beamed at the void, perhaps due to her prolonged time in the spatial realm. She felt immense joy every time she engaged with her lord. The phrase "a day apart" feels like 3 autumns aptly described her state. Noticing her radiant smile, Shen Yun pressed the voice button to tease, "Seeing you so joyful, shouldn't you greet me with long time no see?" "Indeed, it has been a long time." Ling Qingxue playfully blinked, then light-footedly descended the mountain. My lord, I intend to venture out for some training. Do you have any recommendations? I actually do. Do you remember the individual you defeated last time, Chu Feng? There was a character Tian on his sleeve that signifies the mark of the Tianjiao Club. Ling Qingxue pondered for a moment before nodding. I recall, my lord. Indeed, the corner of that person's sleeve was embroidered with a red Tian. The cultivators of this organization are all prodigies, and some have wronged my people. Handle them accordingly. Shen Yun stated directly, one is named Sun Feiyu. And the other way wrong, you may look into their information. These 2 individuals once targeted Luo Hongxi, and at this juncture, her cultivation should not differ significantly from Ling Qingxue's. It is said that Luo Hongxi's extraordinary fortune allowed her to escape death amidst this crowd. Coupled with the feedback elixirs she concocted, which Shen Yun sold at a high price in reality, she amassed a substantial amount of cultivation resources in the game, enabling her rapid growth. Unfortunately, before she could rise, she found herself unable to withstand overwhelming odds, struggling in vain until she ultimately met her tragic demise. Someone who has harmed the young master? Ling Qingxue raised her brows, pondering. It seems the young master has other followers. It is only logical. How much goodwill could she possibly garner on her own? Do not worry, young master. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. I shall use these prodigies as my sharpening stones. Since they are enemies of the young master, they are her enemies as well. Perhaps to outsiders, it may appear that she is merely a pawn, inviting unnecessary troubles. Or it could seem utterly unreasonable to kill someone for no apparent reason. Yet she is willing, for the young master's words are undeniably correct in her eyes. If the young master deems them foes, then they must be eliminated. What further justification is needed? Exercise caution, Shen Yun advised softly, if you find yourself outmatched. There is always time ahead. Fear not, young master. Qingxue understands, Ling Qingxue replied, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Young master, your followers must be quite formidable, yes? Am I the least among them? To claim indifference would be disingenuous. She felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning of Shen Yun's other followers. Surely, they must be powerful figures, while she currently feels like little more than a mere assistant. Indeed, in a sense, Shen Yun remarked. Observing the anxious expression on Ling Qingxue's face, amused. You could be considered the strongest at present. Is that so? Ling Qingxue's eyes twinkled with surprise. Am I truly the strongest? Yet soon she realized the young master was teasing her. Her cheeks flushed, and she fled in haste, exclaiming, the young master shall not mind me anymore. He only wishes to see Qingxue's folly. Haha. Shen Yun laughed heartily, rarely witnessing Ling Qingxue display such a youthful demeanor. As she began to search for information about her target, Shen Yun exited the current interface to review Luo Hongxi's details. The young lady was on her way to the alchemy competition with her companions. Noticing that there was nothing of significance happening, Shen Yun retrieved the heart-shaped brush he had previously purchased from the beast-taming space and began to groom the fur of the white fairy in his arms. Truly, it was a specialized tool for magical beast cubs. With just a gentle stroke, the white fairy stretched her entire body in sheer comfort, her tiny paws splayed out. Ah, this feels so delightful, master. My goodness, that sound is utterly enchanting. The surrounding passengers cast bewildered glances at Shen Yun, who was not far off. That single utterance had stirred something deep within even the most seasoned individuals present, regardless of gender. It was a testament to the white fairy's immense charm. To be frank, Shen Yun too felt a flicker of passion ignite within him, his heart racing. He instinctively recalled the image of the white fairy clad in her purple battle attire and mused privately, no wonder King Zhou. Even this single tone is something most women cannot replicate. Who could possibly resist? The white fairy, sensing the somewhat embarrassing nature of her own voice, suddenly caught a whiff of an unexpected surge of masculine energy as she lay upon Shen Yun's legs. This caused her to awkwardly shut her mouth, her eyes brimming with shyness. Oh no, it wasn't intentional. Little did she know that her allure was so potent that a mere utterance could disrupt her master's composure. Nevertheless, a tinge of delight flickered in her heart, for this indicated that she, too, possessed a certain charm as a vixen. Perhaps it's best not to groom your fur any longer, Shen Yun mused, dispelling the image of Bicianer clad in battle attire. He then retrieved a magical nail clipper to tend to her nails. After all, idleness was not a virtue. And he noticed that Bicianer's eyes had narrowed into crescent moons, suggesting that she relished his company. As her contracted beast, Shen Yun had been preoccupied lately, and this moment presented a perfect opportunity to spend time with her. This considerate gesture filled Bicianer with delight, as she proudly swayed her 3 large tails, exclaiming, my master is truly wonderful. As the airplane descended, darkness enveloped the sky. Yet, the passengers were electrified, each one rushing about with fervor, proclaiming, the great sage has arrived. With the high-speed train halted, there remained a 2-hour journey by car to Huagua Mountain. Shall we find a hotel for the night and set off in the morning? One suggested. At our age, we can't afford to waste a moment. With an increasing influx of visitors from all corners of the nation, it was imperative to secure a place nearby Huagua Mountain. The lodgings there were fully booked. Fortunately, there were still local residents offering accommodations. Arriving late could leave them without a place to rest. Goodness, so many people have come. Upon reaching the lobby, they found themselves amidst a throng that filled the entire waiting area. Even before the secret realm of Huagua Mountain is opened, it is already overcrowded, such as the allure of the great sage, Shen Yun mused as he exited the VIP passage. Ahead, he encountered a group of 4. Greetings, Mr. Shen. We are members of the Demon Suppression Department in this city. I am Captain Wang Gang. Is there something you need? Shen Yun responded, shaking his hand. Upon hearing of your visit to Huagua Mountain, we have made arrangements for your accommodation in advance, Wang Gang stated, his tone becoming notably grave. Mr. Shen. With the opening of the secret realm, numerous demonic beasts and malevolent entities have infiltrated the area. Although it is uncertain if the secret realm exists in Huagua Mountain, these creatures have nonetheless entered. Our city is defended by only 3 4-star demon kings, and we will require your assistance. This is a lamentable course of action. Should the nation's myriad secret realms be sealed off, a public uprising would undoubtedly ensue. These realms are places of opportunity, where everyone has a chance to inherit legacies. While the military might can suppress dissent temporarily, the times have changed. The entire populace is now engaged in the pursuit of immortality. and a single misstep could ignite widespread conflict. No one wishes to witness such a scenario. As the strength of the populace increases, so too will the fortune of the nation. However, the opening of the secret realms also allows cunning beasts and malevolent entities to bide their time and seize the moment. This has resulted in immense pressure on the Demon Suppression Division, as numerous powerful individuals have been dispatched to guard the various secret realms across the nation. Although the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain has yet to emerge, the influx of visitors is overwhelming. Investigations have revealed that malevolent entities have already infiltrated the crowd. Even with 3 formidable 4-star Demon Suppression Kings present, there remains a palpable sense of unease. Those who have ascended to the rank of 4-star Demon Suppression King possess a minimum cultivation level of the vast sea realm. While this realm corresponds to the 4th-tier strength of malevolent beings, ordinary Demon Suppression Kings find themselves at a disadvantage in one-on-one confrontations with these fiends. This is primarily due to the relatively shallow foundation of human cultivators. Often, it takes 2 to 3 Demon Suppression Kings to slay a single 4th-tier beast or malevolent entity. Wang Gang and his companions are deeply concerned that 4th-tier malevolent beings might emerge around Flower and Fruit Mountain. The opening of secret realms across the country has led to the scattering of the Demon Suppression Division's elite, rendering manpower shortages their most pressing dilemma. Although spiritual energy has been revitalizing for several decades and there are indeed powerful cultivators, their numbers pale in comparison to the multitude of secret realms being unveiled. Moreover, Shen Yun has previously achieved remarkable feats by single-handedly slaying 4th-tier beasts. They certainly would not miss the opportunity to await his arrival at the airport. I simply adore places teeming with monsters. Shen Yun smiled slightly. No problem, but I only hunt 4th-tier malevolent beings. Those below this level, you shall handle yourselves. This statement is exceedingly audacious, yet its significance is contingent upon the speaker. Wang Gang and his companions appeared invigorated, their faces alight with excitement. Ha! With Mr. Shen's assurance, we can rest easy. The 4 of them escorted Shen Yun out of the bustling airport and into the underground parking lot. Just as Shen Yun was about to enter the vehicle, he sensed a breakthrough. Gently patting the slumbering Bai Xianer on the shoulder, "There's no need to see me off. I shall make my own way. Just send me the location." "Very well." Wang Gang replied without further inquiry. "Mr. Shen, travel safely. I will send you the address of the hotel where I'll be staying." "Understood. I'm off." In a flash, the white fox darted out of the underground parking lot. The sight of Mr. Shen's mount was awe-inspiring. One of the companions expressed envy. Though many online boast of their mounts, none can compare to this magnificent white fox. The others online are merely pretenders. Wang Gang scoffed. They cannot hold a candle to Mr. Shen's mount. That white fox has already reached the 3rd tier. Its prowess alone could easily overpower the online show-offs. The online spectacle is merely that, spectacle. They are but juvenile beasts grown to size. If it came down to battle, they would all fall silent, laid to rest. "Captain, with Mr. Shen drawn here, do you think Flower Fruit Mountain might harbor a secret realm?" The group pondered as they boarded the vehicle. If a legacy of the Monkey King were to emerge, the entire world would be astonished. "Who can say?" Wang Gang remarked, gazing at the throngs outside. "The Yu district has seen many realms associated with the underworld. Have any of you heard of anyone claiming an exceptional legacy? If someone were to obtain the Great Sage's legacy, oh, that would be unimaginable." Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Shen Yun was met by a dedicated attendant at the entrance. "Mr. Shen," the hotel manager greeted with a smile, "the presidential suite has been prepared for you, and you may stay as long as you wish. Allow me to escort you upstairs." "Very well." Shen Yun nodded slightly, following him to the room. Once the door closed and he confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras, he sat cross-legged on the bed and entered a breakthrough mode, while Bai Xianer sprang from his embrace to remain vigilant. After a brief exploration, she arrived at the balcony, observing the congested streets below. Her voice tinged with astonishment. "So many people. It seems the Great Sage's allure is quite formidable." On the way, she had perused information about this fictional mythical figure online, yet found it perplexing. With Flower Fruit Mountain less than 3 kilometers away, teeming with various beasts, one would expect the vicinity of other scenic spots to be deserted. Instead, the popularity here only burgeoned. From this perspective, the Great Sage indeed possesses something extraordinary, Bai Xianer mused, flicking her tail before slipping back inside to guard Shen Yun. In the eastern region, at the Alchemy Hall in Dan City, the morning welcomed a multitude of cultivators from various realms. The alchemy competition, held simultaneously across the 5 domains, was a grand gathering for young alchemists, consistently generating significant waves of excitement. As an esteemed guest, Luo Hongxi was in the backstage area, mingling with a group of elderly masters, the only youthful presence amidst them. The young lady occasionally listened to the alchemist's insights and posed questions regarding her own uncertainties in the craft. As the chief disciple of the alchemy sage, her lineage warranted the old masters addressing her as senior sister. Those whom she inquired of stood, clasping their hands respectfully, eager to share their knowledge without reservation. Some even worried she might not comprehend, thus explaining with more care than they would their own apprentices. Upon concluding their discussions, they would often present her with a small gift, adding, "Just my humble opinion, for your reference." Such was her fortune. For her mentor was none other than the esteemed alchemy sage. Should she bring any discrepancies to her mentor's attention, it would indeed be awkward. Luo Hongxi relished these exchanges. Gleaning wisdom from the venerable masters was a reward in itself. Moreover, the gifts consisting of 7th-tier medicinal materials, freely bestowed, delighted her immensely. Alas! If only there were treasures of affinity, Luo Hongxi lamented, pouring herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Esteemed guests, the attendees turned to see Hong Kong. One of the branch leaders of the Eastern region emerged from behind the scenes. The prizes for the top 3 of this competition have been determined by our alchemy hall. Please assess their suitability. Approaching the table, he gestured, revealing 3 crystal boxes. First prize is a mid-tier semi-holy medicinal cauldron. Second prize is a low-tier semi-holy golden cicada talisman. And third prize is a superior 9th-tier medicinal pill. Truly, the alchemy hall is generous. The alchemical elders from various factions in attendance nodded in approval, stroking their beards in admiration. Han Danwang's words were mere formalities, and the prizes were indeed quite impressive, leaving no room for criticism. At that moment, Luo Hongxi's eyes gleamed as she beheld the treasures on stage. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, who had awoken early, was fixated on the information displayed on his game interface. Feedback item, low-tier semi-holy golden cicada talisman. After dripping blood on the talisman, place it in a secure location. Should the bearer encounter danger, a mere thought will transport them back to the storage area of the talisman. My goodness, this is remarkable. Shen Yun gazed at the interface with palpable delight. This object undoubtedly serves as a supreme treasure for survival. Acquiring it would be akin to gaining an additional life during the initial stages. Before Hong Kong could finish his words, a timid whisper interrupted him. Master Han. May I have this inferior golden cicada talisman of semi-holy grade? Everyone turned to gaze at Luo Hongxi, whose face was flushed and demeanor shy. Master Han, I can exchange this for a treasure from my sect. Luo Hongxi realized that her request was rather abrupt. However, this was a semi-holy level item of great significance. And despite the rudeness, she felt compelled to strive for it on behalf of her esteemed companion. In the midst of this, Lu Hong, the alchemy elder of the Tianyan sword sect, appeared somewhat perplexed, as the sect had provided Luo Hongxi with a more formidable life-preserving artifact. Perhaps the esteemed Dan Xing had also bestowed upon her some protective items. The talisman was not worth the request from Luo Hongxi at this moment. Unable to discern the rationale behind it, he simply attributed it to a whim of the sword sect leader. He smiled and clasped his hands towards Hong Kong, saying, "Rest assured, sect leader Han, the sword sect will not allow the alchemy hall to suffer losses." Ha 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 ha, Hong Kong chuckled, stroking his beard. "It is merely a single talisman. Take it, young friend Luo. However, you must participate in the alchemy competition." The eyes of the alchemist gleamed with excitement, and they clapped in approval. What a splendid suggestion. I have long wished to witness the legendary alchemy master's celestial refining techniques. Indeed, this is the work of the 19th greatest alchemical method. One can only assume that young friend Luo has already grasped its profound essence. Today, we are fortunate to witness it. Aha, I have been stuck at the level of a 7th grade alchemist for ages. Perhaps today, after watching, I may glean some insights. The crowd of alchemists cheered enthusiastically. As for whether they were eager to see the alchemy master's techniques or to discern what merits Luo Hongxi possessed to attract such a master as a disciple, that was a matter of personal perspective. Hong Kong had his own motives as well. Initially, his colleague Jiang Ming, who was one of the branch leaders, had missed the opportunity with Luo Hongxi, leading to rampant rumors that alchemy master Zhao Xinxing was extremely dissatisfied with the Eastern region branch. Though mere gossip, it was an undeniable fact that Jiang Ming had made a grave misjudgment. Now, he was secluded in his alchemy studies, unwilling to even attend the competition. If Luo Hongxi could participate, the rumors would naturally dissipate, and the image of the alchemy hall would improve. However, Luo Hongxi looked awkwardly at the crowd. I can only barely refine 4th grade pills. With such limited skill, I wouldn't even make it into the top 20. It hardly seems necessary to embarrass myself. At present, her cultivation was only at the 3rd level of pulse condensation, and she relied on her purple extreme heavy eyes to refine 4th-grade pills. 5th-grade pills were the standard for the competition S elite, and refining them would require immense spiritual energy and effort, which she simply could not manage. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong felt a spark of hope and solemnly stated, "The original intention of the Alchemy Hall's competition is to foster communication among all. How could one discriminate against another's alchemical achievements? If anyone were to do so, I would be the first to deal with him." Indeed, the other alchemists echoed in support. "Young friend Luo, you should simply participate without concern. Should anyone dare to mock, I shall deal with them." Seeing the fervent support from the crowd, Luo Hongxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well then, I shall consider it a trial. If I am to be embarrassed, so be it. If it helps the young master gain this high-quality favor item, it will suffice." Upon her agreement, Hong Kong breathed a sigh of relief and directly handed her the crystal box containing the golden cicada talisman, smiling, "Young friend Luo, fear not. Your results will not appear on the competition roster. You shall be considered a special invited alchemist. Your participation will serve to hone your courage and temperament. After all, as a disciple of the alchemy master, it would be unacceptable for her to have a poor debut. Moreover, given that Luo Hongxi was just beginning her journey in alchemy, it was inherently unfair to compare her to seasoned alchemists. However, with this rule in place, her participation could be framed as an opportunity to gain experience in the competition. During the competition, many spectators would disrupt the participating alchemists, and with so many eyes upon them, those lacking courage and a steady heart would struggle to achieve commendable results. To put it plainly, the Alchemy Hall was granting her a privilege, an opportunity to accumulate experience for future endeavors. Discontent? If you had a revered alchemy master as your mentor, I would grant you the same privilege. How splendid, smiled Lu Hong, an elder of the Sword Sect. Previously, he had intended to remind Hong Kong but was pleasantly surprised to see that this old alchemy king was quite adept in matters of human relations. Thus, even if Luo Hongxi were to lose, it would hold little significance. With the talisman in hand, Luo Hongxi nodded vigorously in agreement, her heart exultantly shouting, "Young master, look at the precious treasure I have found for you." In comparison to the previous 3rd-tier soul-breaking mechanism needle, this semi-holy golden cicada talisman truly warranted her excitement. "Excellent. Let us continue to strive forward," Shen Yun remarked as he directly extracted the talisman, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon it. The originally yellow talisman was entirely stained crimson by his blood, transforming the golden patterns into a sanguine hue. "Regrettably, it is too far from home." Shen Yun mused as he placed the talisman into his spatial compartment. Once he entered the secret realm of Huagua Mountain, he would have to conceal this item within the hotel, should he encounter peril in the secret realm. Activating it would allow him to reappear in the hotel and evade danger. What a splendid start to the day, indeed. Shen Yun stretched languidly. After breaking through to the 6th tier of meridian condensation the previous night, he had gone to sleep. With the automatic acceleration of his cultivation, he did not need to sit cross-legged like other practitioners. This morning, upon waking and glancing at his phone, he was astounded to discover that a semi-holy life-preserving artifact had come into his possession. At that moment, within the projected screen, the alchemy competition had commenced. As the master of the Alchemy Hall and various dignitaries took their seats, the alchemists participating in the contest began to make their appearances. A total of 100 competitors, all under the age of 30, had been selected from various regions. These individuals represent the elite alchemists among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. Some of their future accomplishments may very well surpass those of the esteemed alchemists from various factions seated at the table. This is precisely the reason they have come to observe, perhaps to recruit a talent or two. Upon entering the venue, the competitors were taken aback and filled with excitement at the sight of Luo Hongxi seated in the esteemed guest area. Luo Hongxi? Is she truly a disciple of the alchemy sage? Let us see what skills she possesses that have earned her the sage's favor. If she falters in her alchemy, I can at least claim to have competed against a disciple of the sage. Luo Hongxi, not naive, discerned the implications within their gazes. "Young master, they are all eager to witness my downfall. How malicious. After all, she was a disciple of the alchemy sage." Shen Yun chuckled softly. Everyone aspires to be a disciple of the sage, and there are many who harbor jealousy towards Luo Hongxi. Should she stumble in her alchemy, it would undoubtedly be magnified and spread far and wide. With this thought, Shen Yun opened the character's daily information to assess the situation. Luo Hongxi's information indicated that after the competition commenced, she successfully produced 3rd-tier elixirs and ceased further attempts. The 4th tier was too daunting for her, and she deemed it unnecessary to push herself beyond her limits. As she showcased the alchemy sage's techniques, the celestial transformation method, she garnered silent admiration from the onlookers. Successfully navigating this alchemical contest with poise, Shen Yun greatly approved of her composure. After all, Luo Hongxi was merely accompanying others in their endeavors. Crafting several tiers of elixirs posed no issue, as long as she avoided any blunders. Those lacking ability who attempted to feign prowess would only end up with egg on their faces. However, shortly thereafter, a series of notifications appeared on the interface. Ding. Alchemical Enhancement Special. Spend 648 to gain a stroke of good fortune. The quality of the elixirs crafted by character Luo Hongxi will achieve perfection, devoid of impurities. Limited to the alchemical contest. Alchemy Bravado Special. Spend 2888 to receive a bravado buff, temporarily elevating Luo Hongxi's alchemical skills to an extraordinary level, allowing her to rapidly produce 5th-tier elixirs, astonishing all. Wealthy Bravado Package. Spend 28,888 to consecutively concoct 2 5th-tier elixirs and forcibly create 1 6th-tier elixir. Showcasing techniques that are nothing short of mesmerizing. 3 sessions of alchemical insights firmly ingrained, aiding future endeavors. Billionaire Bravado Limited Time Offer. Spend 888. 888 to acquire the ancient alchemical Emperor Chu Tiange's illustrious alchemical compendium. This includes all formulas from 1st tier to Imperial elixirs. Moreover, it features the long-lost technique, the Celestial Ascendance Method. Purchase grants immediate access. Crafting 5th-tier elixirs will become as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. Goodness. Upon reading the final recharge notification, Shen Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. This bravado must be embraced. To effortlessly concoct 5th-tier elixirs would be a marvel indeed. This significantly enhanced the quality of the elixirs that Luo Hongxi was able to refine. With the prestigious Dan manual in her possession, Hongxi could navigate the art of alchemy with unparalleled ease. Without hesitation, she decided to purchase the entire compilation, as even the smallest gain was worthwhile. Shen Yun eagerly clicked to buy. Ding. The purchase of the prestigious Dan manual was successful, benefiting from a discount card, costing merely 444. The extravagant luxury package was also acquired successfully, costing just 444. My cumulative spending has surpassed 6 million. I only need another 4 million to reach VIP level 3. As Shen Yun gazed at his transaction history, he felt for the first time that perhaps the discount card was not absolutely necessary. Regaining his focus, he cleared his throat and pressed the voice key. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a set of manuals to enlighten those who wish to observe our misfortunes. At that very moment, a torrent of information surged into Luo Hongxi's mind. The legacy of the alchemy emperor? As she familiarized herself with the manual, a shiver ran down her spine, and goosebumps erupted over her skin. For her master, Zhao Xingqing, possessed a fragmentary emperor-grade formula, which was already a treasure of the alchemy hall. Yet, the prestigious Dan manual contained no less than 30 emperor-grade formulas, including those of imperial caliber. This is indeed a complete recipe for elixirs. If it were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire Xiantian continent. More importantly, there exists a comprehensive imperial-grade alchemical technique, the Ascendant Gaze Art. Heavens, young master, you are exceedingly affluent, exclaimed Luo Hongxi, her spirit radiant with excitement. This ancient alchemical classic, which exists only in the annals of antiquity, is a testament to the profound heritage of its lineage, as evidenced by the complete inheritance possessed by the young master. It is indeed remarkable. The young master's ability to traverse between realms marks him as a being akin to the immortals, rendering such treasures entirely justifiable. However, understanding this is one matter. The thrill of possessing the esteemed alchemical classic would undoubtedly excite any alchemist. Thank you, young master. Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes, fully aware that this gesture was a manifestation of the young master's affection, filling her heart with a sense of sweetness. Perform well. It is your turn to witness their folly, remarked Shen Yun, reclining on the bed with a smile playing upon his lips. While showing off is secondary. With the possession of the esteemed alchemical classic, Luo Hongxi's mastery in the art of alchemy is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. This will grant him early access to some exquisite feedback elixirs, which is indeed a delightful prospect. Ah, their expressions will surely be priceless. Luo Hongxi mused, casting a glance at the alchemists who were either deliberately or inadvertently observing her, secretly reveling in the act of igniting the furnace before her. Next, she intended to astonish this group of onlookers who were eager to witness her misfortune. Surrounding each alchemist were materials for concocting potions ranging from the 3rd to the 5th tier. This is merely the preliminary round. Those alchemists capable of refining fourth-tier superior elixirs will advance to the next competition. Luo Hongxi pondered for a moment and decisively selected a set of fifth-tier medicinal herbs. Thinking to herself, I might as well intimidate them a little. With the enhancement of the feathered ascendancy technique, crafting a fifth-tier elixir would be a mere trifle. Is that a fifth-tier superior Jiaoyue fruit? Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect observed as she picked up a crimson fruit. His eyelids twitching. Is Hongxi truly attempting to refine a fifth-tier superior elixir? It seems implausible. This medicinal herb is exclusively used for the fifth-tier superior grade dragon blood elixir. Of course, there's also the possibility that she learned a rare fourth-tier formula from the alchemy saint and requires this herb. But then, when Luo Hongxi formed hand seals and tossed all 13 ingredients for the dragon blood elixir into the cauldron in one go, the 20-odd senior alchemists on the judging platform, including Hall Master Hong Kong, were struck with astonishment. The tens of thousands of cultivators spectating the competition were even more shocked. She actually threw all those ingredients in at once. If not for the fact that she was the alchemy saint's disciple, the crowd would have erupted in furious accusations. What in the world? Is she just throwing everything in like a stew? The competing alchemists also stiffened at her bold move. Could she have learned some extraordinary technique from the alchemy saint? The sudden turn of events gradually silenced the arena. Everyone wanted to see what this disciple of the alchemy saint was truly up to. Even Hong Kong and the others on the judging platform fixed their gazes intently on Luo Hongxi's alchemical technique. Yet, within mere moments, Hong Kong shook his head with a grave expression. This was definitely not the alchemy saint's legendary soaring sky elixir hand. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the alchemy saint refining pills, and the profound aura of the soaring sky elixir hand was etched into his memory. It was a grand, majestic technique, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. But Luo Hongxi's method felt careless? Or rather, casual? Yes, utterly casual. Her hand seal shifted without the slightest trace of profound principles, appearing so simple that it seemed as though she was merely dabbling. Just as the crowd was lost in bewilderment, a faintly bloody yet fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, causing Hong Kong and the others to widen their eyes in disbelief. Impossible. How could the elixir have formed so quickly? Even if they were refining a fifth-tier superior grade elixir, they couldn't possibly achieve such speed. The silent audience erupted into an uproar. No way. Absolutely no way. This is rigged. She must have cheated. Many cultivators in the stands roared in outrage. Particularly those supporting their own alchemists, their faces flushed with fury. Do they think we're fools? This is an insult. She must have prepared the elixir in advance. You idiots. Some composed and experienced cultivators also grew agitated. Do you really think the alchemy hall would dare rig this in front of everyone? They'd ruin their reputation. Use your brains. Who are you calling an idiot, old man? Hot-tempered cultivators pointed fingers. Don't think I hit you just because you're old. If this isn't rigged, I'll eat shit standing on my head. I won't bother with you. The elderly rogue cultivator shook his head. What could he do when these people had sects backing them? But arrogance begets its own reckoning. Who was eating shit? A thunderous bellow stunned the crowd. I'll take a dump right now. Who wants to eat it? All eyes turned to the Tianyin Sword Sect's seating area, where a strikingly handsome man was rolling up his sleeves, spittle flying as he roared. Dare to accuse our sword chief of cheating. Whoever doesn't eat it is my grandson. Oh heavens! Senior Brother Chen, how can you be this outrageous? The surrounding disciples averted their gazes, some even burying their faces in their robes in embarrassment. Though undeniably bold, Senior Brother Chen's methods were mortifying. Yet, the effect was undeniable the moment Chen Haotian spoke. The jeering voices noticeably quieted. This individual has garnered a notorious reputation for their irreverence. When pushed to the limit, they may very well unleash a barrage of aerial bombardments for one to experience the consequences. However, regardless of the mutual exchanges of barbs, all eyes remain fixated on Luo Hongxi, eager to witness her explanation. Meanwhile, the alchemists in the competition direct their attention towards Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and others seated nearby. Observing the expressions of astonishment and skepticism on the faces of these esteemed masters of alchemy, a sense of unease grips the crowd. Could it be that cheating is afoot? Yet, this method of alchemical formulation is utterly preposterous. Noticing that time is still on their side, many alchemists slow their processes. The fragrance emanating from Luo Hongxi's furnace grows increasingly potent. Let us observe further. The participants collectively fixate on Luo Hongxi. At that moment, Luo Hongxi, who had been in silent communion with the concoction within her furnace, suddenly opened her eyes. With a swift motion, her delicate hand formed a seal that left Hong Kong and the others in awe. What an extraordinary method of forming elixirs. Moreover, I sense an ancient resonance. This technique is astonishingly capable of rapidly purifying the essence of the heavens and the earth countless times over, harnessing the power of the universe. As soon as Luo Hongxi completed her seal, she exclaimed, "Consolidate." In the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted from her hand, unleashing a cascade of laws that surged into the furnace before her. Curiously, wisps of vapor-like energy enveloped her, swirling mysteriously around her form. The ethereal smoke seemed to exude an enchanting aura, captivating the hearts and minds of all the cultivators present. The numerous participants gazed in disbelief at the mysterious energy radiating from her. As their attention shifted to the podium, they observed Hong Kong, Luo Hong, and others rising in unison, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the young girl in the arena. Some veteran alchemists trembled with excitement. It was only when Luo Hongxi elegantly waved her hand to unveil the alchemical furnace, releasing a crimson pill, that an ecstatic roar reverberated through the air. Akin to thunder striking the ground, the path of alchemy. It embodies the essence of heaven. That is the very essence of alchemical mastery. Hearing these words, the entire assembly of cultivators gasped in astonishment. Hiss. Subsequently, a cacophony erupted, deafening in its intensity, the essence of alchemical mastery, the ultimate profundity of alchemy. It seemed that only those on the verge of becoming alchemy emperors could manifest such essence during the alchemical process. Could she, at such a tender age, possess it? Goodness! Does this not imply she bears the potential of an alchemy emperor? The crowd was astounded. Ancient text recorded that those capable of manifesting the essence of alchemy during the refining process had attained a transcendent understanding of the art. Achieving such a level in alchemy indicated at least the status of a prospective alchemy emperor. What Zhao Xinchen, the venerable alchemist saint, sought was precisely this essence. For to concoct a prospective emperor pill, one must possess this essence. Without it, the emperor pill would remain elusive. Thus, the emergence of this alchemical essence in the youthful Luo Hongxi sent shockwaves through the audience, speculating on the potential of an alchemy emperor. An elderly cultivator in the audience gazed at the girl with awe, pondering whether she had inherited the legacy of an alchemy emperor, which could explain her extraordinary alchemical prowess. The notion of an alchemy emperor's legacy sent shivers down the spines of those around. For millennia, the Shantian continent had seen no alchemy emperor. The so-called legacy of an alchemy emperor had likely faded into the annals of history. Yet, beyond this plausible explanation, it was hard to fathom that a young alchemist could possess such essence. Swiftly, Hong Kong and the others on the podium transformed into beams of light, rapidly approaching Luo Hongxi. With remarkable speed and a cheerful demeanor, Hong Kong seized the pill from her hand, exclaiming, "Ha! What a splendid pill! Purged of impurities and perfectly formed." Observing him directly place the pill into a jade vial, the onlookers privately grumbled, "This old fellow is remarkably quick." A pill imbued with such essence, even if one could not grasp its underlying profundities, was a treasure to behold. After all, only those nearing the status of alchemy emperor could concoct such a thing. Now that Luo Hongxi had achieved this feat, her value is unmistakable. Fortunately, they still had the opportunity to seek this young girl for alchemical concoctions. It was almost amusing to think that a group of veteran alchemists would seek the favor of a novice alchemist. Among the crowd, the least anxious was Luo Hong from the Sword Sect. Surely, it would not be a challenge for him to procure a pill from his own disciple. Our Tianyin Sword Sect has truly struck gold. Who would have thought that Luo Hongxi possesses the dual talents of both alchemy and swordsmanship? The elder reflected, his eyes misty with emotion. What could be more gratifying and exhilarating than having a disciple with such remarkable talents in the sect? Young friend Luo, Hong Kong inquired, voicing the curiosity of the crowd. Who taught you this alchemical technique? Without hesitation, Luo Hongxi replied, "It was taught to me by Master Zhao." The existence of the young man was her greatest secret, and she could conveniently attribute her skills to Master Zhao. But others may question Master Zhao. Luo Hongxi pondered silently. "Master, may I pass the Pride of Alchemy manual to Master Zhao?" "Of course. This is yours, and you may decide." Thank you, Master." Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled. "You are truly kind to me." She resolved to present the manual to Master Zhao upon his return, ensuring her deception would remain intact. The origin of the Pride of Alchemy manual was simple, a matter of fortuitous encounters, as the Sword Saint had remarked on her profound fortune. With youthful dreams, she often found herself daydreaming. Lately, whenever she meditated or rested, visions of the young man would grace her dreams. Claiming she had met a great master who imparted teachings, an entirely plausible notion. Oh dear, why am I fantasizing about him again? Luo Hongxi abruptly halted her blush-inducing thoughts, flustered. Meanwhile, Shen Yun observed the disheartened expressions of the competing alchemists with amusement. They had hoped to witness the extraordinary but instead became mere background figures. Watching Luo Hongxi being surrounded by a throng of alchemists as she departed, he shifted his focus to Ling Qingxue. The young lady's chibi character is seated upon a flying vessel, presumably en route to seek out the members of the Celestial Club. Shen Yun accessed her character's information. Ling Qingxue's daily report. The Diqian royal family is hosting a debate for young cultivators in Jinan City. Ling Qingxue has learned that Wei Rong, a first-layer soul-tempering realm practitioner, has been invited to attend, and she is resolved to eliminate this girl. The Diqian royal family, Shen Yun murmured to herself, it would be rather inconvenient to commit murder there. The Diqian Empire stands as a formidable force, comparable to the Celestial Sword Sect, with a multitude of powerful individuals. However, given Qingxue's vigilant nature, she must possess a strategy to handle this. There is no need for my concern. Shen Yun then deactivated the game projection. He felt quite assured about the girl, and undoubtedly, there were guardians in the Yaoqi watching over her in secrecy. Let us take a trip to Huagua Mountain. In his previous life, Shen Yun had come across images of the mystical Huagua Mountain online, and now was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Are you heading out, master? Baixianer, who had been cultivating in the beast space, suddenly appeared on the bed. Yes, you should continue your training in the space. After dressing, Shen Yun gently patted her head. This distance is manageable for me alone. No worries, Sienna will take you there. Baixianer squinted her eyes, relishing the warmth of his hand. Rest assured, Shen Yun replied, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a golden cicada talisman. By the way, Sienna, could you mark this for me? I intend to temporarily leave the talisman in my room. This object should be stored early for security, however. It is not truly at home, and should it be stolen, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Of course, Baixianer said, as she flicked her foxtail, causing a hair imbued with a radiant white glow to fall onto the talisman paper and vanish. There we go, master. Now it carries my essence and can be located anywhere. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Shen Yun exclaimed, embracing her in a flurry of affection, making Baixianer blush with bashfulness. It's nothing, merely a few tricks, she replied, having grown accustomed to her master's affection. Unlike before when she would shyly retreat into her space. After their playful antics, Shen Yun tucked the talisman paper beneath the bedsheets and stepped outside to inform the hotel manager to restrict entry to his room. As more people gathered at the hotel entrance, Shen Yun surveyed the street, bustling with pedestrians. Vehicles had been barred from the roads due to the overwhelming influx of visitors. He followed the throng towards Huagua Mountain, 3 kilometers away. I've heard that a Taoist priest is performing rituals there, claiming the spiritual energy fluctuations are minimal, preventing the opening of a secret realm, thus urging people to return. Who knows if it's true? Perhaps it's just the authorities seeking to gain an advantage. I, for one, will wait until the crowd disperses. Perhaps it would be best to leave. Many in Jiangnan and Yuzhou have acquired legacies, and rumors speak of a suspected secret realm of He Wuchang. Even obtaining an ordinary legacy would bolster one's strength. There is only Huagua Mountain here. Even if a secret realm opens, we may not necessarily benefit. The crowd buzzed with discussions about Huagua Mountain. Shen Yun meandered leisurely, absorbing the chatter while browsing current trends online. The advantage of rebirth lies in the calm knowledge of impending secret realms, allowing for a patient wait. The latest buzz, the Eastern Domain Alchemy Competition, where Luo Hongxi showcased her Imperial-grade alchemy skills, igniting the arena. Netizens from the Kimchi Nation claim this is a bound character of their players, though it remains to be verified. Special edition on Secret Realms. The Jiayuzishan Secret Realm has unveiled a Buddhist phenomenon. Some have emerged from the realm with Buddhist legacies, drawing many followers to witness the spectacle. Breaking news, a Chinese player, the deity governing the game of ancient China, has acquired a random binding card for a character, now under governmental protection. This is the 3rd such card worldwide, perhaps not the last. Netizens speculate that this item might be a reward for hidden character quests. In my previous life, there was news about him acquiring a random card. Shen Yun mused quietly, as long as my butterfly effect remains minimal, all shall be well. Such news invariably creates a sensation, and it resonates with him perfectly. After all, each additional character signifies an increased opportunity for feedback and profit, evoking envy in all who witness it. For Shen Yun, as long as the trajectory of significant events remains unchanged, his advantage of rebirth will persist indefinitely. When mentioning the character binding card, Shen Yun is reminded of another character he was bound to in his previous life, Lu Chen. This is after Luo Hongxi's demise. He has bound himself to a pure white-eyed wolf. Shen Yun has repeatedly aided him with intelligence, rescuing him from peril and preserving his life. Yet this fellow is evasive when it comes to discussing the matter of feedback items. It seems he harbors intentions of employing schemes to seize control of the body. Such thoughts are, in fact, quite normal, and Shen Yun can comprehend them. However, this individual initially referred to him as master and senior, only to later gain some audacity and directly address him as old ding. Throughout his life, Shen Yun received not a single feedback item from Lu Chen, nor did he attain even a modicum of gratitude, with his affinity score lingering in the low teens. The mere contemplation of this situation is enough to cause him a toothache. Thus, he remains disinclined to even recall this white-eyed wolf, let alone the notion of binding. After more than half an hour, the crowd has reached the outskirts of Flower Fruit Mountain. This area is under the vigilant guard of armed soldiers. As numerous monstrous beasts have descended from the mountains, passers-by may enter at their own discretion, even assisting in the eradication of these fiends. However, they must bear the consequences should any mishap occur. Following the images etched in his memory, Shen Yun meandered along the perimeter, scrutinizing the mountainous terrain ahead. After a leisurely stroll of over 10 minutes, his gaze settled upon a steep cliff in the distance. It resembles the photographs online. This must be the place. To confirm his suspicions, Shen leapt over the security line and darted into the dense thicket. Along the way, he observed several groups engaged in the hunt for beasts. But as he ventured deeper, the frequency of second-tier monsters increased, leading to a noticeable decline in the number of hunting parties. For Shen Yun, this monstrous beast posed no threat whatsoever. Summoning the flying sword, Jing Hong, was accomplished in an instant, and he couldn't even be bothered to extract the beast crystal core. Beasts that have never slain a human will not yield feedback cards, thus materials must be gathered personally. This is also one of the reasons for the rise of the Beast Merchant Association, as the treasures found on the bodies of the demon beasts are abundant. After Shen Yun burst forth from the dense forest, he was greeted by a sudden expanse of open space. A rocky path stretched ahead, accompanied by a meandering brook that flowed towards the distant cliffs, the scene mirroring the photographs etched in his memory. Now, all I need to do is patiently wait, Shen Yun mused while surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, faint roars echoed from afar. Squeak, roar. Having visited a May, Shen Yun immediately associated the sound with monkeys. Monkeys? His expression changed abruptly as a recollection struck him. In his previous life, someone had revealed a disturbing image online of a mangled corpse of a golden-haired baby monkey within the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The creature, distinguished by its crimson fur between the brows and its eyes having been gouged out, had become notorious among netizens. Many speculated that this might be the reason the legendary heritage of the great sage remained undiscovered within the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Could it truly be that one? Shen Yun focused his thoughts, causing his flying sword to expand. Regardless of its authenticity, he felt compelled to investigate. Whoosh! After steadying himself on the flying sword, Shen Yun sped toward the source of the sound. In the dense forest, a short-haired woman with bloodied arms wielded an iron whip, fiercely striking at the monkey ensnared in a specially designed net. Crack! The force of her blow, infused with the power of the eightfold heaven, tore into the monkey's flesh, sending blood splattering. Roar! The demon monkey, despite being wounded and bound, exhibited a fierce temperament, hurling angry cries at the short-haired woman. Yet, in response, she delivered a venomous lash across its cheek, causing the golden-haired creature to howl in agony, clutching its face. This baby demon monkey displayed formidable resistance to toxins, remaining conscious despite 10 doses of anesthesia. A man clad in camouflage, cigarette in mouth, fired at the monkey once more. A group of 15 individuals had exerted considerable effort to capture this golden-haired baby monkey, with 5 team members having perished in the endeavor, highlighting the creature's ferocity. Observing the monkey's explosive temperament, the camouflage-clad man frowned and murmured, "Miss, this monkey's disposition is exceedingly foul. Taming it will be quite the challenge. Humph. If it refuses to submit, we shall have specialists train it rigorously." As she spoke, the short-haired woman winced at the pain from her injured arm, causing her delicate features to contort. Seeking to vent her frustration, she raised her whip and struck the monkey again, declaring, "I refuse to believe that a mere monkey can defy me." However, to her astonishment, the previously ferocious monkey cowered and shielded its head, offering no resistance as it endured another strike. "Oh, so you do know how to yield," the woman remarked coldly, instructing her assistant to tend to her wounds. The monkey was procured at great expense by her family from the demon hunting group, and it is said that its arrival was heralded by a brilliant golden light, captured by the patrolling security. Those born under extraordinary phenomena must possess remarkable qualities. She traveled from afar, believing that subduing it would serve as a formidable asset. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, the golden-haired monkey, cradling its head, was filled with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Should it find the opportunity, it would surely retaliate against this woman. "Ah, be gentle. Almost done, miss." The sharp pain from her wound infuriated the short-haired woman, who vented her frustration by whipping the monkey on the ground. "It's all your fault, you beast. I'll deal with you later." The sound of the relentless cracks echoed as the monkey's back was already drenched in blood. However, its tough hide had withstood the effects of the tranquilizer for so long that it remained unyielding to her blows. Just as she prepared to strike again, a swift, pale blue arc sliced through her whip, cleaving it in twain. Who goes there? The onlookers, their hearts racing, hastily grasped their weapons and surveyed the surroundings. The speed of that luminous flash had been astonishing. Had it been directed at them, they might have fallen in an instant. From the dense forest emerged a tall, handsome young man, his presence commanding. With a discerning gaze, he surveyed the startled crowd, his voice imbued with unparalleled authority. "I will protect this monkey." What a formidable man! The overwhelming pressure caused the short-haired woman's heart to tremble, her clothing damp with cold sweat. Collect the firearms. This formidable individual has the capability to single-handedly vanquish a fourth-tier beast. How could she not feel alarmed? The onlookers hastily retracted their weapons, fearful of provoking this powerful man. As Shen Yun slowly entered the arena, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling upon the short-haired woman, Jiangxi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Renowned for her formidable heterochromia and ruthless tactics in her past life, it appears that her right eye's unique characteristic resembles the vertical eye of a golden monkey's brow. No wonder there were signs of excavation on that monkey's brow in my previous life, Shen Yun comprehended. Yet, as he regarded Jiangxi, his astonishment at encountering a past powerhouse was tinged with a hint of mockery, a walking fortune of 500,000. The Jiang family, engaged in commerce with the island nation, saw Jiangxi, endowed with formidable strength, covertly collaborating with its powerful figures to plunder resources from the secret realms in China. After the land expansion, the island nation, facing a scarcity of its own secret realms, not only coveted China's secret realms but also sought to seize the mountainous territories inhabited by beasts, aiming to establish dominion over the land and its resources. During that time, the land expansion was so vast that the Demon Suppression Bureau could hardly manage, allowing these small-time players to gain considerable advantages. The Jiang family, at that juncture, openly sided with the island nation, earning the ire of the public and exposing their lineage as descendants of that nation. Alas, during that period, the Jiang family had risen to power, making them not easily provoked. Little did he expect to encounter her here. "Ah, it is you, Mr. Shen." Jiangxi composed herself and smiled, clasping her fist in greeting. "Since you desire this monkey, I shall graciously offer it to you, as a gesture of goodwill." "Oh?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, his smile inexplicably fading as he sheathed his flying sword, casting a glance at the gaming projection before him. "Sienna, once they depart, you shall follow." This group of unruly beings was hardly worthy of his intervention. Tending to the golden-haired monkey cub was of paramount importance. Upon noticing this, Jiangxi dared not linger, and after offering a respectful salute, he swiftly led his companions away from the scene. Roar, roar. As Jiangxi distanced himself, he heard the monkeys in the forest scream, and he could not help but smirk inwardly. Humph. Even you would find it difficult to tame that beast. Naturally, he felt disheartened by the interruption, yet it was none other than Shen Yun who had thwarted him. In this world, where the laws of power now prevailed, one could be killed without anyone ever knowing. The group departed from the Flower and Fruit Mountain, making their way to the officially designated passage, where they boarded an off-road vehicle to leave the area. This was a quick-access route established by the Demon Suppression Bureau, allowing the demon hunting teams to utilize it upon delivering materials from the demon beasts. The camouflage-clad driver cast a glance at the mountains in the rearview mirror and quietly remarked, "Miss, that monkey is undoubtedly extraordinary. Are we truly just going to give it away like this?" In recent days, as they ventured into the mountains, they fortuitously encountered a monkey frolicking with a second-tier cicadeer. After they dispatched the deer, the monkey unleashed an astonishing display of power, swiftly eliminating 3 of their members before making its escape. It is worth noting that the majority of them were practitioners at the Gathering Rotation realm. The inability of so many individuals to subdue a mere second-tier demon beast underscores the astonishing potential of this monkey, particularly when it fled. The resentful gaze it cast back at the crowd left the man feeling a chill even now. That golden-haired monkey is undoubtedly intent on avenging the spotted deer. I fear that once it rises to power, it may seek retribution against us. His concerns cast a somber atmosphere over those within the 2 vehicles. This is not impossible. At present, most demonic beasts are driven solely by their primal instincts for slaughter, preying upon any humans they encounter. Unlike intelligent demonic beasts and spirit beasts, which possess the wisdom to evade humans in pursuit of their own development, this golden-haired monkey evidently belongs to the latter category. What else could be done? Jiang, she took a deep breath and coldly declared, "Currently, we cannot contend with Shen Yun. We must yield. We will discuss this upon our return. He has already killed members of the Genius Club, which is coincidentally recruiting me. There will be ample opportunities to deal with him then. The Genius Club is a youth elite force of cultivators in China. It will be perfect for them to engage in mutual destruction. Furthermore, my Jiang family maintains close ties with the island nation. With the support of an entire nation as our foundation, Shen Yun is merely one man. If he dares to intercept my goods, he should be prepared to pay a heavy price. This plan is excellent," the camouflaged man remarked with a cold smile. "It will effectively weaken the living forces of China's younger generation. Heaven is aiding our great son." Suddenly, a calm voice echoed into everyone's ears. "Your wishes may not come to fruition, miss. It's Shen Yun's white fox." The driver in the rear shouted over the intercom. "On top of your vehicle." "What?" The expressions of the crowd changed drastically, and the camouflaged man hastily slammed on the brakes. However, he discovered that the air ahead shimmered with a series of ripples. As the front of the armored vehicle collided with the ripples, it was astonishingly reduced to ashes. No. The speeding off-road vehicle plunged into the void strangling net, vanishing along with its occupants in an instant, leaving only iron shavings and a mist of blood scattered in the air. The vehicles behind suffered the same fate at the hands of the suddenly appearing void. In the blink of an eye, 2 vehicles had disappeared from the highway. By Sienner, standing by the roadside railing, spat in disdain. "Despicable scoundrels are the most detestable. Before coming here, my master warned me that this group harbored ill intentions. They are nothing but a malignant tumor." Having grown up in the Tianshan Mountains, she held disdain for such treacherous and insidious individuals. With a flick of her slender waist, Sienna swiftly appeared beside Shen Yun, eager to display her prowess. But upon seeing the golden-haired monkey ensnared in the net, still howling at Shen Yun, she was filled with indignation. "I even helped you eliminate those people. If it weren't for my master, you would have been devoured by them without a bone left." Her words left the golden-haired monkey momentarily stunned. Yet, as a member of the demonic race, the fox had allied with humans. Regaining its senses, the golden-haired monkey began to roar angrily at her. "Roar. How dare you insult me? Ungrateful wretch." Sienna's expression darkened as she reached to open the specialized steel net, intending to extract the creature. To her surprise, the battered monkey still had the strength to escape, transforming into a streak of golden light and flying away. "In terms of speed, I could outrun your ancestors." Sienna reappeared before the bewildered golden-haired monkey, grasping its ear with her delicate paw and executing a whirlwind maneuver in midair. After completing the spin, she tossed the monkey into the distance, then swiftly reappeared to seize it again, spinning it around once more. Squeak, squeak. Roar. The golden-haired monkey shrieked uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the dizzying speed. However, Sienna refrained from striking it, considering it had already been severely beaten. After more than 10 minutes, when the golden-haired monkey ceased its howling, Sienna landed and unceremoniously dropped it to the ground. Shen Yun observed that the little creature had indeed calmed down considerably, now sitting on the ground with its head drooping and limbs powerless. He approached slowly, crouching down, intending to offer some comforting words to convey his benign intentions, only to see crystalline tears streaming down the monkey's face. "It's actually crying?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and gestured for Sienna to communicate with it. "Are you not ashamed, you big man? I haven't even harmed you." Sienna frowned and said, "I know you understand human language. Speak if you have something to say. We truly mean no harm. Those who bullied you have all been eliminated by me. If you don't believe me, look." As she spoke, she extended her delicate paw, revealing some blood-stained iron shavings. "Smell this. Isn't it their scent?" Sienna brought her hand closer to the golden-haired monkey's nose. But the little creature trembled even more violently. Then it suddenly wailed, "Wah!" The golden-haired monkey threw its head back and cried out in anguish, tears pouring down. They killed Sister Deer. They killed Sister Deer." Recalling Sister Deer's desperate attempt to shield him, the golden-haired monkey's sobs intensified. Meanwhile, the golden fur on its forehead began to emit faint traces of crimson light, as if a unique pupil had opened, causing a stream of tiny blood tears to flow. Even as a human, Shen Yun felt his heartstrings tugged by the overwhelming sorrow radiating from the monkey. He shook his head, silently sitting on a nearby stone. One cannot compel others to be virtuous without having endured suffering themselves, and thus he felt it unwise to say much. Sienna, her previously furrowed brow finally relaxing, thought to herself, "This little monkey still possesses a conscience." She quietly turned and jumped onto Shen Yun's lap, silently waiting for the golden-haired monkey to finish crying. After a long while, when the golden-haired monkey began to wipe its tears while still sniffling, Sienna softly spoke, Your enemies are all dead. Why do you still harbor such resentment? Do you hate humans? Of course. The golden-haired monkey lifted its head, glaring at her defiantly. Don't think that just because you are close to humans, I will be like you. Humans are all villains. Such audacity. Sienna scoffed, her voice turning colder. If it weren't for my master, you would be dead by now. Do you believe that? Is this how you treat your savior? The golden-haired monkey recognized it had misspoken, glancing at Shen Yun with a scrutinizing gaze while rubbing a blade of grass against its back to staunch the bleeding. I never said he was a villain. Regardless. Aside from him, humans are not kind. Sister Deer was so good and was murdered, sacrificing herself to save me. How could I not hate? I know you wish to speak well of humanity, but you are a traitor of the demonic race and lack the standing to lecture me. As the golden-haired monkey spoke, its emotions flared once more, glaring at Sienna. You may choose to ignore the slaughter of our kind by humans, but I am not like you. If you do not kill me, I will surely seek vengeance against humanity. The statement was rather direct, causing Shen Yun to raise an eyebrow. If Sienna is unable to handle the situation, she might be easily defeated. From an observer's perspective, the little monkey's words held a semblance of truth. The contract beast follows its master and can indeed be regarded as part of the human side. Labeling Sienna as a traitor of the demon clan, when viewed from the perspective of the demon race, is not entirely unfounded. What astonished Shen Yun was that he had expected Sienna to struggle to refute the claim, engaging in a debate with the monkey. However, to his surprise, she did not even pause for thought before responding. I admire your sense of justice and fervor. While she offered praise, her tone was laced with disdain. Then tell me. When demon beasts invade human territories, emerging from the mountains to slaughter humans, resulting in the entire demon race being viewed with hostility by humanity, should humans not retaliate? Observing the bewildered golden-haired monkey, Sienna articulated her points with precision. Are we to allow our race to kill humans while forbidding humans from slaying demons? Such logic does not exist in this world. And as an invader, do you truly believe that all of humanity deserves to perish? I fear that if your sister the deer were to learn of this, she would be the first to slap you awake. These words struck the mind of the golden-haired monkey like a thunderclap. Because Sister Lu was benevolent, he found himself bereft of any counterarguments, his agitation only intensifying. You align yourself with humanity. You speak on their behalf. Your lineage is utterly base. Sienna, with a disinterested shake of her head, replied, engaging in conversation with you is a mere waste of my breath. You ought to be aware of the matter concerning the secret realm of Waguashan. Should it be opened, you might as well enter and inquire of the great sage equal to heaven whether all of humanity is indeed malevolent. The juvenile mindset of this beast is exceedingly simplistic, lacking in adaptability. The information conveyed through its bloodline heritage is insufficient, failing to establish an equal ground for debate. Although the little monkey's heartfelt words were sincere, they were ultimately his downfall. The gap in influencing her resolve is far too vast. Goodness, after all this time? Is he digging his own grave? Shen Yun was also caught off guard by Sienna. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that this girl was inadvertently assisting the golden-haired monkey in his self-sabotage. Wasn't he here to lead the golden-haired monkey into the secret realm? Sienna may be innocent, but her wisdom is remarkable. Observing her proud demeanor with her hair billowing in the wind, Shen Yun felt an irresistible urge and promptly ruffled Sienna's hair. In an instant, she succumbed to his playful antics. Especially after he accidentally touched certain areas, she shyly rolled over, attempting to push away his hand. Yet, her efforts were feeble, resembling a playful kitten. Meanwhile, the golden-haired monkey's expression fluctuated between anger and embarrassment. On one hand, he acknowledged the white fox's perspective. After all, the intrusion of the demon race made them the outsiders, and being met with hostility for taking lives was understandable. Yet, on the other hand, humans killing demons made them the enemies. Should he and his sister Lu be slain by humans? But his sister was innocent. The golden-haired monkey clung to this reasoning, glaring at Sienna. So it's just us who deserve to die, right? You, as a beast, should have the decency to refrain from such words. You've taken the bait. Sienna's eyes sparkled as she stood tall, addressing the golden-haired monkey. Who says demons deserve to die? Whoever seeks to kill me, I shall retaliate. I empathize with your plight, yet the law of the jungle is unforgiving. You must have sensed this among your own kind. The golden-haired monkey fell silent, realizing that even among his kin, other beasts would wish to consume him and his sister Lu. Observing his reaction, Sienna gently coaxed him. To put it differently, if a demon were to kill your sister Lu, would you not harbor animosity towards the entire demon race, wishing for its annihilation? The golden-haired monkey paused, his spirit deflating as he slumped to the ground. Isn't that the case? Not every human has wronged you. Baixianer spoke softly. As a fellow member of the monkey race, you must recognize the greatness of the Monkey King. But why does the Monkey King garner such reverence from humanity? Why does he not share your desire for vengeance against humankind? This issue rendered the golden-haired monkey utterly speechless. The white fox was not engaging in a rebuttal, but rather presenting undeniable evidence before him, illustrating that his notions were fundamentally flawed. This left the golden-haired monkey feeling quite frustrated. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his head and looked at Baixianer with a defiant expression. You must have a hidden agenda. I refuse to believe that everything you say is true. If you have the capability, enter the secret realm and find the great sage so he can judge. Baixianer, secretly amused, nodded in agreement. All right. If we can't find the great sage, we'll seek out other great demons in the secret realm until you are satisfied. Her confident tone only deepened the golden-haired monkey's gloom. He sat on the ground, silent, as if pondering where their earlier conversation had gone awry. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Baixianer exchanged a smile with Shen Yun. We've got this in the bag. Shen Yun stood up and gestured to the golden-haired monkey. It's unsafe to stay here. Why not return with us? The secret realm had yet to be opened, and it would be futile for the little monkey to be in danger here. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Baixianer teased the somewhat reluctant golden-haired monkey after transforming into a larger form. You're not afraid of death. Yet you're afraid to leave the mountain? You can't be pretending, can you? Who said I'm afraid? The tiny golden-haired monkey, being of mere infant size, could hardly withstand her provocation and puffed up his chest to assert his bravery. Baixianer playfully gripped the scruff of his neck and vanished from sight. After settling the golden-haired monkey in the next room, Shen Yun smiled as he affectionately stroked Baixianer's soft fur. Baixianer, you truly excel at this. Everything was in place now. They merely awaited the opening of the secret realm. It's nothing, Baixianer said with a coy smile. If the master intervenes, success is assured. She then softly explained. I was somewhat irked by the little monkey today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken so seriously. She feared that her demeanor today might alter Shen Yun's perception of her. Haha, what's the matter with that? It's fine. I adore you just the way you are. Shen Yun nuzzled his cheek against her soft fur. Being wise is wonderful. It prevents one from being deceived. Hee master, you're tickling me. Baixianer giggled, especially delighted to hear that the master liked her no matter what. However, her laughter was so charming that it made Shen Yun's face flush. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he withdrew his hand and pretended to examine the golden cicada talisman by the bedside, finding no signs of tampering. All right, Baixianer, you should go cultivate. I'll play a game for a bit. She had already reached the late stage of the third tier and needed only to focus on refining the medicinal materials within her to achieve a breakthrough swiftly. Yes, master. Just call me if you need anything, Baixianer replied quietly, feeling that her earlier tone had been too over the top. But the demon fox is inherently enchanting. What can I do about my talent? With a slightly flushed face, she disappeared into the beast master space. Log in. Shen Yun opened the Xuanxian mobile game and noticed 2 red dots had appeared in Luo Hongxi's chibi backpack. Another treasure has arrived. He thought eagerly as he clicked to check. Feedback item. 5th tier medium grade soul nourishing pill. Consuming it nourishes the cultivator's soul and activates the cultivator's soul talent. For those without a soul talent, consuming it activates a soul golden lotus, enhancing soul strength. Feedback item. 9th tier upper grade Dan Thunder Palm. Alchemists can use this palm while refining pills to create a pseudo-pill tribulation environment. This can significantly refine impurities within the pills, with a chance of enhancing their quality. When a royal-grade alchemist reaches perfection, they can forcibly enhance the pill's quality, yielding extraordinary effects. When attacking enemies, it carries electrical energy, exhibiting immense power. Quite useful indeed, especially the 9th tier upper grade Dan Thunder Palm. Not only is it of high quality, but thunder-type attacks are notoriously fierce, surpassing his 5th tier blood refining claws. The most crucial point is that it appears considerably more sophisticated. Luo Hongxi obtained these 2 treasures from the Alchemist Hall as treasury. As a self-studying alchemist and a disciple of the alchemist sage, how could the Alchemist Hall not show her favor? Hongxi, I'll take these 2 items for now. After leaving a message, Shen Yun retrieved the feedback treasures. Ding. Detected that the player has acquired the 9th tier upper grade Dan Thunder Palm. Would you like to activate the VIP level 2 ability, Automatic Acceleration of Cultivation? Learn. Ding. Setting successful. Dan Thunder Palm is now automatically accelerating cultivation. This feature is incredibly convenient. Feeling the surge of information regarding the Dan Thunder Palm in his mind, Shen Yun couldn't help but feel delighted. He then took out the jade box containing the soul-nourishing pill. In his previous life, Shen Yun had also acquired a similar pill that could unlock soul talents, but it only had 3 soul golden lotuses. The soul talent was the soul golden lotus, totaling 12. One lotus equated to a first-tier talent, with higher grades indicating stronger soul talents. Having only 1 or 2 soul golden lotuses meant the talent could only be considered average. No need to rush. The road ahead is long. Shen Yun thought as he directly consumed the soul-nourishing pill, sitting cross-legged to refine it while glancing at Ling Qingxue's chibi figure. At this moment, the young lady was in an auction house. Room 19. The bidder offers 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. On stage, the auctioneer's calls made Wei Rong's expression grow increasingly sullen. This cultivator in room 19 is blatantly disregarding me. As the senior sister of the Forgetting Worry Valley, she had already drawn back the curtain of the private room while calling out her bid, revealing her true appearance to prevent anyone from deliberately competing against her. Yet this 5th-tier medium-grade magical artifact had already exceeded the market value of 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The artifact was not of the highest quality, merely one of the appetizers at the Dakian auction house. The relentless pursuit of the opposing bidder made her suspect they were deliberately targeting her. Typically, she would dismiss such magical artifacts. However, this was the highest quality favorability item she had encountered recently. If she could hand it over to the mysterious old grandfather behind the scenes, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation. Moreover, she was invited to attend the discussion hosted by the Dakian prince. Many guests had come to support the Dakian auction, yet when it came to her bidding, she faced obstacles, which made her feel quite displeased as she lost face in front of everyone. Wei Rong could even imagine the expressions of her peers in the other rooms, all of them laughing at her misfortune. This sensation felt akin to ants crawling upon her skin, causing her immense discomfort and irritation. 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After calling out the price, she bowed slightly with a smile towards the tightly drawn curtain of room 19, saying, "If this esteemed friend wishes to raise the bid further, I, Wei, shall not have the means to continue acting as a supporter for the auction." Her clever words elicited knowing smiles from the assembled guests, prompting the auctioneer to chuckle. "Ah, I would indeed like to have Taoist Wei as a supporter at my auction." 1 million, a soft whisper silenced the laughter of the crowd. Wei Rong retracted her smile and bowed her head, directly pressing the switch beside her seat to lower the room's curtain. Once the exterior cultivators could no longer witness the scene within her chamber, Wei Rong's expression darkened considerably. She deeply regretted her earlier decision to draw back the curtain, feeling she had made a significant blunder. The 2 disciples of Wangyu Valley accompanying her, who had come merely to broaden their horizons, dared not even breathe. They felt quite embarrassed, lamenting their choice to join the fray. Now witnessing their senior sister's faux pas, they feared they might become scapegoats upon their return. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Wei Rong's mind. "Little girl, the origins of the opponent are unclear. Do not act impulsively. Wait until we have thoroughly assessed the situation before proceeding. Rest assured, Senior, Rong understands." Wei Rong nodded slightly. She naturally would not act recklessly when the identities of friend and foe remained ambiguous. An unexpected twist has emerged, thought the player behind Wei Rong's, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the screen. Let us first examine Rong's character information. Initially, I intended to keep this under wraps, perhaps to flaunt it at the discourse conference, but safety must take precedence. Although it was possible to rebind a character after death, their aptitude would suffer a significant decline. In his eyes, Wei Rong was his most exquisite gaming character, and she might one day become a spiritual companion. He could not afford to let her come to harm. Character Wei Rong, Daily Intelligence. After the auction, she attended the discourse conference hosted by Prince de Qian and formed connections with numerous like-minded individuals. It is a relief. The man sighed inwardly. However, we must remain vigilant. The character Chu Feng from our club serves as a prime example. Before the untimely demise of Chu Feng from the Lianyan Manor, Daily Intelligence had not indicated any danger. Unfortunately, he encountered a character bound to another player. The club had conducted a thorough investigation into Ling Qingxue, the newly received female disciple of Yachi, based on the screenshots provided by Xiao and I. Her aptitude was extraordinary. These 4 characters encapsulate a wealth of information gathered by numerous prodigies, while other details remain ambiguous. Recollecting his thoughts, he resumed his gaze upon the game projection. The bidding between both parties was merely a minor interlude, as subsequent items were made available one by one, until the conclusion of the auction. Wei Rong in the corridor finally beheld the monk emerging from room 19. Before her stood a woman, marked by a long scar resembling a centipede that traversed her face, giving her an undeniably fierce appearance. Wei Rong merely cast a fleeting glance before preparing to depart, for to interrogate her would imply seeking conflict. It was sufficient to commit her visage to memory and later inquire at the Tianji Tower for any pertinent information. However, as the two brushed past one another, the woman emitted a raspy whisper. Do you harbor animosity towards me? You are indeed seeking trouble. Wei Rong's tone grew increasingly frigid. Fortunately, they were at the grand auction of the Deqian royal family. Should this woman dare to act, she would swiftly be subdued by the guardians of the hall. A rational individual would understand that this was not the place for violence. Yet, it seemed she had encountered a madwoman. Seeking trouble? The scarred woman's lips curved into a chilling smile. I have come to kill you. In an instant, a pale fist, slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh, lunged toward Wei Rong's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, arriving before Wei Rong in the blink of an eye. Yet, she remained utterly composed. The auction house serves as the faade of the Deqian Imperial family, presided over by the esteemed royal offerings of the Emperor's realm. Should anything untoward occur here, Deqian would not only fail to provide an explanation to the Valley of Worry, but their reputation in the Eastern Domain would be irreparably tarnished, leaving no one daring to visit thereafter. Arrogance! Boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth, directed towards the scarred woman. Yet, the scarred woman radiated a mysterious luminescence from her skin, seemingly capable of withstanding the oppressive force of the Emperor's realm, her punches remaining entirely unaffected. Whoosh! A composed elderly matron materialized before Wei Rong, raising her hand to intercept the point of impact from the scarred woman's strike. Observing the retraction of her punch, the Deqian offering furrowed his brows and remarked, My young friend, any matters you wish to address can be resolved outside. This is, after all, the territory of Deqian. To be frank, she was astounded by the young woman's ability to disregard the pressure of the Emperor's realm. The ethereal glow that enveloped her body suggested the presence of a particularly remarkable and rare constitution. Such a person acts with such arrogance, their background must be extraordinary. Thus, the old woman's tone remains relatively composed. Clearly, she does not wish for Deqian to provoke individuals beyond their reckoning. Wei Rong is even more alarmed, as she cannot recall when she had ever attracted the attention of such formidable figures. Do not fret, young girl. I have already sent word to your sect. They will surely dispatch a powerful ally upon receiving the news. Meanwhile, the player behind Wei Rong frantically dismisses the recharge prompts flashing on the screen. This wretched object serves no purpose other than to obstruct one's line of sight, and its mere presence incites frustration. Damn it, you're just playing around. I can't even afford the initial recharge. If I had the money, wouldn't I recharge? Now that the recharge channel is closed, he finds himself unable to pay even the modest sum of 6 yuan due to his meager savings. The voice interactions are merely automated responses from the system, and the barrage of notifications is nothing short of exasperating. If only the channel had not been shut down, with the support of the club, he could have easily amassed billions in no time. Why must he be so helpless? He is unaware of when Wei Rong had provoked the players bound cultivators. For now, he can only respond to the ever-changing circumstances with steadfastness. Thank you, senior. It must be this way, he murmurs, as the voice of the elderly man behind him brings a semblance of calm to Wei Rong's anxious heart. However, a remark from the scarred woman causes the onlooking cultivators to wince. Indeed, she is too slow. Are you serious? You, a cultivator at the soul-forging realm, think you can kill right under the noses of a sovereign-level expert? Do you truly believe that achieving the sovereign realm is merely a matter of idle practice? Suddenly, a hum resonates. A faint golden seal materializes on the bodies of both the scarred woman and Wei Rong, only to vanish in an instant. A semi-holy teleportation talisman? The expression of the Dakian devotee shifts dramatically. The adversary has actually locked onto Wei Rong's aura and summoned a semi-holy talisman? What immense enmity must one harbor to resort to such an extraordinary artifact to eliminate Wei Rong? You must swiftly report this matter to the Valley of Oblivion. The esteemed elder of Deqian, observing that the two disciples of the Valley of Oblivion remained in a daze, spoke sternly. Prepare for the worst. The scarred woman was exceedingly resolute. She could see no hope for Wei Rong's survival. Oh. The disciples of the Valley of Oblivion, regaining their senses, rushed out of the corridor with a look of apprehension. Sigh. The elder of Deqian pondered briefly, then swiftly departed with the two. After all, this was a matter concerning Deqian. Her lack of assistance might invite criticism. In a secluded forest, as soon as Wei Rong appeared, she summoned her protective artifact. Her expression tense as she retreated with urgency. She fixed her gaze on the approaching scarred woman, her voice trembling with fear. Who are you? At this moment, Wei Rong was completely flustered. What should I do now, senior? Yet, the player behind the scenes was even more anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was utterly without funds to purchase items that could alter her fate. Stay calm. Inside the room, The other two members of the Tianjiao Club quickly offered their counsel. Killing is merely a matter of hatred or plundering. Stall for a moment and think of a strategy. Check if daily sign-ins yield any useful items. Have Wei Rong disclose our network of connections. Perhaps it is all a misunderstanding. Wang Hai hardly needed their reminders. His electronic partner was facing a dire crisis, and his reaction was far quicker than theirs, having already clicked on the daily items. Ding! Daily item lottery. Congratulations, player. Your luck is extraordinary. The character has obtained a 5th-tier superior manual. While fortunate, this was of no help in allowing Wei Rong to escape her predicament. He hastily closed the notification and anxiously focused on the screen. However, at that moment, a series of alerts popped up. Ding. The character is facing a life and death crisis. A special recharge of 888 will grant a life-saving talisman for instant escape. Ding. A special recharge of 888 will temporarily grant the Eye of Hypnotic Control, enabling interrogation of the opponent. Damn it. Recharge you damn system. Wang Hai was frantic. He had no money to spare. He was left with a mere 28. Unable even to afford the initial recharge of 6 Yuan. To present him with several thousand as an option was akin to adding insult to injury. Yet, upon closing the alerts, another dialog box appeared. System response. Do not panic, girl. First, stall her and plead for mercy. Let us see if there's a chance. Curse it. At a time like this, you send an automated reply. Wang Hai's voice trembled in desperation, wishing he could smash his phone to pieces. In a fit of rage, he swiftly shut down the system's response, only to see the game screen dim. Friendly reminder. Your bound character has been slain by a cultivator. On the screen, Wei Rong's chest was blasted open, blood spewing forth as she looked despairingly into the void. Senior, save me. Rong. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hai let out a sorrowful roar, his eyes brimming with tears. Seeing the despair in Wei Rong's gaze, his heart felt as though it were being rent asunder. And he staggered back to collapse onto the sofa. To garner Wei Rong's favor, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, achieving a favorability level of 40. Their cooperation had been exceptionally harmonious, with Wei Rong viewing him as a reliable senior, even planning to assist him in purchasing feedback items at a high price. It was akin to nurturing a tender sapling, which one day bore fruit, and the first thought was to offer it to him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and gratitude. Yet, all his cherished dreams were shattered by the arrival of this scarred woman. It's all your fault. Wang Hai's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze upon the scarred woman on the screen. He was determined to commit her visage to memory, willing to pay any price to seek vengeance against the Tianjiao Club, to obliterate her completely. Just then, Wang Hai noticed that the scarred woman had lifted her head and was tugging at the skin of her jaw. A mask. He stared intently at the projection, his heart racing with anticipation. Tear it off. Let me see your true face and avenge Rong. He had not anticipated that this woman was concealing her identity behind a mask. Fortunately, after successfully committing her heinous act, she had let her guard down. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the identity of Rong's killer, which would have driven him to despair. But then, the woman audaciously affixed a piece of severed skin back onto herself, her voice a raspy whisper. TSK, next time. Use a better quality. The skin is ruined. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing a projection before Wang Hai that transformed into the interface from when the game first launched. Ding. The current player may randomly bind with one character, with lesser aptitude than Wei Rong. What the hell? Bang. Wang Hai's veins bulged with fury as he forcefully hurled his phone to the ground. He had a foreboding sense that this woman was undoubtedly toying with him. Undoubtedly. After committing the act of murder and looting, Ling Qingxue swiftly departed, exclaiming, I hope this drives you to madness. Her earlier demeanor had been a mere fade. She had intended to mock him, but decided against drawing too much attention, while she was uncertain whether her adversary could perceive her. Given that the young master had mentioned Wei Rong at backing, it was reasonable to assume that, like the young master, they could sense the commotion of this battle. Primarily, her unique physique allowed her to detect the spiritual awareness of the young master and the practitioners of this realm. However, she could not sense those from other realms, such as the individuals from the young master's world. Those who dare to harm the young master, just wait until I dismantle your celestial club. Ling Qingxue's expression turned frosty. Now that she had been recognized as the young master's foremost maid, a sense of responsibility akin to that of an elder sister naturally fell upon her shoulders. Her task was to systematically handle the list entrusted to her by the young master, paving a smooth path for others in their cultivation endeavors. As for whether the saint in plain attire trailing behind her would question her, she was indifferent, for she would not relent. I wonder when I shall meet the young master's other followers, Ling Qingxue mused with anticipation. There remains Sun Feiyu. I shall first hone my skills to solidify my cultivation. Moments later, the saint appeared beside Wei Rong's corpse, murmuring to herself, it seems Qingxue harbors some hidden enmity. Ling Qingxue was not a bloodthirsty individual. Her actions were surely driven by a deeper purpose. She would not intervene in such matters. It is indeed beneficial for the girl to refine her resolute character. However, the cost of this killing is rather steep, and there is a hint of impatience, the old man mused with a grin, before vanishing from sight. Surely, once the girl finds herself in a financial bind, she will learn to budget meticulously. She even knows how to provoke others. This young lady is doing splendidly. Observing the scene, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It is truly exhilarating. When Luo Hongxi perished, the character bound to Shou Qiao Qiao had brazenly taunted him with a throat-slitting gesture. The wheel of fate indeed turns. This time, he would finally vent his pent-up anger. Taking advantage of Qingxue's absence, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with the gaming avatars of the Zhou siblings. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. Though the mastermind was dead, he would not spare any of those deserving of death. After sending a message to Ling Qingxue to inform her of the situation, Shen Yun had also completely refined the fifth-tier soul-nourishing pill within him. Without any unexpected occurrences, a golden lotus flower had blossomed in the sea of his divine consciousness. As for his state of mind, it was significantly stronger than before, with the divine soul talent acquired. The third-tier soul pursuit technique bestowed upon me by Hongxi in my past life can now be practiced automatically, as he began to activate it. A prompt illuminated before Shen Yun. Friendly reminder, a player has activated divine soul talent. Would you like to accelerate the practice of the third-tier soul pursuit technique automatically? Learning. This tome on soul cultivation provides practitioners with additional techniques for both offensive and defensive maneuvers pertaining to the soul, as well as subtle skills such as mental communication. While it may not be of the highest caliber, it is certainly superior to possessing nothing at all. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his phone, revealing a message. Huaguoshan Jinyao Si Wang Gang, Mr. Shen, coordinates. Traces of a fourth-tier demon beast have been detected outside Huaguoshan. 2 members of the Jinyao Si have been slain. A Jinyao King is already en route. If you are unavailable, we shall inform another Jinyao King. Very well, I shall take a look, Shen Yun replied, summoning by Siener. Siener, guard the golden-haired monkey while I venture forth to confront the demon. Master, why don't we go together? By Siener, reluctant to let him face danger alone, nudged his hand affectionately. I will assure the little monkey that he will not leave. Be obedient. If anything arises, I shall notify you, he instructed. The matter pertained to the legacy of the great sage equal to heaven, and he was determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps regarding the golden-haired monkey. With the contract beast he had purchased previously, equipped with a long-distance audio communication feature, he could easily contact her if necessary. Very well, master, take care. With her pleas falling on deaf ears, Bai Siener could only watch as he departed the room. Instead of descending to the ground floor, Shen Yun made his way up to the rooftop of the hotel. There, he beheld a military helicopter stationed upon the terrace. This was specifically prepared by Wang Gang for him. In case of an emergency, he could directly take a flight. While flying with a sword is swift, it is only suitable for short distances, as the energy expenditure becomes excessive over longer stretches, making it a method reserved for critical moments. Before long, the aircraft descended and proceeded towards Wang Gang's coordinates. Brother Kuan, it appears to be a knife wound, having drained the blood from within. Wang Gang offered a cigarette to the man beside him and gestured towards 2 pieces of black cloth in the alley ahead. Both are demon-slaying envoys from the Sanqing faction. Sent as elite reinforcements, they must have been killed upon discovering traces of the malevolent entity. At this point, Wang Gang wore an expression of regret and anger. Although spiritual energy had been rejuvenating for quite some time, and the cultivators of the demon suppression department had reached the forefront of the populace, their overall strength remained in the upper echelon. However, as the entire nation continued to enhance their cultivation abilities, China would still require the demon suppression department to regulate the burgeoning power of the populace. With each elite fallen, it represented a significant diminishment of strength. How could he not grieve? Tang Kun stepped forward to examine the corpse, his facial expression calm, as if unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise. This signifies that the opponent possesses formidable strength, as even the elite members of the 3-star demon suppression cannot perceive them. It is likely that among the 4th tier, they are the later stage malevolent beings. This seems quite challenging. Tang Kun furrowed his brow and inquired, have the other demon suppression kings arrived? To handle this case alone would undoubtedly present some difficulties. Mr. Shen is currently aboard a helicopter and will arrive shortly. Oh, it's him? Tang Kuan's eyes brightened. As a fellow 4-star demon suppression king, this emerging talent is well known and has generated considerable buzz within the official ranks of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Based on various speculations, many suspect that Shen Yun has acquired an exceptionally powerful magical artifact. After all, he was previously an ordinary individual, despite investing heavily in cultivation resources. His lack of innate talent would hinder his progress, making it unlikely for him to achieve significant power. Only the might of a magical artifact could enable him to vanquish 4th-tier demon beasts with such ease. With his arrival, our task will become considerably more manageable. Tang Kuan nodded slightly and gazed into the distance. He is coming. In the dim sky, a helicopter approached, and then a figure leaped out, landing steadily on the ground. Indeed, his cultivation aura is not at the Han high level. Tang Kuan scrutinized Shen Yun carefully, based on the energy he exuded. He appeared to be a practitioner at the pulse condensation stage, confirming the group's suspicions. However, acquiring a magical artifact also requires luck and opportunity, which is part of one's strength. Thus, he would not underestimate Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, I am Tang Kuan. It is an honor to meet you. Tang Kuan greeted with a smile and clasped his fists in respect. Pleasure to meet you, Shen Yun replied with a slight nod. Have you found any leads on the perpetrator? There are already some clues from the surveillance footage, Wang Gang said as he took out his phone. Currently, the 4th-tier demon locking compass dispatched from headquarters is in the hands of another demon suppression king. Once he finishes his matters, we will be able to use the compass to gather the aura of the 4th-tier demon beasts. This was a desperate measure. Now, the nation was engulfed in mysterious realms, and the 4th-tier demon sealing compass was utterly insufficient. It was already commendable for their city to possess one, while others had to await distribution. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laugh echoed through the alley. No need to wait. We have come uninvited. Who are we? Tang Kuan, Wang Gang, and the 4 members of the Demon Suppression Division sealing off the scene in the alley all looked up in alarm. A gecko man, clad in a trench coat with a crimson complexion, was lurking ominously on the wall above them. Opposite him, on a balcony, stood a man and a woman. Both similarly attired, their cold gazes fixated upon the group as though they were observing corpses. Prepare yourselves, Wang Gang bellowed. It was evident that their visitors bore ill intentions. They were likely 3 formidable 4-tier demons. For now, they could only defend themselves and hope that Tang Kuan and Shen Yun could work some miracle, particularly with Shen Yun's magical artifact. If they were unable to fend them off, they could only pray for their own survival until reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division arrived. Let us make this quick, the man on the balcony declared ominously. Eliminate them swiftly and depart. Be cautious of the trouble that Gang Xiong may cause. With a flurry, the 3 malevolent entities descended, striking with lightning speed. Gang Xiong? Judging by his tone, these adversaries are formidable, Shen Yun murmured, his eyes narrowing. It was likely that, aside from these 3, other powerful demons lurked within the city. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate them all at once to prevent further complications once the Flower Fruit Mountain realm opened. Mr. Shen, I will do my utmost to hold off 2 of them, Tang Kuan shouted, drawing his large blade and charging forward. His thoughts were straightforward. He hoped Shen Yun could swiftly deal with his opponents to assist him. Otherwise, facing 3 4-tier demon beasts would surely result in grievous losses. However, before he could finish his exclamation, he froze, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed skyward. Whoosh! With a rush of wind, a pale blue beam of light pierced through the heads of the black-clad man and woman, trailing a cascade of crimson and white. Hiss! The sight terrified the gecko demon, causing it to turn and flee with all its might. Today, it truly felt as though it had encountered a ghost. In a single encounter, 2 4-tier demons had perished, but the icy gleam behind it was too chilling to ignore. Sensing imminent danger, the gecko demon shrieked in despair, "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender." Thud. Ah. The blue beam directly pierced its body, pinning it to the ground. Observing the gecko demon's agonizing struggles, Wang Gang and the others glanced at the fallen bodies, their cards scattered, and were left utterly astonished. What? They were dispatched so swiftly. 1 strike for 3? This is utterly ludicrous. Tang Kuan, who had initially anticipated a fierce battle, was now left in a state of profound shock. This is akin to slicing through vegetables with effortless ease. In that moment, he realized just how extraordinary the radiant sword lying on the ground truly was. It had effortlessly vanquished 3 4th-tier demon beasts in an instant. Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. The anguished cries of the gecko demon drew the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, it was pinned to the ground by the long sword. Yet it dared not touch the weapon that had pierced it, for the emanating sword aura had severed 4 of its fingers. Speak, commanded Shen Yun. Approaching and grasping the flying sword, Jing Hong, who is Gangxiang. Cough, cough. The bloodied gecko demon pleaded in agony. If I tell you, will you let me go? I have heard that the Demon Suppression Office recruits willing demon entities. I am a mid-4th tier demon beast, and I am willing to submit. Mr. Shen, interjected Tang Kuan. Demon entities possess a distinct advantage in scent recognition. Given the urgent demand for 4th tier demon sealing compasses, we are indeed persuading some 4th tier demon beasts to yield. This gecko demon holds considerable value. Utilizing demon entities to locate other demon entities is one of the reasons for subduing 4th tier beasts. Furthermore, demon beasts can explore the mountains and forests, retrieving rare materials with minimal casualties. The two parties established an agreement through a contractual formation, ensuring that the Demon Suppression Office would not slay these subdued beasts. In return, they would serve the office. Within the Demon Suppression Office, however, subdued mid-4th tier demon beasts are exceedingly rare. Such malevolent entities can only be tamed if a formidable power compels their submission. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary demon king to subdue them. If this gecko demon could be brought back, its value would indeed surpass that of slaying it. Shen Yun remained silent, merely shifting the grip on his long sword slightly. The piercing pain prompted the gecko demon to scream incessantly. Ah, I confess. The great bear is a formidable beast. He has secretly gathered over 10 other beasts, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. If it does not open, he intends to slaughter the cultivators here before departing. We were driven away due to our inferior strength. It turned out that these 3 demons, feeling indignant after being expelled, sought to kill the demon suppressor in this place, thereby drawing the attention of the Demon Suppression Department, which would dispatch powerful figures to thwart the Great Bear's plans. Little did they expect the presence of Shen Yun, a being of terrifying strength, who dispatched the 3 of them in a single encounter. If possible, the gecko demon declared, I would rather flee than incite the wrath of this young human powerhouse. Over 10? Shen Yun's interest was piqued immediately. What tiers are they? And where are they currently located? 11 of them are at the 4th tier, in the flourishing bathing city. The owner there has already submitted to the Great Bear. The gecko demon's eyes brimmed with desperation. I have divulged everything. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to submit. Poof. A flash of blue light passed through, and the long sword sliced through the gecko demon's abdomen, cleaving its upper body in two. What a pity, muttered Tang Kuan quietly, stating in a solemn tone. A beast that betrays its kin cannot be kept. Who knows, it might betray us in the future. Indeed, indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although a contract would prevent betrayal, who could defy the might of Shen Yun? After collecting the cards from the ground, Wang Gang handed them to Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, here are 3 crystal core cards. 2 feedback cards for mid-grade 4th tier items, and a card for the gecko demon's regeneration ability. Regeneration? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, examining the card. Severed limb regeneration. Gecko demon racial skill. After losing a limb, it consumes internal spiritual energy to regenerate a new organ. In cases of severe injury, the consumption increases. Wow. What a powerful ability! Exclaimed several members of the Demon Suppression Department with envy. For combat personnel, possessing such a skill would be akin to having wings added to their prowess. Not bad. With Shen Yun providing healing, he could also acquire a healing ability. Observing Shen Yun casually learning the skill, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched in exasperation. Such extraordinary prowess is merely satisfactory in your eyes? However, upon observing the magnificent sword in his grasp, radiating a dazzling blue light and boasting an impressive design, one cannot fault such a statement. Shen Yun sheathed the flying sword. Jingong, and turned to Tang Kuan. Let us head directly to the Dingxing Footbath City. 11 4th-tier demon evils. Capturing them all at once would undoubtedly be far less burdensome than receiving a single order. Very well, then I shall rely on you, Mr. Shen. Tang Kuan and his companions eagerly awaited these words. With such formidable beings present, it would be prudent to address the lair of malevolent entities sooner rather than later, allowing everyone to feel at ease. After a brief tidying up, the group informed the logistics team to manage the scene before swiftly departing. At the bustling Shifeng Footbath City, a man with piercing eyes gazed anxiously out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the throngs of people below. There are far too many humans arriving at Flower and Fruit Mountain, he remarked apprehensively. If the secret realm remains unopened, the Demon Suppression Division will undoubtedly dispatch powerful warriors to guard this place. Recently, one of their team members, a 4th-tier companion, had already compromised their position and was being pursued by a 4-star Demon Suppression King. Although this individual had left the team and departed the city, it surely alerted the Demon Suppression Division to the presence of 4th-tier demon beasts in the area. Should additional 4th-tier demon beasts arrive and successfully eliminate members of the Demon Suppression Division, The revelation of numerous high-tier malevolent entities would compel the division's elite to converge here, leading to significant troubles. They had come here, drawn by the tales of the unparalleled might of the great sage equal to heaven, hoping to chance upon fortune. After all, locations with active secret realms are invariably under the watchful eyes of the Demon Suppression Division's formidable guardians, making detection far too likely. Such places, where the secret realms remain dormant, are relatively safer. However, who could have anticipated that the mere allure of the great sage would attract such a multitude? As the influx of people continued to swell, it was likely that the Demon Suppression Division would prioritize public safety and send more powerful warriors to this locale. Inside, upon a plush sofa, a robust man adorned with a thick mane of fur spoke in a grave tone. "We have a maximum of 2 days. If the secret realm does not open, we shall hunt the cultivators here for sustenance, then part ways." After making his declaration, he surveyed the 12 malevolent beings within the room. "Today, as we collaborate, let us exchange contact information for future endeavors. In times of trouble, those with the capability should lend assistance. No one can achieve greatness alone." The others exchanged glances and promptly clasped their fists in respect. "We shall abide by Brother Xiang's command." Excluding 2 individuals at the late 3rd-tier stage, all present were 4th-tier entities. Yet, as he had articulated, the strength of one alone was insufficient. If they could forge a community of mutual benefit, led by the formidable 4th-tier pinnacle demon, Brother Xiang, the advantages would be manifold. Ding dong. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. "It's me, Big Bear. I have received the latest news from the Demon Suppression Bureau." The Demon Suppression Bureau? The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts sinking in unison. Could it be that the worst news has finally arrived? This conference room is off limits to any disturbances. At this moment, Yang Kai, the proprietor of the foot massage establishment, has arrived, undoubtedly bearing significant news to convey. The expression on Jun Xiong's face shifted slightly as he glanced towards the underling at the rear of the crowd. "Go open the door and let him in." The underling promptly disengaged the door's lock, and as he opened the door, he was met by the sight of a bowing and scraping Yang Kai. However, behind him stood a young and strikingly handsome stranger. This caused the doorman to furrow his brow and exclaim, "Who are you?" Only Yang Kai can contact these malevolent beings. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from any engagement. His inquiry caused a sudden change in the expression of Gang Xiong within the room. "Yang Kai would never dare to defy my orders. This is problematic." He leaped back, retreating behind the others, and crashed through the window, leaping out of the building. As Gang Xiong exited through the window, he glanced back at the entrance. Boom! A fiery dragon erupted from the doorway. As it swept past the minion who had opened the door, the upper half of his body was instantly incinerated. The sheer ferocity of the flames sent the malevolent beings within the room scattering in terror. However, the flames expanded with alarming speed, swiftly engulfing the entire room and obliterating them completely. No. In the blink of an eye, the formidable flames reduced all the malevolent beings inside to mere ashes. What a terrifying technique! Gang Xiong felt his heart racing in fear. Even he lacked the capability to eliminate all the malevolent beings within such a short span of time. One could only imagine the terrifying power of the newcomer. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and escaped. With a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, Gang Xiong looked up at the young man enveloped in flames near the shattered window. The oppressive calmness in the young man's gaze made him feel as if his breath had been stolen. "We must leave at once. This individual is far too formidable." Without a moment's hesitation, Gang Xiong surged forward at full speed towards the glass of the opposite building, hoping to blend into the crowd and escape. Whoosh! A faint blue streak descended from the sky. Just as Gang Xiong was about to crash through the glass window, thrust, a long sword pierced his skull, sending him plummeting like a meteor to the ground below. Boom! The earth trembled, erupting with a series of cracks as debris flew everywhere. Fortunately, this area had been secured in advance by the Demon Subjugation Department, preventing any casualties from the falling rubble. What on earth is that? The enormous commotion drew a crowd of onlookers. It resembled a blue meteor. No wonder the area was sealed off. I almost took that route. I survived by a stroke of luck. I knew I was destined for greatness. The passers-by were all left shaken. As the dust settled, they were astonished to discover a massive brown bear, several meters in size, impaled by a faint blue sword, firmly anchored to the ground. Hiss! It's enormous. The larger the body, the mightier the strength. This bear's spirit is indeed extraordinary. Sharp-eyed observers spotted 2 cards rising from the giant bear's corpse. Holy cow! A Tier 4 Superior feedback card. A Tier 4 Superior Demon Core Crystal. Wow, are the people from the Demon Subjugation Department really that powerful? They had just witnessed the slaying of a Tier 4 late-stage beast. Clearly, there are formidable figures present. The focal point is undoubtedly that magnificent sword. A young man excitedly surged toward the barrier, urging, "Quick, capture a photo and post it online. Let the foreign amateurs behold this Chinese marvel. It can annihilate fourth-tier demons. This sword is indeed extraordinary. Hurry, snap a picture and flaunt it on social media." The crowd, envious and awestruck, busily captured images of the sword ahead. It radiated brilliantly. Adorned with swirling inscriptions, and especially under the glow of the setting sun, it appeared enveloped in a halo of golden light, exuding an ethereal quality. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. How wonderful it would be to possess such a sword, they exclaimed. Please, no pushing. Wang Gang and his companions stood firm like triumphant roosters, their postures resolute as they blocked the advancing throng. Those who cross the barrier shall bear the consequences. As he observed the crowd raising their phones to capture the moment, Wang Gang proclaimed with righteous fervor, "This is the fate that awaits the malevolent creatures of Huagua Mountain. We have already slain over 34th-tier beasts. Let them come. They shall perish in droves." Such a remarkable moment for advertising. How could he possibly let it slip by? If not for the fear of appearing overly extravagant, he would have eagerly reported 100 monstrous beasts. With Mr. Shen's extraordinary ability to incinerate an entire room of demonic creatures in an instant, even 100 monsters would be reduced to ashes. "Mr. Shen, we owe you our gratitude." In the room, Tang Kuan clasped his fists in appreciation towards Shen Yun. Had these malevolent beings launched an attack, we would have been utterly at a loss. Reflecting on the situation afterward, he broke into a cold sweat. An entire room filled with fourth-tier monsters. If chaos had ensued, countless lives in the city would have been at stake. He had already reported the matter to headquarters. If there were also substantial gatherings of monsters in renowned mountains such as Kunlun, Tai, and Hua, early attention to the situation would be essential for proper precautions. As for whether there were enough personnel, that was no longer his concern. It's a trivial matter. Shen Yun accepted the 2 freshly minted bear cards handed to him by Wang Gang and waved his hand dismissively. "Just notify me next time there's a situation like this, provided I'm not too far away." This time, the extermination of the demons yielded a bounty of 14 fourth-tier beast cores, as well as 14 fourth-tier artifact feedback cards and 3 skill cards, marking a modest windfall. Aha! Tang Kuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "It seems I shall inevitably trouble Mr. Shen in the future." With that, he took his leave. "Mr. Shen, do take care." After bidding farewell to the others, Shen Yun ascended to the top floor, leaping into the helicopter to return to the 5-star hotel. "Master, you're back." As Shen Yun opened the door, Bai Xian'er pounced toward him, her 3 magnificent tails wagging excitedly. "Ha-ha," Shen Yun chuckled, patting her back. Before glancing at the golden-haired monkey on the sofa, engrossed in the tablet, the little monkey had calmed down and stood up upon his arrival, demonstrating a semblance of manners despite its silence. Shen Yun noticed the tablet was filled with news related to the Monkey King, indicating that Bai Xian'er had taught him how to browse the internet. The monkey's gloomy expression suggested that the Monkey King was not the indiscriminate killer he was often portrayed as. Otherwise, he would have been flaunting his prowess by now. Shen Yun retrieved 2 skill cards acquired from his previous demon hunt and placed them on the table. "Xian'er, see if there is anything you need. Take it to learn. I have enough for myself." Although Bai Xian'er possessed innate abilities, the initial feeling was that her techniques were somewhat lacking in variety. In gaming terms, it was time for him to enhance his little companion's skills. 4th-tier Flame Claw, Sonic Wave Strike? Bai Xian'er pursed her lips. In truth, her powers were sufficient. And had it not been for her master presenting these, she would have disregarded such rudimentary skills. Yet, recognizing it as her master's thoughtful gesture, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "I cannot refuse. Otherwise, it would make my master feel that his efforts were in vain." Bai Xian'er's eyes brightened as she turned to Shen Yun with a beaming smile. "Thank you, master. I was just thinking of augmenting my abilities." "Well then, don't delay, hurry and learn." Shen Yun grinned. Of course, he would equip the little one he had nurtured. Despite her limited techniques, each was exceedingly powerful, ensuring she could conquer any challenge. Meanwhile, the golden-haired monkey, perceiving the act from a different angle, realized Bai Xian'er was putting on a facade and couldn't help but mutter. "Fake howl." Whoosh. A golden windmill began to whirl in the air. "What are you hissing about? Daring to mock my master? Are you?" Bai Xian'er's face flushed with indignation as she tugged at his ear, spinning him around in a playful reprimand. This time, the blows were even fiercer than before, causing the golden-haired monkey to screech in pain. "Sister White Fox, I was wrong. I was wrong." It was only when the monkey begged for mercy that Bai Xian'er tossed him onto the sofa. Watching the dazed monkey, she clapped her hands and leapt into Shen Yun's embrace, humming, "If you dare to speak carelessly again, just wait and see how I deal with you." The little monkey, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had the audacity to call her hypocritical. The deficiency of skills was one matter, but the intent was entirely another. "You still have much to learn." By Sienna basked in Shen Yun's gentle caress. Why bother getting upset with the child? Hurry and learn. Following his advice, By Sienna learned 2 skills and demonstrated them before Shen Yun. Seeing his radiant smile, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her use of skills became increasingly joyful. "No wonder they say online that fox spirits are the most enchanting," thought the golden-haired monkey on the sofa, observing Shen Yun's cheerful demeanor. The netizens are indeed correct. Resolutely, he decided to avoid provoking this fox spirit again, lest he be bullied once more. Suddenly, buzz! A powerful ripple of energy surged from afar, sweeping across the entire city like a wave. Could it be that the secret realm has opened? Shen Yun swiftly moved to the balcony. Gazing toward the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain, he beheld a golden beam of light ascending like a sword piercing the dark night. The great sage's secret realm has indeed opened. Charge! The crowd in the streets erupted into chaos, rushing madly toward Flower Fruit Mountain. Viewed from above, the city was aglow with lights as cultivators swarmed toward the mountain like ants. Those with slightly greater strength transformed into shadows, darting through the crowd, fearing that even a moment's delay might cost them the chance to inherit the legacy of the Monkey King. Oh! The secret realm has opened. On the balcony, the golden-haired monkey leaped with excitement. He had finally awaited this moment. If he could enter and gain the inheritance, he would surely avenge Sister Deer. Shen Yun had informed him that those who captured him belonged to the powerful Jiang family of Qiqing. This family was malevolent, resorting to any means for profit. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly annihilate them. Of course, he also wished to inquire of the great sage whether Bai Fox's previous words were true or false. "Let us go." Shen Yun, seated atop Bai Sienna, seized the golden-haired monkey and vanished from the balcony. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, there were demon beasts. Those who entered would bear the consequences. The soldiers stationed nearby shouted tirelessly, yet the fervent crowd paid no heed. What are demon beasts? We can overpower them with numbers. Charge, brothers. I am destined for greatness. I shall surely acquire the divine powers of the 72 transformations. Haha. I want the clone technique. With just a hair, I'll have helpers. It's simply a monster-slaying artifact. I want to summon celestial powers. Stepping into the throng of demon beasts to farm monsters will be exhilarating. The crowd surged with enthusiasm, roaring as they plunged into the forest. At the forefront of the throng, a group rapidly approached the secret realm, already catching sight of the void at the cliff ahead, where a spatial ripple emerged. Within the ripple, one could faintly glimpse the dim scenery of the secret realm. Would charging in like this pose any danger? I heard online that the secret realm is fraught with peril, and there are even formidable humanoid evil entities. Those who drew near began to hesitate. The first to venture forth would require considerable courage. Yet, in this moment of delay, everyone noticed a white streak of light darting straight into the secret realm, disappearing from sight. This scene left everyone as anxious as ants on a hot pan, rushing forward with great urgency. "Darn it! Someone beat us to it," I exclaimed. "I told you to hurry. Now, the legacy of the secret realm will surely be snatched away. This is all your fault." "Silence. All you do is complain. Let us move." Within the secret realm, upon his arrival, Shen Yun surveyed the desolate landscape. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and the ground was littered with weathered, collapsed peaks. "The environment resembles the images online," he murmured to himself as he scanned his surroundings. "Once we delve deeper, we will surely encounter the onslaught of the undead." The ancient corpses, likely remnants of those who perished here, had transformed into monsters under the influence of the realm's loss. Their state was akin to that of zombies, attacking any intruding life forms. What was particularly concerning was that their strength was governed by the realm's rules, matching the level of any invader, making them exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, the Huaguo Mountain secret realm had been immensely popular in his past life, with numerous cultivators posting videos online. Among them, one highlighted a relatively safe passage leading deep within. I recall that the entrance to the passage is in a mountain formation shaped like AC, Shen Yun thought, scanning the surroundings for a matching peak. "Master, what should we do now?" Bai Sienna inquired, her voice tinged with unease. She sensed the air here was thick with decay and depression. "That must be it," Shen Yun exclaimed, gesturing toward a distant peak, feigning a calculation. "Sienna, head in the northeast direction." "Master, you can still deduce?" Bai Sienna continued walking, her expression one of confusion. "Of course. How else do you think I found you, Anime?" Shen Yun lied without a hint of shame, focusing intently on the environment to avoid misstepping on their path. The golden-haired monkey he carried, however, remained unfazed, albeit somewhat disappointed. "I thought there would be many monkeys here," he lamented, having expected the scene to resemble the water curtain cave from the films, only to find nothing of the sort. "Little monkey, less talk and more observation. If we encounter the great sage and he refuses to impart his secrets to you, you will rue the day," Sienna admonished, her brow furrowed. The monkey's mouth was utterly unrestrained. It would be unfortunate if this affected its master's ability to obtain the legacy. The golden-haired monkey hastily covered its mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. After a little over 10 minutes of progress, the trio began to discern the surrounding ground, littered with tattered garments, the remains of bodies obscured by weathered sand. An unsettling aura thickened in the air, causing Sienna to bristle with anxiety. She cautiously adjusted her footing or silently leaped, fearful of disturbing the ancient corpses. "Do not fear, I am here," Shen Yun gently reassured her, caressing her back in a gesture of comfort. Without the advantage of reincarnation, he would likely be in a perilous state himself. The golden-haired monkey, more direct in its response, tightly embraced Sienna's forelimbs with closed eyes, as if sensing the formidable nature of these ancient remains. Fortunately, the path remained safe. However, as pioneers, it was inevitable to encounter an ancient corpse or two along the way. It must be noted that at this moment, Sienna's teleportation ability proved exceedingly beneficial, allowing her to silently leap over the mound of bodies. As they ventured deeper, the number of ancient corpses gradually diminished. In the distance, a colossal gray stone mountain came into view, capturing the attention of the trio. "This adversary may prove to be quite formidable." Shen Yun's expression grew increasingly serious. "This is the insurmountable barrier that transcends the limitations of the cultivators from previous lives, the stone giants. The monstrous creature possesses an extraordinarily formidable power, earning it the moniker, the battering ram of Wagwashan. Regardless of who approaches, they invariably find themselves at its mercy, despite its colossal size rendering it cumbersome. Once the stones adorning its body are shattered, its strength amplifies in tandem. Some speculate that it is the physical manifestation of the great sage, Sun Wukong, asserting that defeating it could yield the legendary monkey's inheritance. Others suggest it serves as a guardian of the secret realm, and that reducing the stones to a certain threshold could garner the great sage's approval and bestow his legacy. Alas, none have succeeded thus far. What left a profound impression on Shen Yun was the player's warnings. Before provoking the stone man, if you lack confidence in defeating it, make haste to flee. Otherwise, it shall be your demise. Once agitated, the creature's grayish-white stone form would swiftly crystallize, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of its abilities. "Sienna," Shen Yun whispered into Sienna's ear, "I shall attempt to vanquish it with my flying sword. Prepare to teleport at once. Remember to conserve energy for our escape from the secret realm." The warmth of his breath caused Sienna to shyly retract her neck, but she knew she must remain focused. She steadied her mind and nodded slightly. "Rest assured, Master, you may proceed." Noticing the anxious golden-haired monkey inching closer, Shen Yun cautioned softly, "During our battle, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with you. Do not cause us any trouble." "Understood." The golden-haired monkey nodded vigorously, aware that the chance of obtaining the inheritance rested solely on the duo of man and fox, and dared not disrupt them at such a critical moment. "Breathe." Shen Yun inhaled deeply, gripping Sienna's waist firmly as the radiant sword, Jinghong, materialized amidst the shimmering light of his brow. "Prepare for action." His gaze sharpened as he summoned the full might of the flying sword for the first time. The sword vibrated with a resonant hum, its surface cloaked in a pale blue aura that illuminated the dim sky in a brilliant azure. As Jinghong reached its zenith, golden inscriptions flickered along the blade. The aura of a sacred artifact surged forth, tearing the veil of the secret realm and rending the air with colossal black fissures. With a swift motion, Jinghong cleaved through the void, creating a gaping black rift that spanned the heavens. The sword had already arrived at the stone man's head. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and mountains as a colossal cloud of dust spiraled outward from the stone man's epicenter, resembling a tidal wave dispersing in all directions. Even if the sacred tier flying sword cannot slay you, incapacitating you should be within reach. Shen Yun, his complexion paling, hastily retrieved 2 mid-grade spirit stones to replenish his dwindling energy. Fortunately, his foundation was robust. Had another cultivator attempted to exert such force, they would have been drained of spiritual energy and rendered incapable of combat, though he could not fully unleash the artifact's might. He surmised that this strike would undoubtedly leave the stone man in a precarious state. However, as a dazzling array of colors erupted from the gray mist, Shen Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he tightened his grip around Sienna's waist. The brilliance of the crystalline stone man intensified, signifying an escalation in its power. In an instant, Siener deftly employed her spatial teleportation, vanishing from her original position. With a disconcerting ripping sound, a humanoid-sized crystalline stone man materialized precisely where she had stood moments before, its hands tearing through the very fabric of the secret realm, revealing a gigantic black void. By heavens! Shen Yun's pupils constricted in astonishment. How formidable! The power of this sword is indeed formidable, reducing the stone giant's stature to such a diminutive extent. However, it has simultaneously elevated its strength to an alarming level. Master, I sense its formidable presence. Siener exclaimed, startled enough to tuck her three tails in, instinctively preparing to teleport once more. For the crystalline stone creature had vanished. The sound of tearing through the void echoed once again. Steady yourself, Siener. Let us see if I can shatter it. Shen Yun felt a resurgence of energy and swiftly commanded Jing Hong to launch an assault on the crystalline stone being. Yet, the creature's speed was astonishingly swift, making it a challenge to strike. Fortunately, it pursued Siener, allowing Shen Yun to lie in wait at her previous position. The moment the stone giant reappeared, Jing Hong unleashed a tempest of attacks. This rather unscrupulous technique proves to be quite effective. The sound of metal striking metal resonated through the vast expanse of the secret realm. As fragments of stone fell away from the surface of the crystalline figure, its form gradually diminished in size. This invigorated Shen Yun, who swiftly immersed himself in a state of battle. The shadows of the sword, the fox, and the stone intertwined, resembling an abstract tapestry. However, as time progressed, the smaller stone beings exhibited increasingly swift movements. Even the nearby flying swords proved ineffective. Observing the minimal impact of the flying swords, Shen Yun summoned the blazing flames of destruction, encircling the area in a fiery prison. As the trap was set, Siener vanished, and the approaching crystal stone beings were immediately enveloped by the inferno. Yet, the moment the flames touched them, a resonant hum echoed through the air. The stone beings emitted streams of law connections, their radiant brilliance illuminating the entire secret realm, accompanied by formidable energy fluctuations surging within them. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, startling the explorers, who gazed in bewilderment towards the depths. What on earth was that commotion? Good heavens! So bright! Suddenly, blinding white light surged from the distant sky, causing everyone to shield their eyes. It must be a nuclear explosion. It's over. Now we're all doomed. Fortunately, after a moment, as the light dissipated, the crowd realized they were still alive, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Roar. But soon after, a horde of tattered, pallid-skinned corpses charged forward. Aha! It seems we've stumbled into a world of zombies. An excited young man, reminiscent of a doomsday scenario, shouted, Everyone, don't panic, just smash their heads. I'm familiar with this. There are crystal cores within their brains. Cultivators versus zombies? This will be a walk in the park. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet, laughter quickly faded as the group realized the ancient corpses possessed strength equal to their own. Meanwhile, in the depths of the battlefield, Shen Yun observed the stone beings self-destructing, shedding their flaming stone exteriors. This also unveiled an unknown facet of the stone man to him. The child-sized stone man's surface was a deep crimson, its eyes a vivid scarlet, emanating an aura of dark malevolence. Roar. A roar more ferocious than that of the ghoul horde echoed through the heavens and the earth. This made Shen Yun's eyes twitch violently, furious and overheating. In his previous life, he had never witnessed this form of the stone golem, nor had he heard it make a sound. Clearly, he had pushed it to its absolute limit. As Shen Yun anticipated, the stone golem now moved with blinding speed, forcing Siener to continuously teleport, leaving no opening for him to unleash his flames. Even when he managed to scatter fire midair, the timing was off, allowing the blazing stone creature to effortlessly evade his inferno. Within mere breaths, the exhausted Siener urgently transmitted her thoughts. Master, it's too powerful. We must retreat. Her spine prickled with icy dread, a primal reaction to overwhelming danger. Damn it, we're so close. Shen Yun clenched his teeth in frustration. He was certain that just one more strike of his heaven-scorching flames would incinerate the childlike stone golem. But Siener was already at her limit. Should we give up? His mind raced as he attempted to activate the golden cicada talisman. Ding. Would you like to use the half-saint grade golden cicada talisman? Fortune favors the bold. Seeing that the talisman's power remained intact and unclaimed, Shen Yun hardened his resolve. Siener, take the golden-haired monkey and go. I'll try one last time. Boom. The heaven-scorching flames erupted, engulfing Shen Yun's entire body. Though the stone golem was swift, any close-range assault would force it through the inferno first. Linked to the flames, Shen Yun would sense the attack instantly and activate the golden cicada's escape before the blow landed. This is his escape plan. Of course, as long as the stone man was incinerated in that instant, he would no longer need to flee. However, the talisman was meant for individual teleportation, and Baixianer had to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, if he failed in his attack and escaped, the stone man's aggro would shift directly to the nearest Baixianer. No, Master, it's too perilous here. Baixianer felt her heart leap to her throat, urging, we should retreat and contemplate other strategies. Do not act rashly, Master. She was aware that Shen Yun possessed the golden cicada talisman, but a misstep could lead to dire consequences. In such a scenario, how could she abandon her master? If we don't leave soon, your divine essence will be lost. Rest assured, I have my flying sword and protective artifacts. Shen Yun understood she could not hold out much longer, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped into the void. Master! Baixianer exclaimed in shock, her voice altering in pitch. Shen Yun dared not lose focus, holding his breath, for in the previous Life-S video of the Flower and Fruit Mountain strategy, the stone man would relentlessly pursue the target with the highest aggro. It's coming. Sensing a formidable presence amidst the flames, his eyes sparkled with determination. The adversary's attack was imminent. In an instant, the blazing inferno, like a parasite, crawled up the revealed arm of the stone man, igniting its entire being in an instant. Yet, what infuriated Shen Yun was a white shadow that abruptly blocked his side. The golden-haired monkey leaped forth, spreading its limbs as if to shield the stone man's line of sight. Its flames would not harm allies, but if the flames failed to vanquish the stone man, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Siener, Shen Yun shouted in exasperation. Fortunately, the inferno was potent enough to reduce the stone man to ashes. Seeing Shen Yun glaring at her with reddened eyes, Baixianer lowered her head sheepishly, murmuring, I have healing abilities. I can assist Master in withstanding an attack. It might increase the success rate. Success, indeed. What if something went awry? Shen Yun, in a fit of anger, reached out to tap her on the head. Yet, witnessing her cowering posture, he could not bear to do so. Aware of Siener's earnest desire to protect him, he thought, even if her healing powers were miraculous, he would still be distressed if she were truly harmed. When we return, I shall educate you properly. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey, having lost its point of leverage, fell to the ground and looked towards the remnants of the stone man. A golden shadow gradually materialized before them. Upon seeing the visage adorned with golden fur, the little monkey felt as though it had encountered an elder, its eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Great Sage. It's the Great Sage. Master. Do not be angry. Siener will not dare to act so recklessly next time, Baixianer said timidly, noticing Shen Yun's gaze fixed upon the ethereal figure. She understood Shen Yun's concern for her safety, yet she too was anxious for her master's well-being. Regardless, I can recover swiftly from injuries. You must not be harmed. Focusing her mind, she turned towards this revered figure among the native humans, the great sage equal to heaven, in the radiance of gold. The sage's ethereal figure stood upon clouds, clad in brilliant golden armor, his visage reminiscent of thunder, etched with the creases of time. Though he appeared exceedingly aged, resembling a waning old monkey, the aura he exuded was fiercely dominating, commanding respect despite his aged appearance. Particularly his piercing eyes, radiating a disconcerting golden light, seemed capable of piercing through the soul, revealing the innermost secrets of the heart, instilling a sense of reverence. After observing Shen Yun and the two demons, the old monkey retracted the golden light from his eyes and offered Shen Yun a gentle smile. You have a kind heart. This clearly refers to the incident where Shen Yun rescued the golden-haired monkey. The fact that the great sage would utter such words indicates that this little monkey holds great significance for him. Fortunately, I remembered and did not overlook this little monkey. Shen Yun secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, even if he were to defeat the stone man, it is likely that he would not be able to summon the great sage. Shen Yun solemnly clasped his fists together, stating, it was merely a small effort. Senior, no need for thanks. The old monkey gazed deeply at him before turning his attention to Baixianer, his expression contemplative. The soul-claiming Imperial curse and a band of fools still covet the fortune of the ancient 7 great Imperial beasts. The soul-claiming Imperial curse? Shen Yun and Baixianer exchanged glances, the name of this curse sounding ominous. Concerned for herself, Baixianer inquired, Great Sage, what is the soul-claiming Imperial curse? Does it pose any harm to me? Great Sage? The old monkey raised an eyebrow. Realizing the old monkey was not Sun Wukong, Shen Yun proceeded to recount the general tale of Journey to the West. The golden-haired monkey, too, became animated, passionately recounting the illustrious deeds of the great sage. His fervor palpable, almost wishing he could embody the great sage to vanquish evil himself. Ha, the old monkey responded casually. It seems those hypocritical Buddhas have grown fearful after being slain, ultimately bestowing upon me a commendable reputation. This statement carries significant weight, Shen Yun thought. astonished. The old monkey before him undoubtedly possessed a remarkable history. I am not Sun Wukong, but I do bear the title of the great sage. As he spoke, his aura visibly trembled. My name is the Heavenly Demon Emperor. In his prime, he was the foremost among the 7 great ancient beasts, capable of challenging even the mightiest emperors. To reveal his true name would surely instill fear in the hearts of cultivators. Reflecting on the past, he shook his head, lamenting the memories that were better left unspoken. Yet, upon seeing the bewildered expressions of the 3 little ones, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He raised his hand, sending forth a golden monkey hair that entered by Siener's brow. The soul-claiming Imperial curse is an ancient curse designed to prevent the ancient Imperial beasts from ascending to the rank of Emperor. It will subject you to numerous tribulations during your cultivation, impeding your progress. Since we have met, I shall gift you a protective divine incantation to quell the calamities of this curse within you. Once you reach the Imperial realm, you will be able to dispel the soul-claiming Imperial curse. Senior Demon Emperor, what will happen if I fail to reach the Imperial realm? Siener asked, her voice tinged with worry. The title of Emperor is not one that just anyone can attain. And the tone of the Demon Emperor suggested that without breaking through to the Imperial realm, she might be in dire peril. After a moment of contemplation, the Heavenly Demon Emperor replied gently, should you fail to ascend to the Imperial realm, the curse I have restrained will bring you ominous signs in your later years. What? Sienna trembled, her expression tense as she drew closer to Shen Yun. Do not fear, Siener, that is all in the future, Shen Yun reassured her, gently stroking her head. Even if he could not attain enlightenment, he could devise a plan once Ling Qingxue achieved it. Master, Sienna transformed into a small form, clinging to Shen Yun's neck with a pitiful expression, I am afraid. Ominous signs in her later years. Does this not suggest that she must separate from her master in order to prevent misfortune from befalling Shen Yun? Yet, the thought of facing such calamity alone evokes a profound sense of loneliness and fear. Do not fear, Shen Yun repeatedly reassured, while observing the celestial demon emperor gently tap the forehead of the golden-haired monkey. The hidden vertical eye within the monkey's brow automatically opened, emitting an enigmatic red glow. Noticing the excitement on his face, it seemed he had received a powerful legacy. It can be considered a rewarding outcome after enduring hardships. Shen Yun smiled faintly. Though this little monkey is somewhat mischievous, his nature is not malevolent. Previously, he even contemplated sacrificing himself to shield the old man from the gaze of the stone figure. Now, with the inheritance bestowed upon him, it can be considered a fortunate blessing. Young friend, the Demon Emperor Qitian gazed at Shen Yun and said, Today you have assisted me in acquiring the legacy. Do you have any desires? I had aspirations upon my arrival, Shen Yun replied with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. But since the esteemed elder has already bestowed upon Sienna a protective talisman, I must not harbor any further wishes. The Demon Emperor had already proclaimed that this talisman would ensure that Sienna's cultivation and potential remain unaffected by the blood curse, allowing her to progress steadily in her training. Without it, one could never predict when calamity might strike unexpectedly. This has already become a grand opportunity. Moreover, he is the savior of the golden-haired monkey. Once this lad rises to prominence, he will undoubtedly be revered like a lord. Master, it is all my fault. Sienna clutched Shen Yun's neck more tightly. She was aware of the extensive preparations her master had made for this journey to Flower Fruit Mountain, and in the end, after all that effort, nothing had come to fruition, leaving her feeling deeply remorseful. What does it matter? We are one. What is yours is mine. Shen Yun gently reassured her. Ever since encountering Sienna, her ability to teleport had granted him numerous conveniences. Now, he could temporarily suppress the blood curse within him, and his cultivation aptitude remained unaffected, which was already remarkable. After all, he bore the bloodline of the celestial demon emperor, once liberated. His cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass his current pace. Such an opportunity is more than sufficient. Haha, very well. The Qitian Yaohuang observed Sienna's demeanor and recognized Shen Yun's genuine regard for this young descendant of the Imperial clan, thus earning her approval. In a light-hearted tone, the old monkey pointed at Shen Yun's forehead. This technique is my ultimate secret. It is not given freely. Should this little monkey ever show signs of rising, you may impart it to him. However, it is not yet time, as his disposition remains unsettled. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have learned the Qitian Yaohuang's innate divine technique, Heaven-Breaking Battle Method. Heaven-Breaking Battle Method quality, Imperial technique effect. When used against an enemy, it can perfectly replicate their techniques. Caution, if the opponent's technique is overwhelmingly powerful, the consumption will be immense. Technique Proficiency Level 10. Each level increase doubles the strength of the replicated technique, with a maximum of tenfold. Current heaven-breaking battle method level 1. Replicates the opponent's technique, exceeding their strength by 1-fold. Ding. Gained VIP effect. Heaven-breaking battle method accelerates automatically in Cultivation. This. Shen Yun's pupils contracted in shock. You can use the techniques I wield, and my execution is even more potent than yours. This is utterly outrageous. Shen Yun stared incredulously at the venerable old Yao Wang, astonished that the elder would impart such a supreme secret to him. Young friend, remember our agreement? The Qitian Yao Huang spoke in a very amiable tone. The junior shall remember. Shen Yun hastily cupped his fist in respect. Such matters are but a trifling task for him, as he has certainly earned it himself. The elder nodded slightly. Gazing at the dimly lit sky of the secret realm, now that I have awakened, it is time for me to depart. He had sealed himself in this place to nurture his soul, and now that he had emerged, there were numerous tasks awaiting him. Merely considering the 7 great emperor beasts afflicted by the soul-claiming curse was enough to keep him occupied. Seeing his intention to leave, Shen Yun looked puzzled. Senior, will you not instruct him personally? The Qitian demon emperor turned his gaze toward the pitiful golden-haired monkey looking up at him and shook his head. Let him grow on his own. With that, the elder transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking free from the secret realm and hovering above Huagua Mountain while surveying the crowd below. Destined ones? It is not as easy as it seems. Heavens, it is the great sage. The crowd inside and outside Huagua Mountain erupted into excitement upon seeing the resplendent silhouette of the elder monkey in the night sky, waving their hands and shouting, Monkey brother! Monkey brother! I have seen the great sage. Only the great sage can be heard in Huagua, not the fighting Buddha of Lingshan. The great sage is indeed here. I'm glad I didn't go to Lingshan. Unfortunately, their cheers did not compel the Qitian demon emperor to linger, as he swiftly transformed into golden light and vanished into the void. Wait, why did the great sage leave? The crowd stared blankly at the golden trace left in the void. Those quick to react began to pound their thighs in frustration. Once the anomaly of the secret realm opens, it signifies that someone has obtained its legacy. Could it be? They had come all this way for nothing. Many bore looks of regret, yet some remained undeterred. Do you truly think you are the destined one? Just seeing the great sage makes this journey worthwhile. Damn. The little ones claimed the great sage belonged to them. This time, I shall transform into a land-bound sword immortal and make them regret it. Though there were a few who remained invigorated, the majority had come with the hope of obtaining a legacy to grow stronger. Suddenly, the scattered golden trace in the sky began to rain down upon the secret realm below. At that very moment, a special notification appeared on the game interface of all present. Heavenly blessing from the Qitian demon emperor. Players entering the secret realm have a high chance of obtaining the exquisite legacy of the ancient corpses after defeating them. Haha, it must be the great sage. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly shattered, with cheers erupting in waves. Incredible. Other secret realms lack this setting. The legacy of the great sage is singular. Who dares to aspire to it? These small legacies are indeed practical. This journey has not been in vain. The great sage is assisting us in enhancing our strength. Everyone hurry and rush in, lest the officials seal it off. But those ancient corpses are formidable. A group had been expelled earlier, and many had perished. The great sage should just grant us the legacy directly. To hell with it. Having it is already fortunate. Wishing for it without effort, do you think cultivating immortality is like haggling in a market? Who dares to insult me? Step forward for a duel. At this moment, Shen Yun, by Siener, and the golden-haired monkey had already traversed the array and exited the secret realm. Standing atop the mountain, the golden-haired monkey watched the golden light descending from the void, crossing his arms with a smug expression. This little benefit has them all elated. If they knew of my legacy, they would be green with envy. Don't get too cocky. By Siener rolled her eyes at Shen Yun's shoulder. Haven't you learned enough from being captured before? Humph, times have changed, you know. The golden-haired monkey pouted but dared not speak further. When the Qitian demon emperor imparted his teachings, he had seen through the monkey's doubts. However, the elder did not provide a definitive answer, instead encouraging him to experience and comprehend on his own. Yet, the demon emperor left him with a remark, suggesting that Bai Siener's thoughts could lead to success for him. If Bai Hu's perspective could lead to success, he naturally had not achieved it yet. Thus, the monkey thought it wise to heed Bai Siener's words. By the way, the golden-haired monkey tugged at Shen Yun's pant leg. What legacy did you obtain? I noticed your surprise earlier. Shen Yun smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. Hey, I risked my life to save you. The golden-haired monkey hopped anxiously, scratching his head. At that moment, he had acted on impulse, feeling that this person should not meet such a fate. Now, it seemed he couldn't even fulfill a small request from his savior, driving the monkey to distraction. Go away, go away. Siener waved her tail in exasperation. Don't flatter yourself. By the time you act, the battle will be over. Haha. Shen Yun crouched down and patted the frustrated golden-haired monkey on the shoulder. What are your plans now? If you're afraid of being alone out there, why not come stay with me for a while? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired monkey instantly perked up, puffing out his chest and declaring, I refuse. I want to carve out my own path and become someone like the Demon Emperor Grandpa. His current dream was to become a being akin to the Chi-Tian Demon Emperor. If he feared this and that, how could he ever accomplish anything? I'm off. I can't wait to explore the world. The golden-haired monkey was impulsive, acting on his thoughts. With a leap, he soared into the air. Standing atop a cloud that appeared beneath him, boldly clasping his fists toward Shen Yun and Siener, farewell, esteemed ones. When we meet again, do not let me surpass your cultivation. Then good luck. Shen Yun smiled and waved his hand. To be careful, Siener, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, cautioned him. The monkey was far too mischievous, yet his brave leap earned her recognition, and she waved her delicate little claws in farewell. Humph. You have no idea how extraordinary my legacy is. The golden-haired monkey felt his pride wounded. His body glowing golden as he transformed into an eagle and soared toward the distant crowd. With Siener, he had no chance to show off. But now there was a whole crowd of humans. What the heck? Why does that eagle's head look like a golden-haired monkey? The crowd pointed at the sky. What the hell? He is sticking his tongue out at us. This is outright mockery. This demon beast is truly courting death. Many wanted to strike down this monkey. But just then, a white cloud appeared beneath the strange monkey's feet, carrying him away. Wow! Someone suddenly exclaimed, is that a nimbus cloud beneath him? No way. Could it be that he has acquired the great sage's legacy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light shot up from the ground, attempting to intercept the golden-haired monkey. However, the monkey was swift, quickly vanishing into the night. This fellow. Siener sighed in relief as she watched him escape safely. Even leaving causes us worry. Let us depart as well. Shen Yun sat atop her back and vanished from the scene. In a 5-star hotel. Upon returning to his room, Shen Yun took out the hidden golden cicada talisman. With the affairs of Huagua Mountain resolved, it is time to return to Haiqing. This line yields immense rewards. The Demon Emperor stands alongside the great emperors of antiquity, his legacy regarded as unparalleled mastery. Indeed, there exists a technique more precious than myriad arts, such as the inheritance reminiscent of the enigmatic yin and yang, and the mystical black tortoise, which even the mighty Yamada no Orochi cannot surpass. Clearly lacking in strength and evidently unrelated to the mythological records. It is akin to the notion that the revered Sun Wukong does not reside within Flower and Fruit Mountain. Yet, the inheritance he possesses is extraordinarily potent. When the time comes to make an appearance, no serpent shall remain unscathed. Shen Yun, who needs to visit the company to pack his belongings, has estimated his journey. During this period, the company has recruited numerous cultivators, and some have already ventured into the mountains to hunt demons and gather demon cores and medicinal herbs. Qin Shitong has also compiled a list of elite cultivators, awaiting his return for scrutiny. Before departing, Shen Yun placed Siener on the bed, adopting a stern expression. Did I not instruct you to follow orders? Today's success was merely fortunate. What if something had happened to you? Here we go again. Siener thought the matter was settled. With her head drooping, she nuzzled Shen Yun's hand, her voice soft and pleading. Master, Siener fears for your safety. I promise I won't dare again. Please do not be angry. For Siener is frightened. As she lifted her head, her lips had already begun to pout, and her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if on the brink of weeping at any moment. Who can withstand this? No. Shen Yun suppressed the compassion within him, determined to teach her a lesson. He had no desire to regret his decisions later. Just as Shen Yun prepared to impart some wisdom, he felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, signaling a breakthrough. Reluctantly, he took out a spirit stone to cultivate, thinking to himself, I'll deal with you later. Siener, having narrowly escaped a calamity, sighed in relief, quietly sitting nearby to refine the energy within her. At that moment, she noticed her refining speed had significantly increased compared to before. It must be the protective spell from the Elder Monster Emperor at work. I wonder which scoundrel is so wicked. When Shen Yun awoke, the world outside was shrouded in a gray haze. It was already dawn. Phew. I've reached the 7th layer of the spirit veins. He exhaled a long breath. I'm so close to the vast sea realm, yet I still need 4 million in consumption to reach VIP level 3. As a VIP member, he had gained some insight. Each level corresponded to a realm, and the acceleration effect of cultivation was markedly evident. However, if his VIP status diminished, so too would his cultivation efficiency. Nonetheless, Even with that, his rate of breakthrough remained astonishingly high compared to others. Fortunately, the promotional recharge event would soon conclude, allowing him to rapidly elevate his consumption level once regular prices resumed. It's time for a serious talk. Shen Yun noted that Sienna was not in bed. Checking his phone, he found her absent from the beast space as well. Upon opening the movement tracker for the beast babies, he discovered she was in the bathroom. What are you doing? Sienna? You can't escape today. As he stood to approach, the bathroom door swung open. Sienna emerged, wrapped in a towel, her cheeks flushed. Master. Sienna knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry. Before she could finish, Shen Yun watched in shock as her robe slipped away. What the? After several days of separation from her violet battle attire, a rush of emotion surged within Shen Yun. Sienna's skin was exceptionally fair. Perhaps due to the fit of her garment, the marks of the rope were visible on her pale skin. Ahem, Shen Yun cleared his throat and quickly turned away. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you that only those you love? Exactly, she said, her delicate hands wrapping tightly around his waist. That's why Sienna wanted to make Master happy. You have no idea how scared I was before. Her soft, trembling voice hinted at the emotion she struggled to contain. Love? Shen Yun turned to see Sienna, with tear-filled eyes, gazing at him pitifully, his voice growing hoarse. Do you realize you were playing with fire? As he spoke, he pulled her slender waist closer while his other hand pressed against her heart, feeling the rapid beat. Observing her delicate brow furrowed in pain, he warned her with increasing intensity, do you not comprehend the consequences of your actions? If a typical woman were faced with such a domineering and unfeeling person, she would likely push him away and flee. Yet Sienna saw the flames of passion burning in his seemingly calm eyes. She gently bit her rosy lip, encircling his neck, leaning in closer, her fluttering lashes closing as she whispered, do not think to frighten me, master. Kiss me. Her soft, enticing voice, accompanied by a fragrant breath, was as alluring as a serene stream flowing through a tranquil valley, enveloped in floral scents, beckoning one to explore deeper into the mountains. Moments later, the floor-to-ceiling curtains closed, blocking out all light from the outside. The day has darkened again. Shen Yun mused as he supported his waist and stepped onto the hotel rooftop. The sky outside had indeed turned pitch black. The reason for the lengthy wait was primarily due to Sienna's stubbornness. When he asked if she understood her mistake, she replied affirmatively. But her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him with an almost entranced gaze. Where is the expression of remorse? Clearly, her mind was elsewhere. Shen Yun was already infuriated by her disobedience, and now his anger surged to new heights. Even when the other party fainted and later begged for mercy, he remained indifferent. Determined to teach her a lesson, Sienna, with her mind in a haze, ultimately found herself unable to withstand the situation. Realizing that Shen Yun's fury had somewhat subsided, she retreated into the Beastmaster space. The moment Shen Yun recalled her tear-filled eyes, pleading and shaking her head, a sense of pride welled within him. Did she truly believe my past efforts were in vain? Clearly, devoid of her cultivation, he had achieved a small victory. After this severe reprimand, Sienna would surely recognize her mistakes. Regaining his focus, Shen Yun boarded the helicopter stationed on the rooftop and made his way to the nearest airport. Although it was nighttime, his arrival prompted the airport to swiftly arrange a private jet for him. The reason was simple. His striking performance at the prosperous footbath city had propelled him into the trending searches. He single-handedly vanquished over 10 fourth-tier demon beasts. Notably, the image of him slaying a late-stage fourth-tier giant bear had gone viral online. Such formidable prowess commanded respect wherever he went, prompting the airline to curry favor. Moreover, Shen Yun's personal information on the Monster Suppression app had been elevated to the 5-star level of the Monster Suppression sect. Indeed, the headquarters of the Monster Suppression Bureau had made an exception to promote him. Typically, one must have slain 3 fifth-tier demon beasts to attain the 5-star rank. However, given the brief period since the resurgence of spiritual energy, 5th-tier demon beasts were scarce. In earlier years, meeting personal cultivation standards sufficed, but now, a requirement to slay 5th-tier demon beasts had been added. Presently, there were fewer than 30 individuals at this level within the entire Monster Suppression Bureau. The subsequent 6-star Monster Suppressor would likely not exceed 5 individuals. As for the 7-star Monster Sovereign, 8-star Monster Deity, and 9-star Monster Emperor, it seemed no one had yet reached those heights. Shen Yun, having achieved such a level at a young age, was destined to astonish the world. Provided he did not meet an untimely end. Naturally, there would be those eager to ingratiate themselves with him. By the time Shen Yun returned home, it was already deep into the night. After inspecting the villa to ensure it had not been tampered with, he promptly placed the golden cicada talisman beneath the mattress. It was indeed reassuring to be at home. The object placed outside leaves one feeling rather uneasy, whereas keeping it at home brings a sense of comfort. He then reclined on his bed and retrieved his phone. Sienna seems too shy to emerge. It has been quite some time, yet Sienna remains unresponsive. Evidently, yesterday's intense battle has made her aware of her misjudgment. Within the gaming interface, the chibi white fox head in the Beast Mastery space, adorned with 3 pink stripes on its cheeks, appears utterly adorable. Haha, still shy at this moment, thought Shen Yun with a smirk. Speaking of which, this girl, upon reaching the 4th tier, automatically awakened a racial divine ability, spatial binding. This extraordinary skill essentially immobilizes enemies. In a duel between experts, every fleeting moment counts. Who can withstand being frozen? Undoubtedly, this significantly enhances their combat prowess. He then opened Ling Qingxue's interface. TSK. Reaching the 8th layer of soul refinement. With her innate talent, this cultivation tower is indeed formidable, Shen Yun mused silently. Given her training efficiency, she is likely among the best in the entire history of the Xiantian continent. Noticing several system notifications on the interface, he clicked to view yesterday's slain opponents, cultivators Chen Chong and Feng Yanin. These 2 individuals are the bound characters of the Zhou siblings. Shen Yun cast a glance and opened the character information of Ling Qingxue to understand her situation. Daily report on Ling Qingxue. Yesterday, while pursuing Feng Yanin, the 2 fell into an underground river, inadvertently discovering a damaged ancient stone tablet inscribed with text related to the celestial realm. The crucial detail is that Ling Qingxue discovered fragments of the 9 heavens sacred body Dao inscribed upon it. She senses that this bears significant relation to her own origins. Currently, she aspires to break through to the peak of the soul-forging realm and venture into the Eastern Domain's forbidden zone, the soul-crossing sea to seek relevant clues. From this perspective, it is evident that Qingxue's parents are of royal caliber. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes. The sacred body Dao is likely a fusion of 2 distinct physiques. It remains uncertain whether such a condition is innate. However, based on the information, it seems highly probable that Ling Qingxue is of the former. Thus, her parents' origins must be extraordinary. They could very well be prominent figures within the celestial realm. Observing the furrowed brow of the Q-version character Ling Qingxue, Shen Yun deduced that her urgency to break through is likely the cause of her distress. How could one cultivate with a mind clouded by turmoil? He frowned, tapping the screen and softly uttering, "Patience is paramount in cultivation. I understand your eagerness to uncover your origins, but such matters cannot be resolved instantaneously." Within the time compression space tower, Ling Qingxue trembled as she exited the tower, appearing beside the underground river. Slowly, she lifted her gaze towards the void, her eyes brimming with tears. Why did they abandon me? Her voice, hoarse, was laced with anguish and suppressed fury. Raised by her grandmother since childhood, they had relied on each other in their village, enduring countless hardships. She vividly recalls that spring, coinciding with her birthday, when her grandmother, as per tradition, gave her long-saved coins to buy her favorite treats, only to return and find the elderly woman had passed away. The one relative who had cared for her was gone, leaving her once again an orphan. Though she had grown up facing numerous challenges, no one could fathom her struggles. Now, upon learning of the possibility of her parents, an unarticulated rage festered within her. To be born yet not nurtured is utterly absurd. Ling Qingxue would rather believe herself to be a naturally gifted sacred body Dao than entertain the notion of so-called parents. She had contemplated the possibility of their circumstances. Yet had they ever considered her suffering? It was not a mere act of imagination that could absolve her anguish over abandonment. Her desire to explore the forbidden soul-crossing sea stems from a dual purpose, to fill the void in her identity and, equally, to prove to the parents who forsook her that she is not inferior to anyone. Seeing her in this state, I doubt I can sway her. It might even lead to the birth of inner demons, Shen Yun mused, then smiled gently and said, "Is it not fortuitous? Otherwise, how could I encounter such a charming young lady?" Indeed, the adept way of comforting someone is unparalleled. A single phrase was enough to redden Ling Qingxue's cheeks. "Young master, Qingxue is speaking seriously. I assure you, I speak with utmost sincerity. They may have forsaken you, but I cherish you dearly. Now, do not dwell on these matters. Embrace a lighter heart. Young master is trying to cheer me up again," Ling Qingxue murmured. Yet her gloomy spirits were lifted in that very moment. The young master truly regarded her as a treasure, providing her with Imperial weapons and assisting her in unlocking her physique. This time compression space tower held a place in her heart akin to that of a celestial artifact. With the young master by my side, I possess the world. What does it matter that I was abandoned? Once I uncover my origins, I shall consider it a resolution for my heart's longing, of no need to overly concern myself. With this thought, Ling Qingxue felt a surge of clarity. expressing her gratitude with a bow to the void. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Qingxue understands now. Excellent, young master. I have resolved to venture into the 10,000 great mountains to hone my skills. Having untangled her inner turmoil, Ling Qingxue leaped into the underground river. With Wei Rong deceased, only Sun Feiyu remains. When the opportunity arises, I shall claim his head. This task was entrusted to her by the young master, a memory she has never let fade. However, upon hearing that the prodigious Sun Feiyu was enclosed to her cultivation at the sect, she refrained from taking action. No matter, your cultivation is of utmost importance. After all, death is inevitable. There is no need for Shen Yun to rush her. Observing that she was idle, Shen Yun switched the interface to the chibi character of Luo Hongxi. A conspicuous red one appeared on the pouch at the character's waist. The feedback read, 5th grade low-grade spirit recovery pill. Ingesting this pill can rapidly restore the internal spiritual energy. It can be consumed during battles or breakthroughs with remarkable effects. Excellent. The harvest has begun. Shen Yun wore a satisfied expression. Who knows? Perhaps Luo Hongxi would concoct Imperial pills for him in the future. Clicking on the chibi interface, he found the girl resting in a medicinal chamber. However, she had already finished refining the pills and was now reclining in a wooden vat. The liquid inside was a vibrant green, with various floating herbs and medicinal insects. Amidst the undulating green ripples, there were occasional hints of soft pink, barely visible. Shen Yun could not help but admire this carefree girl. Relieved that the chamber was tightly sealed, allowing only him the privilege of such a view. Suddenly, he noticed a dazed, colorful scorpion drifting past Luo Hongxi's chest. Instantly piquing his interest in observing the spectacle, he magnified the projection. The placement of that scorpion was quite audacious. His fingers reached directly into the vat within the screen. A gentle reminder appeared. Player and character affinity has reached 100. Hidden benefits activated. You may intimately touch your electronic character once daily. Shen Yun quickly withdrew his hand, startled. The sudden movement startled Luo Hongxi, causing her to retreat into the medicinal pool. With wide eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, ready to call for help. But then hesitated and gazed into the void, her tone tinged with shyness. Is it the young master? In the sword sect, powerful figures abound. Who would dare to approach her? Surely, only the young master could arrive unnoticed. After a moment of silence, the young master's voice echoed in her mind. I observed a scorpion approaching you, fearing it might harm you. Indeed, it is the young master, Luo Hongxi murmured softly. Her head slightly bowed, her cheeks flushed. Thank you for your concern, young master. She was well aware this was merely the young master's pretext. Their last meeting had been too brief, and today's gesture likely stemmed from his growing impatience. Previously, I thought I was a burden. Now, being able to stir the young master's heartstrings feels like a significant achievement. Luo Hongxi lowered her gaze, biting her delicate lip in shyness. I just wonder when the young master will lower his hands. What a situation. Shen Yun awkwardly rubbed his face. He had merely intended to enjoy a bit of amusement at Luo Hongxi's expense, but unexpectedly activated the game's hidden benefits. The timing of such rewards was rather unfortunate, making him appear as though he were orchestrating a surprise attack. Now, it seems that Luo Hongxi must believe that he is being intentional. It is all due to the fact that no one reached 100 points of favor in the previous life. Shen Yun thought the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward and shifted the topic. Hongxi, are you in the midst of cultivating? Is the young master feeling a bit shy? Luo Hongxi replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she had prepared to lighten the young master's mood. Regaining her composure, she softly explained, Yes, young master. This is a potion prepared for me by Master Zhao, claiming it can enhance my physique and will be beneficial for alchemy in the future. Ever since Master Zhao Xinqing acquired the Imperial Alchemy Classic, he had become utterly engrossed in it. The Imperial Alchemy Classic is an unparalleled treasure for alchemists, and even more so for a prodigy like Zhao Xinqing. Nevertheless, the elder had not forgotten about Luo Hongxi's cultivation progress, ensuring that everything needed for her training was provided by the Tianyan Swords sect. Shen Yun refrained from commenting on matters best left to professionals. Considering the time, the immortal fallen mountain should soon make its appearance, he mused, glancing at Luo Hongxi. Hongxi, I observe that your cultivation progress is rather slow. Perhaps you should visit the immortal fallen mountain soon. There, you may encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Wishing everyone a happy new year, he added. Happy new year. May all your endeavors be met with success. Luo Hongxi's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the pulse condensation stage, even lower than his own. This was understandable, given that she bore the dual legacies of the Alchemy and Sword Emperor classics. Moreover, the young lady had devoted more of her attention to alchemy. striving to assist him in obtaining favorable elixirs, making her slower progress quite natural. However, for Shen Yun, this was not a significant concern. He encouraged her to go to the immortal fallen mountain because, in his previous life, a tomb of the demon emperor had appeared there. Within it lay numerous exquisite treasures, including a vial containing the immense energy of the demon emperor's blood, perfectly suited for Luo Hongxi. This treasure is a remarkable boon for cultivators, once ingested. It can lead to an astonishing enhancement of their powers. Furthermore, it is not merely a one-time consumable, it remains within the body, continuously supplying energy until fully refined. This is merely one manifestation of the blood of the demon emperor, which also encompasses remarkable effects such as the embodiment of profound laws and the purification of innate qualities. The mountain of celestial fall? Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes and nodded. Very well, my lord, I shall go tomorrow. The name of this mountain sounds rather ominous. Yet as long as the gentleman is by her side, she fears nothing. The crux lies in his mention of it. Surely, there must be treasures within. It is as if they are bestowing gifts upon her, leaving no cause for concern. Very well, then, pursue your cultivation. Just as Shen Yun was about to exit the game, he noticed Luo Hongxi, her delicate face flushed, whispering, "Gentlemen, during this time of alchemy, I have accumulated a fair amount of pill toxins, and my dual pupil's essence has also diminished considerably. Could you assist me with acupuncture?" She did not forget to add, "It would be prudent to restore my condition before venturing to the immortal fallen mountain." With that, she rose from the medicinal vat. The verdant potion cascaded like flowing sand from her enchanting form. Her skin, akin to jade, shimmered under the glow of the alchemical chamber's luminous stones, appearing extraordinarily refined and radiant. "Gentlemen, this is all I can offer you," said Luo Hongxi, her heart racing like a startled deer as she gracefully approached the stone bed. How could she bear to see him suffer so? Yet, she was merely a novice cultivator, unable to enter his world and too shy to articulate such matters. Thus, she resorted to the pretext of replenishing her dual pupil's essence and eliminating toxins, allowing him to indulge in his desires. After all, he was her gentleman, and she had unfurled her grand red koi for him. In this life, he was her sole focus. She must be attentive to him. Certainly, since their last treatment, she had long anticipated this moment. Each time she dreamed of his exquisite hands gliding over her like silk, she would awaken with flushed cheeks, needing to change her undergarments. Once seated, Luo Hongxi murmured softly, "If I have disturbed you, it can wait until next time. What is there to worry about?" Since the young lady was so forthright, Shen Yun felt no embarrassment. "Just recline, and I shall assist you in replenishing your essence." He opened his inventory and retrieved the essence replenishing needle, which automatically revealed the acupuncture points on Luo Hongxi's body. Having experienced this once before, Shen Yun now appeared quite adept. It was Luo Hongxi's trembling that affected the precision of the needle, causing her to remark that it was more painful than the last time. "Recently, my essence has indeed been significantly depleted," Luo Hongxi admitted, as Shen Yun observed the urgency within her body. Cautiously, he applied the needle, admonishing her, "I previously mentioned that alchemy requires a balance of work and rest. You truly are a source of concern." With his firm grip on her chest, combined with the sharp sting of the essence replenishing needle piercing her skin, the dual sensations caused Luo Hongxi to break into a sweat. Her delicate hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly, she pressed her rosy lips together, fearful of revealing her discomfort. "I understand. And I shall remember to balance myself next time." Meanwhile, at the Tunglong Corporation, there was much chatter among the employees clocking in. "I heard the president will be coming today." The executives had already announced that the president would be bringing newly recruited cultivators into the secret realm. How enviable. Do you think the president has acquired the legacy of the flower and fruit mountain? After slaying so many beasts there, obtaining the legacy should not be a challenge, right? You must have missed the subsequent news. A refined woman adjusted her glasses and remarked, "The legacy of the Monkey King has been claimed by a golden-haired monkey." It makes sense, considering they are all monkeys, sharing a lineage. The atmosphere among the crowd was electric, for the five-star demon suppression sect was their employer. He has become a figure as monumental as a pyramid in China, and merely working under him carries a certain prestige. The crux of the matter is that whispered rumors suggest that Shen Yun has taken the lives of individuals from the Tianjiao Club, leading some to speculate that the company may face liquidation. The Tianjiao Club could easily dismantle the Tunglong Company, yet the Demon Suppression Department has openly pledged their protection, ensuring the company's stability. Who would dare to stir up trouble? "Look, the president is here." The crowd at the entrance turned towards the sound, witnessing Shen Yun's Maybach come to a halt in the company plaza. Moments later, as the elevator descended, a group of excited individuals, led by Qin Shitong, approached Shen Yun. Boss, we have 5 men and 5 women, all of whom possess strengths ranging from the 5th to the 8th level of the Gathering Rotation realm, making them the elite among this batch. Here are their names and personal details. Gathering Rotation realm? It seems the more formidable individuals are still observing, Shen Yun mused. Unfazed by this, he saw this initial phase merely as a means to build reputation, untroubled by the prospect of a lack of capable workers in the future. He glanced at the form handed to him by Qin Shitong, then addressed the 10 individuals. I have but one requirement: obedience to the company's directives. The arrangement of this group was singular, to lead individuals into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts and collect their cores and medicinal herbs. Upon submission of materials, one could earn contribution points, and those with high contributions would have the opportunity to be taken into the secret realm for training. Yes, boss. 10 individuals responded in unison, their voices tinged with solemnity. It is essential to note that this was the 5-star demon suppression sect, comprised of cultivators at the spirit refinement stage, capable of contending with 5th-tier demonic beasts. While China was not devoid of 5-star demon suppression sects, those were official entities, only taking their elite members. It was unheard of for them to bring outsiders along. When Tinglong Company announced that Shen Yun would be leading a team, it swiftly ignited a frenzy online, with cultivators from various regions eager to join. The news of Shen Yun slaying demons at Huagua Mountain had spread rapidly, and now he was affiliated with the 5-star demon suppression sect. As the company had just completed its recruitment preparations, their customer service lines were inundated with calls. Unfortunately, these calls predominantly came from low-tier cultivators, while the more formidable ones inquired whether the company was seeking consultants or elders to honor. Clearly, the strong possessed their own pride and were reluctant to serve as mere laborers. However, the company explicitly stated that it only sought workers, with the highest position available being that of a team leader. Anyone desiring greater authority should turn left and depart. Very well. Shen Yun placed his phone on the hood of the Maybach. Having made the decision, he would directly sign the faction contract. Players could not only form contracts with demonic beasts but also establish faction contracts, akin to the initiation rites in the cultivation world. Breaking such a contract would result in the complete loss of one's cultivation. Simultaneously, 11 individuals, including Qin Shitong, received a game notification, a gentle reminder. Player Shen Yun has initiated a faction contract with you. Once signed, betrayal of the faction is forbidden, or else one shall suffer the severing of meridians and total loss of cultivation. To exit the faction, one must gain approval from the higher-ups. Departing will not incur any loss of cultivation. A faction contract? The group exchanged glances, surprised by this unexpected element. Some gazed at Shen Yun with envy. Being strong has its perks. They can uncover game mechanics unknown to others ahead of time. Staying with him might save us from unnecessary detours. Undoubtedly, Shen Yun was significantly ahead of them, and his early exposure to game mechanics that others were unfamiliar with was a considerable advantage. As they observed Qin Shitong placing her hand upon the contract formation, others followed suit. It was wise to be cautious. They understood the nature of contracts. After all, they had come to cling to a powerful ally for secret realm exploration. And even if other paths emerged later, they could always apply for an exit. However, among the crowd, one young woman remained motionless. When Shen Yun glanced her way, she displayed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, boss. I thought leading the team into the mountains would suffice. I'm not particularly fond of contracts. They feel constraining and uncomfortable. My apologies, boss. And Qingjie. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with a trendy appearance, her body adorned with tattoos, hair of vivid purple, and a series of nose piercings. She exuded an air of nonchalance and a love for freedom, making her aversion to constraints understandable. You are missing an opportunity to align with a powerful ally. Qin Shitong mused silently but refrained from deterring her. Very well, Xiaoxia. I'll arrange for a special vehicle to take you back shortly. It's all right, Qingjie. I'll manage on my own. You all carry on with your affairs. Xiaoxia waved her hands dismissively, apologizing once more before departing. Yet, Qin Shitong and the others observed Shen Yun's eyes gradually turning a shade of gray. At that very moment, not far from her departure, Xiaoxia began to tremble uncontrollably. Her complexion pale. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her mind and body, as if an unspeakable terror was poised to consume her. Fortunately, amidst her despair, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, Speak, who sent you here? Reveal it, and the terror shall dissipate. This is a technique from the Shen Yun chasing soul secret, fear hypnosis, which can amplify one's deepest fears infinitely. It is more than sufficient to deal with a novice like Xia. Shen Yun could hardly believe that, in such an environment, there would be individuals willing to forego the opportunity to grow stronger, opting instead for their own path. While such people may exist, his encounter with her sparked a sense of curiosity, prompting him to subtly test the waters. Ultimately, his intuition proved correct. This woman indeed harbored secrets. I must say, as Xia turned, her eyes were shrouded in darkness, presenting an eerie sight. I do not know who he is, but he urged me to join here to uncover the true reason behind your pursuit of strength. This scene rendered Qin Shitong and her companions breathless, a subtle yet palpable tension suggesting that the matter was far from simple. Hypnosis is a frequent motif in cinematic narratives, and they were not strangers to it. The source of their anxiety stemmed from the ominous words uttered by the adversary. Someone is plotting against Shen Yun. Who possesses such audacity? It was known that Shen Yun had been exceptionally promoted within the demon suppression sect. Although he had not formally joined the ranks and lacked the privileges that came with it, the esteem in which the demon suppression division held him was unmistakable. The Tianju Club had already retreated. They could not possibly be so foolish. So, who else dared to stir trouble? Investigating me? Shen Yun arched an eyebrow and murmured. Who is he? What does he look like? Describe the encounter you had. I do not know his appearance, Xiao Xia replied mechanically. He wore a black cloak, his face shrouded in a veil of black mist, and his voice was cold and hoarse. He instructed me to come here to uncover the reason for your enhancement. However, you insisted on a contract, and I fear that complying would result in a backlash, severing my meridians. Black cloak, face enveloped in mist. A flicker of severity ignited in Shen Yun's gaze. Is he a practitioner from the Hall of Malevolent Souls? The Hall of Malevolent Souls is an ancient sect that, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, gradually gained power. They ventured into secret realms to unearth the legacy of malevolent cultivation, either bringing forth suitable hosts to the realms or utilizing dark arts to allow ancient, residual souls to inhabit new bodies, thus regaining their existence. The mere fact that they could preserve these souls via the laws of the secret realm and allow them to be reborn was a testament to their formidable prowess. Although they could not be compared to the departed Qi Tian Yao Wang, such abilities were undeniably formidable in the current world. Shen Yun was acutely aware that as the continent expanded, it would herald the rise of the Hall of Malevolent Souls, unleashing malevolent cultivators to wreak havoc in all directions. The malevolent specter who had once conscripted him into the human emperor's banner was a practitioner of this organization. To his surprise, before the malevolent specter descended upon Blue Star, he found himself already targeted by the practitioners of the Hall of Malevolent Souls. Coveting the secrets I possess? Shen Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you not afraid of shattering your own teeth? Since the Hall of Malevolent Souls had set their sights upon him, it was imperative to expedite the crafting of the human emperor's banner. What could be more suitable for refining the banner than the malevolent energy emanating from a malevolent cultivator? The thought of it was a match made in heaven. Boss, this is attracting unwarranted attention, Qin Shitong noted, observing Shen Yun's silence, and gestured for the individual beside her, who had completed the contract to escort Xiao Xia away. She had anticipated such a day, having previously cautioned her boss to exercise utmost caution. Yet, Shen Yun, being youthful, seemed to have lost himself amidst the cheers and adulation, forgetting her warnings. His actions had drawn too much attention. It was wiser to proceed with discretion and allow for growth. Alas, it is regrettable that the boss's parents passed away early, Qin Shitong lamented. Noting how both families had been opportunistic, seeking to divide the inheritance following the demise of his parents. Fortunately, the Tinglong legal department proved competent, and as a result, Shen Yun had severed ties with his relatives, ensuring they would not cross paths again. Ultimately, someone must care for his growth and well-being, Qin Shitong mused quietly. As the secretary to her boss, she bore the weighty expectation of managing the entire Tinglong company. Witnessing her boss rise only to be ensnared by schemers was a source of great concern for her. Shen Yun's fate was intertwined with the company's, and if he faltered, how could Tinglong Company endure? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qin Shitong resolved, I must find a time to visit the boss's home and have a serious discussion. He absolutely cannot afford to stumble. During the day, she busied herself managing the company, leaving only the evenings to remind her boss of his responsibilities. Being 5 or 6 years his senior, she felt comfortable assuming the role of a caring older sister. At that moment, Xiao Xia had regained her composure, her face a mask of terror as she realized she had unwittingly revealed her innermost secrets under duress. Had she not been supported, she would have nearly collapsed. Mr. Shen, she stammered, her voice quivering, I had no choice. If I hadn't come, he would have killed my entire family. No. Xiao Xia's demeanor grew increasingly frantic as she surveyed her surroundings and the crowd nearby. He must know about this. He must have taken action. Shen Yun, with an expression of indifference, waved his hand. Contact the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division and have them deal with this woman. Why does this woman, instead of reporting to the Demon Suppression Division, come to investigate him? Even if her entire family has been slaughtered, it is a fate they brought upon themselves. I shall make contact immediately. Qin Shitong, pulling out her phone, gestured for the two to take Xiaoxia away first. Xiaoxia was flustered. Her family was likely in peril. If the Demon Suppression Division learned of her involvement in endangering a figure of significant stature within the sect, she would likely spend the rest of her life in prison. President Shen, I haven't done anything, she cried out. Silence, shouted a man beside her, stuffing a sock into her mouth. If it weren't for the boss feeling pity for you, you would have been dead on the spot. You have no idea how the upper echelons of the Qian family met their demise. Do not doubt Shen Yun's lethal nature, the man thought. If Shen Yun were not too indifferent to the matter, or did not consider the potential of this woman to ruin herself, her head would have long since rolled. Enough. Shen Yun addressed the 8 individuals who had shifted their gaze. From now on, you shall be known as the Invincible War God Squad. Head to Hangzhou, where there are numerous secret realms. The helicopter will arrive shortly. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing they were to head directly to a secret realm, the group's spirits lifted. However, the title of Invincible War God Squad evoked both shame and embarrassment. Despite their meager cultivation, they dared to claim invincibility, inviting mockery. Yet, they did not dare voice their dissent to Shen Yun, opting instead to send 2 girls to find Qin Shitong during their free time to communicate. Do they truly think I am the CEO? Now they want me to act as a negotiator. Qin Shitong feigned agreement, but once at Shen Yun's side. She spoke differently. Boss, didn't I advise you to tread carefully? Look, now there are malevolent spirits watching you. Sigh. How about I move into your home and serve as your behind-the-scenes strategist? A strategist? Shen Yun glanced at Qin Shitong, who had self-nominated. Just do your own job. You need not concern yourself with mine. The closer he drew to him, the higher the mortality rate would soar. This was no jest. Qin Shitong was far too weak, not suited for close contact with him. Should anything go awry, it would only add to his troubles and potentially cost Qin Shitong her life. As for the squad's name, if they found it shameful, let them strive to improve themselves. Seeing the helicopter descend, Shen Yun leaped aboard. The name served to prevent this group from slacking off. After all, it was not he who would be embarrassed. As he took his seat, a series of game notifications suddenly appeared before him. Ding. The character Luo Hongxi's squad has entered the Shen Yun Mountain in search of the Demon Emperor's ancient tomb, mistakenly falling into the star array and plummeting into the Emperor's ancient coffin. As long as there is no life-threatening danger, Shen Yun continued to observe the game notifications. Opportunity. Inscription in the coffin. Recharge 2, 688, 888 to purchase the effect of sitting forgetting. Enlightening wisdom. This allows one to comprehend the Demon Emperor's inscriptions on the coffin and master the formidable technique of the Demon Emperor, sealing immortals, slaying gods. Opportunity. Emperor's blood. Recharge 666. 666 to break the defensive array of the coffin and receive a drop of Demon Emperor's blood. Shen Yun, upon seeing the exorbitant recharge prompts, felt his eyes brighten. The recharge discount ends today. This also signifies that his VIP level is on the verge of advancement. Opportunity. The Imperial Pattern Bodyguard. For the expenditure of 298, 888, one can acquire a strand of the Demon Emperor's Dao pattern, possessing the defensive capability to withstand a strike from an emperor. Bye. With the prospect of VIP elevation so near, Shen Yun hastily clicked away. The buffs from the first 2 VIP levels were already exceedingly formidable, and he was eager to discover what the third would entail. Ding. Due to a discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 344 for 144. The character Luo Hongxi has obtained the effect of sitting in forgetfulness and enlightenment, enabling her to comprehend the inscriptions within the coffin and the seal immortals and slay deities technique at any moment. Ding. Thanks to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 333. Upon touching the defensive array, the character Luo Hongxi automatically acquires the essence blood of the Demon Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 649 for 144. The sound of coins clinking filled the air. In just this brief moment, 320,000 had vanished. Shen Yun felt no regret, for the VIP expenditure had risen significantly. Only 650,000 more to reach VIP level 3. He couldn't even be bothered to calculate the odd change, instead feeling that the discount card had saved him a considerable sum. Fortunately, the discounts at Qingxue's place were non-existent. Perhaps VIP level 4 is also within reach. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and opened Luo Hongxi's game interface. On the screen, Luo Hongxi sat in an ancient coffin alongside a man and a woman. Senior Sister Zheng, if my assumptions hold true. Chen Haotian gazed at the ancient coffin wall illuminated by the radiance of spirit stones, his tone brimming with excitement. This could very well be the coffin of an emperor. And the inscriptions are undoubtedly the demon emperor's ultimate techniques. Should we comprehend them, the path to enlightenment is within our grasp. The ancient demon emperor. The first and only being in the history of the demon race to ascend to the throne. It is said that after the emergence of the 7 great imperial beasts of antiquity, the fortune of the demon race was divided, making it exceedingly difficult for another to achieve the status of an enlightened emperor. This is also why the demon emperor bears no other title. Simply referred to as demon emperor, in the words of the demon race, he is a wondrous bamboo nurtured by heaven and earth, born in a bamboo grove named Bamboo Forest, who endured numerous trials and tribulations to attain the status of an enlightened emperor. His legacy is invaluable beyond measure. Mind your tongue. Observing the inscriptions on the wall, Senior Sister Zheng Feifeng noticed Luo Hongxi clenching her arm tightly, evidently frightened, and swiftly flicked Chen Haotian on the back of his head. Be serious and think of a way to escape. She was the eldest sister of the Tianyan sword sect, at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of soul forging. Having been invited by the sect leader to accompany Luo Hongxi on this journey to Shen Yun Mountain for training. Hey, am I not trying to devise a plan? Chen Haotian rubbed the back of his head, intently scrutinizing the mottled inscriptions before him. The two appeared calm, yet internally they were in a state of utter turmoil. Should anything happen to the swordmaster here, they would genuinely feel the urge to perish. It was unclear who had mentioned it to the swordmaster that Shen Yun Mountain was set to open, with rumors of some emperor's legacy, compelling them to raise such a clamor to come. At last, it has come to this, starting off in a coffin. What an utterly dismal omen. Young master, are you there? Luo Hongxi, already timid by nature, felt her skin crawl as the dark walls of the coffin glimmered ominously in the green light of the spirit stones. All she yearned for was the young master to come quickly and engage her in conversation. I am here, came a gentle whisper. Like a spring breeze caressing Luo Hongxi's spirit, instantly dispelling the shadows of fear that had clouded her mind, causing her to smile brightly. The young master has arrived. Indeed. With his presence, her fears vanished. The young girl, in her innocence, had already forgotten the events of the previous day. Shen Yun offered a faint smile and cleared his throat. Do not panic. Allow me to examine the immortal sealing and divine slaying technique. It is a splendid imperial-level inheritance. The smile on Luo Hongxi's face faltered, and she momentarily appeared dazed. How could it be that the young master discerned this in just a few breaths? Perhaps this is the essence of immortality, a moment of profound understanding. Luo Hongxi mused inwardly, her admiration for the young master soaring to new heights. Sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in comprehending the inscriptions upon the wall. Oh, thank you, young master. The happiness arrived so suddenly that had there not been others present, Luo Hongxi would have leapt in joy. Focusing her mind, she quickly settled into a meditative posture, gazing intently at the incomprehensible characters upon the wall. This startled Zheng Feifeng, who gazed at her with a look of astonishment and suspicion. Swordmaster. Before she could finish her sentence, a shocking scene unfolded before her and Chen Haotian. The inscriptions within the ancient coffin seemed to come to life, swirling around Luo Hongxi like lively fish. Hundreds of inscriptions emanated a rich purple aura, forming a radiant shield around the young girl at the center. At that moment, a solemn expression adorned Luo Hongxi's face, accentuated by the purple essence, exuding an air of mystery. My heavens! Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haotian felt a shiver run down their spines. The inscriptions on these ancient coffins truly embody the legacy of the great emperor. Just a moment ago, Luo Hongxi was trembling in fear. Yet in the blink of an eye, she began to comprehend imperial techniques. They had encountered prodigies before, but this was truly absurd. Her perceptiveness is simply astounding. I fear the swordmaster may soon acquire another imperial technique. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes. Speaking of which, the swordmaster's fortune is indeed extraordinary. Upon entering the immortal fallen mountain, she has already gained such an opportunity. Let us refrain from speaking, lest we disturb the swordmaster. Indeed. They even dared not communicate through thought, positioning themselves a bit farther away. Previously, they had intended to seek out the one who spread rumors about the swordmaster. After all, when they first arrived at the immortal fallen mountain, they were surrounded by powerful figures from various sects, including divine sons and daughters, creating quite a spectacle. Although Zheng Feifeng possessed considerable strength, ordinary divine sons had already entered the realm of law manifestation, and they approached this place with utmost caution, fearing any mishap for the swordmaster. Yet, it seems they were fortunate. Should Luo Hongxi grasp the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, her foundation would be significantly bolstered upon returning to their sect. The higher-ups would likely be overjoyed, truly the demeanor of a great emperor. Their anticipation for Luo Hongxi's future grew ever more fervent. After a brief moment, the radiant inscriptions that had encircled Luo Hongxi began to dim. Subsequently, these inscriptions imprinted themselves onto the coffin wall before her, forming a delicate ancient scroll that glided down to rest upon her lap. Luo Hongxi exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she quickly picked up the ancient scroll. Young master, this is a charm of affinity. Indeed, this scroll emanated waves of congeniality. The young master surely did not require this imperial technique, but the affinity it possessed would undoubtedly be of benefit to him. What a stroke of luck! Shen Yun also felt a surge of excitement. Intently scrutinizing the information projected by the item. Feedback item: Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor's Supreme Technique. Seal the Immortal. Slay the Divine Technique Quality. Emperor Great Effect, consisting of 8 forms, mastering them to completion grants terrifying power. The amalgamation of all 8 forms unleashes the formidable might of sealing immortals and slaying deities. Incredible! Another powerful means at our disposal. Elated, Shen Yun took a moment to regulate his breathing and pressed the voice key. A commendable item. You should dispel the illusion covering the coffin wall before you. As there lies a drop of Imperial blood. Imperial blood? Luo Hongxi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a precious treasure. Observing the area of the coffin wall from which the scroll had fallen, she hastily reached out to wipe it. Sure enough, the mottled coffin wall shimmered like ripples, revealing a square storage area. Within this space, a droplet of azure blood hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance that instantly illuminated the entire ancient coffin. Could it be the blood of the Demon Emperor? Zheng Feifeng gazed at the droplet with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Upon seeing Luo Hongxi nod in excitement, Shen Haoyan clicked his tongue in wonder. What an eye-opener this day has been. Were it not for your status as the swordmaster, I would have thought you were a descendant of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor. He had yet to comprehend how a human could grasp the supreme techniques of a demon emperor so swiftly. Moreover, treasures possess spirit, and as Luo Hongxi reached out, the imperial blood automatically seeped into her body, creating the illusion that it had awaited her arrival. Coupled with the 3 of them inadvertently falling into this place upon entering the mountain, the fortune of their sword master was indeed profound. I am a respectable person. Luo Hongxi proudly lifted her chin, unaware that in addition to obtaining the imperial blood, she had also acquired an imperial protective symbol. This would automatically defend her in times of peril. Even in the face of formidable foes, she had nothing to fear. For the imperial symbol would activate the phantom of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor to aid her in combat. The item is splendid, but it would have been even better if the young master's phantom could protect me, Luo Hongxi mused. Her thoughts drifting back to the scene from the previous day when the young master had treated her, causing her cheeks to flush. The young master's hands seemed to possess a magical quality. Even in the most delicate areas where the silver needles had pricked, she felt comparatively little discomfort. More so, she experienced excitement and a subtle thrill. It was rather embarrassing when she later used a large red koi to wipe the young master's hands, especially when he playfully remarked that a koi could only leap over the dragon gate if there was water to facilitate its ascent. Fortunately, she had resolved her feelings for the young master. Otherwise, she would have been mortified to face others. Enough. I must be too greedy in wishing for the young master's presence. Luo Hongxi promptly dispelled the whimsical thoughts from her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she whispered to herself, "By the way, young master, the Demon Emperor has instructed me to visit his family. What do you think?" Just moments ago, while comprehending the Seal the Immortal, Slay the Divine technique, a message had been left for the one who understood it. To the Demon Emperor's family? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, and the game interface displayed a notification. Character Luo Hongxi has triggered a special hidden quest. Visit the hometown of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor to see his descendants. Opportunity unknown. Upon quest completion, players will randomly receive a feedback reward. A reward? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. A visit could serve to broaden experience and temper one's character. With me around, there's no need for concern. With him present, Luo Hongxi would be safe, and they could obtain quest rewards without any risk. Indeed. Luo Hongxi smiled brightly. She held great respect for figures of imperial stature, having acquired the legacy of such an individual. Visiting their hometown to see their descendants would fulfill the great emperoress' wishes. Their exchange transpired in an instant. Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan, witnessing her joyful smile. Couldn't he help but chuckle? Haha, that's why we say the Swordmaster's talent is extraordinary. Congratulations, Swordmaster, on acquiring the opportunity of the Demon Emperor. They were genuinely happy for her. Luo Hongxi's talent needed no further elaboration. Her sincerity and kindness had endeared her to all within the sect. For instance, after her participation in the alchemy competition, she had taken Zhao Dansheng to impart knowledge to the disciples of the alchemy peak and even crafted a Dao essence pill for them free of charge. The scene had nearly brought the disciples to tears. Similarly, the reincarnation sword cannon they studied, had it not been for Luo Hongxi's contributions, they would never have had the chance to learn such profound techniques. The Imperial techniques were reserved for the finest youthful disciples in sacred lands and ancient clans. For the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect to have the opportunity to learn was already a tremendous fortune. However, once they began to study, they realized just how challenging it truly was. Thus, the two had no envy regarding her acquisition of another Imperial technique. It was simply a matter of innate limits. Not everyone could be like Luo Hongxi. It's just luck. Luo Hongxi said with a shy smile, Sister Zheng, Brother Chen, I have obtained the inheritance and must pay a visit to the hometown of the Demon Emperor to see his descendants. Will you join me? The hometown of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor? The two frowned. This journey is fraught with unknown dangers. Yet the Sword Master seems determined to go. Luo Hongxi's mission concerned the prosperity of the Tianyin sword sect. They could not allow anything to go awry. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Feifeng spoke. Swordmaster, how about we return to the sect first and let the elder take you? Luo Hongxi shook her head. That won't do. Once we leave this ancient coffin, the teleportation array will be destroyed. The Demon Emperor has arranged it this way to prevent those with ulterior motives from deliberately seeking his homeland. Swordmaster, do you plan for just the three of us to go? Chen Haoyan tentatively inquired. Yes. Luo Hongxi nodded. I understand your concerns. Fear not. I have ample treasures, and nothing will go wrong. Hearing this, Chen Haoyan's eyes twitched. Sister, should we knock the Sword Master unconscious and take her back? He was genuinely apprehensive that this journey to the Sword Master might encounter unforeseen mishaps. Otherwise, he would be left with no face to return home. It was better to be forthright. Should they resort to underhanded tactics, she might harbor resentment towards them for a lifetime. Zheng Feifeng felt it imperative not to jeopardize a promising endeavor. Regrettably, their attempts at persuasion bore little fruit. Luo Hongxi, feeling equally helpless, was acutely aware that they were oblivious to the existence of the young master. Thus, she resorted to threats and tantrums, insisting that either they join her or she would venture forth alone. Zheng Feifeng could not permit her to embark alone and promptly dismissed the idea. Chen Haoyan, for his part, rarely exhibited such seriousness, his words punctuated with fervor. As both parties held steadfast to their views, Luo Hongxi produced the Demon Emperor's protective talisman, intending to cast the two of them out of the ancient coffin and proceed solo. This maneuver ultimately persuaded her fellow disciples. At least we have the Demon Emperor's protection. Combined with Hongxi's artifact, escaping should pose no difficulty, they consoled themselves. Come. It's the perfect opportunity to divide and conquer with these treasures. With a graceful wave of her hand, Luo Hongxi summoned forth an array of exquisite artifacts and talismans related to fleeing. Suspended in the air amid Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan's astonished expressions, ranging from 9th tier to semi-holy and holy-grade treasures, the selection was vast. Feel free to choose what pleases you. Once you've used them, I shall request more from Master Zhao. With the young master at her side, she felt no fear. Yet it was essential that her companions possessed worthy treasures for their survival. Alchemist, how affluent you are. Indeed, what is there to fear? Once they regained their composure, they began devising a plan for their escape utilizing these artifacts. It is, in truth, a rather shameful act for a swordsman to contemplate escape beforehand, particularly for the Tianyin sword sect, which prided itself as the foremost in the eastern domains, renowned for its ruthless prowess. However, the sect leader had issued a stern decree. In times of uncertainty, take Hongxi and flee. They could always reclaim their dignity later as the sword master grew stronger. As the two busied themselves, Luo Hongxi, sitting cross-legged, swayed gently and murmured, Young master, Could you kindly inform the sect of my departure to the homeland of the Demon Emperor? Her absence would surely raise concerns, necessitating an early notification. Recharge prompt. Communication artifact. Spend 648 game coins to purchase a paper dove for sending a message to the Tianyin Sword sect. Special. Voice transmission talisman. Spend 888 to leave a voice message for the sect. Special. Recording stone. Recharge 2288 to record the current scene and send it to the sect. Warm reminder. Current items possess an automatic navigation feature, impervious to external interception. Players may purchase with confidence. A trivial matter, the young master replied, and at his words, a pink paper dove materialized before Luo Hongxi. Clutching a stone and a talisman in its feet, it was utterly adorable. How delightful. Thank you, young master. This was her first encounter with such a magical artifact, and she cradled it delicately in her hands. Surely, you did not fold it yourself? If he had, she would have hesitated to use it, opting instead to cherish it as a keepsake, a reminder of him. Why would I bother folding it? Take it and use it. Very well, Luo Hongxi acquiesced, albeit with a tinge of regret. Upon discovering that this was a premium communication artifact, Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan were filled with elation. They had been anxious that the sect might panic due to ignorance of the truth, but these communication tools provided a sense of reassurance. After the trio collaboratively crafted and recorded their message, Luo Hongxi lifted the folded paper dove high. The dove fluttered its wings, clutching the stone and talisman, and vanished into the void. Senior sister, senior brother, all is in readiness. We shall depart. With a graceful gesture, Luo Hongxi activated the ancient coffin by tapping her hand against the starry inscription on the wall. Thunderous roars echoed as the coffin's formation stirred to life, emitting a gentle tremor. The lid illuminated with a starry expanse akin to the Milky Way, its brilliance casting light upon the dim interior. May fortune favor them on their journey. Chun Haoyan gazed at the coffin's lid, hands clasped in prayer to the ancestors of the sect, ancient sages. May you manifest your influence. If you do not wish to rise from the depths in ire, please ensure our protection. Especially the sword master. May all calamities be averted and evil retreat. The individual in question took the matter seriously. After speaking, he produced a series of ceremonial items and lit 3 incense sticks, bowing earnestly. Zheng Feifeng, skeptical of such practices, found herself somewhat subdued by his fervent demeanor and professional execution, ultimately adopting a solemn posture and clasping her hands in prayer. However, while she prayed, her gaze drifted to the starry patterns atop the coffin, an unsettling familiarity creeping over her. Where are we headed? This pattern seems vaguely recognizable. Luo Hongxi, witnessing the earnestness of both Zheng and Chun, stifled a laugh, her expression serious as she mimicked their gestures of reverence. After all, both Zheng and Qin were concerned for her well-being, and such a grave setting warranted no levity. Outside Shen Yun Mountain, a rumble echoed through the clear skies. The gathered cultivators from various factions looked up in unison, witnessing a colossal, ethereal depiction of the cosmic night sky unfurling above them. The mountain, shrouded in a mystical fog that suppressed cultivation, erupted with a radiant light that expanded like a nascent star. This extraordinary spectacle left the onlookers in awe. What was this phenomenon? Could it herald the emergence of a treasure? In a nearby inn, the esteemed elders of prominent factions exchanged troubled glances. It was the starry sky map of the other shore. The emergence of an imperial tomb within Shen Yun Mountain was imminent. The starry sky map had long been established by emperors who traversed the cosmos. The sole purpose of such a design was to seek immortality. The elders present, hailing from sacred grounds and ancient clans, possessed a wealth of knowledge. They understood that achieving enlightenment might not represent the pinnacle of a cultivator's journey. Otherwise, the numerous ancient emperors would not have departed their homelands for the realms beyond. The appearance of the starry sky map at Shen Yun Mountain indicated that an emperor had once set foot here. Coupled with earlier reports of tomb raiders discovering what seemed to be an imperial mausoleum, the evidence suggested that an imperial tomb might indeed exist in this place. It was possible that some cultivator had activated the formation within the mountain, potentially transporting themselves to realms unknown. As the starry map grew ever more resplendent, a sense of unease washed over the assembled cultivators. If their disciples were the ones to activate the formation, who could say when they might return? The thought alone was enough to instill dread, especially considering the caliber of prodigies among them. One can only wonder whose legacy this might be, they mused, suppressing their anxieties and awaiting the return of those within. Among the crowd, Elder Lin Sheng of the Sword Sect stood by the window. Her brow furrowed as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Fei Feng is usually composed. Although Hao Qian is somewhat eccentric, he is meticulous. With them safeguarding Hongxi, they are unlikely to act recklessly. The trio's decision to venture to Shen Yun Mountain had left her and the sect powerless to intervene. They were too fierce to admonish, yet too precious to reprimand. Thus she could only trust that they would proceed with caution, ensuring that they would encounter both fortune and danger at a measured pace. She believed that since the three had only just entered the mountain, they would not activate the formation. However, at that moment, a playful transmission invaded Lin Sheng's mind, causing her vision to darken and her legs to weaken. Master, you need not await our return. We are heading to the homeland of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor. Senior sister mentioned that the Emperor's homeland might lie in the eastern domain, among the Demon Clan's sacred mountains, or perhaps in some location on the Xiantian continent. Regardless, fret not. We shall return after we explore. The exact location cannot be disclosed, for the Emperor likely wishes to keep his descendants undisturbed. Hehe. I shall recount all upon my return. Master, take good care of yourself in my absence. Remember to follow the body tempering techniques that Master Zhao provided to alleviate your hidden injuries. Also, convey to Master Zhao not to rush the concoction of the Quasi-Emperor pill. His injuries are too numerous. Once my strength increases, I will assist him in healing. Together, we shall craft the Quasi-Emperor pill and astound the continent. Hehe. And please do not inform my father. He would only worry. Foolish disciple. This is a transmission array leading to the outer realms. Lin Sheng's heart plummeted, feeling as though the sky were collapsing. The three remained unaware that they were bound for otherworldly territories, believing instead they were merely heading to some location on the Xiantian continent. Yet the unknown dangers of the outer realms loomed ominously. As Luo Hongxi's affectionate words echoed in her ears, Lin Sheng's heart shattered, fearing these might be the last words exchanged between them. Lin Daoist. Elder Yaoqi, noticing Lin Sheng's unsteady stance, swiftly reached out to support her. Observing Lin Sheng's pale complexion and constricted pupils, it was evident she was mentally shaken. Yaoqi quickly infused her with a gentle stream of spiritual energy to calm her frayed nerves. Do not panic, Lin Daoist. Surrounding cultivators rushed to her side, their expressions grave. Could it be that Luo Hongxi has activated the ancient coffin? This young lady is indeed a treasure in the realm of alchemy. Having meticulously arranged her future itinerary to visit the various sects of the present cultivators. In light of the recent events, an air of unease and regret permeates the hearts of all, for it is a realm beyond comprehension. Should one unwittingly stray into the territory of celestial demons, death would be an inevitable fate. Regaining his composure, Lin Sheng settled into a meditative posture, his breath rapid and words tumbling forth in haste. I beseech you all to inform my sect. Please summon the esteemed alchemist sage and journey to the mountain of demon gods. Presently, her spirit is wounded, rendering her incapable of hastening back to her sect. The only means to ascertain the whereabouts of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor is to venture to the eastern domain's mountain of demon gods, where such knowledge might be unveiled. The Mountain of Demon Gods stands as one of the most formidable forces within the Xiantian demon clan. Even when faced with a sacred land or ancient aristocracy, they do not falter in strength. For a member of the human race to penetrate their domain and inquire about the demon emperor is a feat that few can achieve. However, with the alchemist sage taking the lead, success is assured. An elder of the sect closely allied with the sword sect immediately responded, Fear not, Lin Daoist friend. We shall hasten forth. Allow me to take the lead, came a voice from a nearby imposing figure who had been dozing in a chair, now rising with deliberate grace. It was Langia, a powerful being of the Imperial extreme realm from the Manga clan, who had accompanied the young master, Man Shaoshan, to this locale. This clan has maintained amicable relations with the demon tribe across generations. With his presence alongside the dance sage, it serves as a double layer of assurance. He was invited to this room by the elder of the Yaoqi, yet his proud demeanor led to an unexpected willingness to intervene at this moment. I am truly grateful to you, Senior Langia. Lin Sheng expressed his appreciation with a respectful bow. Langia waved his hand dismissively and then vanished from sight, engaging in a character teleportation. Seeing that Luo Hongxi was unoccupied, Shen Yun turned off the projection. In the charmingly designed Q-version cartoon, Luo Hongxi and two fellow disciples were perched atop a coffin, swinging their short legs while gazing up at the starry sky, a delightful scene indeed. Of course, The most striking aspect was the feedback item nestled within her bag, the sealing immortal slaying god technique. However, with others still aboard the helicopter, retrieving it would be somewhat inconvenient. Ding. Wealth is the key to all matters. Sensing the player's intense desire to extract the item, a green channel recharge effect was initiated. Recharge 99.99, and the player would receive item extraction invisibility from the projection, allowing them to retrieve items without detection. Goodness, this truly is the most exasperating pay-to-win game in history. Shen Yun grinned, reveling in the joy while others suffered. Purchasing the green channel. Ding. Congratulations to the player on a successful purchase. From now on, item extraction will go unnoticed by others. Shen Yun eagerly retrieved the ancient scroll. Activating the VIP automatic cultivation effect. Ding. Detection of the player acquiring the Demon Emperor's ultimate skill, the sealing immortal slaying god technique, has triggered the automatic acceleration of VIP level 2 cultivation. A total of 8 ultimate skills were detected, with the first being sealing spirit, now undergoing accelerated cultivation. Before Shen Yun's eyes, the ancient scripture transformed into a golden light, surging into his brow. This also provided him with a general understanding of the sealing effect of spiritual energy. With a single strike, he could directly confine his opponent's spiritual essence. For a cultivator, the loss of spiritual energy equated to being rendered half ineffective. Such an outcome could only be described as a stroke of divine intervention. He anticipated that subsequent techniques would be even more formidable. In the later stages, I shall surely be able to seal the immortals and slay the gods. Shen Yun felt a surge of inner excitement. Fortunately, he could cultivate the formidable Imperial scripture automatically. Otherwise, like the disciples of the heavenly transformation sword sect, he would have it, but might not comprehend it, helplessly watching the Imperial arts with mounting frustration. By the way, Sienna is still in her training. Noticing Sienna nestled in her corner, motionless, Shen Yun felt a pang of longing, having not indulged in her company for some time. Yet, he understood that it was his own overwhelming fervor that had made her shy away. Primarily, Shen Yun wished for Sienna to learn from her mistakes, but unexpectedly, her thoughts seemed far from repentance, exuding an increasingly alluring charm that was both inviting and elusive. This led to an uncontrollable situation. Well, let her take her time to digest the previous beast crystal course. Shen Yun suppressed the thought of the fox spirit and observed Ling Qingxue. At this moment, she was still training in the 10,000 Great Mountains, solidifying her cultivation. Seeing that she was unoccupied, Shen Yun exited the game and gazed at the cityscape outside the window. The helicopter had now arrived over Hangzhou, and with his keen eyesight, he could discern the 7 floating entrances to the secret realms in the distant mountains. The secret realms in Hangzhou could yield 3rd and 4th tier spell legacies, sufficient for the 9 practitioners in the gathering rotation realm. However, among the 4th tier legacies, the Zombie King's corpse transformation in Shen Yun's possession was upgradable. Unless the secret realm legacies were of exceptional or rare quality, their potential for growth was extremely low, far inferior to the skill cards that emerged from external malevolent entities. In fact, some beast skill cards were even stronger than ordinary secret realm legacies. Nevertheless, for the populace, this still represented a commendable area for reinforcement. After all, the ordinary secret realms were populated by mindless creatures, significantly safer than the intelligent malevolent entities in the outside world. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed on the designated area established by the Demon Suppression Division. Ahead, people were entering the mountains in batches, heading towards the 7 floating secret realms. Upon disembarking, Qin Shitong hurried to Shen Yun's side. Boss, the Demon Suppression Division has apprehended Tan Xiaoya. As for her family of 4, they're alive and under the protection of the division. Oh? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, noting that this individual possessed a certain level of cunning, refraining from mindless slaughter. If the practitioner from the Evil Soul Hall were to eliminate Tan Xiaoya's entire family, it would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the Demon Suppression Division, carrying the risk of exposure. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Currently, it was prudent for those from the Evil Soul Hall to remain low-key and develop quietly. Mr. Shen. At that moment, a female police officer approached, greeting him with a bow and ushering the group into a special access passage. Ahead lies the newly discovered secret realm, 7 Tiger Mountain. It is believed that an ancient disaster occurred, leading members of the Tiger clan to retreat into the secret realm, their minds deteriorating into monstrous forms. Defeating them carries a chance to obtain 3rd and 4th tier Tiger clan legacy techniques. However, due to the laws within, These tiger entities will resurrect within 3 hours of their demise, so it is advisable to exit promptly. Since each secret realm entrance allows for only one legacy acquisition, re-entering will drastically reduce the quality of the legacy, and it may even yield nothing, rendering further attempts unworthy. As for special legacies, the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division currently deem it a first-come, first-served situation. The laws of the secret realms are exceedingly arcane. It is not uncommon for monsters to resurrect. According to netizens from the previous life, this setup encourages exploration of multiple secret realms. However, if the bodies of the deceased are not removed, they will be assimilated by the realm, transforming into malevolent entities. There are also conspiracy theorists who suggest that a hidden force is collecting the blood and souls of living beings, claiming that such a powerful entity must be terrifying. Given the countless deaths throughout history, maximum of 4th tier, the members of the Invincible War God team exchanged glances, a hint of anticipation evident in their eyes. As practitioners of the Gathering Rotation realm, their cultivation techniques were merely 2nd or 3rd tier, which had been released by the government decades ago during the revival of spiritual energy to bolster national strength. To acquire higher-level cultivation manuals, one had to either join a cultivation family or contribute to the Demon Suppression Division. Now, however, a new avenue had opened, character feedback. Yet, it was clear that they had yet to obtain any 4th-tier manuals. Each additional method represented an increase in strength, naturally fueling their expectations. Once everyone entered the secret realm, they found themselves in a space filled with gray sand. Amidst the ruins of ancient buildings, many were engaged in hunting tiger-headed, human-bodied monsters exuding dark energy. Boss, Qin Shitong whispered while surveying the nearby tiger demons. The legacy drop rate is not guaranteed. Should we not have everyone join in to slay the demons? No need. If they are eliminated instantly, the drop rate will increase. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he summoned the flying sword, Jing Hong, from his brow. With a swish, the sword erupted in a brilliant azure light, soaring into the sky. Immediately, a resonating hum akin to a dragon's roar reverberated through the surroundings. Puff, puff, puff. The tiger demons within the entire secret realm stood no chance against the pressure of the holy weapon, bursting apart on the spot. Hiss! So powerful. Not only were Qin Shitong and the others astonished, but those engaged in monster hunting were also left dumbfounded. It should be noted that these tiger demons were 2nd and 3rd tier entities, requiring a team to defeat even one. Yet, mere seconds after Shen Yun made his move, the entire secret realm was cleared of all tiger demons. It was Shen Yun from Haiqing, observing the signature light blue sword in the void. The crowd instantly made the connection to the newcomer. This sword has been heralded by netizens as the foremost divine weapon of our time. Who in the world does not recognize you? As the crowd turned, they indeed beheld the long sword clasped in the hands of a strikingly handsome young man. Soon after, 11 streams of crimson light surged forth from the corpse of the tiger demon, rushing towards Shen Yun and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have acquired the secret realm of the Tiger Clan. Please confirm if you wish to accept the 3rd-tier intermediate inheritance. Tiger Roar, cancel. Shen Yun deemed such a rudimentary inheritance unnecessary to learn, deeming it inferior to the 3rd and 4th-tier manuals from the Xiantian continent. He sheathed the long sword. Gazing at the astonished crowd, everyone, follow closely. The 7 secret realms should grant each of you a 4th-tier inheritance. What? The faces of those yet to receive the 4th-tier inheritance lit up with excitement. We can grind until we reach 4th tier. Did I hear that correctly? They had thought one trip would suffice, yet they were astonished by their boss's generosity. The boss is leaving. We must hurry to catch up. I declare, I will follow the boss to the ends of the earth. The 9 rushed out of the secret realm in a frenzy. No wonder the boss is so confident. His strength is truly formidable. Qin Shitong, amidst the crowd, sparkled with enthusiasm. Previously, she could only gauge the boss's prowess through online information, lacking a definitive perception. Now, witnessing it firsthand, she was left in awe. It was as if she held a divine artifact, claiming dominion over the world. Minutes later, after traversing merely 3 secret realms, all 10 members had attained their 4th-tier inheritance. All right, that will suffice for today. Exiting the secret realm, Shen Yun regarded the exhilarated 10 upon returning. Each of you will lead a team into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts and gather rare resources. As for team numbering, the one with the highest cultivation will be number 1, and among equals, the eldest will take precedence. Remember, I shall only remember your numbers. Only the strong can earn the recognition of others. Yes, boss. The 9 responded in unison, their voices ringing clear. Let us proceed. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, The indomitable 9-member team strutted behind him like proud roosters. Today, they had their eyes opened. Their boss had cleared 3 secret realms in mere moments. They felt that even the 5-star demon suppression sect would struggle to match such prowess. It was said that Shen Yun wielded powerful treasures, yet those who have experienced the game know that without sufficient strength, even high-tier artifacts remain inert. Let alone executing 3 consecutive clears. Shen Yun communicated telepathically. Besides managing the company, enhance your personal cultivation as well, in the future. I will take you to grind through some high-intensity secret realms. The company required a resident powerhouse, and how far Qingxue could ascend depended on her own fortune. Indeed. I will strive to improve, boss. Qingxue beamed, then, recalling something, leaned in and whispered, Boss, are you truly all right? Shen Yun surmised she was referring to the matter of his ex-girlfriend, raising an eyebrow. What could possibly be wrong with me? I find more enjoyment in playing games and growing stronger. Then, why are you so kind to me? Qingxue pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing. If you like me. You could just say so. I had hinted at visiting your home before. She pondered why the boss treated her so well. Perhaps he was seeking a new companion after parting ways with his girlfriend? Yet, the boss was far too shy. With his current strength, he could attract any woman he desired. Qingxue felt it was sheer luck to be considered for a romantic interest, prompting her to test the waters. Shen Yun shook his head. You are too weak, akin to a mere vase in my eyes. Do not overthink. I am merely cultivating a trusted aid. Qingxue's loyalty was commendable, and her character was without question. However, given the disparity in their strengths, it was unnecessary for her to harbor any other notions. This remark left Qingxue blushing profusely, prompting her to hurriedly board another helicopter. She soon recognized her misunderstanding, as there indeed existed a disparity in strength between the parties involved. Indeed, even the powerful must find partners that are compatible. Although her superior held her in low regard, she remained undeterred, resolute in her belief that diligence was of utmost importance. The helicopter journey back was uneventful. By the time Shen Yun returned home, it was already afternoon. After closing the door, he retrieved his phone and ascended the stairs, intending to take a moment to visit the underground black market to procure a personal royal banner for his preparations. It is prudent to prepare this matter early on. When encountering the practitioners of the evil soul palace, one can eliminate them without wasting their soul energy. Such malevolent beings or dubious entities circulate solely in the underground black market, with no availability elsewhere. As Shen Yun ascended the staircase, a flash of white light emanated from his phone, and a familiar, delightful fragrance enveloped him. Sienna? He turned to glance at the charming white Sienna, who was perched on his shoulder, her large, innocent eyes blinking adorably. Haha, you finally decided to come out. Master, white Sienna replied, her lips pursed, a hint of bashfulness evident as she swayed her 4 fluffy tails. In truth, she had longed to emerge during the flight, but her shyness had restrained her, fearing that others might perceive something between them. After all, the paths of humans and demons diverge, and their union was a defiance of the heavens. Noticing her lingering shyness, Shen Yun embraced her warmly and chuckled. From now on, please refrain from calling me master. It feels distant. White Sienna gasped, her eyes widening as she met Shen Yun's earnest gaze. Her heart raced, and she gently pressed her head against his chest, covering her face with her delicate paws. Too bashful to respond. Oh dear, what should I call you then? Perhaps husband? How embarrassing. At that moment, she felt both joy and gratitude, for it signified that her master acknowledged her. As her emotions surged, white Sienna could not help but murmur softly, then what should I call you? Merely uttering the word you seemed to drain her of all strength, leaving her feeling utterly weak. Usually, it would not matter, but this moment was different. Come now. Call me Brother Yun, Shen Yun said with a playful grin, leaning his ear closer to her lips. If she felt shy, then perhaps a little encouragement would help her find her voice. The thought of uttering such an intimate title made white Sienna's heart race, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Yet, seeing Shen Yun's eager expression, she bit her lip, clenching her tiny, rosy paws, and delicately leaned towards his ear, whispering, Brother Yun. Such a marvelous sound. The gentle tone filled Shen Yun with an exhilarating excitement. This elicited an excitement in him far beyond that of his ex-girlfriend calling him daddy, prompting an exaggerated exclamation. Come, say it again for me to hear. Observing his delight, Sienna shyly covered her mouth with her little paw and called out, Brother Yun. How melodious it was. Shen Yun felt invigorated by those 2 utterances, as if infused with a newfound strength. At that moment, he completely comprehended the sentiments of Qingxue. What a pity that Sienna has not transformed. Shen Yun suppressed the surging vitality within him and adopted a different tone. Come, Sienna. Call me good brother for me to hear. Good bro, Bai Xiano had barely uttered when she caught sight of the fire igniting in Shen Yun's eyes, and she instantly regained her composure, pushing his face away with her delicate paws in alarm. Not now, brother Yuan. It cannot happen. Ing. With her cheeks flushed, Bai Xiano burrowed into the Beastmaster space, leaving Shen Yun in a state of bewilderment. Huh? Moments later, realization dawned upon him, and he hurriedly explained to his phone, "It's not what you think, Xianer. I was merely anticipating your transformation, so don't misunderstand. This must not be misunderstood. Otherwise, Bai Xianer might think he is a pervert, which would be quite embarrassing." Ahem. After speaking, Shen Yun cleared his throat, seemingly realizing that his previous words were too direct. Cough. Xianer, trust me, I am not that kind of person. Brother Yun, I want to cultivate, she said adorably. It's good if there's no misunderstanding. What a false alarm. Shen Yun gazed at Bai Xianer, who had curled herself into a ball with her tail, rolling around in the space. He couldn't help but wish to give her a good pet. She was simply too adorable. Only 3 beast crystal cores? Noticing just 3 4th-tier cores in the space, Shen Yun opened her cultivation details. Current realm, 2nd layer of the vast sea realm, initial stage of 4th tier. With the protective divine spell from the celestial beast monarch, Bai Xianer was thriving in her cultivation journey. Moreover, she still hadn't consumed her 8th-tier celestial vine. Once ingested, her cultivation would likely see a significant enhancement. Checking the information on the demonic beasts, Shen Yun prepared some crystal cores for her. He opened the monster app to view the 4th-tier beast information and found that all had been captured by the Demon Suppression Bureau. It seemed the opening of the secret realms had considerably bolstered their power. On the way here, he had overheard the strong members of the Demon Suppression Bureau discussing the secret realm, aiming to enhance their team's strength. As various secret realms opened, the overall strength of the populace would experience a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, there were only 5 suspected 5th-tier evil spirits nationwide, all of which had been captured. The distance was too great, and Shen Yun had no interest in traveling. Besides, it wouldn't be long before the next game update began. At that time, 4th to 5th-tier demonic beasts would descend upon the mountains, and the cultivator's secondary profession system, including alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array setting, would be updated. During this period, the discovery of spirit stone veins marked the dawn of a global resurgence of cultivators. Of course, it was also possible that some had already sensed the presence of spiritual veins underground and had begun probing early on, coinciding with recent exposures. Closing the app, Shen Yun switched to the game to take a look. Luo Hongxi was still in transit. Perhaps there was an issue with the teleportation array, as it had been so long without her arrival. Fortunately, the coffin was sturdy and posed no danger. Ling Qingxue had already departed from the Mountain of 10,000, heading towards the eastern region's life forbidden zone to seek information related to her origins. In the chibi-styled scene, the young girl was aboard a flying vessel, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought about the unknown path ahead. The Sea of Souls was not a pleasant place. Qingxue's visit could very well trigger a wave of recharge prompts. Lying in bed, Shen Yun secretly anticipated it. He was just over 1.6 million short of reaching VIP level 3. Perhaps today would be the day. At the coast of the Sea of Souls, a previously untouched forbidden zone on the eastern region's border, numerous sect cultivators had gathered. As Ling Qingxue's flying vessel approached, it was directly intercepted by 2 cultivators clad in purple robes. However, upon seeing her in the attire of a core disciple of the Yao Pool, the leading man's eyes flickered, and he clasped his hands in a smile, saying, "Esteemed Yao Pool friend, what brings you here?" Although the Yao Pool was a neutral force, its foundation was exceptionally strong, placing it at the pinnacle of the eastern region's power structure. Had it been anyone else, they would have been driven away. Entering the forbidden zone, Ling Qingxue scrutinized their attire and realized they were disciples from the eastern region's heavenly abyss sacred land. No prophet, no early rise. They must have discovered something. Entering the forbidden zone, could it be that she has obtained more detailed information? As the man hesitated whether to report back, the voice of a sect elder echoed in his mind. Let her pass. The Yao Pool may have discovered some extraordinary treasure. Simply hint at our willingness to cooperate. Understood, elder. The man smiled at Ling Qingxue and said, "Esteemed friend, to be candid, there have been unusual phenomena here recently. Not long ago, we heard that someone found longevity incense from the sea, which is why we have been on alert, not intending to impede your passage. We hope you won't take offense. So that's it, I shall observe." Ling Qingxue had no interest in the so-called longevity incense. Her true aim was the Eye of the Dead Sea marked on the stone tablet, which was the destination of her journey. After descending, she surveyed her surroundings and noted that besides the people from the heavenly abyss sacred land, there were over a dozen representatives from superlative, top-tier factions. At that moment, an elder from the heavenly abyss sacred land approached, saying, "Young friend, you are surely aware of the perils of the soul-crossing sea. Prolonged exposure to its depths can regress one's spiritual essence and wisdom to that of a mere child, losing over a decade of maturity. In severe cases, one may revert to the state of a 3 to 5-year-old. The dangers are exceedingly grave. Perhaps we should consider collaborating? This is the effect of the forbidden zone of the soul-crossing sea, a reduction in intellect." Ling Qingxue clasped her hands in respect and said, "I shall heed the words of my esteemed predecessor." With the young master present, she felt no fear. Although the old sage, clad in simple garments, did not support her venture into danger, her resolve was unwavering. At this moment, he remained hidden in the shadows, undeterred by the machinations of outsiders. "Very well. Soon, we shall send someone in. At that time, we can watch over each other and collaborate." The elder of Yuan nodded in agreement. "I shall leave it all to your guidance." Ling Qingxue turned her gaze towards the 13 men and women who were being herded by cultivators to the seaside. From their anxious and fearful expressions, it was evident that they had been coerced into this selection. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Years ago, she had the fortune to experience it herself, serving as a sacrificial array participant. Fortunately, her robust constitution spared her from becoming a lost soul of the ritual. As for collaboration, she was unwilling to squander her time alongside this group. Retracting her gaze, Ling Qingxue cast a mournful look at the ashen expanse of the soul-crossing sea ahead. That ancient stone tablet in the subterranean river has likely existed for countless eons. I am merely 20 years old. The disparity in time is insurmountable. Could it be that she had been gestating in the womb for several 100,000 years before her birth? After nurturing her for such a long time, how could she possibly be abandoned at birth? Moreover, her grandmother stated that when she found her, the infant had not even reached a month old, indicating a discrepancy in time, unless she was conceived by the heavens and awakened without parents. Thus, Ling Qingxue came to investigate the truth of the matter. After half a stick of incense, Ling Qingxue observed the others beginning their mobilization and promptly leaped into the sea of soul crossing. "What are you still hesitating for? The disciples of Yaoqi have already jumped in. Your lives are more precious than hers." A voice called out, in the face of diminishing intelligence, "Just return quickly." With no other choice, 12 individuals, both male and female, successively plunged into the sea. "Elder Su, do you think this Yaoqi disciple is privy to some hidden truths?" "Indeed. Moreover, she came alone, which raises suspicion." Elders from various factions gathered around Elder Su of the Tianyuan Holy Land. They had only recently received the news and rushed here, eager to procure the exquisite longevity incense that could extend even the life of an ancestor. The solitary and perilous actions of this Yaoqi disciple are indeed quite dubious. Su Qing shook his head. "Who can say? Do you intend to stop her and demand clarification? If only one faction were present, no one would know if a foul play occurred. However, with so many witnesses, should anyone dare to harm the Yaoqi disciple, it's likely that someone would report back to Yaoqi." In the depths of the sea, Ling Qingxue accelerated to her utmost limit, the divine radiance of her 9 heavens sacred body manifesting faintly upon her surface. The diminishing intelligence effect of the sea of soul crossing held no sway over her. This is the essence of the 9 heavens sacred body Tao, where all malevolent forces and myriad laws of the world are evaded. The Eye of the Dead Sea is the focal point of the soul-crossing sea, rumored to possess the ability to devour all. Creatures that have succumbed to ignorance and lost their way are said to enter its depths, never to emerge again. After a considerable time, Ling Qingxue sensed the strength of the surrounding currents intensifying. The Eye of the Dead Sea lies just ahead. With a decisive step forward, all that was unknown loomed before her, causing her expression to grow increasingly serious and tense. "Young master, are you there?" As her words echoed, this barrier which obstructed soul exploration could not hinder the young master's gaze. The familiar scrutiny enveloped her, dispelling the unease that resided within her heart. "Fear not. I am here." His gentle voice resonated with an infinite power, infusing her being. Ling Qingxue smiled knowingly, swiftly advancing into the Eye of the Dead Sea. Vanishing from sight, the interior of the Eye of the Dead Sea was eerily silent, resembling a sea within a sea. Yet, as far as the eye could see, Countless corpses floated about, with no fewer than 10,000 bodies surrounding her. A sea of corpses. As Ling Qingxue stepped into the eye of the Dead Sea, the first thought that crossed her mind was one of astonishment. Remarkably, every corpse was preserved in an extraordinarily pristine condition, no signs of swelling or decay, merely a pallid complexion that resembled a deep slumber. Fortunately, I have my esteemed companion by my side, she murmured, rubbing her arms as a shiver ran through her. Had it not been for his attentive presence, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with anxiety at this moment. Suddenly, an unfamiliar gaze fixated on her from behind. Instinctively, Ling Qingxue turned abruptly, only to behold a striking young woman clad in black attire, who clasped her fists in greeting and conveyed telepathically, "Tao Si, I have the honor of meeting you, dear friend from the Yao Pool." The woman, Ling Qingxue, was familiar to her, being one of the 12 cultivators by the shore. It was unexpected that she could withstand the dumbing law of the Forbidden Zone to arrive here, demonstrating extraordinary abilities. Ling Qingxue. After a slight nod, Ling Qingxue began to explore this CI. The fractured stone tablet contained scant detailed information, merely stating that there were clues related to the immortal domain and the nine heavens sacred body Tao within the CI. Traversing through the vast sea of corpses tested one's resolve, and Tao Si followed her closely, curiously inquiring, "Is Taoist Ling here for the longevity incense?" Upon seeing Ling Qingxue shake her head, Tao Si's eyes brightened as she tentatively asked, "Could it be that Taoist has also learned about the immortal palace?" She had been captured by external forces upon her arrival and was reluctantly included in the group of 12. Doubting the Yaoqi female disciple's direct approach to the eye of the Dead Sea, she followed along. Immortal palace? Ling Qingxue's heart trembled. If she had parents, their origins must be mysterious. Perhaps this immortal palace was their dwelling. She feigned surprise and glanced at Tao Si. "You know as well?" "Yes, I discovered it from an ancient manuscript." Tao Si replied, not naive, as both were testing each other's limits. Ling Qingxue understood that she wished to exchange information, but how could she divulge details concerning her lineage to an outsider? "I will delay her for a while. She cannot withstand the forbidden law here for long." After a moment of silence, they continued their exploration. The Dead Sea was boundless, with nothing remarkable aside from the floating corpses and the sea water. In less than half a stick of incense, Tao Si could no longer contain herself. Lacking Ling Qingxue's extraordinary constitution, she could only rely on her secret treasure to endure the forbidden law temporarily. Over time, her soul would undoubtedly suffer damage. What kind of constitution does she possess to endure for so long? Breathing heavily, Tao Si gazed at the serene Ling Qingxue, hesitated for a moment, and then produced a yellowed piece of paper. "Taoist Ling, this is my manuscript. Please see if there are any noteworthy pieces of information. If this continues, it may lead to unfavorable consequences." How astute. Ling Qingxue, secretly pleased, took the paper and scrutinized it. It indeed documented matters regarding the immortal palace and contained a crucial piece of information. To enter the eye of the Dead Sea, one must find an ancient stone tablet, replicate the mysterious runes at the top of the tablet, and activate the sensation of the immortal palace within the Dead Sea to obtain guidance to the palace. The mysterious runes at the top of the tablet. Ling Qingxue's eyes narrowed. The stone tablet she possessed was indeed the upper half, featuring a mysterious rune. After returning the paper to Tao Si, Ling Qingxue raised her hand, channeling spiritual energy to inscribe a profound inscription before her. She could only mimic the original, but that was sufficient. As the final stroke was made, a hum erupted. The mysterious inscription suspended in the air trembled violently, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Subsequently, the inscription vanished into the depths of the sea, leaving behind a long, flowing ripple. And this was the guidance to the immortal palace. Whoosh! Ling Qingxue pursued the ripple, swiftly departing. "She truly knows something," Tao Si exclaimed, excitement gleaming in her eyes, her speed matching Ling Qingxue's, her movements exceedingly elusive. "What remarkable speed!" Ling Qingxue gazed at her in surprise. "Taoist Tao's heritage must be extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you in the eastern region?" The realm of this young girl lies within the realm of soul forging, yet her speed is astonishingly swift. Tao Si's expression turned somewhat bashful. She understood that the other party was inquiring about her origins, and in order to ensure a smooth exploration ahead, she reluctantly introduced herself to demonstrate sincerity. "I am a disciple of the renowned thief Luo Hongxi. His fame is rather a double-edged sword." "Oh, so she is a grave robber. That explains everything." "I see." Ling Qingxue ceased further inquiries, and the two rushed forward with great haste. As they delved deeper, The floating corpses around them gradually diminished. Upon emerging from the sea of bodies, a land encircled by a water-evading array came into view, suspended in the ocean. On this land stood a towering bronze ancient palace, reaching heights of 10,000 zhang. Standing before it, the two appeared as insignificant as ants. The visual impact was overwhelmingly immense. As they approached, the dumbing law grew increasingly potent, and Tao Si was evidently struggling to withstand it. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue reached out and grasped her, enveloping her with the divine radiance of her physique to help resist the encroaching laws. "Thank you, Ling Daoyu." Tao Si sighed in relief. "Rest assured. I am merely here to broaden my horizons. I shall take nothing. When venturing out, it is prudent to be discerning, a lesson imparted by her senior brother, Zhang San. Without the other's assistance, she feared that returning would become a challenge. "It's nothing." Ling Qingxue swiftly descended with her, arriving at the massive bronze ancient palace. The palace bore the scars of time, its entrance slightly ajar, from which a dense aura of forbidden laws surged forth. "If it weren't for her, I might have become a fool." "Truly formidable," Tao Si remarked, gripping Ling Qingxue's arm tightly as the laws brushed past her body. She had a foreboding sense that even her master, the thief saint, would struggle to withstand these forbidden laws. Upon entering, perhaps I shall uncover the truth of my lineage. Ling Qingxue stepped directly into the bronze ancient palace. The narrow crevice of the door stretched for thousands of meters, and Ling Qingxue's footsteps quickened from a slow pace to a hurried rush, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. However, as she was about to step through the threshold, a transparent barrier emerged, impeding her entry. Within the confines of this barrier sat the ethereal figure of an elderly man, his expression inscrutable. As if sensing the presence of others, he slowly opened his aged eyes and scrutinized the two. Then, in a tone devoid of warmth, the elder's voice echoed in their minds, nearly causing Ling Qingxue to falter. "Your constitution is unrecognized by the heavenly path, destined to be a solitary star of calamity, ultimately leading to your demise. This is also the reason your mother abandoned you. Return, and you may find solace in the mountains, enjoying your twilight years. Should you pursue cultivation in search of immortality, your fortunes will dissipate, misfortune will befall you, and you will bring harm to your loved ones, leading to your ultimate demise and dissolution. Ascending to immortality is beyond your aspirations." Ling Qingxue gazed at the projection, her brow furrowed. Unrecognized by the heavenly path? Fortune dissipating? In light of this, it seems that in her previous life, Ling Qingxue failed to achieve anything significant and ultimately met her demise. No wonder my life has been so wretched." Ling Qingxue's complexion turned pale, and her body swayed slightly. She realized that she was indeed an ill-fated individual, abandoned by others. Could it be that she had inadvertently caused her grandmother's death? Was it possible that the young master could also fall victim to her misfortune? Ding! The character Ling Qingxue was beset by words of temptation, her emotions fluctuating greatly, causing her resolve to waver. A recharge of 888 would stabilize her resolve. A gentle reminder. Since the player's affinity with Ling Qingxue reached 100, she held immense significance in his heart. A mere word of encouragement would suffice to solidify her resolve, without any expenditure required. What a trickster! Does old Bai dare to play such underhanded games? Shen Yun's expression darkened as he hastily pressed the voice button. "My Qingxue is my lucky star. How could she be ill-fated?" "Ignore that old dog's vile words, Qingxue. Even if he were a celestial being, I could still strike down millions with a mere wave of my hand. Who can't put on an act?" After uttering these words, Shen Yun promptly purchased the means to stabilize her resolve. There was no alternative. He had ample funds. Reinforcement upon reinforcement would yield true sturdiness. Whispers of encouragement reached the bewildered Ling Qingxue. The phrase "my Qingxue" infused her with boundless courage, especially the last declaration, which gradually cleared her dazed gaze. What if I have no kin? What if the heavenly law does not acknowledge me? I have the young master. He is my sky. Boom! A fierce aura erupted from her, as she unleashed a punch toward the shadow of the grim-faced elder. "Old dog, do not attempt to destroy my resolve." Bang! Ling Qingxue's fist struck the barrier, failing to reach the elder. "Struggling does not always yield favorable results," the elder remarked, surprised by her swift stabilization of resolve. Rising, his form began to dissipate. "I have warned you, it is time to depart. As for this barrier, it requires the soul power of 10 golden lotuses to unlock, and you are unlikely to achieve that in this lifetime." Ling Qingxue was an outsider, not recognized by the local heavenly law as a cultivator. Moreover, her fate had been altered by others, bearing the ominous destiny of a lone star. The more she cultivated, the less fortune she would garner, ultimately leading to her demise. Noting her frown, the elder spoke lightly. Do not harbor hopes of finding your parents. You are nothing more than an accident. The Ling family does not need you. It is a pity that this bronze celestial artifact was meant for the young master, a pearl fallen into the dust. The young master? Are you implying I have stumbled upon a great fortune? Ling Qingxue coldly regarded the indifferent elder. Having prepared herself for the abandonment by her parents, she did not exhibit much anger. As for this bronze palace, a bargain was a bargain. With the young master by her side, she firmly believed she could attain the level of 10 golden lotuses. Although the mystery of her lineage remained unsolved, she had gleaned enough knowledge to focus on her cultivation and ascend to the heavens, starting with removing the head of that old dog. How dare he shatter her resolve and obstruct her path to cultivation? She vowed to one day humiliate the Ling family. The elder, perceiving her anger, scoffed and shook his head. A good word cannot persuade a dead man. If you do not believe, then try it. This pretentious being, watching the elder prepare to vanish, Shen Yun felt an immense frustration. That lofty demeanor, as if he were a celestial being looking down on mere ants. He wished he could just tear him apart. Fortunately, at that moment, a series of recharge notifications illuminated the screen. Ding. Ignore the barrier's aura. Recharge 296, 666. The character Ling Qingxue can bypass the barrier and step into the bronze celestial palace. Ding. Celestial Hand of Great Power. Recharge 1, 288, 888. Ling Qingxue gains the celestial strike of great power, transcending boundaries to strike the face of the Ling family's steward, piercing through space to deliver a slap that would leave him with a mouthful of teeth. Ding. Ascend to 10 golden lotuses. Recharge 5, 555, 555. The character Ling Qingxue's soul talent rises to the 10th grade, achieving 10 golden lotuses, shocking the old dog for 10,000 years. Recharge it for me. Shen Yun clicked eagerly. Amidst the clinking of coins, 140,000 flowed from Shen Yun's account. Qingxue, this old dog has made me quite uncomfortable. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Qingxue felt the ocean of spiritual power within her consciousness surge, boiling over like a tempest. Subsequently, golden lotuses began to rise from her spiritual sea, illuminating her chaotic mind with a brilliant glow. As the golden lotuses ascended, her spiritual power expanded geometrically. At that moment, her soul felt as though it was being cleansed and elevated, a sensation so pleasant it almost compelled her to moan. 10 golden lotuses now hovered within her consciousness. It is known that the ancient emperors possessed 12 full-gifted golden lotuses. Ling Qingxue felt that with just a thought, she could sweep across the world. This overwhelming sense of empowerment stemmed from the enhancement of her soul. Oh my heavens! Her soul talent is truly terrifying. Tao Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the 10 golden lotuses that appeared above Ling Qingxue's head. Individuals with exceptional soul talent typically bore 4 or 5 lotuses that were already astonishing. Yet this young woman, despite her youth, possessed 10 golden lotuses? The issue was that such extraordinary potential had never been heard of in the Eastern domain. The Yao Pool must be hiding a formidable weapon. Tao Xi, secretly astonished, endeavored to remain inconspicuous as she continued to observe the unfolding events. Although she was unaware of the conversation between the two due to the elder's use of telepathy, it was evident from Ling Qingxue's expression that the elder was no benevolent figure. At that moment, immersed in the exhilaration of her immensely enhanced soul, Ling Qingxue did not forget the young master's instructions. To provoke the young master's wrath, you old dog, you have sealed your own doom. With a glint of murderous intent in her eyes, she stepped into the barrier. This prompted the soon-to-be dispersed steward of the Ling family to exclaim softly, "Your innate spiritual talent is surprisingly high. What can your dog-like eyes discern?" Ling Qingxue, glaring fiercely at the enraged steward, unleashed a phantom slap with great force. "You, a mere lackey, dare to point fingers at me, young lady? Arrogant." The steward of the Ling family stared incredulously at the approaching slap, his furious old eyes bulging in disbelief. "How dare you?" Smack. The resounding slap shattered the ethereal figure of Chief Ling. In the celestial realm, at the ancestral home of the Ling family, a thunderous explosion reverberated, startling tens of thousands within the estate. Even the reclusive ancestors were roused, mistakenly believing that an Imperial force had launched an assault. The entire clan was on high alert. Arrogance. Who dares to cause a disturbance within the Ling ancestral residence? Boom. Boom. Within the forbidden zone of the clan, several celestial kings materialized, surveying the vast expanse of the Ling territory. After a sweeping glance, their gazes settled upon a particular courtyard. There, the current chief of the Ling family, Ling Hong, knelt on the ground, his face swollen to an alarming degree, with a few teeth scattered amidst the blood on the floor. "Forgive me, ancestors. I recently acquired a method and encountered an error in my practice," Ling Hong lamented, fully aware that disturbing the ancestors was a grave offense. He fervently bowed, not daring to reveal an ounce of the fury brewing within. Just after the spirit within the bronze hall dissipated, he had been dealt a resounding slap by that young woman, Ling Qingxue. Such a technique could not possibly belong to someone from a lower dimensional world. It might be a bloodline inheritance. If not for the prohibition on intervention within the bronze celestial hall, I would have ground you to dust by now. This mute grievance must be swallowed in silence. Stripped of his position as the chief steward, he must start anew as a mere servant. "Thank you, ancestor, for your mercy." Ling Hong expressed his gratitude, yet inwardly seethed with resentment towards Ling Qingxue. "It's all your fault." After struggling for half a lifetime to ascend to a position of power, losing it all in an instant was undeniably painful. What is the meaning of this? The family head, Ling Feng, approached with a countenance as dark as the depths of water. What a disgrace. Ling Hong, who had been adept in his role, never anticipated such a colossal blunder today. However, upon receiving a subtle glance from Ling Hong, the family head realized the matter was far from simple. After they left together, he learned that his younger brother's daughter, Ling Qingxue, was still alive. Years ago, his younger brother forsook the family headship for love and secretly pledged himself to a woman. During their flight from danger, Ling Qingxue was born. To protect their daughter from harm, the couple entrusted her to the bronze immortal palace, asking their confidant Ling Hong to place her within a time-space portal, sending her to the lower realm. Seeing his younger brother hopeless of regaining the family headship and finding himself unable to grasp power, Ling Hong chose to ally with Ling Feng, claiming that Ling Qingxue possessed remarkable potential. Should she return, she might be accepted by the Ling family, jeopardizing his son's standing within the clan. Ultimately, the two conspired to dispose of all the items left for Ling Qingxue by her parents in the bronze immortal palace, casting them into the time-space portal to be destroyed. Unfortunately, the palace was of mysterious origin and indestructible material, remaining bound to Ling Qingxue and impervious to annihilation. Thus, Ling Feng established a dumbing law within, preventing Ling Qingxue from approaching the bronze immortal palace and retrieving this treasured artifact. Furthermore, he set up a solitary and cursed fate array around the infant Ling Qingxue, subtly altering her destiny while she slept, turning her into a fated solitary star. As a final precaution, he directed Ling Hong to leave behind a fragment of divine thought to influence Ling Qingxue's resolve and her relationship with her parents. Subsequently, they cast the bronze palace into the time-space portal. Little did they know, after all these years, Ling Hong returned today with news of Ling Qingxue, revealing that his niece's constitution could defy the laws he had established. What does your innate talent matter? Your fate is sealed as a solitary star. If you dare to continue cultivating, calamity will surely follow. I believe it won't be long before you meet your demise. A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips. Yet unbeknownst to him, the so-called solitary star fate had already transformed after Ling Qingxue encountered Shen Yun, whose power was akin to that of a divine being. How satisfying. Ling Qingxue shook her tingling hand, her cheeks flushed. It was rare for her to be so audacious, especially before the divine thought of a suspected immortal. The slap she had just delivered, empowered by her master's might, had genuinely struck that old man's face. It was utterly remarkable. It was evident that the old man had spoken with great arrogance, yet he could not evade even her slap. Clearly, her master's strength surpassed his. What a relief. Shen Yun felt elated as well. Not only had the old man been stunned by the slap, but his VIP status had also finally risen to level 3. He hurriedly tapped the VIP consumption icon in the upper left corner. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your consumption record has reached 10 million, elevating your VIP level to 3. Unlocking the following abilities. VIP Basic Ability. Automatic Cultivation Acceleration Effect enhanced once again. VIP Level 3 Special Ability. Activate Special Constitution. Ancient Desolation Battle Body. Desolation Battle Body possesses terrifying physical strength, combat power exceeding all limits. With the essence of desolation, a single drop of blood can extinguish the cosmos, and with a mighty strike, can push through the ages. Capable of slaying gods, annihilating demons, and vanquishing immortals. Special Introduction. Essence of Desolation, source of the collapse of all laws, capable of breaking every rule in existence. It ignores methods such as enemy clones for survival, rebirth from nirvana, puppetry, external incarnations, etc. One punch of desolation can traverse time and space, obliterating the essence of the original body. VIP automatic cultivation. Current constitution automatically activated, commencing accelerated cultivation of the first layer. First layer constitution effect. Overall bodily attributes surge tenfold. Note, the constitution is divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers represent minor attainment, the middle 3 represent major attainment, the last 3 represent peak attainment, and the 10th layer signifies complete constitution. Boom. In an instant, Shen Yun's fair skin flushed crimson, feeling as though every drop of blood within him was boiling. The exhilaration brought by the comprehensive enhancement of his constitution surged like a tidal wave, leaving him in a state of pleasurable numbness. The most evident change was the amplification of strength. With an already 20-fold increase in combat power, he now felt his mindset elevated. The desire to merely shatter a bull was no longer his goal. Rather, he yearned for the sensation of delivering a single punch capable of obliterating the earth. This constitution was astounding. Shen Yun's face radiated excitement as he clenched his fists. The tenfold enhancement of his bodily attributes was merely secondary. The true trump card lay within the desolation battle body's essence of destruction. One punch can shatter all laws, especially when defeating an enemy's clone, annihilating the original. Such a cross-dimensional attack method was the embodiment of true terror. After suppressing the boiling blood within, Shen Yun glanced at his recharge limit, 15. 8 million. He needed 20 million for level 4, requiring an additional 2 million to reach it. Without discounts, the efficiency of recharges has significantly improved. Shen Yun mused. With the event concluded, the consumption progress bar exhibited a rapid upward trend, enabling him to swiftly elevate his VIP status. While there are no recharge discounts, I shall recharge as much as possible. With his spirits lifted, Shen Yun continued to observe the projection. At this moment, Ling Qingxue noticed that Tao Si was outside the barrier, cheering for her, and stepped out to reinforce the protective light of the sacred body. Tao Daoist. Wait here for a moment. I shall venture inside. Yes, Ling Daoist, you carry on. Tao Si nodded eagerly, clearly becoming a little fan. In her eyes, Ling Qingxue was indeed formidable, daring to strike even the divine thoughts that resided in the eternal forbidden zone. What impressed her most was the exceptional talent of her counterpart. If only I could befriend such a prodigy, how envious my senior brother would be. Tao Si felt this journey across the soul-crossing sea was truly worthwhile. Watching Ling Qingxue enter the Bronze Palace, she raised an eyebrow with a smile. If my master knew we had arrived here, and even entered, he would surely be envious. The record of this place, which her master held, was one of the secrets kept tightly by the renowned thief Luo Hongxi. Taken from the tomb of the sages in the Tianji Tower. The Tianji Tower was an organization capable of foreseeing 90% of the world's events. However, her master was the one who had eluded capture, possessing formidable prowess. And I am one among those who have evaded. Tao Si beamed with pride as she surveyed the exterior of the Bronze Palace, planning to return and boast to her master. Inside the palace, Ling Qingxue scanned her surroundings, finding it empty. Yet she held no expectations of discovering any treasures here. With her identity and origin clarified, and being the bearer of the fated solitary star, Ling Qingxue murmured to herself, having let go of the unease she initially felt upon arriving. After this incident, her heart was unburdened, and she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. If they do not want me, so be it, as long as my master desires me. Regarding the news of the celestial realm, it seems that someone has indeed glimpsed this ancient bronze palace, which has given rise to legends of yore. However, she found no celestial fortune upon her arrival. The entire ancient hall lay desolate and empty. That old man claimed this is a celestial artifact, meant for some young prince. Murmured Ling Qingxue, her delicate fingers tracing a line in the air before letting a drop of her blood fall to the ground, attempting to subdue it. After all, as a celestial artifact, it was a treasure she could not refuse. As her blood touched the earth, a blinding celestial radiance erupted beneath her feet. With a resounding roar, the entire bronze palace trembled, and the mottled marks upon the walls flaked away, revealing the resplendent golden glow of its former glory, akin to a magnificent imperial palace. Dressed in flowing garments, her hair billowing around her, Ling Qingxue undoubtedly appeared as the sovereign of this grand estate. With a mere thought, The colossal bronze palace shrank to the size of an ordinary house, and the protective barrier at the entrance was sealed with her intention. "Congratulations, Taoist Ling," exclaimed Tao Si, rushing inside, eager to escape the sea of corpses outside, which was indeed a chilling sight. "It is a pity there are no other treasures, otherwise you would not have come here for nothing." Yet, having obtained the treasure, Ling Qingxue remained remarkably composed. This bronze palace serves as compensation for the abandonment she endured from her parents, thus settling all grievances. After all, it rightfully belongs to her. So there is no need for excessive excitement. What does it matter? The mere fact that she has survived to emerge from the depths of the Forbidden Zone is remarkable in itself. Tao Si possesses a clear perspective. Had it not been for Ling Qingxue's assistance, she would not have reached this point. Observing her genuine smile, Ling Qingxue returned a warm grin. "Very well, let us proceed." Noticing the rapid decay of the intelligence-reducing law within the palace, she waved her hand to close the Grand Hall's door. "This law is indeed peculiar. I shall seize the opportunity to comprehend it further and see if I can grasp its essence. Just imagine the extraordinary ability to render an adversary an imbecile with a single strike. Steady yourself, fellow Taoist." Indeed, the bronze palace trembled slightly before soaring upwards, breaking free from the water avoidance formation and darting towards the eye of the Dead Sea from which they had come. Suddenly, boom, 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 the entire hall swayed violently, as if under attack. "What is happening?" Ling Qingxue and Tao Si exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be those corpses? With a flicker of thought, Ling Qingxue caused the bronze walls before them to gradually become transparent. Outside, the corpses floating within the sea, I began to awaken, their eyes wide with rage as they surged forward, clawing at the bronze palace. Fortunately, the palace was exceptionally sturdy, and the oppressive aura it emitted obliterated the ancient corpses they encountered along the way, reducing them to mist. It appeared as though they were vying for the palace. Tao Si, gripping the railing tightly, swallowed hard. "I have heard from my master that the Eye of the Dead Sea is likely a man-made forbidden zone. The adversaries are utilizing the intelligence-reducing law to establish a formation that siphons the essence and souls of living beings to strengthen themselves. Now that the palace is taking flight, they may have sensed it. The thief saint had once learned within the ancient tomb of the heavenly mystery tower that the treasure of the soul-crossing sea, the longevity incense, is in fact an extraordinary item birthed from the death of living beings under the influence of such formations. This entity serves merely as one of the lures enticing external cultivators into the sea. Once an individual succumbs to the dumbing down principle, they will be ensnared by the eye of the sea, leading to the obliteration of both their essence and spirit, resulting in their demise. The recent departure of the bronze immortal palace heralds the vanishing of the dumbing down principle, and the sudden onslaught of numerous ancient corpses undoubtedly affirms the conjecture of the thief saint. This is likely a man-made forbidden zone. "Do not panic," Ling Qingxue commanded as she navigated the bronze palace forward. "The individual behind the scenes is undoubtedly immensely powerful. The enduring existence of the soul-crossing sea suggests that the energy he has consumed is immeasurable. Yet, before her master, he is as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. Not to mention the master. I fear he may not even be able to take the bronze hall." Ling Qingxue understood that no cultivator could resist the allure of such a celestial artifact. However, the adversary could only employ the diminishing intelligence principle and could not seize the bronze hall, indicating their limitations, which alleviated her fears. Indeed, even amidst the turmoil of the sea of corpses, the departure of the bronze celestial hall could not be impeded. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the bronze hall soared out of the eye of the Dead Sea. Aware that elders were lying in wait outside the heavenly abyss sacred ground, Ling Qingxue guided the ancient hall to emerge from a distant stretch of coastline. Upon landing, Tao Si wore an expression of lingering trepidation. Fortunately, the Supreme did not intervene. Otherwise, our escape would have been in jeopardy. The Forbidden Zone has a Supreme, as has been passed down since ancient times. However, at that moment, no formidable beings had made a move within the soul-crossing sea. Otherwise, their exit would not have been so effortless. Ling Qingxue stored the bronze hall and said, "Friend Tao, we part ways here. This journey owes much to you." Tao Si offered a respectful bow and blinked. "Should the opportunity arise, I shall visit the Yao Pool to seek you again. Indeed, until we meet again." Ling Qingxue nodded slightly before ascending and vanishing into the distant sky. Master, with the burdens of my heart lifted, I shall now seek the chance to eliminate Sun Feiyu. With personal matters settled, she was perfectly poised to address her master's objective while simultaneously familiarizing herself with the newly acquired Bronze Ancient Hall. Shen Yun opened the map and noticed that Ling Qingxue's journey brought her close to the Weniangong. He instructed, "On your way, handle Zhang Fenghua of Weniangong." Initially, he had intended for Luo Hongxi to deal with Zhang Fenghua, given their past enmity. However, this girl had flown off somewhere in the ancient emperor's coffin, with no knowledge of her return. To prevent any potential trouble from Zhang Fenghua, he decided it best for Ling Qingxue to eliminate him along her path. Understood, Master. Ling Qingxue silently committed the name to memory before swiftly departing. At this moment, Shen Yun felt the spiritual energy within him begin to surge. Evidently, upon reaching VIP level 3, his cultivation speed experienced yet another enhancement. Now that I have attained the 8th layer of meridian condensation, I wonder to what extent I can elevate myself this time. Shen Yun swiftly extracted all the spiritual stones from the space and placed them within the room. With each VIP upgrade, his cultivation speed soared dramatically, resulting in rapid advancement in his abilities. If he could break through to the vast sea realm this time, even if others had the advantage of 50 years of spiritual recovery, he would swiftly close the gap. Of course, this merely refers to the realm. In terms of actual strength, he surpassed many cultivators of the vast sea realm by a considerable margin, and transcending realms felt as effortless as drinking water. Let's get started. Shen Yun settled into a meditative state. Soon, he sensed a breakthrough approaching. Compared to the previous time when he needed an entire night to ascend a single realm, he now merely adjusted his breathing, and the rapidly circulating spiritual energy within him began to assault the bottleneck of his cultivation. I hope to break through several realms, he murmured quietly as he slowly closed his eyes. Having learned about Ling Qingxue's background and the existence of celestial beings in the world, he felt somewhat inadequate in both realm and strength, wishing for a more rapid ascent. With his current efficiency in breaking through, he would reach the vast sea realm in just a few days and still feel it was too slow. If outsiders were to find out, they would surely be infuriated. Following the opening of the Flower and Fruit Mountain secret realm and the spread of news regarding the golden-haired monkey obtaining the title of the Great Sage equal to heaven, the populace developed a profound yearning for such legendary places. Many flocked to these sites of myth and lore. However, it was unfortunate that, according to official speculation, ancient myths were largely fabricated by humans, likely exaggerated accounts of ancient beings who encountered the creatures within these secret realms. The so-called black and white impermanents, as well as the divine beast Xuanwu, were not as formidable as depicted in novels. Nevertheless, there were indeed some remarkable yet obscure inheritances that emerged. Regardless, the number of individuals seeking the legacies of secret realms increased, and the prospect of gaining strength through monster hunting was undeniably appealing. Yet, 2 days later, a notification popped up on the game interface, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing the spirits of players worldwide. Game update content. At noon, the density of spiritual energy in the world has once again intensified. Additionally, in mountainous regions inhabited by demonic beasts, there is a probability of encountering 4th and 5th tier beasts. Update content 2. The cultivator's secondary profession system has been updated. Players with talents in alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation arrangement will have an increased chance of acquiring relevant profession skill books. Update content 3. After logging into the game, players can open the chat box in their player area, allowing all players to communicate freely at any time. Oh no, I was planning to venture into the mountains today to hunt for secret realms. Players, upon seeing the update notification, erupted in a frenzy online. 5th tier monsters might even appear. There are hardly a few cultivators in all of China capable of facing 5th tier beasts. The pace of these updates is simply astonishing. It leaves us with no time to develop. Are you truly under the impression that this is merely a game? In the realm of cultivation, who will grant you the luxury of a stable growth period? Without a solid foundation, one must rely solely on personal endeavor. This update is not without its merits. At the very least, it has introduced the sub-profession of cultivators, which will undoubtedly enhance the atmosphere of cultivation on Blue Star. With the emergence of sub-professions, treasures possessed by demonic beasts are bound to increase in value, and various commercial establishments will undoubtedly profit handsomely. The issue, however, is the potential presence of fifth-tier demonic beasts within the mountains. Shen Yun meticulously browsed through the information online, noting that the majority were pessimistic about this update. After all, even with a sub-profession, the player's innate talent remains a critical factor. Yet, for Shen Yun, this update holds another advantage. Shortly after this update, news of the discovery of spiritual stone veins on Blue Star emerged. Shen Yun waved his hand to collect the waste stones scattered on the floor of his room. After 2 days of cultivation, his cultivation level surged from the 8th layer of meridian condensation to the 4th layer of vast sea. However, the higher the realm, the quicker the consumption of spiritual stones during breakthroughs. Currently, within his beast mastery space, only 2 top-grade spiritual stones and 13 mid-grade spiritual stones remain, enough for just 1 more breakthrough. Fortunately, upon completing his breakthrough and logging into the game, he discovered that the 3rd wave of updates had arrived. By keeping an eye on the news regarding the spiritual stone veins, he might just manage to gather a significant amount. Glancing at where Luo Hongxi was, Shen Yun closed the update content and looked at the chibi representation of Luo Hongxi. Be cautious, warned Zheng Feifeng, leading the way through the dense forest, her expression alert as she scanned the surroundings. I sense danger here. With her innate sword bone, her awareness of peril was exceptionally keen. The moment the trio emerged from the ancient coffin, her skin reacted instinctively. Clearly, this dense forest was no safe haven. They needed to vacate the area swiftly. Luo Hongxi followed closely behind, holding a magical artifact, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Trailing behind, Chun Haoyin carried a coffin the size of a human head, which could only be shrunk to this extent by Luo Hongxi and could not yet fit into his spatial storage. Remarkably, this object was incredibly heavy, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Were it not for Chun Haoyin's regular body tempering as a sword cultivator, coupled with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of soul forging, he might not have been able to carry it at all. Suddenly, the dense forest rustled, and a group of peculiar humanoid beings burst forth. Upon seeing the various crystalline cores sprouting from their foreheads, the trio's expressions tightened. Demonic beings. Indeed, we have entered the territory of the demonic clan. Unlike humans, demonic beings possess cores that can be concealed while outside to prevent human prying. Now, within their own territory, there was no need for concealment. Humans? The foremost minotaur frowned and shouted, "Are you from the Zhu family? What brings you here?" Zhu family? Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxi and the others' eyes brightened. It seems we are not far from the demonic emperor's homeland. From his tone, there must be a considerable number of humans within the Zhu Imperial clan. Chun Haoyin thought rapidly, clasping his fists with a smile. Dear friends, we have been entrusted by the powerful of the Zhu family to seek someone here. We hope for your understanding. Their statement was entirely accurate, as they were indeed sent by the demonic emperor. Chun Haoyin, despite his occasional folly, was remarkably astute, making him quite capable of managing such situations. Seeing his demeanor appear genuine, the Minotaur nodded and waved his hand. Follow me. This area has been sealed off. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been other factions spotting humans, it wouldn't matter whether you are from the Zhu family. What a warm-hearted demon. Chun Haoyin, Zheng Feifeng, and Luo Hongxi exchanged glances and quickly approached the Minotaur, expressing their gratitude. We are eternally grateful. May I inquire your name? Upon our return, we shall certainly report to our family and visit you with generous gifts. A courteous one, no wonder dispatched by the Zhu family, the Minotaur chuckled. As who wouldn't relish receiving benefits without effort? It's a trivial matter. I am Niushan, a minor chief of the Tianqing clan from the Great Wilderness Mountain. Great Wilderness Mountain Tianqing clan? What is that? Shen Haoyin's eyes twitched. Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never heard of such a place. Could it be that the demonic emperor used great powers to forge a small world here? He could only speculate. After pondering, Chun Haoyin tentatively inquired, Friend Niu, why is this place sealed off? Has some treasure emerged? Indeed, Niushan whispered. It is because a celestial pool has appeared in the Great Wilderness Mountain, attracting various factions to converge here. Celestial pool. Chun Haoyin's complexion changed dramatically, staring at Niushan in disbelief. Although he was not well versed in such matters, it did not hinder his astonishment. This individual even knows about the demonic clan's celestial pool? He must hold some status within the Zhu family, Niushan thought, sensing a desire to befriend him, and nodded gravely. It was merely a couple of days ago when the phenomenon startled various factions, leading to the immediate sealing of this area to prevent the other 7 great demonic domains from discovering it. After all, the celestial pool is where the demonic emperor resides, and it is said he attained immense benefits there to ascend to emperor status. Numerous powerful beings have gathered, and a demonic sage from your Zhu family has also arrived. Allow me to escort you, to spare you from any difficulties on the way. Thank you, friend Niu, Shen Yun replied solemnly. Yet his heart raced. Could it be we have entered the outer realm? It is known that in the Xintian continent, there are not many forces with demonic sages overseeing them, such as Dongyu Demonic God Mountain, Beijing Undersea Dragon Palace, and so on, which constitute merely 5 major forces. However, judging by Niushan's words, there must be numerous forces with demonic sages here. Senior sister. Luo Hongxi looked at the frowning Zhang Feifeng beside her. Has senior brother Chen been here before? Does he know about the celestial pool? What could he possibly know? He is merely trying to deceive. I thought it was true. Luo Hongxi pursed her lips, nearly bursting into laughter. This senior brother Chen is quite the character, managing to fool even her. Zhang Feifeng did not share her optimistic disposition, her voice grave as she conveyed. Hongxi, I was still pondering what the star map in the ancient coffin was. Now it seems we may have activated the outer realm teleportation array. This place is no longer the Xintian continent. What? Outer realm? What does this mean? Have we been transported away from the Xintian continent? Young master. Young master, are you there? Luo Hongxi's voice trembled with urgency, fearing she might never see her master again. Do not worry, Hongxi, I am here. Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. If her father, Luo Qinghe, were to discover that his daughter was already thinking of someone else before getting married, it would surely break his heart. The familiar whisper brought a sense of relief to Luo Hongxi, her previously tense expression easing. As long as my lord is here. Truly, her lord was formidable, capable of keeping an eye on her even across realms. This alone indicated that the plane he inhabited was of a significantly higher caliber than theirs. Senior sister, do not worry. With newfound confidence, Luo Hongxi spoke with greater conviction. We possess numerous treasures, and with the legacy of the Demon Emperor, we should encounter no trouble at the Zhu family. Let us proceed cautiously and see what unfolds. If any real danger arose, her lord would undoubtedly intervene. There was nothing to fear. Moreover, being in a foreign domain might even allow us to procure some unique items to garner his favor. The thought of this made Luo Hongxi rather eager for their expedition into the outer realms. Let us hope for such fortune, Zhang Feifeng said, taking a deep breath. If any peril did arise, she and her junior brother would ensure Luo Hongxi's safe departure from this place, even at the cost of their own lives. With the opening of the heavenly pool, various factions had been allocated a quota for entry, including the Zhu family. Niushan chattered incessantly along the way. There are so many benefits in large factions, unlike us insignificant figures, who can hardly dare to dream of such things. Indeed, Shen Yun nodded in agreement, occasionally interjecting with remarks in hopes of extracting more valuable information. After more than an hour, Niushan finally led them out of the dense forest. Ahead loomed a towering mountain, its peaks shrouded in clouds, with various factions established in the surrounding areas. Esteemed ones, this is the Wilderness Mountain. I shall lead you to the territory of the Zhu family, just beyond this mountain range. Niushan gestured towards the imposing mountain and set forth. Swordmaster, what instructions did the Demon Emperor bestow upon you? As they drew nearer, Shen Yun felt a surge of anxiety. Throughout this journey, he was merely boasting and fabricating tales, and as the moment to meet the true authority approached, he found himself devoid of any viable options. Raised an eyebrow, stating, The Demon Emperor has requested that I ascertain whether any members of the Zhu family possess the awakened bloodline of the Demon Emperor. At that time, a portion of the Demon Emperor's blood will be bestowed upon them to assist in activating their physical lineage. It is worth noting that the potency of the Demon Emperor's essence is truly astonishing. Over the past few days, she has been absorbing it within the ancient coffin, and her cultivation has ascended to the 9th layer of the pulse consolidation realm. A breakthrough into the vast sea realm is merely a matter of time. Did the Demon Emperor not leave any for his family? Shen Yun inquired with curiosity. The imperial weapons found within ancient families are, in fact, legacies bequeathed by the emperors themselves, so it stands to reason that preserving the blood of the Demon Emperor should not be overly challenging. No, replied, shaking her head. The Demon Emperor mentioned that he had predicted the trajectory of his family's fate. If he were to leave behind the imperial blood, the cursed ancient 7 imperial beasts and other demon clans would undoubtedly invade the Zhu family, igniting a war to seize the imperial blood and cleanse their curses. or so I gather. It seems the demon emperor had his own considerations. Chen Haoyan decided not to pry further, recognizing that such profound thoughts were beyond the grasp of a mere novice like himself. Swordmaster, how should we conduct ourselves when we meet the Zhu family? Do not fret, just follow my lead. Soon, Niu Shan led the three of them to the foot of the mountain where the Zhu family was stationed. People of the Tianqing clan? Two disciples of the Zhu family, clad in azure robes, swept their gazes over Niu Shan before fixing their attention on and her companions. Who goes there? Upon noticing their scrutiny, Chen Haoyan and Zheng Feifeng turned too, who was intently watching a group of figures descending the mountain path. At the forefront stood a man of exquisite beauty, wielding a feathered fan, with a resplendent golden demon core adorning his brow, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. The Zhu family's demon saint, King Jinwu. Beside him stood a woman in snow-white attire, her demeanor cold and ethereal. Although the grade of her demon core was not particularly high, she appeared youthful, accompanied by numerous elder demon clan experts, indicating her significance among the younger generation of the Zhu family. The younger members had met King Jinwu and the enchanting maiden before. Niu Shan and the Zhu disciples bowed in respect. Chen Haoyan and Zheng Feifeng followed suit, clasping their fists in greeting. The auras of these three, King Jinwu remarked, surprised as he regarded the trio. Clearly, he had discerned their origins from beyond the realm. Yet, surrounded by various major powers, he refrained from voicing his suspicions, instead smiling and nodding, directing his gaze toward who had not bowed in deference. What brings you three here? The Zhu clan's cultivators also noted the audacity of the human girl, who dared to face the demon saint without offering a bow. Truly an astonishing display of courage. It is well known that this is the great demon star domain, divided into 8 major demon territories, teeming with myriad demons. The human race here is a marginalized group, with most demon clans suspecting that the bloodline curse was imposed by humans to hinder the demon's capacity to threaten them. Had it not been for the decree left by the demon emperor, forbidding the slaughter of humans by the myriad clans, humanity would have perished in this star domain long ago. While the Zhu family adheres to ancestral teachings and treats humans kindly, having taken in many, no human has ever dared to confront a demon saint without bowing, not to mention the demon saint. Even the younger members of the Zhu family are expected to show respect to humans they encounter. Now, this young girl's refusal to bow before the saint, without a compelling reason, would surely lead her to face dire consequences. However, those present were perceptive enough not to cast mocking glances, but were instead filled with curiosity regarding the source of her audacity. After all, fools are a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Indeed, when she spoke, both King Jinwu and the others, including Ling Qingxue, were taken aback, their pupils constricting in astonishment. I come in accordance with my master's decree to seek out the rising talents within the Zhu family possessing ancestral bloodlines. Raised her chin, standing with an air of composure. The master she referred to, of course, was the demon emperor, Zhu Lin. Having received the demon emperor's legacy, it was hardly an exaggeration to call herself his disciple. Moreover, with 2 masters already, the addition of another posed no issue. The key was that this statement would facilitate her entry into the Zhu family without causing unnecessary complications. This notion was inspired by her scheming senior brother, Chen Haoyan. Young friend, King Jinwu gestured to seal the area around them, regarding with a warm smile. Might I inquire the name of your master? The rising talent possessing ancestral bloodlines. This is indeed the highest secret of the Zhu family, something outsiders could never fathom. My master is your ancestor. As she spoke, Luo Hongxi raised her right hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of King Jinwu and others, a radiant light shimmered from her palm, gradually revealing a jade-green bamboo flute. It was the Guihun Xiao. King Jinwu, Ling Qingxue, and the others wore expressions of incredulity, for this was none other than the second form of the demon emperor's unparalleled technique. The Guihun Xiao? Only those at the core of the Zhu family could master such imperial arts, each bound by a restriction within their souls, preventing any transmission. Yet this young human girl had achieved mastery, and it was entirely plausible she was a disciple of the demon emperor. Even the demon sage King Jinwu was somewhat astonished, but he was more concerned with Luo Hongxi's previous statement. Young friend, you mentioned you came here seeking the descendants of the Zhu family with ancestral bloodlines. What is your intention? What a splendid question. Once I finish speaking, my status as the disciple of the demon emperor will be firmly established. Luo Hongxi retracted her divine powers and softly replied, I have come to infuse a trace of the demon emperor's blood into the descendants of my master, to assist them in awakening their ancestral bloodlines. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The blood of an emperor. Ha ha. Our ancestors indeed left behind imperial blood. They must have foreseen today's events. The faces of several Zhu family warriors flushed with excitement. Although the bloodline of the demon emperor's descendant, Ling Qingxue, showed signs of reverting to its ancestral form, it seemed to be bottlenecked, hindering her potential. Only by refining the demon emperor's blood could her imperial bloodline be fully activated. However, there was no imperial blood within the family, and even searching the entire Great Demon Star domain yielded nothing. They never expected that someone would arrive at the Zhu family bearing the blood of the demon emperor. At this moment, Ling Qingxue was also immensely excited, gazing at Luo Hongxi with sparkling eyes full of goodwill. The blood of the demon emperor was a coveted treasure for cultivators. This human woman, rather than coveting such a precious item for herself, had traversed star domains to deliver it personally. Such a kindness was truly remarkable. This clearly indicated that the other party must be a disciple of their ancestor. Otherwise, she would never have risked coming here. Ha ha. King Jinwu's tone was filled with emotion. Surely our ancestor intended for us to treat the human race well, as this is indeed a blessing foretold. The mere glimpse of the demon emperor's capabilities was awe-inspiring. He then adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to Luo Hongxi, stating solemnly, I, Jinwu, protector of the Zhu family, pay my respects to the ancestor. This gesture solidified Luo Hongxi's identity. Ling Qingxue and the others did not dare to be remiss, promptly bowing and declaring, I am Ling Qingxue of the Zhu family, paying my respects to my senior sister. I am Zhu Ting, an elder of the Zhu family, paying my respects to the ancestor. A series of greetings left Luo Hongxi secretly delighted. Haha, the deception was successful. The disciples of the demon emperor held a high status, and given her actions, even if her cultivation was low, everyone was filled with respect. Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan also felt relieved. The swordmaster is truly clever. With the support of the Zhu family, we can feel much safer here. Once the formalities were concluded, Luo Hongxi gently suggested, shall we activate the bloodline now? It will put everyone at ease. Her considerate words warmed the hearts of all present. After pondering for a moment, King Jinwu turned to Ling Qingxue and suggested, Qingxue, why not offer this opportunity to activate your bloodline to Luo ancestor? You may rest assured, given the great gift Luo Hongxi had presented, the Zhu family needed to express their gratitude, and this arrangement was perfect. Ling Qingxue, eager to awaken her bloodline, readily nodded at his suggestion. Very well. Although the heavenly pool could enhance qualifications, nothing compared to the strength of one's own bloodline. After their exchanges, King Jinwu dispelled the sound barrier and turned to the visibly anxious Niu Shan. Young friend, please come into the mountains for a discussion. Rest assured, the Zhu family will not harm you. Since he learned of the ancestral bloodline, it was unlikely they would kill him, but a restriction was necessary to prevent him from leaking information. Niu Shan, though terrified, dared not refuse in front of the sage and could only follow the group up the mountain with a heavy heart. I wonder what rewards will come from Hongxi's hidden mission this time. Shen Yun mused as he watched the group ascend the mountain on the projection, filled with anticipation. The rewards for character missions were diverse: magical artifacts, elixirs, secret techniques, and abilities, all of high quality, guaranteed to be of use. In the scene, King Jinwu escorted Luo Hongxi and Ling Qingxue into the mountain's secret chamber, personally guarding them. The method to activate the bloodline was simple. Luo Hongxi merely needed to guide a trace of imperial blood into Ling Qingxue's body. Once she began to meditate and refine it, King Jinwu escorted her out of the chamber, saying, Ancestor, the heavenly pool will open tomorrow. Entering it will allow you to refine your qualifications and gain enhancements. It is a rare opportunity, and I will escort you there. Senior, you may simply call me by my name. Luo Hongxi felt somewhat bashful. Having a demon sage address her as an elder felt peculiar. Moreover, she had told a kind-hearted lie. She was not truly a disciple of the demon emperor. Etiquette must not be disregarded. King Jinwu smiled and waved his hand. Without your arrival, the Zhu family would face uncertain dangers in the face of the current circumstances. Current circumstances? Noticing her curiosity, King Jinwu elaborated. It turned out that recently, the priests of the Great Demon Star domain had predicted that a significant upheaval was imminent. In this era of great change, there would undoubtedly be individuals who could attain enlightenment and become emperors. Although the Zhu family was an imperial clan, their influence had been waning. Meanwhile, the 7 ancient imperial beast families and various other demon clans had little goodwill towards humans due to the bloodline curse, resulting in varied sentiments towards the Zhu family. Should the Zhu family weaken, their clan would inevitably face calamity. Fortunately, with Luo Hongxi's assistance, Ling Qingxue could now activate the ancestral imperial blood. Even if she could not attain enlightenment, safeguarding the Zhu family would not be an issue. Such kindness deserves the utmost respect from the entire Zhu family. This is the first point. Secondly, the human girl before me must possess extraordinary qualities to have garnered the recognition of the demon emperor. Their future growth will undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Zhu family. Thus, fostering a close association with Luo Hongxi is imperative. From this perspective, Ling Qingxue might also achieve enlightenment, Luo Hongxi mused inwardly. Moreover, Master Zhao mentioned that there is a remarkably gifted Ling Qingxue in Yaoqi. It appears there are quite a number of individuals this era who are likely to attain enlightenment. Fortunately, she too holds promise, as with the assistance of her esteemed companion, she is bound to succeed in her spiritual endeavors. In the past, Luo Hongxi did not entertain such thoughts. However, her heart has long been pledged to her companion, and without attaining enlightenment, she would be unable to traverse to grander realms, thus denying herself the chance to reunite with him. Whether it be Ling Qingxue or Ling Qingxue, I must strive to surpass them. Luo Hongxi silently motivated herself. She resolved that even if she encountered the two on the path to enlightenment in the future, she must defeat them. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Luo Hongxi reunited with Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan, thereafter being escorted by King Jinwu to the resting area, where they awaited their journey to the Heavenly Pool the following day. Meanwhile, within Shen Yun's gaming realm, a notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the player's character, Luo Hongxi, for completing a hidden quest. Reward, rare level feedback item, Backstage Informer. Rare level Backstage Informer. Upon activation, it allows the direct identification of the player behind the game character. Incredible. Such an item exists. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Player information behind characters is typically confidential. However, with this item, regardless of which cultivator targets his character, he can effortlessly uncover their true player. Let us give it a try. Upon clicking to use it, the Backstage Informer transformed into an icon, settling in the lower right corner of the game interface. He opened it and entered the details of Wei Rong and Sun Feiyu, revealing the identities of their respective players, Wang Hai from Jiangqing's Elite Club and Li Dong, a member of Yinshi's Elite Club. The results were satisfactory, and Shen Yun quietly noted the two names in his notebook. Closing the Backstage Informer, he turned his attention to the chibi representation of Ling Qingxue. After 2 days, the young lady had advanced to the first level of transcendence. Additionally, her information list indicated she had already vanquished Sun Feiyu. Ling Qingxue's efficiency in her endeavors is indeed gratifying. Shen Yun smiled as he opened the screen. At that moment, Ling Qingxue was in a paid training chamber within the city, honing the Divine Soul secret technique of Yaoqi. The 10 Divine Soul Golden Lotuses significantly enhanced her soul aptitude. She planned to augment her soul techniques before seeking out Tianzong to deal with Zhang Fenghua. However, my rapid breakthroughs in cultivation have led to victories in battle by overwhelming my opponents, leaving me devoid of any true sense of experience, Ling Qingxue lamented. She feared that if this continued, her lack of combat experience would render her ineffectual against genuine adversaries. At that moment, Ling Qingxue perceived a familiar gaze upon her, and her countenance brightened with joy. Has the young master arrived? Indeed, I noticed you lost in thought. Do you have something weighing on your mind? Actually, it is nothing significant. Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before revealing her innermost thoughts. Shen Yun, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. The girl, possessing such strength, was paradoxically feeling somewhat inadequate. Yet, where could he find a worthy opponent for her to practice against? Ding. The Xiantian Demon List. Recharge 128, 888. And obtain a hidden list from the Tiangong Tower, allowing the character to defeat opponents and accumulate fortune. Ding. Character Training Space. Recharge 1, 288, 888. And the player will receive a training space. The player's spirit will enter the training space to assist the character, ensuring that their overall strength surpasses that of the character, showcasing the grandiosity of the mysterious elder behind the scenes. A gentle reminder. The character training space employs a unique method of soul cultivation, featuring special effects of soul fusion. Prolonged training will aid in enhancing Ling Qingxue's soul. Does this mean I will enter and assist Qingxue? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and promptly purchased both options. Accumulating fortune through the Xiantian demon list seemed reasonable. He could encourage Ling Qingxue to seek opponents for sparring. The character training space was excellent, as it would frequently provide her with a companion to bolster her combat prowess while also enhancing her soul, offering numerous advantages. After completing his purchases, Shen Yun learned the usage of the training space. Clearing his throat, he pressed the voice key. Since we cannot find an opponent, I shall take it upon myself to be your sparring partner. Ling Qingxue gazed at the void with excitement. The young master will be my sparring partner? Did this mean she would soon see him? The long-cherished wish was about to come to fruition today, and Ling Qingxue felt an overwhelming thrill, momentarily at a loss. Nervously assessing her attire. Fortunately, I always tidy myself up after training, fearing the young master might see me in an unflattering state. I wonder what the young master looks like, but he must surely be the most handsome man under heaven. What if I blush upon seeing him? No. I am not yet capable of standing by the young master's side. How could I entertain such thoughts? It would be dreadful if the young master knew. Ling Qingxue, already somewhat self-conscious, though her innate potential was beginning to manifest, did not exhibit such feelings in front of others. However, she was about to confront someone who had granted her everything, a being akin to a celestial figure. The young master could not be compared to ordinary cultivators. They were entirely on different planes of existence. Unaware of her myriad thoughts in that fleeting moment, Shen Yun, gazing at the description of the training space, softly remarked, I shall now inform you of how to enter the training space. After imparting the method, he opened the player account backpack and activated the exclusive white hair and exclusive flying immortal set. Naturally, he had to maximize his appearance, otherwise, he would have squandered his expenditure. At this moment, Ling Qingxue suppressed her excitement and elation, sitting cross-legged on the stone bed in the secluded chamber, closing her eyes. After attempting to employ the method shared by the young master, she soon discovered her soul entering a space of utter void. Is this the training space? According to the young master, this space possessed not only the capacity for cultivation, but also a formidable function, the ability to simulate opponents. Regardless of the adversaries she encountered, she could recreate them within the training space for sparring, martial arts deduction, and more. This ability can be described as extraordinarily remarkable. After she engages in combat with someone, the image of her opponent manifests within the training space. The longer the duel lasts, the more techniques she can replicate from her adversary. When she next encounters them in reality, she will have already familiarized herself with their strategies, thus gaining a significant advantage. After surveying her surroundings, Ling Qingxue calmed her mind and stood in silence, awaiting the arrival of the young master. Stay composed, stay composed. When the young master arrives, I must not appear overly excited, lest it reveal who he truly is. Her heart, which had gradually found peace, stirred tumultuously like a stone cast into a tranquil lake upon the appearance of a figure with white hair. The man resembled an immortal stepping out of a painting, his flowing white hair and elegant robes billowing as he moved. A single glance was enough to completely captivate her heart. When he smiled, it seemed as though he illuminated the dim space around them with boundless radiance. Ling Qingxue became entranced, having previously imagined the young master's appearance. Yet the reality before her paled in comparison. The young master was truly unparalleled in this world. She felt that this phrase was crafted specifically for him. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration, but it undoubtedly reflected the profound effect of heightened admiration. Is there something wrong with me? Shen Yun asked, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He glanced down at his attire, seemingly finding no issue. The gentle whisper finally brought Ling Qingxue back to her senses. With her heart fluttering in disarray, she hurriedly lowered her head and clasped her hands in apology, exclaiming, No, it is I, Qingxue, who has been remiss. I hope you will not take offense, noble sir. My heavens, how exceedingly handsome you are. At that moment, she felt her entire face flush with warmth, embarrassment rendering her ears crimson. How could I be so brazen as to stare at you so intently? It is most impolite. Oh, so it is my strikingly attractive visage that has captivated you. Shen Yun's heart swelled with delight. To possess a beauty capable of astonishing even the presence of an emperor could be deemed a modest personal achievement, though prideful in his own right. He maintained an air of sophistication, elegantly sweeping his sleeve and smiling as he spoke. It is merely a facade. Do not allow it to disturb your composure. This sentence exudes an air of profound wisdom, leaving Ling Qingxue both in quiet admiration and gradually calming her excited heart. Shen Yun approached, seated himself cross-legged, and, with a smile directed at the motionless Ling Qingxue, said, "Come here. There is yet no manifestation of my avatar. I shall first connect our souls, leaving behind the shadow of my avatar for you. You may attempt to engage in a sparring session, honing your combat prowess." Being on Blue Star, he could not directly spar with Ling Qingxue, yet he could bestow upon her the essence of his avatar for her training. In due course, as he acquired other techniques and manuals, he would further enhance this avatar's shadow through rigorous practice. Ding. Would the player like to endow the avatar's shadow with the following abilities: 3rd tier Soul Pursuit Technique, 4th tier Demon Art, Severed Arm Rebirth, 5th tier Superior Blood Refinement Claw, 6th tier Corpse Descend Golden Body of the Zombie Clan, 9th tier Superior Dan Thunder Palm, Qilin Divine Art, Scorching Flames of the Heavens, Demon Emperor Technique, Sky Shattering Battle Method, and Ancient Art, Annihilation Battle Body. Has the Corpse Descend Golden Body been upgraded to the 6th tier? Quite remarkable, Shen Yun mused, satisfied with such a growth potential. The Scorching Flames of the Heavens should be manageable for Qingxue with her 9 heavens sacred body, ensuring she won't be instantly overwhelmed. As for the Source of Annihilation, it shall serve as my trump card in the face of defeat. After making the necessary adjustments, he clicked to confirm. Noticing Ling Qingxue seated before him, Shen Yun extended his hands, inviting her to place her own upon them. Shortly, I shall engrave the essence of my avatar into your soul, allowing you to engage with me upon your return. Thank you, esteemed sir, Ling Qingxue replied with a slight nod, delicately placing her hand atop his slender, elegant ones. The warmth of his touch felt like jade, her initial impression. Yet, almost instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if her very soul trembled, yearning to ascend to the heavens. She had experienced such an intense sensation before. The last time, when her noble companion assisted her in accessing the ancient scriptures of the Yaoqi, she felt something similar. He had remarked upon her unstable state of mind. Yet now, as their souls intertwined, this sensation immediately reminded her of the records in the Yaoqi's scripture repository regarding the secret arts of the soul. Could this be the method of soul fusion? This sensation is indeed the hallmark of the dual cultivation method. She actually engaged in dual cultivation with the young master. The overwhelming stimulation caused her soul force to dissipate like smoke, making her appear as though she might float away. Daring not to gaze any longer at Shen Yun before her, Ling Qingxue hastily closed her eyes, which had begun to brim with springtime emotions, and bit her delicate lip. Fearful of making a sound, steady, steady. It must be an incidental effect of this cultivation space. She could not believe that the young master would tease her in such a manner. If her will were not resolute enough, it could potentially affect the young master's residual law phantom. Seated opposite her, Shen Yun felt his blood surge, suddenly recalling the prompts of the cultivation space. Damn! Such an outrageous effect. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue had her eyes shut, oblivious to his flushed complexion. I must devise a strategy. Otherwise, I might be misunderstood and my stature diminished. Not a novice, Shen Yun's will remained relatively steadfast. As his thoughts raced, he took a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering desires within. Qingxue, do not let your inner cravings dictate you. It will soon pass. Had it not been for this utterance, Ling Qingxue would have remained lost in her delightful reverie. Upon hearing the young master's words, she mistakenly believed he had discerned her innermost thoughts, her heart quaking with embarrassment. Her face flushed to the point of resembling a blooming rose. I beg your pardon, young master. Qingxue did not intend for this. As she struggled to contain the extraordinary sensation that made her spirit feel as though it might soar away, her very essence dissipated into nothingness with a soft thud. Fortunately, she had managed to leave behind her ethereal projection. Exiting the cultivation space, Shen Yun exhaled deeply. Had it lingered any longer, the profound sensation that pierced to the core might have overwhelmed him. Moreover, for Ling Qingxue, being a sheltered maiden, such a reaction was indeed quite natural. At this moment, she had regained her composure, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, pretending to enter the cultivation space. Once she sensed the young master's gaze had vanished, her body softened, and she hastily covered her burning cheeks, her voice dripping with shyness. Oh no, I've embarrassed myself before the young master again. Earlier, he had remarked that appearance was but a superficial facade, and it seemed he held no particular regard for matters of the soul's cultivation. Yet, it was her own wavering resolve that had brought her to the brink merely through the brush of consciousness. What was even more mortifying was the likelihood that her little secret had been uncovered by the young master. How could I behave in such a manner? I must never again entertain such impure thoughts regarding the young master. Regaining her composure, she felt a slight chill at the hem of her dress. Biting her lip, she swiftly changed into a fresh, flowing gown before closing her eyes to enter the cultivation space. Fortunately, during her subsequent exchanges with the young master's ethereal projection, the earlier peculiar sensations did not resurface. Otherwise, she would have truly feared that her wavering resolve would squander the precious cultivation space he had so thoughtfully crafted for her. Upon exiting Ling Qingxue's interface, Shen Yun noticed a notification from the monster app appearing on his phone. Upon opening it, he found official monster suppression information, 5-star monster suppression sect available for viewing app update. Upon attaining the rank of 6-star monster suppression lord, one will receive state-level confidential information, including details of secret realms and buffs associated with Imperial positions. This must be the third game update, Shen Yun mused, stroking his chin. In his previous life, there had indeed been revelations regarding the Imperial position buffs, available only to those who reached the rank of 6-star monster suppression lord and completed certain tasks to obtain a game-like buff. Such benefits exist in every country, with tasks randomly designed by the game developers. The rewards in the form of buffs enhance the player's strength and accelerate their training speed, among other advantages. The channels and locations for task issuance are determined by the national leaders. Clearly, in China, the designated point for task acceptance is the monster app. This scenario resembles the task hall of sects in the realm of immortality, where disciples receive missions and earn rewards upon completion. The higher the title of demon suppressor, the greater the level of tasks one can undertake, and the more potent the accompanying buffs become. In light of this, various nations have also chosen to rename themselves, appending the suffix dynasty to their titles, akin to the dynasties within the immortal realm. There is an opportunity to acquire some dynasty buffs. Shen Yun mused as he closed the message and opened the monster app to check for information regarding the hunting of 5th-tier monsters preying on humans nearby. Compared to his last visit to the monster information section, this time, following the game update, an abundance of 5th-tier monster data flooded in from across the nation. After a brief search, he focused on Jiang City, 5th-tier bloodwolves sighted, having slaughtered 100 villagers in a night. With the entire city under martial law, awaiting the demon suppressor sect team to undertake the task. He recalled that Jiang City housed an underground black market and thought to see if any soul-devouring artifacts like the soul banner were available. Upon accepting the task, he found that individual submissions could not pass the review. Raising an eyebrow, I might as well go directly. However, he soon received a message from the support team. Hello, Mr. Shun, we are delighted that you have accepted this task. We will establish a special solo passage for you, allowing you to directly lock in any task without manual review, thereby enhancing your efficiency. It seems they recognize my strength. Shen Yun chuckled, closing the message and stretching leisurely. Alas, it's a pity that Shen Yun is ignoring me. Otherwise, stepping out would be much more convenient. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant wind enveloped him, and Shen Yun felt a gentle weight on his shoulder. What nonsense, master, Shen Yun replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Turning his head, Shen Yun saw her resting on his shoulder, her 4 fluffy tails swaying playfully. As their gazes met, Shen Yun, though slightly bashful, could not suppress the delight in her eyes, which sparkled with joy. After so many days apart, her joy was palpable. Why did she suddenly call me master again? As Shen Yun drew closer, Shen Yun shyly pressed her head against his cheek, whispering, Brother Yun, are you feeling better? You only know how to bully me. Haha, when have I ever bullied you? Her adorable demeanor made Shen Yun's hands itch with the desire to caress her. His gentle strokes tousled her meticulously groomed fur, yet Shen Yun seemed unconcerned, giggling incessantly. After a playful bout, Shen Yun affectionately smoothed her fur and said, Let us go. Shen Yun to Jiang City. MHM. Upon landing, Shen Yun transformed, her form growing larger as she leaped from the villa with Shen Yun on her back. Wow, how can she be so fast? In just a few strides, Shen Yun had left Haiqing and was racing down the highway. During this time, Brother Yun had been engrossed in games and had not paid her much attention. Shen Yun was unaware of the name of the character Shen Yun had bound himself to. but she was certain it was female. The fact that it could ignite his passion suggested she must be a beauty, possibly enchanting enough to captivate his very soul. Despite being in the late fourth stage herself, she felt a tinge of sadness at not receiving his attention. Could the wind be so fierce that it could not dispel her jealousy? Shen Yun chuckled as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "You have always been by my side. Others cannot boast of such privilege." The words of an experienced one held a certain weight, and while they were undoubtedly true, they carried an undercurrent of intimacy that left Bai Xian'er feeling both delighted and bashful. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she remained silent, focusing solely on their swift journey. In Jiang City, within a towering building, the scene was astonishing. Witnessing a light blue long sword instantaneously dispatch a fifth-stage killing wolf left the demon suppression team in awe. I truly wish to know the extent of Mr. Shen's powers. Fifth-stage monsters and fourth-stage beings were worlds apart. Even with the enhancement of a top-tier magical sword, the energy consumption was not on the same level. Yet his strikes felt remarkably smooth, with the wolf falling before it could even retaliate. This illustrated that even without the cultivation of the soul refinement realm, Shen Yun's foundation was exceptionally solid. A player capable of acquiring such a superb magical artifact might also possess treasures that enhance their cultivation potential. No wonder the old heavenly master supported him. Slaying fifth-stage beasts was akin to butchering livestock. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the 6-star demon suppressor rank. One team member remarked, "Thank goodness for Mr. Shen and that artifact. I heard that the neighboring sect has inherited the power of the 8-headed serpent, each head possessing its own supernatural abilities. I wonder if it can withstand Mr. Shen's sword." Another teammate scoffed. "In the cultivation world, a weapon that shines is at least 8th tier. I can only imagine how fierce its full power must be. Besides, Mr. Shen has a white fox by his side. Look, it has 4 tails now. Who knows, each tail might possess its own ability. What's an 8-headed serpent compared to that?" As they gazed on, they saw Shen Yun seated atop the white fox. "Let us hurry and take care of things." The captain waved goodbye to Shen Yun and leaped off the balcony, exclaiming, "Fifth-stage monsters are treasures themselves. Only Mr. Shen can afford such extravagance. Haha. Today we are bound to make a fortune." Previously, a team of 4th-stage demon suppressors had killed a monster but wouldn't allow them to handle its remains, fearing they would embezzle. How stingy. Let's not waste words. In this environment, where can one find such abundant cultivation resources? Do you think everyone is like Mr. Shen? Get to work. Yes, Captain. After dispatching the killing wolf, Shen Yun made his way directly to the Hongda Auto Repair City in the heart of the city. The black market for evil cultivators in Jiang City was located beneath the auto repair shop. This place is exceedingly concealed. It would be nearly impossible to locate without guidance from a malevolent practitioner. Shen Yun was aware of its existence solely because, during his flight, he encountered a cultivator